Chapter 001 Awakening from a Dream. As night fell, the clamor of Huding Karamanyth Duke of Anguo's residence continued unabated. In the bridal chamber, adorned with crimson and sand elaborate canopies, their candless head like a dragon sand phoenixes flickered brightly, casting a warm glow. Those were decorated with large, auspicious characters, vibrant and lively, on the intricately carved lacquer bed. Sumptuous quilts and embroidered blankets were pulled high, interwoven with silks and satins, and adorned with dazzling pearls that sparkled like stars. A pair of exquisite ornaments grisitable, delicate and beautifully crafted, yet, the festive atmosphere was overshadowed by an air of awkwardness and tension. If forever yon knew the circumstances surrounding this marriage at 2 months prior, so Mingzhuang had been rescued by the ungan handsome Dukeofen, and der hearth had fluttered with unrequited love, only to be met with a harsh rejection. Miss Su, the cherished daughter of the stimed Shalersu, had been raised like a precious gem, and her striking beauty had fostered a high temperament. How could she possibly accept the bitter reality of being spurned? Someone he had suggested ein fairy ashima to her, urging her to accuse Duke of frivolity. Scholarsu, believing this deceit, disregarded the opinions of his peers and stormed in Toth Duke's residence to demand justice, threatening to seek the Emperor's intervention if Duke did not take her responsibility for his daughter. The Ungan virtuous Duke, who had always valued his reputation, found himself ridiculed, becoming the subject of scorn throughout the court and the capital, a notorious scoundrel and thysoful. The elderly Duchess, whose health had always been fragile, was so enraged that her condition worsened, leading to days of bluched, fearing that her son's future would be jeopardized. She compelled him to marry Su Mingzhuang today market the day of their wedding. In their hearts, the onlookers thought how absurd, the Duke of Anguo's forced into this marriage. It would be miracle if they treated Miss Sukinly, all breedy young lady, beautifulous, why must she be compelled into this union, such a waste of air noble birth. Even Su Mingzhuang's maidservants unai their heads, perplexed as to with their mistress seemed so dead her mind to mar his Duke. On footing veined, cover red beard veil, the young one wanders off, only to be jolted awake by a sudden start. Her maid, Yakin, hurriedly inquired, Miss, what is the matter? Another maid, Yunshu, leaned in, cautiously attending to her. Unbeknownst to them, beneath the intricately embroidered veil, beads of sweat glistened on the young woman's beautiful face, the perspiration threatening to ruin her carefully applied bridal makeup. Inside her wedding gown she was drenched in cold sweat, sticky and clammy, as though she had just emerged from affright. Indeed, she had been frightened. It felt as if she had just dreamed to live, or perhaps lived an entire life. In a fleeting moment in her dream, she was stunningly beautiful and willful, determined to marry the young Duke after habiter, even going so far as to fabricate teleophies and propriety. Eventually, shedded Miriam, but for 3 years, the Duke never touched her. In affid of vengeance, she so into cuckold him, engaged in an affair with the dashing Prince Jin. When the truth came to light, the Duke remained calm and simply proposed a divorce. After the divorce, her reputation was tarnished, and shows her ned bethuifs of officials in the capital. In retaliation, she's deuced theraspins, ultimately becoming a notorious figure in the city, stricken with that as his oft flesh that led to her untimely litimies, bringing her absurd life to a close. The Bukadov read a scathing critiquio for a hand well played, squandered recklessly. In stark contrast, the Duke found a kindred spirit in the valiant Gulingyu, and their mutual admiration blossomed into a harmonious marriage, earning the Biofal. The reputation of Gulingyu soared, while Su Mingzhuang plummeted. Miss, you must not lift the violent elf Duke returns and the ceremony is complete. Yunshu urgently grasped her Mr. Shandasi attempted to remove a evil. The servants of Duke of household cast scornful glances was the strolithella gender young Lediando Terofascaler, no ton had she repaid kindness with malice, but she also insisted on marrying Guman who clearly resisted her advances, as if she were a desperate to wed. Ike was no underthade with such a haughty disposition. Knows and Sabayon master would find her appealing. Perhaps she was so spoiled that she had no concy of marrying well, hence her clinging to Duke. The Duke had begun his studies at 4, trained in martial arts at 5, and at 11 had joined his father on the battlefield, leading a hundredment of victory with Yoza 14. At 18 he inherited Istidal, earning the Emperor's admiration and frequent invitations to the palace for discussions. His looks were equally striking. Bararij Mammon capturing the hearts of countless gladius in the capital, ideal son-in-law for the aristocracy. How could have imagined that such a talented and handsome individual would fall victim to the shimas of Su Mingzhuang when oft he said is not Arias figures? The Duke of Shappiness seemed destined to be shattered. As these servants mulled over their grievance and val for their master, they even rolled the Ariasat Miss Su. Fortunately, she was wilded by hervy land remained unaware, while her maidservants glared back defiantly. The tension between both sides was palpable. Yakin brought over some idiot. Miss, your hands are so cold, please have you pop hatiator mayo yourself. Before a teacup could reach the young woman's hands, the Duke's word, Lumama, interjected with a mocking tone. Does Miss Yakin not know that a breed cannot eat or drink while she ate on thuating bed? Is this a basic rule thought our scholar's household is unaware of? Wang mama, another maid from scholar's household, retorted angrily, our household is the foremost among the literati. How could we bane around after roles? Yet, rulus arrarigid, while pio plerinat, auri and gladius clearly unwell if shuarito faint, could take responsibility, is the show user veo your mistress in Duke's household? You. Enough, thirsty. Su Mingzhuang interjected hastily, sensing the impending argument. Wang mama, fine, there is no need to worry. The other voice remained weak, trembling with uncertainty. Wang mama sees glistened with concern. Miss, war clearly unwell. How could I not be worried? Please do not mind theme if something is wrong. Spikupatans, I cannot bear the responsibility if anything were to happen. Her words were directed at Su Mingzhuang, yet his suddenly admonished Duke's servants. The Duke's servants exchanged glances, falling silent. Yakin gently urged, Miss, please take a sip just a sip. Su Mingzhuang hesitated of ultimately accept the tiakupan took a small sip off to warm tia. As the fragrant warmth spread through her body with the swallow, she finally found respite from the terrifying memory as the haunted her. The anguish of those recollections lingered vividly in her mind, the horror of being caught in infidelity, enduring the revulsion of consort her with various men, suffering from a loathsome disease, and facing distress man scorned from society. It was truly terrifying. She did not wish to become that way. She did not want to live a life of reckless abandon long and to find a beloved man, surrounded by family, living a fulfilling unhappy life amidst admiration oft-world, just like Guling Yu. With this thought, Mingzhuang drank the remaining tea on an eagle. Perhaps it was not too late. Although she had spread rumors and coerced Pei Jinyan into marrying her, the old lady had not yet been driven to her grave behind her, and she had not further sullied Pei Jinyan's reputation or engaged in an affair with Prince Jin, so her reputation, while spoiled, had not yet descended into that of a wanton woman. There was still time. Everything was still salvageable. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, and the door swung open. The matchmaker's feigned cheerful was a filled Febredalcumber. Fegrumes arrived in Febredalcumber. Spinside and closet the door let him share some auspicious words. May ya both grow old together, with children and grandchildren fill in your home. Mingzhuang, caught off guard, shuddered violently, with their veil obscuring her wolf to room. She could not see anything, yet a strikingly handsome and cold face, why they is frigidasa frozenlik, lumid and hermand. Chapter 002. I feel faint. In the bridal chamber, silence reigned. The servants of Duke's residence would not dare to speak up. They harbored resentment toward Mingzhuang. The maids from the Schaller's household, witnessing their mistress tremble incessantly, were too anxious about their well-being to concern themselves with pleasantries or creating gafes to the atmosphere. The matchmaker attempted to say a few more words before herself at Talos, feeling the awkwardness of the situation. Shed hot herself strange occurrences abound this what kind of wedding atmosphere is these, let it be a must simple fulfillment duties. With that hot the matchmaker foresaw a cheerful smiley and began next. Before she could finish her sentence, that Elan handsome Duke spoke in a hoarse voice, coldly asking, is this way the outwardly desire? The heart soft host present plummeted. Mingzhuang shuddered violently, her mind racing back to Theven saw her dream. In that dream, Pei Jinyan had posed the same question to her, to which she replied, yes, this is exactly what I want. Following that, Pei Jinyan had Jenny into a frenzy, smashing the furnishing soft Ebredal convertibles, chairs, dragon and phonic scandals, and food lacia to red across the floor. Event the intricate like carved bed had been reduced to splinters by his furious blows, yet he had not touched her veil. After raking havoc, had simply walked away. The next day, news of Duke's destruction of Ebredalcumber spread throughout the capital, reaching not only the circles of the light boodles of the common folk. Whenever she stepped outside, the townspeople would point and whisper at gatherings. Apart from her celeb friend, Princess Yuxuan, neither lady has dared to speak to her. Women of the inner chamber swore a particularly adept at wielding fire influence if they needed no tutor award, for their disdainful Sizzleon could make and wish to vanish into the ground. In her dream she had been furious, returning to Duke's residency in Reach, devising ways to torment Avirioni within its walls, only be witnessing their suffering coup their own pain fin some semblance of relief. Turning back to the present, she realized that his day marked the beginning of her tragic fate. Everyone in the room was in event the servants of Duke secretly preet that the willful Miss would not speak out, that would not escalate the situation with so many guests gathered for the banquet, the Duke's household could not afford to be humiliated. Beneath the veil, Mingzhuang ging sigh slide with her lip, contemplating how to respond. Should shed myth her fault? The family had always held their reputation in high regard since their founding. They had never faced a single blemish. Pei Jinyan, in particular, was known for his impeccable character, yet she had accused him of being Gallicer. Some had seized the opportunity to spread malicious rumors, tarnishing his name, and of entering to defileth Duke's residence with excrement in the dead of night. Her father, in his desperation to defend her, had even petitioned the emperor, letting toth the matriarch suffering a realisio first illness, teetering on febring cough death. How could she possibly apologize now? Speak, Pei Jinyan bellowed. Mingzhuang wore known for our eloquence, are you not? You painted a vivid picture if I supposedly wrong getty of why are you no? Have you lost your voice? Mingzhuang glowered, to afraid to even breathe. Doest thism and thoughty unlike speak to harm others, and remain mute when it suits you. Listen well, Mingzhuang jor luck of shame do as not me another shariar depravity, assumed la diaphono bleffamily how darius landerm, conscience aside, tell me did he touch you, speak. Seeing her mistress insulted, Wang Mema was about her tort, both her hand was seized. Looking down, she saw her mistress gripping her hand, shaking her head. Wang Mama was taken aback, her mistress was sexually trying to stop her. In the scholarship's hold, Mingzhuang had been spoiled with the old minister, never willing to accept in his light. How could she possibly endure these? As the thought crossed her mind, Wang Mama felt a lump in her throat. What kind of misfortune had befallen the cherished daughter of the Schaller's household, forcing her to endure so kind dignity as in Phi's wretched place? Lumama, observing the pained expressions of Schaller's smites, was equally enraged what wareth a complaining gabu, Thiwi weareth a trollpritz. The Duke had always valued his reputation and maintained his integrity. It was their and Lady Oho had repaid kindness with malice, framing Duke's salature. Now his namalain tatters, besmirched with the public. And Theta red to feel wronged, while the normally composed Duke had drawn disarouse and drink for several nights. The old matriarch had been so enraged that she suffered relas, even spitting blood. Theon Caesarine Duke's residence was now thrown into cusp because of him, where a could thesicree dress, but the Schaller's household way sudden of hypocrites, willing to go to no lengths for him. The maids beside Lumama glared with venomuses, awaiting their matron's response. Mingzhuang reli of the vesselins Tuan Mama late out a quiet breath Nuni had spoken, and hoped Pei Jinyan would coolest temper and refrain from destroying Febredalcumber. Pei Jinyan mucked them again butu punseeing women's silence, his anger swelled, seeking an outlet. The room felt suffocating liard, blinding him to the point where he wished to shudder everything in sight, yet. His mother had repeatedly warned them with guests in attendance, he must no talawanyon to witness Duke's disgrace, any issue escud bid dressed ladder. Because of his actions, his mother sold illness had returned de could not afford to injure her further. With that hot Pejinian chota fierce glariath woman 9 Febritrid wedigam before a sweeping gut off the room. The much make care was startled and hurried to intervene Duke. Su Mingzhuang quickly interjected, do not call out. Everyone was taken aback, glancing curiously at the breed seat upon the wedding bed. Su Mingzhuang immediately covered her mouth, her frail body trembling like a leaf clinging to Abram Kinley to them. After a moment, assuring herself that Pejinian had indeed left and would not return to wreak havoc, she soul deeply. The Duke is busy with affairs, one need not proceed with these formalities. Wang Mama, please prepare a word for the matchmaker and very one in the room. Theo assembly fell silent. Wang Mama was equalistant. Su Mingzhuang bither Lipan continued, regarding the omission of formalities, I kindly ask you all to keep vice under wraps. If outsiders inquire, simply state that the rituals are a complete as per tradition. She paused before adding, double other word for the matchmaker. Understood, madam. Wang Mama replied promptly, springing into action. The matchmaker finally grasped the situation, her face lighting up with a smile. Thank you, madam, your generosity and grace will surely ensure a harmonious life ahead. I wish you and Duke a long and happy marriage, surrounded by children and grandchildren. Su Mingzhuang offered a bitter smile beneath her long-lasting companionship, a house full of descendants. No, she dared not dream of such things. All she wanted was to expedite the Alan secure divorce. The matchmaker exchanged a few more polite words before taking her leave. Su Mingzhuang whispered, Wang Mama, if we'll forego the ceremony, may I rest? Wang Mama hesitated, rest, madam, do you mean to remove your veil or your makeup? Both, I wish to lead on for a while. Su Mingzhuang still felt weak, cold sweat trickling down her back, relentless in its assault. Wang Mama stammered, well beautiful Duke return sensigio without our makeup. Who want return please help me remove Emma makeup. Su Mingzhuang insisted, if I don't rest soon, I might faint. Up and hearing this, Wang Mama hurried lift affable, let obete can back beneath it, her mistress Stella Catifus was drenched in sweat, the makeup soaked through in clump in gin patches. Amidst he hardened remnants of her makeup, her pallor was striking, indeed indicating that she was on the verge of fainting. Wang Mama panicked, exclaiming, madam, what is wrong, should I fetch a doctor? No, Su Mingzhuang weakly protested, shaking her head, yet, that dizziness began to overwhelm her. Gathering her remaining strength, she insisted, I am fine, do not disturb the front courtyard. Vemos ensure the ceremony proceed smoothly. We can talo outside her stomachus. Wang Mama's voice trembled, yes, madam, rest assured. The young lady's composure brought tears to her eyes. Event the servants of Duke's residence were left speechless, Dermakuri forgot and asked eterned to Lu Mama, eager for her guidance. Lu Mama's expression mirrored her anxiety, torn between whether to inform the matriarch. At that moment, Su Mingzhuang spoke again, I am fine, do not disturb the matriarch, she has a hereditary first-run illness recently and is already burdened with thwarting Wakanatad to her worries. Chapter 003 And no more tempests. Everyone was astonished, was this truly Miss Su? Before her wedding, Miss Su had boldly stormed into the Duke's residence, confronting the old matriarch with a sarcastic remark, attributing the faults of a father to the son, which had incensed the old lady to the point of expelling blood thrice throughout the night. How had she become so reasonable today? Seeing the crowd frozen in place, Su Mingzhuang disregarded them entirely and began to unfasten her buttons. The maid soon snapped back to reality, rushing forward to assist her, quickly peeling away layer after layer of bridal garments until only a thin layer of fiery red silk undergarments remained. Meanwhile, a few other maids busied themselves clearing the bed of dried fruits and arranging the bedding. Once the quilt was spread out, Su Mingzhuang eagerly burrowed beneath it, trembling with trepidation. Wang Mama approached with a damp cloth, saying, Madam, allow me to wipe your face. Su Mingzhuang snatched the cloth from her and haphazardly wiped her face within the covers before tossing it aside. Leave me be. I wish to be alone for a while, she commanded, her voice faltering, before suddenly exclaiming, Lu Mama. Lu Mama from the Duke's residence was equally startled by the bizarre turn of events, momentarily setting aside her disdain. Yes, madam, how may I assist you? Su Mingzhuang's teeth chattered as she instructed, remember. Whatever transpires in this chamber today must not be disclosed to the old matriarch. If she inquires, simply say, everything is as it should be. Of course, madam. Now, leave me. Soon enough, the room was devoid of any presence. After enduring an agonizing silence, Su Mingzhuang finally succumbed to her sorrow, weeping loudly. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. What was that dream? It seemed so real, as if it had transpired once before. She vividly recalled the anxiety of her clandestine affair with Prince Jin, the unbearable shame when she was discovered, and the ostracism she faced, hearing children outside the carriage singing lewd verses that condemned her as licentious. Not only had Lady Pei been driven to her death by her actions, but her mother had also succumbed to grief, her father had disowned her, and the servants had pillaged her wealth. With no silver left, she was compelled to. Su Mingzhuang's cries grew louder, her fingers gripping her hair as she desperately urged herself to halt these recollections. If she continued to remember, she feared she might lose her sanity. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over her. Just as she was about to drift into slumber, a dreadful thought invaded her mind. What if the dream was the reality? What if she had truly divorced Pei Jinyan, caused her mother's death, and been cast out by her father, becoming the most infamous harlot in the capital? Was it possible that in her despair, she dreamt of returning to the day of her marriage? This notion frightened her, and she dared not sleep, fearing that upon awakening, she would once again find herself reduced to a harlot. Time slipped away as she wept, her exhaustion eventually lulling her into a deep slumber. Outside her chamber, the servants had just exited, dividing into two factions. One led by Wang Mama from the scholar's residence, and the other by Lu Mama from the Duke's house. Wang Mama, in a state of agitation, questioned, Mama, what on earth has transpired? The young lady was perfectly fine this morning, how could she be so frightened after the ceremony? With a heavy sigh, Wang Mama shook her head. I do not know. Yaqin inquired, should we inform the madam? The young lady instructed that the occurrences in the bridal chamber should not be disclosed to Lady Pei, but she did not specify that we could not inform our own mistress. Wang Mama scolded, you foolish girl. The madam's request to keep this from Lady Pei was to prevent her from worrying. Do we wish to burden our own madam with such concerns? Meanwhile, the maids from the Duke's residence gathered around Lu Mama, asking, Mama, should we tell the old matriarch about this? Lu Mama furrowed her brow in contemplation for a long while before replying, the old matriarch's health is frail. We must not inform her. Understood, Mama. In the early morning light, Su Mingzhuang awoke abruptly, recalling the horrific dream, shivering violently. Fortunately, her surroundings were bathed in red, unlike the filthy, dilapidated abode of her memories, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, her thoughts drifted back to the dream on the first day of her marriage. Her wedding chamber had been invaded, and she had wept throughout the night, only to mock Lady Pei the following day during the tea ceremony. Lady Pei had turned pale with anger and banished her, after which Pei Jinyan had received an imperial edict to leave the capital for official duties. What was she to do during the tea ceremony? There was no way she could make a scene. She absolutely did not wish to endure the fate that had befallen her in the dream, even if it meant being subservient. She had to properly serve tea regardless of whether Lady Pei struck her. She could not utter a word. She absolutely could not behave as she had in her dream, creating chaos and ultimately fleeing to pursue another man. She longed to return home. Regrettably, the laws of Beiyan stipulated that a couple could only divorce after a year of marriage, and a wife could be sent away after 3 years. With a resigned sigh, Su Mingzhuang lamented, thanks to that nightmare, she could no longer discern her feelings for Pei Jinyan. Perhaps she had never truly liked him at all. Initially, when Pei Jinyan had rescued her, she felt gratitude. Later, when he grew distant, she experienced resentment. Princess Yuxian had taken her side, and together they had devised ways to undermine him. Little did they know, Pei Jinyan was a resilient man, and through their relentless pursuits, genuine feelings had developed, if that stubbornness could indeed be considered affection. When Princess Yuxian learned of her feelings for Pei Jinyan, she was taken aback. However, being her sole confidant, she enlisted the help of her trusted maidservants to concoct schemes to ensnare him, claiming he had taken liberties with her during his rescue. The more Su Mingzhuang pondered, the more shameful she felt. How could she have acted so foolishly in that moment of madness? At that moment, the curtain was pulled aside, allowing a sliver of bright light to pierce the dimness of her chamber. It was Yaqin. Seeing Su Mingzhuang with her swollen face seated upon the bed, Yaqin hurriedly inquired, Madam, have you been crying again? If you are feeling unwell, feel free to vent your frustrations on me. Do not bottle it up. Upon seeing Yaqin, Su Mingzhuang felt a pang of guilt. In her dream, when she had lost her wealth, she had sold Yaqin and Yunshu. She truly was inhumane. No. It's nothing, I simply miss home. From now on, please call me Miss, as it makes me feel as though I have returned home. Of course, Miss, Yaqin responded without further thought, accustomed as she was to her mistress's whims. It is still early. You may rest a while longer. When the time comes, I shall awaken you for the tea ceremony. Miss had always enjoyed sleeping in, sometimes even until the sun was high in the sky. No, I shall not sleep, Su Mingzhuang declared decisively as she rose from the bed. Seeing her mistress up, Yaqin summoned the other maidservants to assist in her grooming. As Su Mingzhuang sat before the vanity, gazing at her enchanting visage in the bronze mirror, a chill ran down her spine. Once, she had reveled in her beauty, but now, stripped of her family's protection, she recognized the fragility of such allure. Those men buzzed around her like flies, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Some of considerable power would even contrive situations, much like how she had orchestrated to ensnare Pei Jinyan, compelling him to marry her. Chapter 004. Alas, what should I do? As Yaqin delicately combed the young lady's long hair, she could not help but exclaim, My lady, your hair is truly exquisite. Holding it feels like cradling silk in my hands. No matter how many times I style it, I am always in awe. Yunshu, instructing the second tier maid to bring 2 large boxes of exquisite hair ornaments, beamed, not just the hair. My lady's skin is as soft as tender tofu. Every time I apply your makeup, I take the opportunity to touch it a little longer. Su Mingzhuang shuddered violently. Yaqin hastily inquired, My lady, what is the matter? Did I hurt you while combing? No, Su Mingzhuang replied, her complexion pale. Why did she shudder? Because Yunshu's words reminded her of the men who coveted her beauty. Seeing that her lady was not angry, Yaqin secretly sighed in relief. My lady, shall I style a peony bun for you today? Paired with that set of gold filigree and jade hair ornaments, it will surely be regal and enchanting. Su Mingzhuang frowned. No, just a simple bun with a jade hairpin, nothing else. And as for makeup, I need only a touch of lip color. The others were astonished. Usually, the lady placed great importance on her appearance, spending nearly an hour each day on her grooming. If she was dissatisfied with her hairstyle, she would often redo it multiple times. What had caused this sudden change in disposition? Yunshu cautiously asked, My lady, are you unwell? Or perhaps in a bad mood? Su Mingzhuang lowered her gaze, neither. I just find it too troublesome. In this lifetime, she wished to avoid being ostentatious. In her dreams, had she not been targeted by those men, had she not been betrayed, perhaps her fate would not have been so tragic. Yes, my lady. The others, seeing her determination, complied with her wishes without further argument. At breakfast, amidst the astonished gazes of the accompanying servants, Su Mingzhuang consumed a bowl of porridge, 2 buns, a small bowl of soup, and 2 dishes of side dishes. It was no wonder everyone was so shocked. In her family home, the young lady was notorious for her picky eating habits. Moreover, as her parents had been advanced in age when she was born, and she being their only daughter, she had been excessively pampered. Each morning, her mother would sit beside her during meals, coaxing her to eat. In one exaggerated instance, her mother promised her a tael of silver for each additional bite, yet even then, the young lady remained finicky. To encourage her to eat more, her mother had hired numerous renowned chefs at great expense, and it could be said that the culinary standards at the bacheloress residence were perhaps even higher than those of the palace's ordinary concubines. Before her wedding, her mother had expressed concerns that she might not adapt to the dietary customs of the duke's residence and had considered sending a chef. However, just after her marriage, it would have appeared overly indulgent, so she planned to wait until the wedding festivities concluded before bringing the chef along when the young lady returned home. Who would have thought that on the very next day after her wedding, her appetite would be so hearty? Moreover, the fare at the duke's residence was, frankly, rather mediocre. Old Madame Wang recalled what had transpired the day before and felt a surge of anxiety. She nervously inquired, "My lady, are you unwell? Should I summon a doctor?" Mingzhuang noticed she had eaten a bit more than usual and felt a touch of embarrassment. "Ahem, it's a nothing, I merely feel hungry." She was not merely hungry. She craved food. The dream had been so vivid, she still remembered the sensation of being famished. Even in the last moments of her life, a lecherous man had held a bun in front of her, saying that as long as she spent the night with him, he would give it to her. At that time, she had been afflicted with a disease, wandering the streets without even a drop of hot water to drink. She had refused to take the bun because she died just in time. Had she not perished, she could not fathom whether she would have sacrificed herself for a mere bun. As this thought coursed through her mind, Mingzhuang shivered, her complexion turning pale, unable to conceal her fear. Old Madame Wang exclaimed, "Yun Shu, something is amiss with the young lady. Quickly, go fetch the doctor." Mingzhuang urgently interjected, "No, I'm fine, I simply ate a bit more suddenly. The Duke's chef's skills suit my palate perfectly, truly." "Old Madame Wang, you must believe me." The servants of the bacheloress residence were astonished. This breakfast was to her liking. Just this, Old Madame Wang whispered, "My lady, please do not be alarmed. If you feel wronged, we can return to the bacheloress residence, where the master will ensure you are treated justly." Mingzhuang shook her head repeatedly. "Old Madame Wang, you are completely misunderstanding. I am not wronged at all, the chef here truly suits my taste." Saying this, she, fearing Old Madame Wang might not believe her, grabbed a bun and took a bite, anxious to avoid causing any trouble. The others were taken aback. The servants of the bacheloress residence had never witnessed the young lady eat with such enthusiasm before. The duke's servants were equally astonished because they had previously heard that Mingzhuang and Princess Yuxian were known as the pearls of the capital, too willful and difficult to serve young ladies, yet they found Mingzhuang to be far more affable than they had imagined. "I believe. My lady, please do not eat anymore. No, I do not mean to stop you from eating, it's just that you usually have a very small appetite, and today you're suddenly eating so much, I fear it may upset your stomach. Since it is still early, why don't I accompany you for a walk to aid digestion? After the tea ceremony, if you still wish to eat, we can continue then." Mingzhuang pondered for a moment. "Old Madame Wang, let us return to our room." "Ha? Return to the room?" Old Madame Wang was puzzled. "Yes, we shall speak further there." Then, amidst the bewilderment of those around, the group of master and servants returned to Mingzhuang's chamber. Once they entered, Mingzhuang immediately asked, "Old Madame Wang, do you know the proper etiquette, the kind that is particularly standardized? I remember when I was 13 or 14, my mother specially invited a tutor from the palace to teach me. At that time, I did not persist, and now I regret it immensely." Everyone was left aghast. Did the young lady actually express regret? She had caused quite a stir over this matter in the past. Tutors from the palace were not easily summoned. If one was invited, it signified the palace's favor and was an esteemed guest in every household. Not only would young ladies dare not defy them, but even the matriarchs of the household had to treat them with utmost respect. Yet at the bacheloress residence, Mingzhuang had refused to learn, and when the tutor reprimanded her, she had spoken back, nearly causing the tutor to lose her composure. Ignoring the pleas of the master's wife, she had left the bacheloress residence that very night, returning to the palace. Whether she had lodged a complaint with the empress upon her return remains unknown. This incident was well known among the noble circles of the capital. Only Princess Yuxian and Mingzhuang had dared to confront the palace's etiquette tutors, disregarding propriety and behaving with impunity. It was no wonder they had become such close friends, earning the moniker pearls of the capital. Yet the people of the bacheloress residence never imagined that one day, their young lady would express sorrow over not having learned court etiquette. Old Madame Wang stared in disbelief, her mouth agape. "My lady, are you certain you are well?" Mingzhuang, aware that her behavior today was far from ordinary, contemplated her response and cautiously sought an excuse. She glanced around to ensure no outsiders were present before saying, "It's because I admire General Pei, naturally I wish to present myself better." Suddenly, her voice trailed off. For at that moment, Lumama entered, leading 2 maidservants, and happened to hear her words. Mingzhuang's countenance turned ashen. "Oh no, what should she do?" Chapter 005. She is so envious of Gu Lingyu. The servants of the duke's residence were not surprised upon hearing this, for it was common knowledge in the capital that Mingzhuang harbored affections for the duke. It was precisely because of her infatuation that she resorted to fabricating slanders. Though the onlookers felt disdain, they refrained from expressing it, standing quietly in the corners of the room, observing what tricks Mingzhuang might play next. Feeling awkward, Mingzhuang bit her lip and said, "Lu Momo, could you perhaps step outside?" Lu Momo, with a smile that did not reach her eyes, replied, "I apologize, madam." It is our duty as servants to attend to our master. If you were at the scholar's residence, who would attend to you? That is beyond my concern. However, in the Duke's residence, should we not be present to serve, the Duke would hold us accountable, and we would not be able to bear the consequences. Isn't it the Duke you admire? Then why not invoke his name directly? Yakin grew furious, exclaiming, "Do not push your luck." Chunzuz retorted swiftly, "The one pushing their luck is you. Do you not recall how you came to the Duke's residence? What did you just say?" The atmosphere became tense. Mingzhuang was startled, and she quickly shouted, "Stop, do not speak, silence, I command you, we can argue another day, but not today, do not delay my tea ceremony." She was terrified. In her dreams, an unpleasant tea ceremony had enraged Lady Pei, leading her to cough up blood that very night. Although the main reason for her tragic fate in the dream was her affair with the Jin Wang, she believed that as long as she refrained from such indiscretions, she would likely avoid a similar calamity. Yet she yearned for a good reputation. She envied Gu Lingyu immensely, as the daughter of the general of cavalry. Gu Lingyu, like Pei Jinyan, was a childhood prodigy and a youthful genius, excelling in both martial and literary pursuits, possessing both talent and beauty. She could lead troops to victory and marry a beloved husband for a blissful life. Gu Lingyu's reputation was impeccable. Apart from Princess Yuxuan's disdain, every young lady in the capital adored her, each wishing to be her close friend. Wherever Gu Lingyu went, a throng of young ladies surrounded her. Su Mingzhuang was truly envious, utterly envious. She was acutely aware of her own poor reputation, uneducated, willful, and domineering. No one liked her. Yet, if only she had half even a mere fraction of Gu Lingyu's prowess, she would be content now. Having slandered Pei Jinyan, her father was causing a scene at the Duke's residence, leading to Lady Pei's old ailment flaring up, news that was widely known. If, after some time, Lady Pei were to pass away, even if it were not directly due to her actions, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon her. No, she did not wish to ruin her reputation. At the very least, before her divorce, she needed Lady Pei to remain in good health, by any means necessary. With this thought, Su Mingzhuang's resolve strengthened, and she shouted, "Listen well. Whether you are from the Duke's residence or the scholar's residence, anyone who delays my tea ceremony shall leave at once. I will not retain anyone here." A stir rippled through the crowd. Seeing that she had managed to regain control of the situation, Su Mingzhuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Wang Momo, how long until the tea ceremony?" Wang Momo hesitated for a moment before responding hastily, replying to the miss, "There is less than an hour remaining." Su Mingzhuang's radiant face paled slightly, and she said anxiously, "There is no time. I recall that you were present when the nurturing Momo instructed me in the palace. Do you remember what she taught? If not, it is fine, just teach me whatever you do recall." Seeing the miss's earnestness, Wang Momo did not dare to delay. "Do not worry, Mississippi. I remember everything the nurturing Momo said. The palace rules are not much different from those in the common world. The greatest difference lies in the mannerisms. When the maidservant approaches with the tray, you must hold the tea bowl with both hands, gaze unwaveringly, and walk steadily, neither hurried nor slow. When you reach a step away from the person to whom you are presenting tea, only then may you offer it. While presenting, bend your knees, ensuring your right knee is lower than your left, your arms slightly bent as you present the tea, while keeping your back straight and your head and neck held high, never leaning forward." As Wang Momo continued, the lady's beautiful eyes gradually misted over, and her expression became increasingly dazed. After waiting for what felt like an eternity for Wang Momo to finish, Su Mingzhuang softly inquired, "Wang Momo, did the nurturing Momo teach you all of this, or did you add some of your own thoughts?" Wang Momo hurriedly explained, replying to the miss, "How could I dare to add my own thoughts? These were all taught by the nurturing Momo, and I might have even omitted some details." "Ah." Su Mingzhuang was taken aback. "The nurturing Momo said so much, how could I not remember?" Wang Momo chuckled helplessly, "How could you remember? You were always arguing with the nurturing Momo back then." Her voice faltered as she suddenly recalled the presence of the Duke's servants in the room, and she quickly amended, "You were quite young then, miss, so it is only natural you do not recall." As she spoke, she cast a nervous glance at Lu Momo and the others. The expressions of Lu Momo and the others conveyed the sentiment. Of course, the Su family's young lady was notorious for her lack of education. Her apparent obedience from last night until this morning was merely an act. A leopard cannot change its spots. It was merely a matter of how long she could maintain this facade. Su Mingzhuang's thoughts involuntarily drifted back 5 years to a time when, indeed, as Wang Momo had mentioned, she was perpetually at odds with the nurturing Momo. The nurturing Momo taught her that her gaze should be gentle yet firm, to which she retorted that the nurturing Momo's eyes were small and had eye crust. When instructed not to sway while walking, she claimed the nurturing Momo swayed as well because of her ample backside. The nurturing Momo, enraged, would rush at her, while she would feign seriousness, declaring that the nurturing Momo lacked composure and dignity. Poor Momo, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and despite her mother's pleas for her to stay, she left the scholar's residence in the dead of night. How carefree she had been then, of course, utterly unrefined, she remembered in her dreams, when her mother had died of anger, and her father cast her out of the family. She sold her close servant for silver, only to have it seized by the treacherous maid, leaving her wandering the streets, reminiscing about the carefree days of her youth when she could do as she pleased at home. Those days were so beautiful, especially when her mother was around. Lost in thought, warm tears began to trickle down her cheeks. She longed to return home. She did not want to marry, not ever. She only wished to remain by her mother's side. The others were startled by Su Mingzhuang's sudden tears, and Wang Momo quickly pulled out a handkerchief. "Miss, what is the matter? Do not force yourself. If you are unwell, I shall summon a physician." I believe the old lady would understand. Su Mingzhuang snatched the handkerchief and quickly wiped her face dry, resolutely stating, "I am not unwell. Let us begin the teaching." She vowed, this year, she must not tarnish the scholar's residence's reputation. Nor could she allow outsiders to laugh at her, and she certainly could not anger Lady Pei. She must not let Lady Pei die because of her, even if it meant traversing a treacherous path. She would endure for a year. After a year, she would return home. Mingzhuang instructed Yakin to mimic the maidservant in the tea ceremony. Bringing the tea bowl on a tray, she held the tea bowl with both hands, meticulously walking step by step towards a chair simulating that of an elder. Once the distance was determined, she slowly bowed, exerting all her strength to keep her back straight. Even feeling a subtle ache in her shoulders, the room fell into a profound silence. Even Lu Momo and the others stared in astonishment at the lady practicing her etiquette with such precision. After crouching down, Mingzhuang did not immediately rise but earnestly asked, "Wang Momo, do you see if my back is straight?" Chapter 006. She apologizes to the elder Madame Pei. Madame Wang had served the young lady for over a decade. When had she ever witnessed such earnestness in her demeanor? Reflecting on the pampered girl from her family, now reduced to servility in her in-laws' house, it felt as though a part of her heart had been wrenched away, leaving a profound ache. "Miss, you are doing splendidly," Madame Wang endeavored to suppress her emotions, stifling the lump in her throat. Observing the redness around Madame Wang's eyes, Mingzhuang pondered for a moment and then raised her voice. "What do you think, Madame Lu?" Fearing that Madame Wang's compassion might lead her to be lenient, she sought the counsel of a stricter matron, conveniently present in the room. Chen Zhu and Xiaoxing gasped in surprise, glancing at Madame Lu with a cold smile. Madame Lu replied in a low voice, "No need for confusion. The young mistress wishes to perform commendably before me so that I might speak favorably on her behalf to the Duke." Realization dawned upon the two, and they whispered, "Then, what does Madame intend to do?" A glint of coldness flashed in Madame Lu's eyes. "If she wishes to perform, then I shall observe her performance. But if she expects me to speak well of her, she is sorely mistaken." With that, she stepped forward, stating, "I believe the young mistress could be more forthright and hold her head higher." "Very well." Mingzhuang was aware of Madame Lu's potential for revenge, yet she remained unconcerned. She resembled a soldier preparing for battle. Only through rigor could she ensure her survival. Half an hour later, having concluded her last-minute preparations, Mingzhuang led a group toward the courtyard of the elder Madame Pei, known as Jichun Yuan. Originally named Jichun Garden, it was the garden of the Duke's residence, situated in the northwest corner of the estate. Following the death of the old Duke, Madame Pei fell into deep sorrow, leading to a heart condition that plagued her nights with breathlessness and insomnia. Despite consuming numerous medicinal concoctions, her health continued to decline. Eventually, a young physician proposed a solution. If breathing was difficult, they should find a place conducive to breathing. The garden featured a natural pond connected to an underground river, perpetually flowing with crystal-clear water. Flanking the pond were two peculiar rock formations, creating a corridor that enhanced the airflow. Whenever a breeze graced the garden, the moisture-laden air would be channeled toward the house facing the pond, invigorating those within. With a spirit of experimentation, the elder madam moved there, discovering remarkable benefits. Consequently, Jichun Yuan was transformed into Jichun Courtyard for her residence. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the garden, where servants from Jichun Courtyard awaited them, though the main courtyard's attendants were conspicuously absent. Madame Wang inquired of a servant, "May I ask, has the Duke arrived?" The maidservant, harboring resentment toward the infamous Miss Su, refrained from expressing her anger due to her servile status, replying tersely, "Today, the general has official business and cannot attend tea with the madam." The servants from the scholar's residence were instantly incensed. How could the Duke neglect to present tea to his bride on the second day of their marriage? Did this imply that the young mistress would have to return home alone the next day? Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Mingzhuang quickly interjected, "General Pei does indeed have an imperial summons. He mentioned it to me a few days ago, so there is no need for alarm." The others had the Duke personally informed the young mistress. How could this be? Apart from the wedding day, he had not made an appearance. Yet, since their mistress had stated it, they, as her servants, could only accept it. Grumbling silently on her behalf, the maidservant then ushered the group inside. This was the first visit for the servants of the scholar's residence to Jichun Courtyard. They had never heard of a matriarch residing in a garden. Upon entering, they observed their mistress walking with a rigid, overly formal posture, her back straight and gaze fixed ahead. Of course, it was stiff. She had just learned it and had yet to adapt. However, she displayed no curiosity about Jichun Courtyard. Mingzhuang felt no intrigue, as she was all too familiar with the place. In her dreams, whenever Pei Jinyan ignored her, she would come here to exact revenge, ensuring that if she were unhappy, he would not find happiness either. She recognized that the elder Madame Pei was Pei Jinyan's Achilles heel. Though she sometimes went too far, causing the elder madam to faint from anger, guilt would quickly be overshadowed by the thrill of vengeance when Pei Jinyan rushed in to confront her. Now, having escaped that emotional cycle, she looked back and found that the most innocent party in the entire affair was, indeed, the elder Madame Pei. She owed the elder madam an apology. Mingzhuang hurriedly inhaled deeply, striving to control her thoughts. She could not dwell on this any longer. She needed to focus on the impending events. The tea ceremony in her dreams had not proceeded smoothly due to an unwelcome guest. Before long, they reached the entrance. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious hall. In the customs of the Northern Yan Kingdom, the second day of marriage was designated for the tea ceremony, symbolizing the bride's formal introduction to her in-laws. The third day marked the groom's visit to his wife's family. During the tea ceremony, if the family was large and undivided, the bride would serve tea not only to her mother-in-law but also to her aunts-in-law. In the case of a divided family, she would also encounter her father-in-law's concubines, yet, concubines were not seated to await the bride's tea. Apart from the favored concubine, who might sit beside the matriarch, the others were required to stand behind her. The situation in the Duke's household was unique. The old Duke and elder Madame Pei shared a profound bond, adhering to a monogamous union without concubines. Moreover, the old Duke's brothers had all achieved success and established their own households, so logically, only the elder Madame Pei was present for the tea ceremony. However, in her dreams, the elder Madame's sister-in-law, Madame Pei also attended. They had been close friends before their marriages and had become sisters-in-law thereafter. Upon learning that Pei Jinyan was involved with an unusual woman, elder Madame Pei's old ailment had flared up from anger, prompting Madame Pei to move in, ostensibly to keep her sister-in-law company but, in reality, to confront Su Mingzhuang. The principal instigator of the chaos during the tea ceremony in her dreams had been none other than herself and Madame Pei. As they entered the main hall, Su Mingzhuang lifted her gaze and, as expected, found it just as in her dreams, a bright and spacious hall where two elegant women were seated. Elder Madame Pei, Madame Yan, was not particularly old, merely in her 40s, yet because her son had inherited the title, she was referred to as the Elder Madame. However, due to her health issues and the distressing circumstances surrounding her only son's marriage, her countenance was wan and haggard, dark circles beneath her eyes betraying her condition, her thin lips tightly pressed without a hint of joy. Madame Pei, clad in a flowing deep green gown with a grey-green outer robe, softened the martial demeanor typical of a military family, yet the fierceness in her brows revealed her current mood. Ignoring the murderous glint in her counterpart's eyes, Su Mingzhuang lowered her gaze, respectfully bowing, "I greet you, mother and aunt." Before Madame Yan could respond, Madame Pei coldly remarked, "Oh, quite polite, aren't we? I expected those who conspire against others to be vulgar and crude. Tell me, Miss Su, you hardly appear to be one who cannot find a suitor. Why then must you frame our Jin Yan?" Chapter 007. She truly does not care. The shock among the servants, including Wang Mama, was palpable. However, as mere subordinates of the bachelor's residence, they dared not confront their mistress directly and could only fret in silence. Just as Yenshi was about to offer her counsel, the second Madame, Huawei, waved her hand, signaling her sister-in-law and friend to dismiss the matter. Su Mingzhuang lowered her gaze and murmured, "Mingzhuang acknowledges her fault." The crowd reacted in astonishment. Yenshi and Huawei were both taken aback. Could it be that this young lady of the Su family could endure such humiliation? Where had the fervor to accuse Jin Yan and incite Su Xuesher to cause a scene at the Duke's residence gone? Wang Mama and the others were equally bewildered. After all, one ought not to strike a person's face, and yet, how could the second Madame Pei be so oppressive without eliciting anger from the young lady? Su Mingzhuang was indeed not angered, for she recognized that the words of Madame Pei bore truth. Her scolding was entirely deserved. All she desired was to navigate through this year in peace, and after a year, to part ways with Pei Jinyan, returning to the bachelor's residence to be a dutiful and filial daughter, always by her parents' side. Furthermore, she had caused the elderly Madame Pei to fall ill. She deserved not only reprimands but also to be tied to a pillar and lashed dozens of times. As long as she was allowed to draw breath and return home alive, she would accept it. Within the hall, a heavy silence enveloped the room, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Huawei was not one to be easily cowed. After a brief moment of astonishment, she immediately sneered, "Isn't Miss Su renowned as one of the twin pearls of the capital? How is it that you so readily admit your mistake? I am curious to know the reason. Do share." Su Mingzhuang respectfully replied, "In my youth, I was ignorant. Now that I am a married woman, I must possess wisdom and reason." "Ha! Do you think that by doing this, Jin Yan will take a liking to you? It is not the aunt who is belittling you. The child holds strong principles, values his face, and harbors a grudge. He cannot forgive you." Huawei exclaimed with a smile, her gaze fixed upon the young woman's face, eager to capture any sign of her dismay or defeat. In her heart, Su Mingzhuang mused, "Madame Pei truly understands Pei Jinyan. He indeed holds grudges. In her dreams, even under the same roof, he would not cast her a glance. In his heart, she was worth less than a mere dog in the Duke's residence." "Thank you, aunt, for your advice." Huawei's mocking smile gradually faded, her lips pressed tightly together as her eyes turned cold, her tone laced with venom. "Jin Yan has a favored lady in his heart. Had it not been for your slander, he would have been with her long ago." Su Mingzhuang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively raising her eyes. Pei Jinyan has a favored lady now? Could it be? In her dreams, during this period, he was wholly absorbed in his duties, preoccupied with revitalizing the Duke's residence. Even Gu Lingyu, whom he later came to cherish, was merely a companion he grew fond of over time. Upon witnessing Madame Pei's smug expression, she understood this was a deliberate provocation meant to sting her, yet this provocation was utterly ineffective. She truly did not care. However, as Su Mingzhuang contemplated further, she realized she believed these events to be genuinely forthcoming, yet her knowledge came in the form of a dream, leading to a perspective issue. Human hearts are inscrutable. Her vantage point could not reveal what Pei Jinyan was truly thinking. Perhaps before Gu Lingyu, he had once held affections for another woman, or perhaps, at this moment, he indeed had a favored lady, but due to her own interference, due to the chaos she had wreaked upon the Duke's residence, he had lost interest in matters of love, allowing that sentiment to fade away. From her understanding, Pei Jinyan, though a prodigy, was inherently indifferent even in his later relationship with Gu Lingyu. Their connection was more akin to mutual respect and camaraderie rather than the fervent passion exhibited by others. With this in mind, Su Mingzhuang pondered for a moment and then earnestly inquired, "May I ask, aunt, if it would be convenient to share the identity of that young lady? Please do not misunderstand, I harbor no intention of revenge, but rather I wish to avoid disrupting a pair of lovers. If General Pei is willing, he could take that young lady as a secondary wife, and after a year, I shall part ways with General Pei, allowing him to be with her." Huawei was left speechless. The crowd. Seeing the expression on Madame Pei's face as if she had swallowed a fly, Su Mingzhuang began to doubt her own reasoning. Perhaps Madame merely sought to provoke her, and her response had inadvertently undermined Madame Pei's authority. Madame Pei held a unique position: the decline of the Su family in later years, her mother's untimely death from anger, and her father's expulsion of her from their home were all intertwined with Madame Pei's influence. She was painfully aware that she was deemed one of the twin pearls of the capital, regarded by many as a worthless creature, devoid of talent or ability, unworthy of plotting against future dignitaries. Thus, she could only lower herself and endure, especially since all that had transpired was her own doing. Had she not provoked Pei Jinyan, her father would not have become enemies with the Pei family, which subsequently rose to prominence, defeating the Su family. Indeed, she could not allow relations to grow too strained. With this thought, Su Mingzhuang proactively sought to restore Madame Pei's dignity, saying, of course, it is entirely General Pei's prerogative whom he wishes to marry. To put it another way, his lifelong matters are also at the discretion of the elderly lady. I was indeed overstepping earlier, I apologize. With that, she performed a proper bow. The onlookers, truly strange occurrences abound each year, this year particularly so. Huo Wei, furious, turned pale. Well, you, Su Mingzhuang, no wonder Jin Yan fell into your trap, you are indeed quite skilled. Su Mingzhuang hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Cough cough. Yanshi nearby cleared her throat. Su Mingzhuang quickly expressed concern. Old madam, how are you? Are you feeling unwell? If so, I can quickly prepare tea for you, and you may return to rest early. While Yanshi would not display overt hostility, she harbored no fondness for the Su family, replying coldly, no need for Miss Su to worry. Huo Wei sneered, I was pondering how the illustrious twin pearls of the capital could be so meek. It seems this entire commotion was merely to hasten the end of the tea ceremony? Why were Su Mingzhuang and Princess Yuxuan referred to as the twin pearls of the capital? Because one was the long-awaited daughter of Su Shueisha and his wife, and the other was the long-awaited daughter of the current emperor and the empress. The two were exceptionally fated. Not only were they born in the same year, but they were also spoiled by their parents, possessing a haughty temperament and unreasonable disposition, resulting in abysmal reputations among the elite ladies of the capital, with no one wishing to associate with them. As for the term twin pearls, it superficially suggested old oysters yielding pearls, but on a deeper level, it implied foolish and clumsy as pigs. Su Mingzhuang explained, Aunt, you misunderstand, I did not. Before she could finish her sentence, Huo Wei raised an eyebrow and smirked, weren't you here to serve tea? Come now, let us begin. Chapter 008, What is Mrs. Intent? Everyone could discern the malice on the face of Madame Pei, while the servants of the scholar's residence dared not voice their anger and could only silently encourage their young mistress. Soon, a maid approached, bearing a sandalwood tray on which rested a cup of tea. Su Mingzhuang summoned all her concentration, recalling the instructions given by Wang Mama, as she carefully lifted the teacup with both hands and walked slowly to Yanshi, standing tall before her and then bending slightly. Mother, please enjoy the tea. She was acutely aware that old Madame Pei held a disdain for her, hence she seldom addressed her as mother, reserving it solely for the act of serving tea. Indeed, upon hearing the term mother, Yanshi's brows furrowed slightly, yet she accepted the teacup, lifted the lid, and took a sip. The maid who had previously held the tray stepped forward immediately, and Yanshi placed the teacup back on the tray, saying coolly, you may rise. Thank you, old madam. Su Mingzhuang stood up, promptly altering her address. Upon hearing the change, Yanshi's tightly knitted brows finally relaxed a fraction. The maid who had held the tray retreated, while another maid approached with a tray bearing a new cup of tea. Tension gripped everyone present, for it was evident that old Madame Pei was not the source of trouble, rather, it was Madame Pei who instigated the discord. As expected, Su Mingzhuang meticulously proceeded with the tea-serving ritual, yet after kneeling, Madame Pei not only refused to accept the tea but also turned to engage in conversation with old Madame Pei. Fenghua, you look well today. How did you rest last night? Yanshi, exasperated, murmured, did we not just discuss this topic? Enough of this, quickly accept the tea. Huo Wei, without even glancing at the young woman kneeling before her, continued to smile, that earring of yours is quite lovely. When did you purchase it? Yanshi sighed, I have worn it for over a decade. Really, I have never seen it before, would you take it off for me to admire? Wei. Your lip color is also quite exquisite. Which shop did you procure it from? If you have any extra, do share. You know, even from the same shop, colors can vary depending on the time of creation. Yanshi was utterly at a loss, yet she understood her friend was attempting to vent her frustrations. She could not undermine her friend's efforts. The servants of the Duke's residence were smug, while those of the scholar's residence had reddened eyes, gritting their teeth in anger, deeply worried for their esteemed young mistress. When had she ever endured such humiliation in her maternal family? Madame Pei truly knew no bounds. Even the scholar and his wife had never been accorded such reverence in tea-serving by the young mistress. The onlookers could hardly bear to witness the bullying of the young mistress, yet they felt compelled to observe, and upon doing so, they were taken aback, for the young mistress bore no sign of anger. Rather, she appeared to be in deep contemplation, pondering something. What was Su Mingzhuang thinking? She recalled that dream. Within it, she had not knelt in such a manner to serve tea, for when Madame Pei had uttered her first words, they had erupted into a quarrel, with her pointing fingers and hurling insults. In that dream, she had not only berated the Pei family but also condemned the maternal family of Madame Pei, the Hua family, and even disparaged the maternal family of old Madame Pei, the Yin family. The Pei family, the Yin family, and the Hua family were all renowned military families in the northern Yin kingdom. Being such families, they inevitably bore their share of casualties. Those who had sacrificed and suffered were indeed heroes. Yet, the dream version of her understood none of this. She merely lamented that the three families had committed many wrongs, thus incurring divine retribution upon their kin. She had even spoken ill of Pei Jinyan, questioning how it was any wonder that the old duke had passed away early. At that moment, Madame Payer had been so enraged she nearly struck her with a chair, and later, old Madame Pay had fainted in her fury, with the servants intervening to prevent Madame Payer from succeeding. Su Mingzhuang shook her head. How inappropriate it had been. She should never have uttered such reckless words. It was precisely because of the valiant officers who had bled and sacrificed that they, the literati or the common folk, could lead stable lives. How could she forget her roots and insult those heroes who had fallen, suffered, and been maimed? Seeing Su Mingzhuang shake her head, Wu Wei sneered. What is this? Are you displeased? Do you find our conversation a hindrance to your tea serving? Su Mingzhuang hastily interrupted her thoughts, replying respectfully, I apologize for the misunderstanding, Aunt. I slept awkwardly last night and my neck is sore, so I wish to stretch a little. Please, continue your conversation, do not mind me. The crowd fell silent. Wu Wei's sneer faltered on her face. Su Mingzhuang quickly lowered her gaze, avoiding Wu Wei's line of sight. Ultimately, Wu Wei, in a fit of frustration, snatched the teacup and took a fierce gulp before slamming it down onto the maid's tray. I absolutely detest this group of literati families, so glib-tongued. Su Mingzhuang was utterly bewildered. Wasn't it true that in her dream, she had railed against Madame Payer for her lack of decorum? Now, as she was being respectful and compliant, why was she being accused of being glib-tongued? Yanshi exchanged a glance with a maid, who then brought forth a box and presented it to Su Mingzhuang. Yanshi dismissively raised a finger, implying that it was a customary gift of respect for the bride. Su Mingzhuang recognized that old Madame Pay disdained speaking with her, so she expressed her gratitude and accepted the box. When it came to Madame Payer, Wu Wei coldly yanked a bracelet from one wrist and disdainfully offered it. Isn't this precious? Let us see if you can bear its weight. Though ostensibly referring to the bracelet, there was an underlying message. Furthermore, presenting a single bracelet rather than a pair was a blatant insult. Nevertheless, Su Mingzhuang received it with both hands, sincerely thanking her, and with the elder's approval, departed with her attendants. Once they had left, Yanshi could no longer contain herself. Wei, you went too far just now. Wu Wei, with reddened eyes, retorted, too far, who is truly in the wrong here, her or me? What has Jin Yan done to deserve such treatment? Was it not merely saving her life? Yet, she repays kindness with malice, fabricating stories that Jin Yan has slighted her. Jin Yan, this child, cherishes her reputation above all, and yet she has been subjected to such humiliation, with that scoundrel of a father causing a ruckus, jeopardizing Jin Yan's career. When she undertook all of this, she should have anticipated the consequences. If she did not foresee them, then I shall mercifully provide her with a lesson in life. Do you think I am excessive? I think I have not been excessive enough. I truly wish to see her eliminated. Wu Wei's anger escalated as she continued, striking her fist against the sturdy table beside her. The table was made of fine mahogany, solid and thick, and Wu Wei, without employing any internal force, struck it with her bare hand, instantly rendering her delicate knuckles bloodied and bruised. Yanshi was alarmed, her face paling. What madness is this? Look quickly, someone, bring the medicine box. The courtyard descended into chaos. On the other side, upon returning, Su Mingzhuang was overwhelmed. As from Wang Mama to the maids, they were all weeping uncontrollably. Su Mingzhuang rubbed her aching temples, exasperated. What is there to cry about? Is this not what I deserve? You all possess the capacity for discernment. You should know how I came to marry into this family, how I tarnished General Pei's reputation, ruining his lifelong happiness. Can I truly expect the Duke's household to treat me with utmost respect? Yunshu sobbed profusely, yet they should not treat the young mistress in such a manner. Yaqin wept as well. Mistress, please forgive me. I simply cannot contain myself any longer. I wish to say if the mistress were still as she once was, I would not feel such sorrow. Yet now, you possess unparalleled beauty, hail from a prestigious family, and are both intelligent and diligent, yet you are treated in this way. What do you gain from this? Su Mingzhuang smiled bitterly, shaking her head. To possess beauty and come from a noble lineage can cause harm. Can my transformation erase past transgressions, absolving me of guilt? You have no idea how much the Duke's household values reputation, nor the extent of the injury I have inflicted upon Pei Jinyan. Enough, it is futile to explain. She reflected mournfully. Had she dreamt of this sooner, she would never have wronged Pei Jinyan. Now it was too late. All she could do was limit the damage. Wang Mama wiped her tears and inquired solemnly, Mistress, what is your purpose in being so obsequious? Su Mingzhuang's expression grew earnest as she nodded. I have a purpose. The others were taken aback, looking at her in confusion. What could the young mistress's intent be? Chapter 009. Truly uncanny. As Su Mingzhuang gazed upon the pairs of eyes swollen and red like peaches, a mischievous thought crossed her mind. I want to tell you, she said, playfully winking. The crowd gasped. Yakin, caught between laughter and tears, implored, Miss, please tell me, I am simply too curious. Yunshu echoed, yes, we beg you, miss, I shall bow to you. Su Mingzhuang, glancing at the two maids she felt guilty towards, spoke softly, all right, it was my momentary stubbornness that wronged General Pei. On the day of the wedding, I regretted it deeply, for now not only has General Pei lost his happiness, but my own happiness has also vanished. I pondered much that day and resolved to mend my ways. According to the laws of Beiyan, one cannot divorce within the first year of marriage, nor can one be dismissed within 3 years. Thus, I intend to atone for my mistakes during this year, and after a year, I will request General Pei for a divorce. The crowd was astonished. The young lady wished to divorce. Just days ago, she was so adamant about marrying in, yet here she was, nearly a day into her marriage and already contemplating divorce. Su Mingzhuang forced a bitter smile. Am I being too dramatic? I truly should not have acted this way. Old Madame Wang quickly interjected, Miss, do not blame yourself, you are still young, it is only natural to be a bit willful, who is wise from the moment they are born. We all learn gradually. Yaqin and the others chimed in to comfort her, indeed. Su Mingzhuang cast a remorseful glance at them before solemnly declaring, "Thank you, this time, I shall not let you down. As long as I, Su Mingzhuang, am here, I will ensure that you want for nothing." The crowd stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to respond for, in truth, their loyalty was not as unwavering as it seemed. After all, the young lady had indeed been willful and capricious, often scolding them without cause, and they would secretly speak ill of her behind her back. Their apparent fidelity now stemmed from their shared circumstance in the Duke's residence, banding together against a common adversary. "Old Madam Wang," Su Mingzhuang said, "please take out 50 taels and distribute it among you according to rank." Ah! The crowd was both shocked and secretly pleased. Su Mingzhuang smiled gently, "In the coming year, I shall humble myself in the Duke's residence. You may find it burdensome as well, so take this silver to procure some nourishing supplements or fun trinkets to lift your spirits. Do not let your health suffer. Once we return to the scholar's residence, brighter days await us." The crowd was left dumbfounded, and soon, someone broke down in tears, followed by the others, all weeping profusely. Su Mingzhuang awkwardly touched her nose. Why were they crying again? Had she said something wrong? Indeed, speaking is an art. She and Princess Yushuan were not adept at conversation. No matter how amiably the other young ladies chatted, the moment the two of them joined, all discourse would cease. Not only did they refrain from speaking, but they also shot them disdainful glances. Previously, she had thought it was jealousy over the affection showered upon her and Princess Yushuan, but now she realized it was merely their distaste for their lack of eloquence. With this thought, Su Mingzhuang sighed in frustration. "Old Madam Wang, how can I learn to speak more beautifully?" Old Madam Wang hastily assured her, "Do not belittle yourself, Mississippi, your words are indeed quite pleasant." The other maids nodded vigorously in agreement. Su Mingzhuang. Seated on a soft couch, Su Mingzhuang rested her delicate hands on her chin, pondering whom to ask about this matter. Asking the maids would yield no answers, inquiring her mother might prove futile as well. Even when scolding, her mother found her innocence endearing. As for Princess Yushuan, perhaps not, for the princess was even less articulate than she. "Old Madam Wang, fetch me a book to read. After all, they say wisdom resides within books, do they not?" Old Madam Wang hesitated. I apologize, miss, but we have no books." Su Mingzhuang, puzzled, inquired, "Why not?" "That because you used to detest reading, insisting that in Mingzhu courtyard not a single book or page be found, otherwise you would be displeased." Only then did Su Mingzhuang awkwardly recall her previous disdain for learning, perhaps due to the dreams that felt like many lifetimes. Her past existence at the scholar's residence seemed like a distant memory. "Since there are none, then let us purchase some," Su Mingzhuang decided. "Whoever is free, make a trip to the bookstore to buy some books. Do not disclose our identities, simply ask the shopkeeper for a few recommendations suitable for young ladies." "Yes, Mississippi." Yaqin took the silver from old Madam Wang and hurried off. Su Mingzhuang then asked, "Did you bring the qin? If not, do we have the embroidery needles and thread?" Old Madam Wang eagerly replied, yes, we have the qin." Thinking to herself, Miss has finally matured, wishing to learn the qin. If the madam hears of this, she will surely be delighted. She could send someone back to the scholar's residence to share this good news. Oh, wait, Miss is returning home tomorrow and will see the madam soon, so there is no need to send a message. Before long, a brand new qin was brought forth. In truth, Su Mingzhuang had not played the qin while at the scholar's residence. She had only learned a couple of pieces under her mother's urging before refusing to touch it again. Now, bringing the qin to her new home was merely for show, to convey to the Duke's residence that their young lady was well versed in all arts. As the servants arranged the qin, Su Mingzhuang sat upon the qin stool, her fingers gliding over its surface, memories from her dreams flooding back. She quickly shook her head, suppressing the urge to dwell on those thoughts, and began to play the simplest piece, Longing. To her astonishment, she managed to play it, albeit clumsily, with frequent wrong notes, yet she completed it. More surprising still, after finishing the piece, she found herself eager to continue, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. She played Longing again, this time with much greater fluidity and fewer mistakes. Then she played it a third time, wondering as she did so. Why had she never found playing the qin enjoyable before? How peculiar, what had she occupied herself with back then? It seemed she had spent her days idling with Princess Yushuan, either shopping aimlessly, parading in a carriage, attending poetry gatherings to disturb others, or quarreling with everyone, relishing their inability to best her in argument. Now, reflecting on those past 18 years, she realized how hollow and extravagant they had been. She would have been better off at home reading and playing music. An hour later, Yaqin returned, having rushed back out of concern that the miss might grow anxious waiting. "Miss, I have brought the books," Yaqin panted, barely catching her breath as she began to introduce them. "These are words of wisdom, the shopkeeper said everyone ought to read them. And these are poetry collections from recent years, but this one, Lotus Collection, was highly recommended by the shopkeeper, claiming it was written by a talented woman whose works are favored by the young ladies." Old Madam Wang gasped at this revelation, desperately signaling to Yaqin, for the young lady and Princess Yushuan had previously loathed talented women, believing them to be pretentious and insincere. Upon realizing old Madam Wang's gestures, Yaqin suddenly grasped the gravity of her mistake. She had been so focused on the Mrs. transformation that she had forgotten her preferences. Looking at Su Mingzhuang, who had already picked up the Lotus Collection and began reading the first poem with a smile, she remarked, "No wonder the shopkeeper's recommendations are indeed excellent. Once we finish our tasks, I shall personally visit that bookstore to select a few good books." The rest of the group. Su Mingzhuang did not clarify matters further, allowing the maids to rest while she nestled into her room, alternating between playing the qin and reading, enjoying her leisurely time. As night fell, after a refreshing bath, Su Mingzhuang lay in bed. She intended to read a bit more before sleeping but, with the excitement of returning home to see her parents the next day, found herself unable to concentrate on a single word. Eventually, she set the book aside and lay in her blankets, secretly elated, resting her head on her arm. She reminisced about her mother's gentle visage, yet her thoughts unconsciously drifted back to the Ji-chun courtyard, the tea ceremony from her dreams, where she had caused a ruckus, leading to the elder Mrs. Pei spitting blood that night, and then Pei Jinyan barging into her room, dragging her out of bed by her collar. Chapter 010 In the unalterable truth of her past transgressions in her dream, she was seized by Pei Jinyan, yanked by her collar from Yansheng courtyard to Ji-chun courtyard, before the bed of the esteemed matriarch, even deprived of her shoes. Naturally, she resisted, striking at Pei Jinyan with fists and feet, yet, how could a frail, powerless being contend with the formidable Duke of Anguo, renowned for both martial prowess and scholarly achievements? Furthermore, Pei Jinyan was cunning. He had the servants accompanying her dowry captured and confined in the woodshed, leaving her utterly isolated. He did not strike or scold her, but rather methodically dislocated her joints. Yes, the very joints of her bones. The dislocation brought excruciating pain, and with her mouth gagged, she was rendered immobile, unable to scream, suffering throughout the night. The following day, Pei Jinyan restored her joints, yet her body bore no external wounds, no bruises, nor witnesses, leaving her with no recourse to voice her grievances. Recalling the torment of that night, Su Mingzhuang shuddered, her once radiant countenance now pale. The world praised Pei Jinyan as the jade-faced general, a paragon of elegance, yet little did they know the treacherous and malevolent tactics hidden beneath his exquisite facade. She could not fathom why she had boldly sought him out in the dream. Despite the horrific abuse she had endured, any rational person would have fled. Perhaps in those moments, she had been merely young. At 18, the audacity of youth often defies fear, unlike now, where, though still 18, a harrowing nightmare had thrust upon her a lifetime of sorrow, rendering her heart akin to a weathered crone, devoid of vitality and courage. A wave of fatigue enveloped her. Su Mingzhuang curled up in her blankets, a fragile figure seeking solace. Fortunately, I did not offend the matriarch today. She won tea suffer a fit, and Pei Jinyan will not come looking for me, she murmured sleepily. In this lifetime, I wish for no further entanglements with Pei Jinyan, nor in my next life, or the one that follows. In the dead of night, at Yansheng courtyard, Su Mingzhuang vaguely heard sounds from outside, jolting her awake. Ever since that dream, her sleep had been restless, stirring from slumber multiple times despite her exhaustion. Confirming she was still within the Duke's residence, and not banished to the scholar's manor, she struggled to resume her sleep. With heightened vigilance, she strained to listen to the noises outside. It seemed she heard Yun Shu about to call out, only to be silenced, followed by muffled cries and the sounds of struggle growing fainter, as if someone were being taken away. Wait, in the dream, Pei Jinyan had already captured all the servants of Yansheng courtyard, confining them to the woodshed. Could it be that he was here to seize her again? Why, she had done nothing to provoke the matriarch during the tea ceremony. Though clouded by confusion, Su Mingzhuang wasted no time, swiftly rising to don her shoes and attire, rushing to the vanity to grab a hairpin, hastily styling her silky hair into a simple bun. Just as she completed this task, the door was violently kicked open. Under the bright moonlight, a tall man in a purple robe stood at the threshold, exuding an aura of celestial grace yet harboring a lethal menace, his piercing, bloodthirsty gaze fixated on her. The overwhelming pressure made Su Mingzhuang's heart feel as though it were being crushed, rendering her breathless. She forced herself to remain calm, speaking in a steady tone. General Pei, I am here. Is the matriarch unwell? I assure you, I did not offend her during the tea ceremony. Both Madame Pei and the servants can vouch for me. Fearing she would be dragged to Ji-chun courtyard by Pei Jinyan as in her dream, she hastily articulated her defense. The figure at the door appeared momentarily taken aback, as if he had not anticipated such alertness from the foolish girl, his voice icy. Are you certain there was no conflict? Only then did Su Mingzhuang notice that Pei Jinyan was still clad in the dark purple official robe, not casual attire, likely just returned from the court. He had probably heard of the matriarch's discomfort following the tea ceremony and had stormed to Yansheng courtyard in haste. I swear on my life, I have not angered the matriarch or Madame Pei. If the general does not believe me, I shall accompany you to Ji-chun courtyard now, and if the servants there claim I offended the two ladies today, I shall take my own life before you. Inside the dimly lit room, silence reigned, the candles unlit, with only the pale moonlight filtering through the thin window panes to provide faint illumination. The man's features were striking, his complexion fair. Without the official garb, one would scarcely guess he was a martial artist. The cold moonlight cast upon his face rendered his deep, fathomless black eyes inscrutable. Su Mingzhuang was terrified, too frightened to move, hardly daring to breathe. Acutely aware of his lethal capabilities, she feared he would gag her again, dislocate her joints, subjecting her to another night of torment. The sound of cracking knuckles echoed within the room. She realized she could no longer remain passive, whispering, General Pei, may we depart? He shot her a fierce glance before turning on his heel and striding away. Relieved that she would not be forcibly taken, Su Mingzhuang exhaled deeply, yet, in her haste to follow, she stumbled and collided with a chair, stars bursting before her eyes. It seemed her earlier tension had left her legs stiff and unresponsive. Ignoring the pain, she scrambled to her feet and hurriedly pursued him. A Ji-chun courtyard. When Su Mingzhuang arrived alone, she was met with a brightly lit garden, the heavy scent of medicinal herbs wafting towards her as she approached the house. Pei Jinyan stood at the door, listening intently to the physician, his expression grave. Su Mingzhuang felt tears welling. Why was this happening? She had not angered the matriarch during the day. Why had she suffered such an episode? Was fate truly intent on taking her life? The servants passing by paid her no heed. Aware of her unpopularity, Su Mingzhuang refrained from drawing attention to herself. Spotting an apothecary entering with a medicine pot, she hastily called out, Please, wait. I am the general's new bride. May I inquire about the matriarch's condition? Upon hearing her title, the apothecary did not dare be negligent. promptly reporting, "Madam, the matriarch's old ailment has recurred. It is quite serious." Su Mingzhuang's heart sank. "Old ailment, does she bleed?" "Yes, she has bled," the apothecary replied, puzzled as to how the madam knew of the matriarch's condition. Su Mingzhuang's vision darkened, nearly causing her to faint. In her dream, she had caused a scene during the tea ceremony, leading to the matriarch's bleeding, yet today, she had been cautious and compliant, so why had the matriarch still bled? Or perhaps the matriarch's bleeding in the dream had not stemmed from her actions at the tea ceremony, and there was no need for her to feel guilt? Yet, whether or not she felt guilty, who would care? What could that change? It could not alter the mistake she had once made. Observing the growing paleness of the madam's face, the apothecary offered reassurance. "Madam, do not worry. My master has prescribed medicine for the matriarch. She should feel better after taking it." Su Mingzhuang glanced once more at Pei Jinyan's solemn countenance, her body trembling with urgency. She could not remain idle. She must take action. The apothecary, shrinking back slightly, murmured, "Madam, I must go prepare the medicine now. Please excuse me." A sudden thought struck Su Mingzhuang. "Prepare medicine, I will accompany you." The apothecary stared in astonishment. Huh? Chapter 011. The importance of filial piety. How could a mere apothecary dare to allow the esteemed lady of a noble duke to concoct medicine? Yet, with the lady insisting and the master preoccupied with conversing with the duke, there was no one to intercede on his behalf, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce. A quarter of an hour later, Physician Wang consoled, "Do not be too distressed, General, the old lady suffers from a condition of the heart. As long as she is not provoked and is allowed to recuperate gradually, coupled with the procurement of fine medicinal herbs, she will surely recover." Pei Jinyan, with an impassive countenance, cast his gaze downward, an unsettling chill emanating from him. His thick eyelashes veiled his profound, dark eyes, within which surged a tempest of murderous intent. As soon as the physician finished speaking, he regretted his words. How could one avoid provocation? The entire capital knew that the duke had been compelled to marry the pampered daughter of the scholar's mansion. Just last night, his wife had been embroidering while chatting, lamenting that if she were the old lady, witnessing the ruin of her son, who was both learned and martial, would surely send her into a rage. Realizing his blunder, Physician Wang cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem. Perhaps the general should go in and keep the old lady company while I check on the concoction. My apprentice is particularly fond of shirking work. Pei Jinyan withdrew from his reverie, the murderous intent in his eyes abating slightly. "You have my gratitude, physician." "Not at all, not at all." Physician Wang hurriedly scurried to the corner of the courtyard where a small shed had been erected for brewing medicine. There, he found his apprentice, Baiji, flustered and at a loss beside the hearth. A woman in a red dress had seized the fan from her hands, sitting beside the fire with a serious demeanor, awkwardly fanning the flames. The apothecary was nearly in tears. "Master, you have finally returned. This lady, she is the duke's wife and insists on taking my place to brew medicine for the old lady herself." Physician Wang was taken aback. Looking closer, he saw the woman perched on a small stool, her long neck craned forward, her large, bright eyes fixed upon the flickering flames, carefully fanning the fire. Her hair, hastily styled, had become somewhat disheveled, with a few strands cascading down her neck, fluttering in the gusts of heat. The wild strands of her ebony hair accentuated her porcelain skin, rendering her delicate profile as enchanting as a lotus flower. Her brows were tightly knitted, her lips nervously bitten, turning the rosy hue into a pale shade. Those aware of the situation understood she was brewing medicine. Those unaware might have thought she was meticulously refining some elixir of immortality. Physician Wang mused inwardly, was this indeed the fabled pearl of the capital, the spoiled and willful daughter of the scholar, known for her unreasonable behavior? In his imagination, she would have appeared coarse and ill-tempered, yet the woman before him exuded an aura of focused grace, a stark contrast to his preconceived notions. Doubtfully, he asked again, "Is this truly the duke's wife?" Baiji nodded vigorously, "Yes. She said so herself." Were it not for the presence of others, Physician Wang would have certainly given Baiji a reprimanding knock on the head. Not daring to delay, he leaned closer and inquired, "Might I ask, are you the duke's wife?" Su Mingzhuang remained fixated on the flames. "I apologize for taking over your duties, but I have my reasons. Please do not interfere, allow me to finish brewing the medicine, I implore you." Physician Wang was taken aback. She had her reasons, she felt compelled to brew medicine. Could it be that the duke's wife had inadvertently caused the old lady's illness? Just then, footsteps approached from behind. The physician and his apprentice turned to see General Pei, and hurriedly explained, "General, the lady has just learned of the old lady's condition. She wishes to personally brew medicine for her as an expression of filial piety." In an effort to clarify for his apprentice and speak well of the duke's wife, he hoped to set aside the rumors he had heard, as his first impression of her was rather favorable. Pei Jinyan's cold gaze scrutinized the pallid woman, beads of cold sweat slowly trickling down her forehead. "Do you seek to atone for your sins?" Su Mingzhuang nervously bit her lip, carefully fanning the flames. "If it is possible." "Ha," Pei Jinyan scoffed, as if he had heard the most absurd jest. "Su Mingzhuang, do you truly believe that is feasible, first slandering another's innocence, then using familial ties as leverage to achieve your despicable aims, only to humble yourself for a few days and brew a few batches of medicine, and expect to atone for your misdeeds? Do you think I could first slaughter your entire Su family and then come to apologize?" Physician Wang gasped in shock. "Hush, lower your voice, General, such words are not to be spoken." Su Mingzhuang was momentarily taken aback before realizing that General Pei had misunderstood her. When she spoke of atonement, she referred to the old lady's illness today, not expecting them to fully forgive or accept her. Moreover, she harbored no delusions of being welcomed back, she merely hoped they would not hold too much resentment, allowing her to part ways amicably in a year. Of course, she was acutely aware of her grievous transgressions and was determined to make amends. Physician Wang, having cultivated a decades-long relationship with the Duke's household and being a friend of the late Duke, naturally did not wish to see the ambitious Pei Jinyan offend the influential Su family. Even if conflict were inevitable, it would be wise to bide his time, allowing the Duke's power to solidify before confronting the Su family. Concerned that Pei Jinyan's youthful fervor might lead to rash actions, Physician Wang gently grasped his wrist, attempting to draw him away. However, despite Pei Jinyan's lean appearance, the muscles beneath his official robes were well-defined, making it impossible for an old physician to budge him. Resigned, Physician Wang whispered, "General, please come with me. I wish to discuss the old lady's condition further." As he spoke, he discreetly tightened his grip on the young man's wrist. Ultimately, Pei Jinyan followed the physician. Once the two had departed, Su Mingzhuang felt her body weaken, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. Bai Ji stepped forward, softly suggesting, "Madam, perhaps it would be better for me to brew the medicine?" Su Mingzhuang shook her head, unable to persuade her otherwise. Bai Ji stood by her side. Su Mingzhuang settled onto the small stool, carefully tending to the fire while inwardly exhaling a sigh of relief. Evidently, the crisis had been averted. Pei Jinyan would not dislocate her joints, at least not today. Pei Jinyan had likely inquired with the servants at the Jichuan courtyard regarding the tea ceremony. The thought of the tea ceremony caused her mind to drift. In her dream, she had caused a scene during the ceremony, resulting in the old lady spitting blood. Yet today, she had not made a fuss. Why then had the old lady also bled? It seemed some matters were not as she had perceived, much like Pei Jinyan's absence during the tea ceremony. In her dream, she had assumed he had despised her, thus deliberately not requesting leave from their wedding to accompany her home. She had even caused a ruckus over it. But now, she reconsidered, it might not be so simple. It was undeniable that Pei Jinyan held disdain for her. That much was certain. However, his lack of leave might indeed have stemmed from the demands of his official duties, his ambition taking precedence. When he had come to find her late at night, still clad in his official robes, it indicated he had just returned from the government office. His lack of the scent of alcohol suggested he had not been socializing, but rather had been diligently occupied with work. Furthermore, even if Pei Jinyan harbored animosity towards her, surely he would not neglect to attend the tea ceremony. After all, it was her mother he was honoring. Refusing to offer tea to his own mother would accomplish nothing. Were the officials at the Hall of Prayers so overwhelmed with their tasks? What significant event had transpired during that time in her dream? Suddenly, Su Mingzhuang was struck still. Wait, what was she musing about? What did it matter whether he was busy or not? All she needed to do was to remain humble and compliant for a year, striving not to offend either the old lady or Pei Jinyan, ensuring a smooth divorce. Once she was free, she could return to being the carefree Su family she once was. The thought of returning home to see her parents the following day lifted her spirits. Morning broke. Despite a night of little sleep, Su Mingzhuang rose early, invigorated and ready to prepare herself. "Yakin, weren't you going to style my hair into a peony bun yesterday? Let us do it today, using that set of pink crystal and glass hair ornaments, along with the red silk flowers." After a moment's thought, she added, "And don't forget 2 red silk ribbons. The lipstick must be the brightest red." Everyone was perplexed. Wasn't it true that the Duke would not accompany the young lady home today? Why then was she so elated? Su Mingzhuang was indeed delighted, for she would see her parents. However, her elaborate preparations were not merely for her buoyant mood but rather an attempt to replicate her pre-marriage appearance, alleviating any worries her parents might have. In her dream, her reckless behavior had led to her mother's demise and had harmed her father's career. Now, she vowed never to repeat such folly. She would do everything in her power, even at the cost of her own life, to honor her father and mother diligently. Chapter 012. The Duke of Anguo is a stumbling block in the young lady's fate. Half an hour later, an enchanting beauty of exquisite grace appeared in the bronze mirror. Yuqin and Yin Shu gasped in awe. "How magnificent! My lady, you truly do suit the vibrant crimson. Perhaps you should wear red dresses from now on?" Indeed, yet, this pink crystal and glass headdress is somewhat lacking. My lady, would you care to try the blood coral headdress? It would surely enhance the splendor of this striking red attire." Su Mingzhuang gazed at the woman in the mirror, with her snow-white skin, bright eyes, and alluring lips, and felt nothing but disdain. For she was acutely aware that the wolves in human guise were ravenous for her beauty and figure. Before her fall from grace, they had stood atop their moral high ground, criticizing her for her indiscretions, branding her a harbinger of misfortune. Yet once she was downcast, they were the first to arrive, eager to offer her support, seeking to take her as a concubine. The thought of those men's loathsome visages made Su Mingzhuang feel nauseated. She longed to rip off the extravagant garments and headdress, donning instead something plain and simple, yet she could not. That for the sake of her marriage, her father had severed ties with the Duke's household. If she were to suddenly exhibit a dramatic change in temperament, her parents would surely assume she had suffered some indignity, and her father might even pressure the Duke's family further. Her father believed the Duke's household to be a declining family, one with few heirs, unaware that the Pei family was merely biding its time. In 2 years, Pei Jinyan would be entrusted with a significant task by the emperor, achieving great success and soaring to prominence. Furthermore, the only son of the second Madame Pei, Pei Jinja, was a formidable figure in his own right. Together, Pei Jinyan and Pei Jinja, with their combined prowess, one martial, the other scholarly, had become the emperor's trusted confidants, the left and right arms of his power, and Su's family's decline was inextricably linked to them. She was determined to inform her father of this intelligence, yet whether he would believe it was another matter entirely. Even if he did, could he truly obstruct the rise of the Pei family? It would be ideal if he could, but what if he could not? It would be wiser to transform conflict into peace, ensuring her own safety. Thus, she resolved to maintain the status quo, not allowing her parents to suspect that she had been wronged in her marriage, opting instead to convey only good news while gradually enacting change. Of course, she had no good news to share. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mingzhuang declared, "Very well, I shall heed your advice and don the blood coral headdress." The two maids were overjoyed, exclaiming, "Now that's the spirit." They then eagerly set about adorning their lady with the new headdress. Before long, the blood coral headdress was affixed to her hair, the vibrant scarlet of the coral contrasting beautifully with her lustrous dark hair, her smooth, pale skin, and lips as bright as cherries, creating a striking visual that captivated all who beheld her. Yaqin and Yunshu, astonished by her beauty, exchanged glances, silently communicating, how could the Duke of Anguo not appreciate such beauty? He must either be blind or have other inclinations. Su Mingzhuang, oblivious to the subtle exchange between her two maids, rose and made her way toward the door, eager to return home to see her parents. As she stepped outside, she collided with the hurriedly approaching Nurse Wang. She had just heard from Yunshu that Nurse Wang had gone to see a doctor early in the morning, after a servant of the Duke had attempted to abduct someone the previous day, leading to a fierce struggle wherein Nurse Wang had inadvertently struck her head against the doorframe. "Nurse Wang, what brings you here? I had instructed the maids to inform you to take the day off." As she spoke, she glanced at Nurse Wang's forehead. Sure enough, it was swollen and discolored, a mix of red and purple, stirring feelings of sympathy within her. Nurse Wang smiled gratefully. "Thank you for your concern, my lady, but it is merely a bump. I am not so delicate. It is common for us servants to endure minor scrapes while working. I cannot rest today. I still have to report back to the mistress." The mistress in question was the wife of the scholar. Su Mingzhuang nodded, her eyes betraying her concern as her voice softened. "Nurse Wang, please take 5 taels from my silver treasury to purchase some supplements to restore your health." Nurse Wang was taken aback, quickly protesting, "But that cannot be. My lady, you just rewarded us with 50 taels yesterday. How can you bestow another reward today? Such generosity is excessive. If this continues, we will exhaust our wealth." "I insist on rewarding you," Su Mingzhuang insisted stubbornly, refusing to say more, and stepped outside, striding briskly toward the courtyard. The servants, aware of their lady's eagerness to return home, wasted no time and quickly gathered her belongings, following her closely. In no time, they arrived at the entrance of the estate, where they boarded the carriage. Su Mingzhuang, along with Nurse Wang, Yaqin, and Yunshu, shared one carriage, while the other maids squeezed into another, with a separate carriage designated for gifts. As the vehicle set off, it sped along the road. Su Mingzhuang gazed out the window at the receding scenery, her lips curving into a smile at the thought of soon reuniting with her father and mother. Nurse Wang, observing her lady's expression, quietly remarked, "Indeed, after marriage, one truly begins to appreciate the comforts of one's family." In the past, the young lady had been quite willful at the scholar's residence. Even when the mistress showered her with kindness daily, she would occasionally show her disdain, throwing tantrums without hesitation. Servants had even whispered among themselves that the young lady would likely become an ungrateful daughter, perhaps even bringing misfortune upon her parents after her marriage. However, to everyone's astonishment, the young lady had transformed drastically since her marriage. She seemed to have matured overnight, becoming obedient, understanding, and poised. As Nurse Wang marveled at this change, she remained unaware of the struggle Su Mingzhuang had endured behind the scenes. Upon hearing Nurse Wang's words, Su Mingzhuang contemplated. Indeed, one only learns to cherish what they have once it is lost, yet often, by the time one realizes these truths, it is too late. Nonetheless, from this perspective, she felt incredibly fortunate to have regained what was once lost. She should express her gratitude for that dream. It had awakened her to reality. It had instilled in her a deeper appreciation for everything she currently possessed, not only her parents but also those around her. With this thought in mind, Su Mingzhuang turned her gaze back to the 3 companions beside her, smiling brightly. Nurse Wang is correct. Only after marriage does one recognize the value of their family. Similarly, one also comes to appreciate their family members, for it is your kindness that compels me to reward you in the future without burdening you. The 3 maids were momentarily stunned. Did the young lady imply that they were akin to family? But they were merely servants. Yet soon, their astonishment morphed into heartfelt emotion. Previously, the young lady had scarcely regarded them as human, now she treated them as family. What merit did they possess to deserve such treatment? Su Mingzhuang smiled at Nurse Wang. "I must disagree with your earlier statement. Nurse, you mentioned that with my rewards, we would exhaust our wealth. However, if I were to reward you 5 taels a day, that amounts to only 150 taels a month, which is roughly the cost of a single headdress I used to purchase without a second thought, only to have it stored away after a few days of admiration. Thus, it would be better to divide the funds for the headdress among you, for it is far more enjoyable to share happiness than to revel alone." The 3 maids were utterly astonished, their mouths agape as they scrutinized their lady, convinced that such words could not possibly have originated from her. The extent of her transformation was nothing short of remarkable. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Mingzhuang cleared her throat and blushed. "I just learned this from a book. Do not mock me." Yunshu shook her head vigorously. "How could I mock you? You speak so well. Who says our lady lacks wit? She is clearly a talented young woman." Yaqin chimed in. "Indeed, our lady is a talented woman. From now on, we shall be the maids of a talented lady, and we will shine wherever we go." "You cheeky girls, how dare you tease me?" The 3 of them began to playfully bicker. Nurse Wang, watching the lively exchange between the 3, felt her eyes welling with tears of joy. Humble, eager to learn, gentle, and gracious, this was the image of the scholar's daughter she had always envisioned. The scholar and his wife would surely be pleased to see this. As she pondered, Nurse Wang pulled out a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes, reflecting. Initially, she believed the young lady's connection with the Duke of Anguo was a fateful misfortune. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed it was not entirely so. The young lady appeared to have turned misfortune into fortune, maturing and becoming more understanding. It seemed the Duke of Anguo was merely a hurdle in the young lady's destiny. Before long, the carriage came to a halt in front of the scholar's residence. Upon seeing the throngs of servants gathered at the entrance, Mingzhuang was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief, her pupils trembling, and then, in an instant, tears cascaded down her cheeks like a flood breaking through a dam, filling her face in the blink of an eye. Nurse Wang was startled. "My lady, what is the matter?" Mingzhuang choked on her words. "So, this is how it is." Chapter 013. A clear debt collector. Why is Mingzhuang crying? In her dreams, Mingzhuang had endured a night of excruciating pain as Jin Wang had dislocated her joints, leaving her in agony until dawn. Consequently, she had slept throughout the day and only returned to her maternal home by evening. Upon her arrival at the scholarly residence, she found the servants waiting for her, their expressions far from pleasant. Already seething with anger from her encounter with Jin Wang, she was further incensed by the pallid faces of the servants. Without even stepping inside, she commanded them to kneel at the door and slap their faces until she felt satisfied, only then allowing herself entry. Despite this display of power, her mood remained sour, and she lashed out at her parents. Yet now, she finally comprehended the reason behind the servants' grim countenances. They had been waiting outside the gate for an entire day. Images flashed through her mind, her mother, consumed by worry and longing after her marriage, neglecting food and drink, eagerly anticipating her return. Her mother had risen early, sending the servants out to await her arrival, fearing that any delay might chill her daughter's heart. Why had she behaved so thoughtlessly before? Why had she wounded so many hearts? She felt utterly wretched. Yakin and Yunshu, unaware of their mistress's turmoil, assumed she was simply missing her family after marriage. They hurriedly produced handkerchiefs to dry her tears, comforting her as they wept alongside her. "Do not be disheartened, Mississippi. Even though you are married, the Duke's residence and the scholarly house are not far apart. You can return whenever you wish. Indeed, we can hire a carriage at any moment. If you long for home, we shall set off immediately. We can return 3 times a day for meals at the scholarly house. Precisely, you could wait until the scholarly gentleman has retired for the night before returning to the Duke's residence. We can easily bribe the gatekeeper. Leave that to me, and I shall ensure it is accomplished." Mingzhuang cried even harder. What merit did she possess to warrant such concern from so many? She had treated them poorly in the past, frequently losing her temper and resorting to harshness. She was no better than a monster. As the servants of the scholarly house noticed the return of the carriage yet remained still, confusion spread among them. The steward approached the coachman to inquire about the situation. The coachman cautiously peeked through the carriage door and whispered, "The young lady is crying, and the maidservants are trying to console her." The steward understood and relayed the news to the others, who looked up, astonished, as if expecting the sun to rise from the west or perhaps a crimson rain to fall. Otherwise, how could the young lady suddenly possess a conscience? They had long been accustomed to her capriciousness, arrogance, and disdain, her temperament sharp and biting, her demeanor haughty and self-important. They had eagerly awaited her return that morning, not out of genuine longing, but rather, they wished for the waters of her marriage to remain spilled, never to return. Life would be far more peaceful without her presence in the scholarly house. With her around, the scholarly lady faced scorn at gatherings. The scholar had to constantly manage her affairs, offer apologies, and had even strained relations with the Duke's residents. Moreover, those lords who once favored the Duke as a potential son-in-law had turned their backs on the scholar, some even declaring an everlasting separation. The young lady was no treasure. She was, in truth, a debt collector. How much more comfortable would life be for the scholar and his wife without her? Inside the carriage, Wang Momo consoled the young lady for a while, then gently urged, "Miss, the 2 maidservants speak the truth. You may return any time without such sorrow. The lady must be waiting for you in the courtyard. If you do not emerge soon, she may come out herself." Upon hearing this, Mingzhuang hurriedly stifled her emotions. She had already been so unfilial. How could she allow her mother to come out to greet her? "Yunshu, wet the handkerchief with cold water and bring it to me." "Yes, Mississippi." Though their carriage lacked the grandeur of a royal litter, its interior was meticulously arranged with all the necessary items, including 3 double-layered purple clay water jugs, containing hot water, room-temperature water, and ice-cold water drawn from the well. Soon, Yunshu returned with the cool handkerchief, intending to wipe the young lady's face, but she was gently declined instead. Mingzhuang took the cloth herself and pressed it against her face to cool her flushed skin. "Is there any more ice water? You should all refresh yourselves as well, so we can return home joyfully and not worry them." "Yes, Mississippi." The 3 maidservants dampened their handkerchiefs and wiped their faces. The cooling effect of the cloth proved effective, and before long, Mingzhuang's tear-swollen visage returned to normal, though the area around her eyes remained faintly pink. The commotion had also removed the makeup she had applied earlier, revealing her delicate, porcelain-like skin. Yakin, admiring her flawless complexion, struggled to suppress her desire to touch it and softly inquired, "Miss, your makeup has faded. Shall I apply some powder for you?" Mingzhuang frowned. "No need for that, we mustn't keep everyone waiting." Earlier, she had resisted the urge to avoid makeup to maintain a familiar appearance, fearing it would alarm her parents. Now that they all knew of her tears, she seized the opportunity to forego it entirely. Afterward, Yunshu exited the carriage first, followed by Mingzhuang, then Yakin and Wang Momo. The moment the young lady appeared, the servants of the scholarly house rushed forward to offer their greetings and expressed their welcome. Mingzhuang, feeling guilty, cast a glance at them and softly remarked, "No need for formalities. You all waited for me for quite some time, did you not? I apologize for keeping you." She then turned to Wang Momo and instructed, "Distribute 1 tael to each person, 3 taels for the steward, and 5 for the head steward. In this sweltering heat, let us buy everyone some cool tea to relieve the heat." Yes, Mississippi. Wang Momo responded promptly, retrieving her purse to prepare. Yesterday, the young lady had instructed her to exchange 300 taels into small silver coins for emergencies. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The young lady wished to reward them. In the past, she rarely even cast a glance at them, let alone scold them. Her personal maidservants seldom received rewards, let alone these distant servants. Furthermore, she was bestowing 1 tael each. For context, the monthly wages for servants in the scholarly house ranged from 3 to 8 taels. All knelt in gratitude, expressing their thanks for her generosity. Mingzhuang, contemplative, sighed softly, rise, and take care of your health. With that, she entered the residence. The kneeling crowd was left bewildered. What had the young lady just said, to take care of their health? Why had she said such a thing? Today, she seemed utterly different, devoid of her usual arrogance. Had she been bullied at the Duke's residence, though the thought of her being mistreated brought them a modicum of joy, they felt conflicted about receiving her silver. Inside the residence, Mingzhuang hurried along, eager to reach Sifang courtyard. Wang Momo and the others followed closely, whispering, "Miss, slow down and watch your step, please wait." Mingzhuang paid them no heed and rushed to the Sifang courtyard. Upon seeing the familiar plaque above the gate, her heart ached, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. This place bore memories of her mother's death from grief, her return from mourning, only to be cast out by her father. How wonderful, it had all been a dream. Thank goodness, upon waking, she had time to amend everything. Wang Momo, helplessly pulling out her handkerchief, sighed, "Oh, young lady, why are you crying again?" Chapter 14. This style truly belongs to their young lady. At this moment, Granny Zhou from the Sifang courtyard also came out to greet them. Seeing the young lady standing at the door, weeping instead of entering, she hurriedly inquired, "I have seen the Duchess of the State. What troubles you, my lady?" She thought to herself, or could it be that the young lady has been mistreated at the Duke's residence? However, being mistreated would be expected, considering she had been forcibly married into the Duke's household in such a manner. If she were to live harmoniously with Dukan, that would indeed be strange. Mingzhuang wiped away her tears and smiled through her sadness. "Please continue to call me young lady as before. My tears are merely a reflection of my longing for my father and mother's." Granny Zhou then sighed in relief. "I see, my lady, please come in quickly. Both your father and mother have been waiting for quite some time." Mingzhuang was taken aback. "What time is it that they have begun waiting?" "Yes, they started waiting right after breakfast this morning." Mingzhuang recalled her day spent in slumber, only to return home at dusk, having made her parents wait the entire day, and had even lost her temper with them. She wished she could return to her dream, grasp the collar of herself, and deliver a few stinging slaps. Hastening her steps, she instructed Granny Wang, ensure that all the servants in Sifang courtyard receive their customary rewards. "Of course, my lady," Granny Wang replied. Granny Zhou looked at Granny Wang with confusion, her eyes questioning rewards. For the young lady, Granny Wang stifled a laugh and nodded. "Indeed, it is the young lady who bestows the rewards." The maidservants, upon seeing the young lady return, hurried forward to pay their respects, yet, unlike before when she would turn a blind eye, Mingzhuang acknowledged them with a glance before entering the room. Upon stepping inside, she beheld her father and mother seated at the 2 main seats in the hall, seemingly engaged in a low-voiced argument. "Father, mother, Mingzhuang has returned," she exclaimed, dropping to her knees and bowing 3 times. She bit her lip fiercely to suppress her tears. Madame Su was startled and quickly descended from her seat. Before Granny Zhou could step forward, she reached out to support her daughter. "My child, what has happened to you?" Upon lifting her daughter, and seeing her reddened eyes and the pale, bitten lip, sorrow welled within her heart. "My child, have you suffered?" Glancing at Scholar Su, his expression was grim and his gaze fierce. Mingzhuang, noticing her father's dark demeanor, hurriedly reassured, "Mother, do not misunderstand, I am perfectly fine, not the least bit wrong. If you do not believe me, please examine me. I have all my limbs intact, not a bruise or injury on my body. I have not endured any torment." Only then did Scholar Su's expression soften somewhat. Madame Su smiled wryly. "Silly child, just because you were not beaten does not mean you have not suffered." In truth, she could have surmised this without her daughter's statement. Being forcibly married under threats, how could one expect kindness? She did not wish for her pampered daughter to endure hardship, yet her daughter had set her sights on that young rascal, Pei Jinyan. Mingzhuang took out a handkerchief to wipe her mother's tears and smiled sweetly. "Of course, how can one understand the joy of a fish if one is not a fish? Some women marry men they do not favor. Even if their husbands treat them well, they may only experience happiness, but never true delight. Yet for me, I have married the man I adore. I do not require his kindness, simply seeing his face each day brings me joy. He does not strike or scold me, nor does he neglect my presence. Regardless of his feelings, I am content." Everyone present was left speechless. Indeed, this style was unmistakably that of their young lady. Granny Wang and the others simultaneously recalled the young lady's prior instructions. She intended to part ways a year hence, and while they could be informed, they were not to interfere or disclose anything. She had her own plans. Madame Su ceased her sorrow, eyeing her daughter with suspicion, attempting to discern whether her words were truthful or false. It was Scholar Su who spoke up. "You, who have raised her, should know her better. As long as she has not been mistreated, it suffices." Madame Su cast a reproachful glance at her husband but refrained from countering. Mingzhuang assisted her mother to rise, guiding her back to her seat with a cheerful demeanor. "Father, mother, please sit comfortably. I shall first offer you tea, and then we can converse at length." Madame Su looked at her daughter in astonishment, noting that today, her daughter had remarkably foregone makeup, revealing her fair skin, her eyes as clear and lively as a lake after rain, and her lips with a rosy sheen. How long had it been since she last saw her daughter without adornment? Ever since her daughter turned 14, flattered by sycophants around Princess Yushuan, she had donned heavy makeup daily, resembling a married woman. She had indeed offered her counsel, but her daughter had firmly insisted that this was the most fashionable look in the palace, one that even the noble women embraced, claiming that common women could not comprehend. Madame Su dared not press further, fearing that her daughter would throw a tantrum and refuse to eat, yet unexpectedly, while her daughter had once painted herself to appear like a woman of experience, now that she had indeed become a married woman, she chose to forego cosmetics, appearing as light and youthful as a maiden. The unadorned girl bore little resemblance to her 18 years, she seemed more like a 14 or 15-year-old. Once Scholar Su and Madame Su were comfortably seated, Su Mingzhuang paused her playful demeanor, inhaled deeply to compose herself, and adopted a more serious and dignified posture. Shortly thereafter, a maidservant entered with a tray, presenting teacups. She gracefully accepted the teacup, and with measured steps approached her father, kneeling to offer, "Father, please enjoy this tea." Her poise was elegant, her stature as upright as bamboo, and her movements were much more fluid than the previous day at the Duke's residence. With her slender waist and dignified demeanor, she bore no resemblance to the previously willful and domineering young lady. She appeared transformed. Scholar Su was astonished as he received the teacup, lifting the lid to sip while keeping his gaze fixed on his daughter. Filled with surprise, after drinking, he set the cup aside on a nearby table and stated, "You may rise." "Yes, Father." Su Mingzhuang stood and took another cup of tea from a different maidservant, meticulously presenting it to Madame Su. Madame Su, equally surprised, accepted the tea, prompting her daughter to rise, thereafter casting a questioning glance at Granny Wang, inquiring about the situation. Granny Wang responded with a respectful yet reassuring smile. Madame Su then said, "Zhuanger, please take a seat." Su Mingzhuang sat down, her face radiant with genuine joy. Madame Su exchanged a glance with Granny Zhou, who immediately understood and signaled for the unrelated servants to withdraw, leaving only the masters and their trusted attendants in the hall. Once they were alone, Scholar Su, with a serious expression, asked, "Speak honestly to your father, what truly transpired at the Duke's residence?" Su Mingzhuang lifted her cup of tea and playfully winked. "Father, do you not know your daughter? With my nature, how could I suffer? Life at the Duke's residence has been splendid, they dare not provoke me." She endeavored to mimic her previous haughty tone while sipping her tea. This tea was her favorite floral blend, always prepared for her by her mother. Madame Su sighed. "Zhuanger, are you truly happy?" Had Scholar Su shot a glare at his wife. Why pose such a pointless question? If she were truly happy, it would be remarkable. Su Mingzhuang set down her teacup, earnestly responding, "Mother, rest assured, I never allow myself to be wronged. I adore Pei Jin and intend to marry him. Even if he is reluctant, I shall wed him. When the day comes that I no longer harbor feelings for him, I will seek a divorce, regardless of his wishes. If I can live so freely and still not be happy, then what of those women who are forced into blind marriages? Take for example the second daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Yu Iran. She is not wed to the man she desired and remains unhappy to this day." Granny Wang stole a glance at the young lady, inwardly acknowledging her cleverness. This was a brilliant prelude to the planned divorce a year hence. Chapter 015. The atmosphere and the mood. Upon hearing her daughter's response, Madame Su found it impossible to feel any joy and cast a pleading glance towards Scholar Su for assistance. Scholar Su let out a cold snort. "Such a fine daughter you've spoiled." Su Mingzhuang was aware that her answer was rather capricious, yet she could conceive of no more suitable retort. After a moment's hesitation, Madame Su softly remarked, "Zhuanger, this life, if it can be lived, let us strive to continue. What is called liking is merely a fleeting passion, arising swiftly and departing just as quickly. If you find favor with someone today and marry, yet lose interest by tomorrow and seek divorce, and then find another to marry the day after, this is hardly a viable solution. A young lady marrying multiple times would earn a tarnished reputation, and should you wed 3 or 5 times, finding a worthy husband thereafter may prove exceedingly difficult." Scholar Su interjected with a disdainful grunt, "Do you truly believe her father holds such immense power that she can simply choose whomever she pleases? This time, we are merely taking advantage of the Pei family's dwindling heirs. Next time, should she provoke someone of considerable influence, we may find ourselves in dire straits." Madame Su, alarmed, reproached him, "My lord, Zhuanger is still so young. What does she understand? Do not frighten her." Scholar Su grumbled a few more times but fell silent listening to her parents' conversation. Su Mingzhuang felt a warm glow in her heart. She yearned to declare that after this divorce, she would never marry again. It was not mere spite that fueled her resolve, but rather a clear-eyed disdain for the ugly nature of men. Her loathing for all men was profound. She wished only to remain forever by her parents' side as a cherished daughter, and when they passed on, she too would follow, desiring to be buried beside them for all eternity. Of course, she dared not voice these sentiments now, lest her parents become even more incensed. Suddenly, Su Mingzhuang recalled her father's earlier words and quickly reined in her emotions, adopting a petulant tone. "You must not speak so disparagingly of the Pei family. They shall surely rise to prominence one day." Scholar Su's white beard bristled with irritation. "Rise to prominence? How dare you say such things? Do you comprehend what is required for a family to flourish? A thriving lineage is essential, along with keen intellect. The Pei family consists of but a handful of individuals. How many heirs do they possess? Even if each were to achieve success, how significant could their influence be? Moreover, look at that wretched boy, Pei Jinyan, stubborn and unyielding. Despite my generous conditions, he obstinately refused, choosing to drink the cup of punishment rather than the cup of honor. Do you truly believe such a Pei family can prosper?" Su Mingzhuang recognized that her father spoke the truth. The notion of mutual protection among officials was not merely a taunt from the common folk, but rather the very foundation upon which noble families thrived. Only with sufficient numbers, united and supportive of one another, could they create a force akin to water coalescing into a lake, capable of generating great waves. The Pei family was indeed pitifully small. The old duke had but one wife and one son. His second brother had only one wife and one son as well. The third brother had not yet married before perishing in battle. The youngest brother was even worse off. After his wife's death, he did not remarry, but instead devoted himself to raising their sole daughter. The Pei family's virtue lay in their unwavering devotion, yet their flaw was detrimental to the family's growth. Any misstep could lead to their extinction. If their views on marriage were so rigid, how could they navigate the complexities of life? To speak charitably, they held to principles, unwilling to align themselves with the powerful. To speak uncharitably, they were inflexible and obstinate. Of course, whether the Pei family was obstinate had no bearing on her. All she needed to do was to endure for another year, and after the divorce, return home smoothly. Scholar Su sighed and continued, indeed, many are optimistic about Pei Jinyan's future, but the crux lies in whether he can marry a woman from a prominent family to create a strong alliance. After all, individual achievements cannot alter the destiny of a lineage. A person may live a few decades at most, perhaps a century, but a family can flourish for centuries on end. Mingzhuang had little interest in familial or personal advancement. Her only concern was for her father. Desperately, she sought to delicately remind him, "Father, have you not wondered why General Pei has not accompanied me home?" Scholar Su, fuming, retorted, "Is there even a need to ask?" Ignoring her father's reaction, Mingzhuang pressed on with her intended performance. "It is because General Pei has not secured a leave of absence for our marriage." Madame Su soothed her daughter. "Ah, I see." Scholar Su sighed heavily at his daughter's naivete. "You truly believe that? Do you think His Majesty is so heartless? Most likely, it is Pei Jinyan himself who does not wish to request leave." Madame Su shot her husband an anxious glare, urging him not to upset their daughter. Mingzhuang shook her head earnestly. If he truly did not wish to ask for leave, he could simply refrain from doing so today. There would be no need for him to neglect the request yesterday. Moreover, with the old Madame's health being poor, and a tea ceremony taking place yesterday, if I were in his position, I would not trust my mother to the care of a stranger. Both Scholar Su and Madame Su were taken aback. Mingzhuang continued, because he was unable to attend, he called upon second Madame Pei to care for and protect the old Madame, which is one reason. Secondly, he returned late at night, still clad in official robes, with no scent of wine upon him, suggesting he had been at the office all day. Thirdly, I have heard that the Emperor holds him in high regard. My marriage to him, along with your support, father, if I were the Emperor Ahem, such a comparison may be somewhat irreverent, but if I were, even if he did not request leave, I would compel him to do so. If he does not request leave for our wedding, it can only imply that he is bound by imperial command. Scholar Su's expression grew grave. Mingzhuang continued, if he is out of the city on imperial business, it suggests that there is no one else suitable for the task aside from him. However, he has not left the capital, he remains in the palace. Father, consider this, nothing significant has occurred in the capital, yet the Emperor has urgently retained him in the palace. What does this imply about his status? What does it foretell for his future? The hall fell into a profound silence. Madame Su was taken aback, though she could not discern why the Emperor had urgently summoned Pei Jinyan. It clearly indicated that Pei Jinyan held a unique position in the Emperor's esteem. If the Emperor valued him, why then compel him to marry Mingzhuang against his will? Would this marriage not offend the Pei family, and potentially the Emperor himself? Madame Su's complexion paled as she glanced toward her husband, only to find Scholar Su's expression equally grim, his face ashen. The loyal servants around them were bewildered. What had transpired? Just moments ago, the young lady had been playfully teasing, and the scholar and his wife had been indulgent. How had the atmosphere shifted so abruptly to matters of the court? This ambience, this mood, felt decidedly off. Furthermore, today the young lady appeared somewhat peculiar. At times, she seemed just as she had before marriage, yet at other moments she was utterly inscrutable. After a brief silence, the stern-faced Scholar Su inquired, Mingzhuang, are these thoughts your own, or have you heard them from someone else? You must not conceal anything from your father. This matter is of utmost importance. Seeing that her father had finally taken her seriously, Mingzhuang let out a sigh of relief, knowing her performance was drawing to a close. She immediately reverted to her previous capricious demeanor, pouting her pink lips and declaring, of course, I devised this all myself, with my beauty. If Pei Jinyan does not come seeking me, it must surely be due to official duties. Otherwise, I cannot fathom any reason he would neglect such a stunningly lovely wife. The others could only stare in speechless astonishment. Chapter 016. Oh dear, it seems he has landed himself in a great mess. Everyone thought, indeed, a young lady is still a young lady. Even if she appears sensible, she cannot change her innate nature. But no, it is like the mountains enduring and the waters flowing. Scholar Su had also felt a twinge in his back. He had just been secretly pleased, believing his daughter had matured and become more understanding, only to find out. But upon reconsideration, he thought, regardless of her maturity, she is still his daughter, and that makes no difference. Yet, even if her words were unintentional, they held a certain truth. If the Emperor truly wished to cultivate Pei Jinyan as a clandestine force, appearing ordinary on the surface while secretly placing great importance on him, and he unknowingly pressured the Emperor into forcing Pei Jinyan to marry Mingzhuang, the Emperor, in order to keep his plans under wraps, would have no choice but to allow the marriage, all the while keeping a mental note to settle the score later. If that were the case, his fate would be perilous. The more Scholar Su pondered, the more his heart raced. Indeed, Pei Jinyan was a tough nut to crack. Even after offering numerous conditions, Pei Jinyan remained resolute. But if he approached the Emperor, would Pei Jinyan agree to the marriage? Could it be that the Emperor was the one applying pressure? Oh no, it seems he has truly landed himself in a dire situation. Madame Su noticed the increasingly grim expression on her husband's face and hurriedly inquired, My lord, what troubles you? Scholar Su cast a deep glance at Mingzhuang, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. It's nothing, I've had my tea and seen the guests, I must attend to some official business. Ah, my lord, do you have official duties today? Didn't you say yesterday that you would be free? It just came to mind suddenly. It's urgent. I'll return as soon as I'm done. Yes, then please do hurry, my lord. Your efforts are much appreciated. Madame Su quickly rose to see her husband off. Mingzhuang also stood, her forced smile barely holding together, her mood plummeting. Has father realized something? In her dreams, it was Pei Jinja who had bested her father, yet, her father's words rang true. How could personal ambition compare to the growth of a family? No matter how formidable an individual may be, how could they contend with a powerful and intricate aristocratic clan? Even an exalted emperor must rely on his brothers and relatives. Calculating the time, it would be roughly 10 years before Pei Jinja could defeat her father, and presently, Pei Jinja had not yet been activated, which meant there was a decade of development time. A decade of growth. Could one truly challenge an aristocratic family? No, Pei Jinja was merely a blade, either wielded by the emperor or by Pei Jinyan. Watching her father hastily depart, Su Mingzhuang, beneath her resplendent red gown, was drenched in cold sweat, her fists clenched tightly, the crimson polish on her nails digging painfully into her palms, yet she felt nothing. No, by any means necessary, she must protect her father, protect her mother, protect the Su family. Madame Su averted her gaze, desperately suppressing her worry, fearing it might alarm her daughter. Grasping her daughter's hand to lead her to the room, she noticed how cold Su Mingzhuang's hand was. Zhuanger, why are your hands so chilly? Su Mingzhuang replied with a cheerful smile, I drank too much iced water in the carriage just now. As she spoke, she exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Momo. Wang Momo immediately played along, beginning to report, Madam, you must speak to the young lady. She has been quite fond of cold drinks these past few days, insisting on iced water daily, and I cannot dissuade her. If this continues, how will her body endure? Su Mingzhuang, initially despondent, couldn't he help but laugh at Wang Momo's exquisite performance. Madame Su, unaware of the underlying motives, expressed both concern and affection. Dear child, how can you drink iced water at such a critical time? Don't you wish to conceive? Listen to your mother, refrain from drinking it. If you must, wait until after you've borne 3 children. The mention of bearing children reminded Su Mingzhuang of cohabitation, conjuring images from her dreams of entanglements with various men, instantly nauseating her. She hurriedly changed the subject, diverting attention. Mother, where are my brothers and sisters-in-law? Your brothers are not resting today. As for your sisters-in-law, they are likely busy. I specifically instructed them to come later, around noon, or to wait for the maid to notify them. Who could have guessed you would return so early? Before her marriage, Su Mingzhuang was famously known for her love of sleeping in. She was rarely seen before noon. Su Mingzhuang felt a twinge in her nose. You and father both knew I would return late, yet you arose so early to await me? Madame Su's smile was gentle. As one ages, one doesn't require as much sleep. It's only right to rise early and wait. Rationality told Su Mingzhuang that she should feign a haughty demeanor at this moment, yet she could not muster it. All she desired was to be a dutiful daughter, to relieve her mother's worries. Soon after, the two entered Madame Su's chamber. Madame Su seated her daughter on a soft couch, and a maid promptly served Su Mingzhuang her favorite fruit tea and delicacies. Madame Su gazed at her daughter's face with deep concern, speaking solemnly, Child, you truly haven't been mistreated. Why, does your mother feel you have changed significantly? Su Mingzhuang pouted playfully, Mother, don't worry, if I am naive, do you think those from the Duke's mansion are any wiser? They wouldn't dare bully me. Seeing her mother's eyes still filled with doubt, she added, Change there has indeed been some. Back home, no matter how absurd my words or actions were, I had father, mother, and my brothers and sisters-in-law to back me, and now that I've arrived at the Duke's mansion, in unfamiliar territory, I must think twice before speaking or acting. Really, of course, if you don't believe me, ask Wang Momo. I've been quite well behaved in the Duke's mansion, even during the tea ceremony. I caused no trouble. Madame Su recalled her daughter's graceful and proper demeanor when serving tea earlier, teasingly remarked, so in unfamiliar surroundings, one can think twice? Why didn't I consider this sooner? Had I known, I would have married you off long ago. Su Mingzhuang laughed in disbelief. Mother, would you truly part with me? Your daughter regrets it? She wishes to remain by your side. Madame Su widened her eyes. What nonsense is this? How can a young lady not marry? Just then, voices from outside reached them. Madame Su looked out the window. Your sisters-in-law have arrived. Su Mingzhuang immediately leapt from the soft couch to greet her sisters-in-law. With 3 elder brothers, she had 3 sisters-in-law, and as the youngest daughter of her parents, the age gap was considerable. Her sisters-in-law had watched her grow up and treated her as their own daughter. Ultimately, through the unwavering efforts of the entire family, they had spoiled her into a proud demeanor. During her most destitute moments in her dreams, she often reminisced about the carefree days back at her maternal home, which included these sisters. Su Mingzhuang lifted her skirt and dashed out, throwing herself into her sisters-in-law's embrace, weeping inconsolably. In the evening, after enjoying a reunion dinner, Su Mingzhuang reluctantly bid farewell to her family and returned to the Duke's mansion. However, while departing with 3 carriages, she returned with 5. The additional 2 were from the scholaress' residence, laden with gifts from her sisters-in-law. Among them were not only exquisite silks and cosmetics favored by young ladies but also some items she had requested, such as books. Various books. The daughters who could marry into the Su family were all daughters of noble families, each proficient in the arts. Upon hearing that the little sister was reforming her ways and planning to study earnestly, everyone naturally unveiled their prized possessions, presenting her with what they deemed most useful. They even proclaimed that if the little sister encountered any difficulties, she could return home, and they would guide her hand in hand. Upon returning from her maternal home, Su Mingzhuang not only felt uplifted but her resolve also grew stronger. She vowed not only to navigate through the 1-year deadline successfully but to also mitigate the tensions between the Pei and Su families, safeguarding the Su family. As the convoy reached the entrance of the Duke's mansion and came to a halt, Su Mingzhuang heard the sound of hooves approaching from afar. Curiously, she opened the window to look outside, only to lock eyes with a tall and slender man clad in deep purple official robes, a black lacquered scabbard and dagger hanging at his waist. The man's gaze was perpetually cold, as if one glance could freeze the very soul. Su Mingzhuang hurriedly averted her gaze, retreating back into the carriage, her fingers trembling and tightening beneath her wide sleeves. Wang Momo hastily inquired, Miss, what is the matter? Who is outside? As she spoke, she curiously peered out. Su Mingzhuang lowered her eyes and whispered, It's General Pei, let us not disembark just yet. We'll wait until he has entered. Wang Momo hesitated, unsure how to advise, and could only nod in agreement. Subsequently, Mingzhuang sat on the bench inside the carriage, closed her eyes, and fell into deep contemplation. Outside the carriage, Jin Wang returned home under the cloak of night, dismounted, handed the reins to the gatekeeper, and strode into the mansion with purpose. Throughout the entire journey, aside from the brief moment of inadvertently meeting the gaze of the woman inside the carriage, he did not spare her another glance. After a while, the outside fell silent, and Mingzhuang slowly opened her eyes. Wang Momo, have the others wait here, accompany me inside. Chapter 017I. Shall proceed thus, Madame Wang, perplexed, inquired, Miss, should we not allow them to unload the carriage first? Mingzhuang's gaze was laden with significance as she replied, do not question for now. We shall discuss it once we enter. She then instructed Yakin and Yunshu, remain here and have the scholar's carriage driver wait for a while, but do not divulge anything to them. Yes, miss, the two responded obediently. Subsequently, Mingzhuang departed with Madame Wang, leaving only Yakin and Yunshu within the carriage. Yunshu whispered, Sister Yakin, do you feel that the miss has transformed into someone entirely different just now? Yakin chuckled, hasn't the miss already had her epiphany? Have you forgotten how she spent the entire afternoon reading yesterday and borrowed numerous books from several young ladies today? Yunshu nodded, I am aware, but it feels different. The miss seems increasingly resolute and enigmatic. She sighed, I hope that the changed miss will capture General Pei's favor. She certainly will. The miss hails from a prestigious family, her beauty unparalleled in the capital. She was merely a bit willful before, but now that she has tempered her temper, how is she any different from those talented young women of the capital? What kind of dragon-riding son-in-law would be unworthy of her? Perhaps, by that time, it will be General Pei who is unworthy of the miss. Humph. After concluding their brief conversation, the two exited the carriage to fulfill the task assigned by their Mississippi. Meanwhile, Madame Wang, following the miss into the Duke's residence, anxiously asked, Miss, why do you not allow them to unload the carriage? Is there some hidden reason? Mingzhuang smiled enigmatically and replied, let me show you something. Please refrain from speaking. Yes, Mississippi. Madame Wang's curiosity was piqued. As Mingzhuang approached the gatekeeper and instructed, you lot, come out and assist this lady with unloading the carriage. The gatekeepers exchanged glances, and one, tall and slender, around 30 years of age, replied, Madam, the second Lady Pei has issued orders stating that since you possess the capability to marry into the Duke's residence, you should also be capable of self-sufficiency. The servants of the Duke's residence do not heed your commands. Without further ado, Mingzhuang stepped back and smiled at Madame Wang. Did you see that? Madame Wang, both furious and astonished, exclaimed, how did you know, miss? Did you not return to the scholar's residence with this servant today? Mingzhuang's lively eyes dimmed slightly, shadows barely perceptible flickering across her features. Oh, I merely guessed. Of course, it was not mere conjecture. It had transpired in her dreams. In her dream, during the tea ceremony, she had been dislocated, suffering throughout the night. The following day, she had slept all day and only returned to the scholar's residence in the afternoon. Upon her return, she found the servants waiting at the gate, looking lethargic and devoid of joy at her arrival, which incited her wrath. She vented her frustration to her parents, and when her siblings visited, she unleashed her ire upon them as well. Upon learning of her grievances, her family was forgiving, comforting her and promising to present her with gifts to soothe her anger. She boldly demanded a lavish array of 6 carts of gifts, leaving her sisters-in-law in distress for quite some time. Indeed, in her dream, she had not merely returned with 3 carts of gifts, but 6. Eagerly, she alighted from the carriage, instructing the gatekeeper to assist with the unloading, only to be informed of the second Lady Pei's orders prohibiting her from commanding the servants. In a fit of rage, she rushed to the Jichen courtyard to confront the second Lady Pei, who subsequently struck her twice. The second Lady Pei's slaps were painful, though they lacked the cunning of Jin Wang. Where Jin Wang had dislocated her joints, leaving no evidence, the second Lady Pei's blows left her face swollen. Enduring the pain, she returned to the scholar's residence, where her father rushed to seek justice on her behalf. Jin Wang, exasperated, was obliged to publicly apologize, while the elder Pei hurried to offer his apologies to the father and daughter, imposing a severe punishment upon the second Lady Pei. Perhaps it was on that day that Jin Wang began to harbor resentment towards Su Shueisha. Reflecting upon her dream, with her mother deceased and her father disgraced, Mingzhuang felt as though countless steel needles were piercing her heart, rendering her breathless. Miss, what troubles you? Madame Wang asked, alarmed. Please, speak honestly to this servant. Are you unwell? I implore you, allow me to fetch a physician. Mingzhuang grasped the front of her clothing tightly, taking 3 deep breaths to quell the pain before shaking her head. I am fine, do not worry, madam. However, I may require your assistance shortly. Please, miss, whatever you command, this servant shall attend to it immediately. Madame Wang observed the miss's delicate visage, now pale as death, wishing she could take her place in illness. Mingzhuang strolled slowly through the Duke's residence, contemplating the both strange and familiar scenery. I wish to undertake certain actions that may perplex others, but I do not wish to provide explanations. Thus, I require someone who is loyal to me, adept at improvisation to accompany me in this performance. It will not prattle with inquiries. I wonder if Madame would be willing to assist me. Of course, I assure you, I shall not be stingy with compensation. Initially, Mingzhuang had not intended to involve anyone in her plans, but after Madame Wang's remarkable performance during the ice water incident at the scholar's residence, she found herself inclined to enlist Madame Wang's help. Madame Wang promptly replied, Miss, you speak as if we are strangers. I am your servant, and you need only state your desires. Su Mingzhuang shook her head, murmuring, in the past, I was not kind to you, and I have no right to demand your loyalty. In the past, she had been arrogant, treating the servants as if they were beneath her. Madame Wang sighed, her gaze softened, let bygones be bygones, the current mistreats the servant well, I shall only look forward. Su Mingzhuang was taken aback, let the past be the past, if only it could be entirely erased, how wonderful that would be. Miss, whatever your request, please speak. I vow not to pry. Madame Wang asserted earnestly. Su Mingzhuang gathered her thoughts, very well, I shall speak. I intend to go to the Jichen courtyard and deliberately provoke the second Lady Pei into rebuking me. I will feign suffering to gradually dismantle the enmity harbored by the Pei family. Madame Wang initially appeared bewildered, then sighed, is General Pei truly worth such efforts? Su Mingzhuang recognized that Madame Wang had misunderstood, believing she was acting to ease tensions and curry favor with Pei Jinyan. Though the misunderstanding was somewhat awkward, it was not without merit, as it spared her the trouble of explaining the Pei family's rise to power would undoubtedly pose a threat to the Su family. As Sun Tzu's art of war states, warfare is about morale, spirit, strength, and courage. Similarly, Wei Liaozi asserts, what drives the people to battle is their morale. Emotions and morale are indeed peculiar forces. If grievances accumulate over the years without an outlet, when they eventually erupt, they become unstoppable. Conversely, if one prevents them from amassing sufficient resentment, lacking the impetus of hatred, not only can their spirit not be shattered, but at the very least, they will not gain the upper hand. Much like in her dream, where she was struck by the second Lady Pei, her father sought justice on her behalf, leading to the second lady's punishment, and Pei Jinyan bore a grudge for an entire decade. Such resentment could empower a youth to rise for their mother, becoming the cunning and duplicitous left chancellor. What she now aimed to do was to obliterate the decade of resentment, leaving Pei Jinyan with no hatred to wield. These insights were gleaned from the excerpts of books recommended by the proprietor of the bookshop. Indeed, within books lies a treasure trove of wisdom. Su Mingzhuang's resolve grew ever more steadfast as she declared, Madam, I shall proceed thus. Seeing the Mrs. determination, Madame Wang sighed, the servant shall heed your wishes, as long as you can endure the indignities. Su Mingzhuang smiled wryly, shaking her head, indignities? Do I have the right to feel indignant? Had I not provoked Pei Jinyan in the first place, none of this would be necessary. The pit I have dug for myself must be filled by me alone. I cannot involve my parents, siblings, or the clever and ambitious children of the Su family. Thus, the two of them made their way to the Jichen courtyard. However, Su Mingzhuang was taken aback to unexpectedly encounter someone there. Pei Jinyan? Chapter 018 Is Miss Su too fragile today? The stars gradually fade, and the moonlight shines like silver. The garden, adorned with tranquil waters, exudes an aura of serenity. Su Mingzhuang and Wang Mama followed the maid's guidance into the hall, and upon raising her gaze, she was taken aback to see Pei Jinyan. A sudden shock coursed through her heart. In her dreams, the hall was only occupied by old Madame Pei and second Madame Pei, yet Pei Jinyan was present. What could have gone awry? However, she quickly deduced the reason. In her dream, her return to the scholar's residence had been rather late. After throwing a tantrum, dining, and demanding gifts from her sisters-in-law, she had returned home in the dead of night. This time, though, she had arrived earlier, even crossing paths with Pei Jinyan, who had come back to visit his ailing mother, which was understandable. With this realization, Su Mingzhuang felt a slight alleviation in her mood inside. She had previously thought that performing in front of old Madame Pei and second Madame Pei was sufficient, but now she was required to put on a show before Pei Jinyan as well? Yet, it was too late for regrets. He was already in the hall, and there was no reason to retreat. Had she known this would happen, she should have inquired upon arriving at Jichen courtyard about who was present in the house. I have paid my respects to the old madam, my aunt, and General Pei, she stated, aware of their disdain for her, deliberately avoiding terms like daughter-in-law or mother. Second Madame Pei, with a hint of disdain, retorted, why must you insist on calling me aunt? Enough, a person of your standing is hardly worthy of my acknowledgement, so spare me the title. Su Mingzhuang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, why did she feel compelled to refer to her as aunt? In her dream, she had been far less discerning, even addressing old Madame Pei as mother despite the latter's profound aversion, foolishly hoping to evoke a smidgen of affection through such familiarity. Naturally, addressing the old madam as mother meant she must refer to her younger siblings as aunt. Upon waking, her sole focus had been on avoiding provoking the old madam, and she had neglected to correct her oversight. This was indeed a misstep. However, if she were to stoop low and act submissively, the dynamic would shift, and soon there would be no cause for conflict. Without confrontation, how could she defeat or weaken the ire of the two matrons? Thus, Su Mingzhuang concluded that she could not allow this trivial detail to disrupt the narrative. The greater picture must prevail. With this thought, Su Mingzhuang concealed her sharpness and mimicked her former brashness, glaring fiercely at second Madame Pei. Humph, how dare you say such things? I have addressed you as aunt, extending you the utmost courtesy, yet you command the servants to disregard my orders. Do you possess any conscience? Yanshi was momentarily stunned, casting a puzzled glance at second Madame Pei. Wei, Wei interjected quietly, leave this to me. I'll handle this wretch. Yanshi, exasperated, cautioned, do not, since I told you to stay out of it, do so. If you interfere again, I shall drag this little wretch outside to deal with her alone. You know I do not hold back, Wei warned. Yanshi, fearful, understood her friend and sister-in-law well. She had grown up on horseback, her fists harder than those of many men. No. Let it be here, do not take it outside. In her presence, she could still exert some control over her friend, but away from her, who knew what chaos might ensue. As old Madame Pei and second Madame Pei engaged in hushed conversation, Su Mingzhuang discreetly glanced at Pei Jinyan. He sat beside old Madame Pei, still clad in his deep purple official attire, having not changed into casual garments despite the fatigue of a long day. He exuded an air of composure and authority, his posture tall and his demeanor unyielding. Merely his presence commanded respect, instilling a sense of diligence in those around him. Su Mingzhuang quickly averted her gaze, wary of his formidable aura, fearing it would undermine her ability to act out. Meanwhile, Pei Jinyan noticed the woman's gaze but chose to ignore her, deliberately withholding attention. He remained, concerned that she might act irrationally and cause distress to his mother. As for the aunt, her straightforwardness would only lead to misfortune when dealing with someone as cunning as Scholar Su. Once Wu Wei had persuaded Yanshi, she cast a triumphant look at Su Mingzhuang, her eyes brimming with malice, as if she wished to rend her rival apart with mere glances. Oh, what do I have to be embarrassed about? Did I compel you to call me aunt? You approached me with your shamelessness. Oh, but then again, the miss of the Su family has always been one to cling desperately, even in marriage. What did you say? Su Mingzhuang's face flushed crimson, trembling with rage. Who was being shameless? Do you think I desired to marry here, if not for being slighted? Wu Wei interrupted loudly, abruptly rising from her seat. Su Mingzhuang, do you have no shame? Do you not know in your heart whether Jin Yan has slighted you? Or are you deceiving others and yourself? Have you looked in the mirror? What is your reputation, and what is Jin Yan's? A person of your ilk, even standing before Jin Yan unclothed, would not warrant a second glance. Upon hearing this, Pei Jinyan frowned and cast a stern look at his aunt, silently urging her to temper her words. Yanshi also murmured, Wei, do not speak so harshly, after all, we are all people of some standing. Of some standing? How did she end up in the Duke's residence? Does she think no one knows? Wu Wei laughed mockingly, then glared at Su Mingzhuang through gritted teeth. Since you have called me aunt, allow me to kindly inform you. The entire city, indeed the whole of Beiyan, is aware that Jin Yan holds you in disdain, not even willing to spare you a glance, let alone slight you. Only that old fool, Scholar Su, would believe you. The stern young man beside them furrowed his brows and spoke with authority. Aunt, please know your limits. Pei Jinyan, typically reserved, spoke with an unexpected weight that even Wu Wei, a member of a prestigious family, found daunting, and she fell silent, cowed by his presence. Pei Jinyan shot a reproachful glance at his impetuous aunt before leaning closer to his mother, his tone urgent yet soft. Mother, how are you? Only then did everyone realize that due to second Madame Pei's excessive remarks, old Madame Pei's complexion had turned pale with anxiety. Su Mingzhuang, witnessing this, felt a surge of alarm. She had come to Jichen courtyard to advocate for old Madame Pei, and if her efforts had the opposite effect, it would have been better had she not come at all. In a moment of desperation, she discreetly pinched her thigh and then burst into tears. Even if I am shameless, must you speak so harshly? Are you truly going to bully me like this? Watch with that. She covered her face and fled outside in tears. Wang Mama, startled, exclaimed, Miss, and hurried after her. Everyone was left in a daze. Had Miss Su truly just run away? Was she really so fragile today? In their memories, Miss Su was a headstrong and unreasonable person. Where did this sudden display of pride come from? Or perhaps second Madame Pei had been too harsh in her words? It made sense. Prior critics of Miss Su had still taken Scholar Su's reputation into account, tempering their words, while second Madame Pei had been unabashedly direct in her scorn. Old Madame Pei, too, was momentarily stunned, her gaze wide with disbelief as she watched the retreating figures of the two. Chapter 19. A fresh start. Longing for the future. Wu Wei let out a triumphant snort. What did I tell you? Entrusting it to me was the right choice, wasn't it? Just look at the two of you, hesitating and second-guessing, which is why you've been so easily manipulated. Dealing with such shameless individuals is akin to a scholar confronting a soldier. Leave this wretched person to me. I will make her understand what it means for villains to meet their match. Pei Jinyan. Yanshi, caught between laughter and tears, replied, Indeed, you are the most formidable, aren't you? But next time, do refrain from being so reckless, otherwise, provoking Scholar Su could lead to trouble. Pei Jinyan glanced at his triumphant aunt, who appeared as if she had just won a battle, and then at his mother, whose expression had relaxed considerably. The frown on his brow eased slightly. His mother was a source of concern, a malady that required a remedy of the heart. The fact remained that his marriage to Su Mingzhuang was now a reality. As long as they did not part ways, his mother's heart would remain troubled. Yet, the physician had warned that such worries could exacerbate her condition. Should he allow his aunt to berate Su Mingzhuang, merely to vent his mother's frustrations? The momentary relief in Pei Jinyan's brow returned as he furrowed it once more, his long fingers pressed against his forehead, gently massaging the throbbing pain at his temples. Ever since this unfortunate incident had arisen, he felt as though he was being driven to madness, even contemplating such methods. He lifted his gaze to his mother, noticing her complexion had indeed improved significantly. After a moment of internal struggle, he spoke in a low voice, Aunt. Wu Wei feigned pride, yet inside, she was already in a state of panic. Oh no, she had just lost control and spoken too harshly. She was uncertain how her nephew would admonish her. Why yes, dear nephew, what is it? Her voice trembled slightly at the end. It was rather peculiar. Since marrying into the Pei family, she had feared neither the old duke nor her husband, but rather this composed, dignified nephew of hers. In his youth, she could still playfully manipulate him as a little adult, but as he matured, the righteousness that radiated from him commanded respect and deterred any transgression. Pei Jinyan struggled for a moment longer before finally sighing, in future dealings with Su Mingzhuang, and, please remember to avoid physical confrontations. Even if you find it unbearable to refrain, do not leave any traces behind, do not allow her to grasp any leverage to exploit. Wu Wei was taken aback. What you mean is, I can handle her as I wish, as long as I do not resort to violence or leave any evidence? Pei Jinyan pressed his lips together, unsure of how to respond. Wei felt elated. Was it not a strange turn of events? Her usually righteous nephew today seemed to permit her to act with malice. Yanshi interjected with discontent. Jin Yan, what nonsense are you speaking? No matter her behavior, she remains a young lady of the Su family, and the wife of the Duke. We cannot allow matters to become too disgraceful. How can we maintain our authority before the servants if we engage in such internal strife before them? Wei burst into laughter. What are you talking about, Fanghua? Surely you are mistaken. As long as I do not scold her, she will be able to coexist peacefully with us. Have you not seen her true character? She is utterly unrestrained, creating chaos within the Duke's residence. How can we establish our authority before the servants in such a state? Yanshi opened her mouth to retort but found herself at a loss for words. Seeing that Yanshi had fallen silent, Wei refrained from taking further advantage of her predicament and instead spoke soothingly. You should focus on nurturing your health. It is essential to present a semblance of wellness. Leave the household matters to me. Yanshi replied, but how can that be? Wei hastily signaled to her nephew. Pei Jinyan said, Mother, I too believe Aunt is correct. The physician and the palace doctors have gone to great lengths to treat your ailments. Their hope is for your recovery. If your condition worsens due to concerns over household matters, would that not render their efforts futile? Yanshi sighed, a light laugh escaping her lips. Very well, you two are in cahoots. I cannot argue against you, so let it be as you say. Wei hummed in delight. How can you say we are in cahoots? This is merely a case of heroes sharing the same vision. Meanwhile, at the Jichen courtyard, the servants watched as Miss Su ran out, clutching her face and sobbing uncontrollably, only to stop once she was certain no one from the courtyard could see or hear her. The tears that had been coaxed forth from the pain of pinching her thigh had long since dried, leaving only faint traces on her face. Raising her head, her voice rang clear. Mama, the moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Wang Mama, concerned, inquired, Miss, are you all right? That second wife of the Pei family is rather coarse, do not take her words to heart. Su Mingzhuang withdrew her gaze, her face alight with a smile. Did I not just explain? I came seeking a scolding. Not if I sought it. How could I feel hurt or angry? Besides, she was not wrong. I did use underhanded means to marry, and if I am so capable, why would I need to rely on her household servants? Her insults were quite refreshing. I shall secretly memorize them for when someone offends me next time. Wang Mama, relieved to see no signs of distress on the young lady's face, sighed, but why go through all that trouble? Su Mingzhuang smiled and offered no further explanation. Indeed, from an outsider's perspective, marriage was simply marriage. There was no need to suffer unnecessarily. That was because they were unaware of what lay ahead in 10 years. Unconsciously, she recalled that dream, and a shiver ran through her. She quickly shook her head, forcing herself not to dwell on it. They are likely growing impatient. Let us hurry. As they walked, she continued to murmur, actually, I should let Aunt scold her a bit more. Alas, the old lady Pei is too frail. She can hardly bear the very beginning of it all. What a miscalculation. Once the old lady's health improves, I shall find an opportunity for Aunt to give her a proper scolding. Wang Mama, both amused and exasperated, suddenly recalled another matter. All right, miss, what shall we do since the Duke's servants refuse to assist us with unloading the cart? Let us do it ourselves. The 2 carters from the scholar's residence have yet to leave. We can ask them for help and offer some compensation. Tomorrow, we shall buy a wheelbarrow. Everyone should learn how to use it so that we may transport goods independently in the future, which will also serve as exercise. Pausing briefly, she added, oh, and there is a small kitchen in the Yansheng courtyard. We should tidy it up tomorrow. From now on, we shall cook our own meals. If necessary, we can hire a cook. I suspect the maids in the courtyard may not suffice, so I plan to have my mother send me 4 more, operating from my private accounts rather than the Duke's. As Wang Mama listened, she was astonished. Most young ladies would have wallowed in self-pity if subjected to such treatment, perhaps even falling into a state of melancholy. Yet from her young lady's words, she sensed a tone of a fresh start, a yearning for the future. Indeed, the young lady was quite an extraordinary woman. Soon enough, the pair arrived at the entrance of the residence. According to their plan, with the aid of the scholar's carters, they managed to carry the items to the inner courtyard, where they worked together to move everything inside bit by bit. Su Mingzhuang had prepared for this, so she politely declined the gaudy gifts offered by her sisters-in-law, choosing only practical items that would not be difficult to transport. After finishing the move, she instructed the maids to return and rest, not even retaining the night watch maid. After spending the years of her life in that dream, she had learned to care for herself and now found this newfound independence liberating. Once she had tidied herself up and sent the maids away, Su Mingzhuang brought over a lamp. 2 lamps, one on each side of the table, cast a bright light. She then settled down with the book Zhou by Xuan Jing, gifted by her sister-in-law, studying it intently while simultaneously manipulating the abacus on her right. Chapter 020:3 Criteria for Wealth. In the early morning, Wang Momo rose with the dawn, being the first to arrive at the young lady's chamber. She had departed the previous day, concerned that the young lady had been engrossed in her reading throughout the night. Indeed, the young lady was still absorbed in her book. Her hair, once elegantly styled, now cascaded down her shoulders, dark and lustrous, contrasting strikingly with her fiery red wedding gown, which accentuated her snow-white complexion. She was half-draped over the table, her delicate chin resting on her left hand, while her right hand lightly grazed the edge of the pages. Her thick lashes hung like butterfly wings, motionless, as if she were asleep. Yet the eyes concealed beneath those lashes remained intensely focused. Witnessing the young lady's transformation and her earnest pursuit of knowledge filled Wang Momo with genuine delight, yet she couldn't help but voice her concern. Miss, learning is not a matter to be rushed. You cannot forsake sleep for the sake of reading. Su Yingzhang was roused from her reverie by the greeting, slowly realizing that dawn had broken. As she gazed vacantly toward the window, Wang Momo gently chided, Miss, you must not be so impatient. Rest is essential. Please, go to sleep. Su Yingzhang lowered her gaze to the pages before her, contemplating for a moment before shaking her head resolutely. No, please prepare me some strong tea. I wish to continue reading. Seeing the young lady's determination, Wang Momo had no choice but to proceed to brew the tea. As the sky began to lighten, the sweet sounds of birdsong filtered in from outside, the fresh air mingling with the unique fragrance of the morning dew, invigorating the spirit more effectively than any strong tea. Su Yingzhang decided to rise and stepped out into the deserted courtyard, her thoughts drifting back to her dreams. In her dream, Madame Pei too had struck her, only to be severely punished by Lord Pei. This resentment festered within her, leading to thoughts of revenge. One day, Madame Pei too approached her with an offer to manage a shop. Reluctant, she considered her sheltered life at the scholar's residence, where her parents and siblings indulged her whims, allowing her to revel in leisure without the burden of labor. She was aware that Madame Pei too, having been at odds with her, had ulterior motives in seeking her assistance. To her surprise, refusing to manage the Duke's estate's business played directly into Madame Pei too's hands. She was confined within the Duke's residence, barred from going out, and subjected to daily humiliations. Defiant, she sought to leverage her family ties against Madame Pei too, only to find the latter more cunning. Not only did she summon Su Yingzhang's mother, but also many esteemed ladies from the capital to publicly judge her. They questioned the propriety of a Su family daughter who, having married into the Duke's household, neglected her domestic duties in favor of frivolity. The ladies, already dismissive of her, vocally condemned her actions and criticized her mother, suggesting that the fault lay with a mother who raised such a daughter. Her mother, unable to refute their claims, returned home in disgrace and fell gravely ill. It was a battle she lost utterly. Later, Madame Pei too returned with two options. One was to take over the shop, allowing her limited outings, and the other was to refuse and remain confined. She had no choice but to accept the former. Thus, she found herself ensnared in a larger predicament. The shop was a sizable tavern, one of the Duke's most significant assets. However, since the old manager's death and the retirement of the two chefs, business had plummeted. Why had the tavern's fortunes declined so drastically? This was rooted in the system of the Beiyin Kingdom. The laws prohibited merchants from holding official positions and vice versa, forbidding collusion between the two. Yet, relying solely on an official salary, without corruption, made it nearly impossible to support a large household. Therefore, the court allowed officials to possess private property, farms, villas, shops, or workshops. However, these properties could not be managed directly by the officials themselves, as doing so would equate them to merchants. Instead, they were entrusted to the main lady of the household. These main ladies, often from prestigious families, were not accustomed to business from a young age like merchant daughters. Moreover, any woman tainted with the scent of commerce faced societal disdain, deterring them from pursuing such paths. Few women displayed a talent for business, and thus, even with private properties, officials struggled to develop their holdings. To prosper, one might follow three shortcuts. First, the official could be corrupt, laundering money through their businesses. Second, the lady of the house could possess business acumen, and third, fortune might bestow upon them a loyal and talented manager. Securing one of these avenues would generally ensure that the enterprise did not suffer losses. Attaining two would lead to profits, while possessing all three could lead to immense wealth. Unfortunately for the Anguo Duke's household, they had none of these advantages. Firstly, Pei Jinyan was known for his integrity, living a life devoid of greed. Secondly, the elderly Lady Pei was frail and lacked any business acumen. Lastly, the servants and managers employed at the tavern were primarily veterans from the old Duke's army or their families, a group more skilled in martial pursuits than in commerce. At that moment, the soft laughter and footsteps of two women approached. Upon spotting the young lady walking in the courtyard, they were startled and hurried over. "We greet you, miss. Why are you up so early?" "Miss, you haven't slept at all, have you?" The two were none other than Yaqin and Yun Shu. Su Yingzhang's gentle voice barely concealed her fatigue. "I haven't slept, but do not worry, I shall rest when I am weary." "Indeed, Mississippi, shall I fetch you some breakfast? I can go to the kitchen," Yaqin offered. Su Yingzhang furrowed her brow, glancing toward the kitchen, a premonition stirring in her heart. With a sigh, she replied, "If the kitchen is in disarray, they may not prepare breakfast for us." "You two should check. If there's no food, simply go out and buy some. You may take the funds from Wang Momo." "Understood, Mississippi." They turned to carry out her instructions. Just then, Wang Momo approached with a cup of strong tea. Su Yingzhang accepted the warm cup, saying, "Momo, please arrange for the kitchen staff to clean up our small kitchen. It must be operational by the latest for dinner." "At once, Mississippi." Aware of the urgency following yesterday's events, Wang Momo promptly set aside her tray and set about her task. As the three departed, Su Yingzhang did not return to her room. Instead, she held the warm cup of tea, standing beneath the eaves, gazing at the tranquil and cozy courtyard, her thoughts drifting once more. In her dreams, after Madame Pei too had summoned others to judge her, her mother had fallen gravely ill, realizing that her daughter had indeed been rendered ineffectual under such indulgence. Her parents were not oblivious to right and wrong, otherwise, the Su family would not have enjoyed such a prestigious reputation, and her elder and younger brothers would not have promising futures. Their overindulgence stemmed from the joy of having a daughter late in life and the fact that she was their only child. With all her cousins being sons, their excessive affection clouded their judgment and obliterated their reason, allowing her to become one of the most notorious women in the capital. Chapter 021. Do not blame her for being rude. Certainly, she harbored no resentment towards her parents, nor did she harbor any animosity towards Pei Jinyan. She bore no hatred for anyone, for she understood that her predicament was a result of her own actions. Pei Jinyan was her savior, a man of impeccable integrity, who valued his reputation above all else, yet, she had tarnished that very reputation, repaying kindness with ingratitude. Lady Pei, with her gentle and understanding demeanor, had repeatedly shown her leniency, but when she was unable to provoke Pei Jinyan, she turned her ire towards the innocent matron, gradually driving her to the brink of despair. Mingzhuang felt a familiar sharp pain in her chest, an unexpected agony that nearly caused her to drop the teacup in her hand. With one hand cradling the cup and the other pressed against her heart, she took deep breaths to alleviate the discomfort, managing a bitter smile as she mused, is this what it feels like to be consumed by depression, to be driven to heartache by anger? Truly, good and evil are rewarded accordingly. I too have experienced a taste of it. She recognized that she must not dwell further on the muddled affairs of her dreams, lest she herself be driven to despair. After a prolonged moment, the twisting pain in her chest finally subsided. Upon returning to her room, Mingzhuang first downed the strong tea, steeling herself, and began to ponder what would transpire between her and the second Madame Pei, the farcical scene she had managed to evade the day before. Would the second Madame continue to make things difficult for her? Most likely, the uncertainty lay in when and how she would be tormented. In her dream, the method of torment involved her managing the shop, yet she wondered if she would indeed be made to oversee it. If she were indeed given that responsibility, she would undoubtedly accept. After all, to refuse would invite even worse treatment from the second Madame Pei, who would surely retaliate with greater cruelty. Although she felt guilt towards those around her and was willing to endure their trials as a form of retribution, she was no masochist. She preferred to avoid suffering whenever possible. Having made her decision, Mingzhuang instinctively nodded. So, if she were to take on the shop, what should she do next? In her dream, upon assuming control of the establishment, she had intended to dismiss the previous incompetent manager, cook, and waiter to hire a new team, only to be thwarted. The personnel at the tavern were remnants of the Pei family's loyal servants, and the Duke's household bore responsibility for them. A quarrel ensued between her and the second Madame Pei, leading to a series of unfortunate events that left her in dire straits. Ultimately, it was her father who intervened, investing money to renovate the tavern and hiring capable managers and waitstaff at a premium. However, the managers and waitstaff her father employed soon clashed with the old employees of the Pei family over power, and as if that were not enough, those individuals plotted to poison the Pei family's cook during meal preparation, resulting in the death of patrons and plunging the Duke's household into chaos once more. Setting the teacup down on the table, Mingzhuang shook her head in disbelief. What a dismal turn of events, how could one person's life be so abysmal? She was loath to admit that the figure in her dreams bore any resemblance to her. At that moment, Wang Mama hurried back. As Mingzhuang had anticipated, the kitchen had received instructions not to provide meals for the residents of Yanqing Courtyard, prompting the furious Yaqin and Yunshu to storm out in search of breakfast. Not long after their meal, the servants of Yanqing Courtyard were still bustling about in the small kitchen when a few unexpected visitors arrived, Madame Pei, Lu Mama, and several maidservants. Huawei stood at the entrance, looking smugly at the small kitchen, and gloatingly remarked, indeed, the eldest daughter of the scholar's residence is so proud, she disdainfully avoids our Duke's kitchen and insists on setting up her own. Upon hearing this, the servants were instantly incensed. How dare the second Madame Pei be so brazen? It was she who had ordered the kitchen to withhold meals, yet now she came to gloat. However, without permission from their mistress, they dared not respond. Yaqin and the others were apprehensive. Would the young lady confront the second Madame Pei in a quarrel? If the argument escalated, would it not further strain the relationship between the young lady and the Duke? Meanwhile, Wang Mama was concerned. Surely the young lady would not willingly invite more reprimand upon herself? She understood that the young lady had her own plans, yet witnessing her humiliation filled her with both rage and sorrow. And, something terrible has happened. A sudden exclamation echoed from the doorway, none other than Mingzhuang herself. Dressed in a striking red wedding gown, her elegant figure rushed out to stand before the second Madame Pei, urgency etched on her face, and, there is trouble, the kitchen servants are indeed acting in bad faith, sowing discord between us. We must put a stop to this. Everyone was taken aback. What was this new turn of events? Huawei stepped back in disdain. What do you mean by acting in bad faith? Seemingly oblivious to the disdain directed at her, Mingzhuang's exquisite features were alight with sincerity. This morning, Yaqin went to the kitchen to fetch breakfast, only to be told that it was you, and, who ordered them not to provide meals. Yet, upon your arrival, you feigned ignorance. Is that not the very definition of acting in bad faith? Surely, and, as the daughter of a military family, you are expected to be upright and just, and would not stoop to such petty manipulation. Yaqin and the others were astonished, for the young lady rarely engaged in such veiled confrontations during past disputes. She was typically direct and unyielding. Wang Mama too was surprised. Never had she expected the young lady to retaliate, as she had just been worrying about her continued subservience. Mingzhuang had indeed considered adopting a submissive stance, allowing the second Madame Pei to scold her, which would also placate Lady Pei. However, this was only feasible if she and Wang Mama were alone, without any other servants from the scholar's residence present. The presence of the others meant that news of her grievances would likely reach her mother, and if her mother learned that her cherished daughter was being mistreated in the Duke's household, it would undoubtedly cause her great distress. While it was true that Lady Pei had been driven to her demise by her anger, in the dream, her mother had also met the same fate. If she had to choose between causing distress to Lady Pei or her mother, she would unhesitatingly choose the former, for her mother's well-being was paramount. Thus, today, she could not afford to be scolded. She must successfully counterattack, ensuring her mother's peace of mind. You, Huawei's face flushed with anger, her teeth clenched. Who are you referring to? Mingzhuang inquired earnestly, am I not speaking the truth? This morning, Yaqin was unable to procure meals, stating that it was your command, yet you claim ignorance now. Is that not the very essence of acting in bad faith, or could it be that you are merely playing the fool? What, pray tell, is your ulterior motive in feigning ignorance? Chapter 22. What must come has arrived. It is undeniably you who feigns ignorance while holding the truth. What pretense is this? Huo Wei raised her voice, exclaiming in anger. In stark contrast, Su Mingzhuang remained composed and demure, her voice as clear and melodious as a nightingale, uttering words that could infuriate the unyielding. As a junior, how could I possibly feign anything? I implore you, dear aunt, to clarify, am I to believe the kitchen's account, or yours? All present grasped the unfolding narrative, their hearts heavy with reflection. Lady Pei, a daughter of a martial family, adept in the art of warfare, yet seemingly naive in the intricate battles of the household. How could she commit such a fundamental blunder? Conversely, Miss Su's demeanor exceeded everyone's expectations. Seeing the situation deteriorate, old Madame Lu promptly knelt, exclaiming, "Second Madam, please forgive me, it is entirely my fault. Yesterday, when you instructed me, I misheard your words as a prohibition against the kitchen providing meals for Yanshang courtyard, and thus I acted on my own accord. I deserve punishment." Huo Wei, grateful for the latter Lu had proffered, cast her a thankful glance, though her heart was still heavy with resentment towards Su Mingzhuang. "So it is," she conceded, "given your status as a senior servant, I shall grant you leniency this time. Do exercise greater caution in the future?" "Yes, second madam," Lu acknowledged with another bow before rising. Huo Wei, upon observing Su Mingzhuang's smug expression, felt an overwhelming urge to confront her, suppressing her ire. "Knowing there is a misunderstanding, why did you not inquire at Jichun courtyard? Since you claim to possess such capability in managing the kitchen, I shall grant your wish. From henceforth, you shall fend for yourself." Su Mingzhuang replied earnestly, "Aunt, you are mistaken. My desire to manage the household does not stem from personal ambition, but rather from your wishes. Moreover, my reluctance to approach Jichun courtyard was out of concern for disturbing the elder's recuperation, as I did not wish to burden her with these sordid matters." Huo Wei's face flushed with indignation, wishing to tear apart the mask of this insufferable wretch. The very audacity of Su Mingzhuang's words turned the narrative against her. "Since you possess such understanding, why resort to underhanded tactics to marry into the Duke's household?" The onlookers perked up. Indeed, regardless of past grievances, Miss Su had displayed no impropriety in recent days, conducting herself with decorum and propriety. Su Mingzhuang lowered her gaze, a torrent of thoughts swirling in her mind, ultimately crystallizing into a single sigh. "I too have my regrets." The crowd gasped. Huo Wei, taken aback by such an unexpected response, felt her anger surge. "Su Mingzhuang, do you find amusement in toying with others? Are you even aware of the consequences of your actions? As the Pei and Su families stand on the brink of enmity, you shall carry the weight of infamy as a seducer for all your days. Are you satisfied?" "I am sorry." Su Mingzhuang's gaze fell, and beyond these hollow words, she knew not how to remedy the situation. She was acutely aware of the grave mistake she had made. She could not even deflect the blame. Even if she claimed her remorse stemmed from a dream, it remained undeniable that it was she who had falsely accused Pei Jinyan, compelling her father to pressure the Duke's household. "Ha ha!" Huo Wei's laughter was devoid of strength, as thoughts of her beloved nephew's tarnished reputation and her lifelong friend's perilous state ignited her desire for vengeance. Yet, the villain before her had the audacity to apologize. This only fueled her rage further. The wretch's apology could not absolve her nephew's slander, nor her friend's jeopardy. Huo Wei regained her composure, her expression cold. "I do not come without purpose. Today, I wish to inform you that now that you are wed into the Duke's household, you must bear responsibility. Fenghua's health is frail, and she cannot manage extensive affairs. I intend to entrust you with one of the businesses." Su Mingzhuang, what had to come had indeed arrived. Very well. In her dreams, her mother had borne the humiliation for her, while her father had shouldered all burdens. In the waking world, it was now her turn to take action. Even if it meant sacrificing her dowry, she could not allow her parents to be dragged into this mire. Having witnessed the earlier exchange, Huo Wei was not surprised by Su Mingzhuang's response. "When would it be convenient for you? I shall take you to the shop." "Now would be convenient," Su Mingzhuang replied, addressing the other servants. "Old Madame Wang will accompany me. The rest should remain and continue tidying the kitchen." "Yes, miss," the servants responded in unison. As they exited the Duke's residence and boarded the carriage, they made their way to Chang'an Street. Chang'an Street stretches from the northern gate of the capital to the main entrance of the palace, a broad thoroughfare that serves as one of the main arteries into the city and its largest commercial avenue. 200 feet wide, it accommodates 10 carriages side by side lined with an abundance of shops. It boasts a diverse array of goods. In front of the stores, 2 rows of stalls are set up year-round, allowing small vendors to conduct business. These vendors rise early to set up their stalls and pack up at night, offering quality goods at reasonable prices, often adjusting their offerings to meet customer needs, resulting in a bustling trade with a constant flow of shoppers. In contrast to the stalls, the shops behind prioritize quality, rarely altering their inventory. After all, they rely on repeat customers. Even if the proprietors wish to change their offerings, loyal patrons may not be so easily swayed. Inside the carriage sat 4 individuals: Su Mingzhuang, old Madame Wang, Lady Pei, and old Madame Lu. Notably, Lady Pei, hailing from the martial family, had grown up in military camps, eschewing the typical norms of a matriarch who would be accompanied by a maid at all times. She did not even have a dedicated attendant. Her maids were summoned as needed, and today she found it cumbersome to bring one along, while Lu was not her servant but rather belonged to Lady Pei's mother-in-law. With the formidable Lady Pei present, old Madame Wang felt a surge of anxiety, stealing glances at the miss. To her astonishment, she found the miss leaning against the carriage, her head slightly tilted, gazing out the open window with a pair of bright eyes, as still and focused as a statue of jade, entirely oblivious to Lady Pei's presence. In truth, Su Mingzhuang was acutely aware of it. Lady Pei, having fought on the battlefield in her youth, exuded a formidable aura once blood was shed, yet, at this moment, Su Mingzhuang could not afford to dwell on Lady Pei's influence. She was preoccupied with devising a solution for the Duke's business predicament. She considered two potential paths of the adventurous or the conservative. The adventurous route entailed taking over the shop, identifying the root of the issues, and, without dismissing the Pei family's old staff, endeavoring to cultivate their skills or devising a tailored operational model for the restaurant. The conservative path would involve maintaining the status quo, seeking ways to cut costs, and minimizing losses. Any required compensation would be drawn from her dowry, which was only a year's worth of savings. As long as she managed it prudently, she could avoid losing her entire dowry within that time frame. Of course, if she could find a way to avoid dipping into her dowry, she would prefer that. Her dowry was meticulously saved by her parents, and she was unwilling to part with it. Meanwhile, Huawei had initially intended to intimidate Su Mingzhuang but found her utterly disregarding her presence, inciting her ire to a boiling point, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Thus, the carriage halted in front of a sizable tavern. The establishment boasted 3 floors, clean and straightforward, with an ancient yet austere charm, though its lack of recent renovations rendered it less opulent. This locale was prime real estate, where every inch was worth its weight in gold. While surrounding shops adorned themselves extravagantly, the Pei Tavern stood plain and unremarkable amidst the opulence, akin to a chicken among cranes. As Su Mingzhuang surveyed the tavern, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. Chapter 023 Beauty. And so what? Before Su Mingzhuang could gather her ethereal inspiration, the others had already disembarked from the carriage, with Madame Pei urging from the carriage door. Su Mingzhuang had no choice but to set her thoughts aside, intending to organize her insights after assessing the situation at the tavern. Once they alighted, the group entered the Pei family's establishment, Wangjiang Tower. Inside the tavern, the idle shopkeeper and waitstaff, upon seeing Madame Pei's arrival, immediately rushed forward to greet her and extend their respects to the family. Seizing a moment while others conversed, Su Mingzhuang surveyed her surroundings, taking stock of the tavern. Wangjiang Tower, as it was named, implied a view of the river, yet the capital lacked any such body of water. The name originated from the Pei family's ancestors, who fought alongside the founding emperor by the riverbank. During lulls in battle, they would gaze longingly across the river, yearning for reinforcements. In time, with the establishment of the dynasty, the founding emperor conferred titles upon the Pei ancestors for their military merit, granting them the title of Duke of Anguo and bestowing an estate along with various properties. This tavern, therefore, stood as the largest among the imperial grants, while other titled military men named their establishments in praise of the emperor. The Pei ancestors, in their solitude during the quiet nights, often reflected on the fallen soldiers, thus naming the tavern Wangjiang Tower. During wartime, Wangjiang represented a way for aid. In peacetime, it symbolized a longing for the souls of the brave who had perished. Unlike other officials' establishments, which employed capable hands and skillful managers, the Duke's Wangjiang Tower sheltered the homeless, the disabled, and those unable to part with their former generals. Such was the information Su Mingzhuang had gleaned from her sister-in-law on the day of her return. Her sister-in-law, who managed the family estate and oversaw numerous shops, was well acquainted with the various establishments and competitors in the capital, and thus provided a wealth of insight when she learned of Su Mingzhuang's interest in the tavern. Madame Pei frowned as she surveyed the clean, spacious, and well-lit tavern, yet found it devoid of patrons. She inquired, "Master Sun, is business particularly slow today?" Master Sun, a robust man in his 50s with a strikingly handsome and resolute visage, bore the appearance of a soldier rather than a tavern keeper, were it not for his long coat. Indeed, Master Sun had been a soldier, having fought alongside the old Duke, Pei Jinyan his father, until a battle injury left him less agile. Though he could walk, running or fighting proved challenging, leading the old Duke to assign him to Wangjiang Tower, where he had risen from a mere waiter to the esteemed position of shopkeeper. Despite his change in profession, his core remained unchanged. He was still a man of integrity and strong moral conviction. At this moment, this formidable figure stood before Madame Pei, scratching his head awkwardly, his gaze lowered as if seeking a crevice in the ground to disappear into. Yes, today, it's not very good. Su Mingzhuang averted her gaze, observing the awkward Iron Man with amusement. Was it merely today that was lacking? It likely suffered from perpetual inadequacy. Suddenly, her smile faltered, as she recalled a troubling memory, Master Sunday. It seemed she had caused his demise in her dreams. In that dream, upon being thrust into management of the tavern, she had been compelled to dismiss the inept shopkeepers and waitstaff, only to replace them with cunning and adept individuals. Naturally, the workers of Wangjiang Tower were unwilling to accept this. Master Sun had rallied the cooks and waitstaff to the Duke's residence, blocking her entrance and vocally protesting. The Duke as household, indifferent, merely observed the commotion. These individuals, once seasoned warriors with blood on their hands, could instill fear when provoked. Terrified, she had capitulated, but the resentment lingered in her heart. Later, after her father had taken over Wangjiang Tower, he hired another batch of shopkeepers and waitstaff, leading to a clash that resulted in the poisoning of a guest. The newly hired shopkeepers whispered in her ear, suggesting she take advantage of the situation to deal with Master Sunday with his imprisonment. Wangjiang Tower would become theirs to command. She had agreed, and through a series of machinations, Master Sun was imprisoned. At that time, she had naively believed imprisonment merely meant confinement, akin to house arrest for Master Sun, unaware that torture was a common practice within the dungeons. Most could not withstand such treatment and quickly confessed, even to crimes they did not commit. Yet Master Sun was a man of fortitude. Not only did he refuse to confess, but he also berated the torturers, who, in a frenzy, continued their brutal methods until they ultimately tortured him to death. As this recollection struck her, a familiar pain gripped her heart, and she took a discreet deep breath to alleviate the ache, her gaze shifting guiltily away from Master Sunday. Huawei smiled slightly, gesturing, allow me to introduce you, this is the newlywed of Jin Yan, the new lady of the Duke's residence, Su Mingzhuang, the only daughter of Scholar Su. The spacious room fell into an immediate silence. In truth, from the moment Su Mingzhuang entered, she had captivated the attention of all present even while they greeted Madame Pei, their peripheral vision discreetly scrutinized Su Mingzhuang. After all, her beauty was strikingly exceptional. With skin as fair as snow and features alluringly captivating, she embodied the ideal favored by men. It was rare for any sane man to overlook her allure. However, as red dresses had recently become the fashion in the capital, the ladies on the streets favored crimson attire, leading them to overlook that Su Mingzhuang was adorned in bridal garments. Now, upon recognizing her identity, hostility flickered in their gazes. Beauty, and so what? Shameless, corrupt character, ungrateful. At the time, the Duke had rescued her out of kindness, yet she had not only failed to express gratitude but had also slandered him, tarnishing his reputation. It must be noted that throughout generations, the Pei family had been known for their integrity and devotion, unwilling to bow even in the face of death, yet this charming seductress had besmirched their name. All within the Pei military loathed Su Mingzhuang. Su Mingzhuang's complexion paled as her lips moved, her head bowing in defeat. She could dismiss Madame Pei's piercing glares and the scorn of those around her, but she could not confront the magnitude of her own transgressions. These errors incessantly reminded her she was a wretched person, deserving of scorn and derision, unworthy of the love of her parents or the affection of her husband. She was fit only to be a harlot. Seeing the distress in the young lady's demeanor, Wang Mama hastily grasped her arm. Miss, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Wang Mama served as a lifeline, pulling her from the whirlpool of her emotions. I'm fine, I feel much better. Huawei continued, recently, the old lady's health has not been robust, and she may not manage the family affairs extensively. Thus, she has entrusted Wangjiang Tower to the lady's stewardship. Master Sun, you are to assist her diligently. Master Sun's expression stiffened, entrusted to sue the lady. Is that feasible? The lady is a prominent figure in the capital, yet I have not heard of her managing any enterprises. Huawei raised an eyebrow, smirking, if she does not know, shall she not learn? She has gone to great lengths to marry into the position of mistress. Should she merely indulge in leisure, our Duke's residence harbors no idlers. Wang Mama could no longer contain herself, risking punishment. She subtly interjected, Madame Pei makes a valid point, but if my memory serves me correctly, Lord Pei and the Duke's residence have already separated. Thus, our young lady is now part of the Duke's family and need not have outsiders meddling with her affairs, correct? Huawei paused, momentarily at a loss for words, her frustration palpable. Su Mingzhuang, having regained her composure, interjected before Madame Pei could erupt, Master Sun, would it be convenient for you to present the account books from the past 3 years for my review? Chapter 024. She truly is ungrateful. The crowd fell silent. Su Mingzhuang was widely regarded as a talentless fool, and her incompetence was hardly news in the capital. Tales of her blunders had long circulated in social gatherings, having become a source of amusement for the townsfolk. Yet here she was to examine the accounts. Could she even comprehend them? Manager Sun glanced at Madame Pei, while Huawei smirked derisively. Manager Sun, why do you still stand there in a daze? From now on, the Wangjiang Tower will be under the management of Miss Su, so naturally, the accounts must be handed over to her. Wang Mama looked anxiously at her mistress, whispering in a hushed tone, Miss, can you understand the accounts? Su Mingzhuang, her face ashen, pressed her lips together and murmured, I'm not sure. It is not something I can finish at once. I will take it home to study for a few days, and if there is anything I don't understand, I'll ask my elder sister-in-law. Very well, Mississippi. Wang Mama sighed in relief. Soon, the 3 years' worth of account books were brought forth, with daily and monthly entries stacked high, resembling the arm of a small child. Su Mingzhuang instructed the attendant, please take them to the carriage. I will review them upon returning to the manor. The attendant did not even bother to respond and directly transported them to the carriage. Su Mingzhuang paid no mind to the attendant's lack of respect, her thoughts consumed by the account books. Huawei, noticing Su Mingzhuang's contemplative expression, mockingly inquired, I wonder, are you planning to replace the manager and the attendants of Wangjiang Tower? Don't blame me for not warning you, but you mustn't touch any of these people. Su Mingzhuang turned to Madame Pei, poised to respond, but before she could utter a word, the sound of the door being pushed open interrupted her. The previously idle attendant sprang into action at the sound, as if soldiers responding to the call of battle, rushing forward, please come in, esteemed guest. The volume of their greeting startled Su Mingzhuang, Wang Mama, and Lu Mama. Wang Mama gasped, clutching her heart, oh my, you scared me half to death, why such a sudden outburst? Lu Mama, still reeling from the shock, chimed in, indeed, after so many years away from the battlefield, one would think they shed such habits. Is it truly necessary to shout like that in the capital? Only then did Su Mingzhuang realize that it was merely the ingrained habits of soldiers. The sudden rudeness was somewhat forgivable. However, the incoming guest was not a true patron but rather Pei Jinyan. Manager Sun greeted him with a concerned expression, Your Grace, you've arrived, lunch is ready, please take a seat. Su Mingzhuang looked over to see Pei Jinyan's handsome yet indifferent visage, his expression neutral, though his gaze towards Manager Sun held a touch more warmth than usual. Clad in deep purple official robes that hugged his tall frame, he exuded an air of refined elegance, yet Su Mingzhuang knew well that beneath his polished exterior lay formidable strength and muscle. It wasn't he that she had witnessed it firsthand, but rather, she recalled the time he had saved her from bandits in the countryside, single-handedly fighting off 5 assailants while sustaining only minor injuries himself, leaving 2 dead and 3 wounded, and binding the injured thieves with rope. She vividly remembered that day when she had been in despair, believing her life was over. Pei Jinyan had appeared like a celestial being, rescuing a helpless mortal. Now reflecting on it, she indeed felt she had repaid kindness with ingratitude. Huo Wei asked curiously, Jinyan, did you not go to the hall of the front today? Have you come out on business? Pei Jinyan cast a sidelong glance at Su Mingzhuang beside his aunt before effortlessly retracting his gaze, his eyes devoid of emotion, as if he were merely observing the ordinary furnishings of the restaurant rather than a living person. It is lunchtime. We can dine in the palace. For those who prefer not to eat there, meal allowances are provided. I brought the allowances to Wangjiang Tower to dine, he added. I enjoy Uncle Chen's culinary skills. Uncle Chen was one of the cooks at Wangjiang Tower, previously a cook in the military. Manager Sun, upon seeing the Duke, maintained a beaming smile, eagerly explaining to Madame Payer, Madam, you may not be aware, but the Duke comes here daily to eat with the meal allowances to support our business. Ah. Huo Wei had not anticipated this turn of events. Pei Jinyan did not wish to elaborate further on the matter, stating flatly, let us have the dishes served, I am hungry. Yes, Your Grace, please wait a moment. Soon, an array of dishes was brought forth, filling the table. Upon counting, there were as many as 8 dishes, a veritable feast of 8 dishes and a soup. Huo Wei was astonished. Jinyan, even at home, I've never seen you so extravagant. Pei Jinyan's cold gaze concealed his thoughts, his expression unchanging as he fibbed, the meal allowances are adjusted. I can't bear to pocket the excess, so I simply ordered more. The leftovers can be given to Uncle Sun and the others. Huo Wei nodded in understanding, I see. Su Mingzhuang cast a glance at Pei Jinyan, whose emotions were tightly guarded, then at the 8 dishes before her. She was uncertain whether Madame Payer would believe him, but as for herself, she did not. While there were indeed allowances in the palace, they were hardly substantial, and she had never heard of any adjustments. What was given, there was no expectation of reclaiming it. Pei Jinyan must have been subsidizing it himself to bolster the accounts of Wangjiang Tower, especially since it was lunchtime, and other restaurants were bustling while Wangjiang Tower had no patrons. One need not look far to guess how dismal the accounts must be. Pei Jinyan inquired, Aunt, what brings you here? Huo Wei, feeling apprehensive, began, well, Fengwa hasn't been well lately, so I came to help, and I thought I'd let Mingzhuang take a shot at managing Wangjiang Tower. Her voice dwindled, tinged with guilt. Pei Jinyan frowned, you entrusted such an important establishment to her? The other attendants nodded in agreement. Indeed, it should not be entrusted to that talentless woman. Su Mingzhuang felt exasperated. Long-term losses, and yet it was deemed important? Even she, who knew nothing of business, found it absurd. Huo Wei, fearing her nephew's reaction but reluctant to miss the opportunity, argued, the accounts have been handed over, and she has accepted the task. It would not be prudent to retract it now, lest we appear petty. From the Duke's perspective. Pei Jinyan was about to voice his objections, but seeing the surrounding staff of Wangjiang Tower and knowing his aunt had come to assist without compensation, he could not undermine her face. He settled for, let her try for a month. If she fails to meet expectations, then it will be for naught. All right, a month it is. Huo Wei sighed in relief, grateful to have avoided offending her nephew. The Duke was covertly aiding Wangjiang Tower, and how could Manager Sun remain unaware? Madam, there are so many dishes, the Duke cannot finish them all by himself. You should join him for lunch as well. Ah? Me? Huo Wei, not oblivious to the underlying implications, realized, it is indeed time for lunch. I shall order another table's worth of dishes. This would also serve to support Wangjiang Tower's business. Pei Jinyan cast a deep look at his aunt, stating in a firm tone, do not order any more, let us dine together. He was immensely grateful for her assistance and could not allow her to incur expenses for the Duke's estate. Huo Wei insisted several times, but when her pleas fell on deaf ears, she had no choice but to sit down and join the meal. Naturally, Su Mingzhuang sat down as well. As the three began to dine, Su Mingzhuang picked up her chopsticks and sampled a mouthful. How to describe it? It was not merely unpalatable, it was utterly dreadful. Chapter 025. You certainly know how to speak. Su Mingzhuang was utterly astonished. She never anticipated that a restaurant situated in such a prime location in the capital could produce such unpalatable dishes. It wasn't merely about being too salty or too bland, it was rather the chef's grasp of flavor. The chef's understanding of culinary taste is akin to a makeup artist's aesthetic sensibility in crafting a visage or an embroiderer's eye for patterns. Such intuition is inherent, either one possesses it or struggles to cultivate it. Of course, her previous remark about the food being particularly unappetizing was also influenced by the standards expected of a restaurant in this location. If one were to apply these standards to the fare of an ordinary household or military rations, it would be deemed quite acceptable. Fortunately, Su Mingzhuang had experienced a dream that had dulled her discernment, for had this been a few days prior, she would have undoubtedly spat it out immediately. During her time at the scholar's residence, she was notorious for being picky with her food, to the extent that her mother spared no expense to hire renowned chefs. When exceptional chefs were unattainable, she resorted to hiring their apprentices. There were even light-hearted jests that the meals at the scholar's residence surpassed those of the imperial kitchen. And slowly, Su Mingzhuang swallowed down the dish that should have been sweet and fragrant, yet was instead insipid and bland. She then sampled a dish from another plate, finding it equally unimpressive. Thus, she sampled a meager portion from 8 different dishes, consumed a small bowl of rice, and sipped a modest bowl of soup before setting down her utensils. She remained silent, simply sitting quietly in her place, accompanying the other two as they dined. No one at the table uttered a word. Pei Jinyan, known for his quiet elegance during meals, methodically took a bite of food, followed by a mouthful of rice, repeating this cycle 3 times before sipping his soup, resembling an emotionless dining automaton. In stark contrast, Madame Pei's expression was quite animated, not out of disdain for the food, but rather out of shock at how one of the largest enterprises of the Duke's residence, a restaurant in such a desirable location, could present cuisine of this caliber? How had Wangjiang Tower managed to remain in business for so long? Initially, she had only known that Wangjiang Tower was struggling, intending to throw Su Mingzhuang a challenge, yet she had unwittingly presented her with a formidable dilemma. Soon after, the two finished their luncheon in succession. Huawei glanced at the woman beside her, a wicked glint in her eyes as she asked, Mingzhuang, what do you think of the cuisine at Wangjiang Tower? Su Mingzhuang replied candidly, there is considerable room for improvement. Huawei was taken aback, then scoffed, you certainly know how to articulate your thoughts. Su Mingzhuang lowered her gaze, pretending not to notice Madame Pei's subtle sarcasm. Pei Jinyan rose, inquiring, Aunt, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Huawei also stood, nothing in particular, just returning home to keep Fenghua company. What about you? I shall return to the Hall of Precedence, Pei Jinyan replied, glancing towards the entrance, let us go. I will escort you back. Huawei chuckled, are you being courteous with your aunt? There is no need for that, you may go about your business, we shall reach home by carriage shortly. It is on my way, Pei Jinyan replied, always attentive to his elders. Huawei inwardly sighed, what a splendid child he was, yet how could it be that perhaps it was precisely because Jinyan was so exceptional that even heaven deemed it unfair? When she returned home in a few days, she would have a word with her son, Pei Jinja, urging him to adopt a couple of harmless flaws to learn from. After all, one should not be too perfect. Subsequently, bidding farewell to manager Sun and others, the group prepared to return home. Su Mingzhuang and Madame Pei continued to ride in the carriage, while Pei Jinyan rode on horseback. Once settled, the carriage swiftly set off. Perhaps seeing her nephew had lifted Madame Pei's spirits, for she no longer glared at Su Mingzhuang with the same intensity as before. Instead, she turned her head to gaze out of the window at the scenery. Su Mingzhuang paid no heed to Madame Pei, her gaze directed towards the opposite window as she contemplated the affairs of Wangjiang Tower. She pondered whether to devise a strategy to revitalize Wangjiang Tower or to maintain the status quo while investing some dowry into it. The former would require seeking assistance from her maternal family and her sister-in-law, while the latter merely necessitated some investment, ideally minimizing any losses. Suddenly, she noticed someone who had been riding on the left now switched to the right. He had veered to avoid a carriage on the left side. She could not see his face, only his upright silhouette, yet, to avoid any awkwardness, Su Mingzhuang decided to withdraw her gaze. Just as she did, a commotion erupted ahead, filled with the terrified cries of common folk and the shrieks of several women. Huawei heard it too and urgently called out to the coachman, what is happening up ahead? The coachman opened the door and replied, in response to the second madam, I am not certain of the details, but it appears a young woman has been forcibly dragged into a lavish carriage. Dragged into a carriage? Before Madame Pei could finish her sentence, Su Mingzhuang immediately realized, a young woman? A brazen abduction in broad daylight, it could very well be Duke Yao. We should take a detour, it would be best to avoid this. Duke Yao was none other than the younger brother of the Empress, and her only sibling. Similar to Scholar Su, who had a daughter late in life, the Empress's maternal family, the Yao clan, also had a son later in life, Duke Yao. Moreover, the Yao family indulged Duke Yao to an even greater extent than the Su family. It is easy to imagine the kind of trouble such indulgence could create. Duke Yao, aged 31 this year, is notorious for his gluttony and lechery. He has a wife and concubines. His primary wife hails from a prestigious family, while his concubines were once chosen from reputable families, but over time, he became increasingly indiscriminate, even taking courtesans as concubines. Each time the Empress attempted to discipline her brother, she was thwarted by their mother, and her grandmother's desperate pleas left the Empress powerless, forced to watch Duke Yao's mischief unfold. The Emperor too found himself unable to intervene, as the Yao family was his most formidable supporter, assisting him in countering the militarily powerful Wang family. Ultimately, as Duke Yao was merely a libertine and not power-hungry, the Emperor turned a blind eye. With no restraints, Duke Yao grew increasingly brazen, frequently coercing virtuous ladies. Initially, he would abduct them and later bring them back to his residence as concubines, but as the number of concubines grew, even Prime Minister Yao could no longer tolerate it, issuing orders to prohibit him from taking more concubines into his home. When Duke Yao continued to take advantage of women, he simply settled matters with money. Yet even with money, he tarnished the reputation of young ladies, ruining their lives, with the victims being the young women themselves. Due to Duke Yao's presence, young women in the capital were often too afraid to venture outside. Even when they did, they would wrap themselves up tightly or smear their faces with filthy pig lard. Fortunately, in her dreams, she had not fallen victim to Duke Yao's cruelty, as he had perished when she was defeated. A swift demise, meted out by a woman. Huawei regarded Su Mingzhuang with a peculiar expression, avoiding him? Is that truly the way to deal with Duke Yao? It seems those of similar ilk understand one another. Su Mingzhuang. Do not fault Madame Pei for her observations. Indeed, the people of the capital often liken Duke Yao to the two pearls of the capital, both spoiled by their indulgent families. One was pampered by the father-in-law, another by the emperor, and the last by Scholar Su. Yet, men and women are inherently different. While the two pearls of the capital are merely irritating, they do not inflict harm upon others, whereas Duke Yao is a veritable scourge. As Su Mingzhuang heard the sound of galloping hooves, she instinctively glanced towards the window, and her blood ran cold. Oh no, he wouldn't dare provoke Duke Yao, would he? Chapter 26. Madness, this lord has lost his mind. Indeed, fears often manifest into reality. Before Su Mingzhuang's words had even settled in the air, the voice of Pei Jinyan resonated from ahead. I am an official of the Hall of Imperial Affairs. Who dares to disturb the peace? A gasp spread through the crowd of onlookers, quickly followed by a profound silence. The people turned their hopeful gazes towards the handsome young official, brimming with righteousness, yearning for someone in the capital to confront the notorious Duke Yao. Yet, trepidation gripped their hearts. Everyone in the capital was acutely aware of Duke Yao's formidable influence, with the Empress and the Emperor himself backing him. Who could possibly rival Duke Yao's power? In the past, there had been officials who dared to oppose Duke Yao. What became of them? Some were framed, others were demoted, and soon after, none dared to challenge him again. Huo Wei was nearly paralyzed with fear. Normally fearless, the fierce woman now appeared pale, anxiously stomping her feet within the carriage. Oh no, what are we to do? The Duke's residence has only recently begun to flourish. We cannot provoke Duke Yao at this moment. If Fenghui hears that Jin Yan has offended Duke Yao, he will surely be infuriated. Su Mingzhuang, initially only worried, felt her heart leap into her throat upon hearing the words of the second wife of the Pei family. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed to the carriage door, half of her body protruding out to witness the unfolding scene. Indeed, she beheld Pei Jin Yan, clad in purple, mounted beside the opulent carriage of Duke Yao. The unfortunate woman was half dragged into the carriage, her hands desperately clinging to the doorframe, struggling in vain. Duke Yao, his rotund figure looming large, stepped out, glaring at Pei Jin Yan with palpable hostility. What business is it of yours? Be wise and keep your distance. Do not presume that your Duke's residence can shield you. The crowd erupted in murmurs. So this striking young man was the newly appointed Duke of An? Simultaneously, they were stunned by Duke Yao's audacity. How dare he publicly insult a high-ranking official? Pei Jin Yan's face darkened, his voice icy. I shall ask you once more, who are you? What is happening? Why are you seizing a woman in broad daylight? Duke Yao, patting his ample belly, laughed arrogantly. Who am I, you ask? Can't you see? I am your father. To publicly insult an official of the court, do you have any idea of the consequences? Pei Jin Yan raised his voice. A sycophant by Duke Yao's side edged closer, seemingly attempting to persuade him to adopt a more discreet demeanor, considering the Hall of Imperial Affairs was directly under the Emperor's purview, and held considerable influence. Duke Yao's expression faltered momentarily, only to be replaced by a reluctant grin. Ah, so it is Lord Pei. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Here is the situation. I lost a purse, and this woman refused to return it, so I simply brought her along to inquire. At that moment, the woman screamed frantically, No! I did not. I was simply walking when I was suddenly pulled into the carriage. People around can testify. I did not pick up any purse. Please, save me. The surrounding crowd chimed in. We can testify. The young lady did not pick up any purse. Despite being insulted, Pei Jin Yan recognized the enormity of the predicament and wished to avoid further trouble. It appears to be a misunderstanding. I implore you, Duke Yao, to release her. Duke Yao erupted in anger, pointing at Pei Jin Yan. Nonsense, just because you say she didn't pick it up means nothing. He gestured towards the recent witness. What did you just say? You didn't see anything? Repeat that to me. The witness, suddenly terrified, fell to his knees, pleading, I said nothing. I saw, that lady picked up the Duke's purse. He bowed repeatedly in a frantic apology. Indeed, who among the common folk would dare provoke Duke Yao, a man whom even the Duke of An would not challenge? To suffer alone was one thing, but to endanger one's family was another matter entirely. Duke Yao's laughter grew more derisive. Do you see? I have a witness. The woman, despondent, ceased her struggles. The atmosphere was thick with tension and despair. The onlookers gazed at the valiant young official atop his horse, their hope dwindling, some even quietly urging him to relent, as the woman might receive compensation after being wronged. Pei Jin Yan's gaze remained cold and unwavering, though his inner turmoil was evident as veins throbbed at his temple from the effort to contain his rage. With a flourish, Duke Yao opened a folding fan, feigning elegance. Does Lord Pei have further matters to attend to? If not, I shall take my leave, for I have pressing business to attend to. A collective sigh of despair echoed among the crowd. None could predict the torment that awaited the unfortunate woman. Pei Jin Yan's voice rang out with authority. Yao Qingxi, dismount, I shall escort you to the capital's magistracy. The crowd gasped. Has this official truly lost his mind? Duke Yao was momentarily taken aback, but then his beady eyes, squeezed by his corpulence, glinted with malice. Pei Jin Yan, are you certain? Do you understand the repercussions? Pei Jin Yan's face remained stoic. Certain. Inside the carriage, Huo Wei felt the world go dark, nearly fainting from the shock. Su Mingzhuang's heart raced, threatening to shatter her ribcage. This must not escalate into a full-blown conflict. Duke Yao was no benevolent figure, and neither was Chancellor Yao. Chancellor Yao would not spare the Duke's residence. With a surge of courage she could not explain, Su Mingzhuang leapt from the carriage, lifting her skirts as she sprinted forward, shouting, Uncle Yao, it is a misunderstanding. That woman did not pick up your purse. I saw it. It truly is a misunderstanding. Duke Yao was about to unleash his wrath when he caught sight of the enchanting young lady before him, nearly drooling at the sight. She was none other than the alluring Su Mingzhuang. Having watched her grow up, Duke Yao had never felt much inclination toward her before, but now, as she matured, her beauty was undeniable. He found himself tempted, however. His father had warned him repeatedly he could indulge in any dalliance, but he must never touch Su Mingzhuang. The Su family had long been a prestigious lineage, coveted by the Emperor and Prince Wu alike. Why did Princess Yuxuan cultivate a friendship with Su Mingzhuang? Why did the Empress treat her with such affection upon her entry into the palace? It was all due to the knowledge of scholar Su's affection for her, aiming to win him over through her. Though his father indulged him, there were boundaries. Should he overstep, he would face dire consequences. Realizing this, Duke Yao swallowed his salivating desire and forced a semblance of benevolence onto his face. "Oh, my dear niece, little Zhuang. What brings you here? Come, uncle will take you shopping. Whatever you desire, I shall buy for you." The crowd stood in stunned silence. Was there a change in fortune? Did Duke Yao truly hold anyone in regard? Mingzhuang, taken aback by his sudden cordiality, had never interacted with Duke Yao directly before. Her parents had always advised her to avoid him. She was not naive enough to believe Duke Yao regarded her as a true niece. The lustful glint in his eyes was unmistakable. If looks could strip, she would have been laid bare before him, yet, such thoughts mattered little. She had seen such lecherous gazes before, especially in her dreams, where men, after she was cast out, would pounce upon her without the need for words. The priority now was to prevent a confrontation between Duke Yao and the Duke's residence. With this in mind, Mingzhuang summoned a sweet smile. "Uncle Yao, I assure you, I truly saw your purse was not picked up by that woman. Please help, I will ask my father to thank Chancellor Yao later." Subtly invoking the name of Duke Yao's father, she struck a chord. Indeed, Duke Yao held a deep-seated fear of his father. After a brief internal struggle, he commanded his sycophant, "Release her." "Yes, your grace." The sycophant complied without hesitation, hastily freeing the woman. As she tumbled out of the carriage, she landed on the ground, her face pale and her gaze vacant, as though she had narrowly escaped the underworld. Mingzhuang leaned down to the woman, whispering urgently, "Run, go now." The woman stared in terror at the radiant beauty before her, attempting to express her gratitude, but no sound emerged. Understanding her silent plea, Mingzhuang reassured her, "No need for thanks. Just run." With a final grateful glance, the woman scuttled away in a desperate scramble. Watching her depart, Mingzhuang sighed in relief. Thankfully, there had been no conflict, and old Madame Pei would not suffer a stroke. However, just as everyone believed the ordeal had concluded without further incident, Duke Yao felt cornered and unable to save face. He glared at the man preparing to mount his horse, convinced this was the true instigator of his troubles. Pei Jinyan, halt. Chapter 027. Fear of everything, except for criticism. Pei Jinyan reined in his horse, pivoting toward the dock, and coldly fixed his gaze upon the rotund Yao Guozhou. "What brings you here?" Yao Guozhou sneered, "Treading on my head, playing the great hero, does it not feel splendid to you?" He then shouted to the gathered crowd, "Do not be deceived by this hypocrite. This scoundrel is infatuated with my niece's beauty, violating her innocence, and forcing her into marriage. TSK, with your family's impoverished state, is this the only means by which you can wed a daughter of the Su family?" The onlookers gazed in astonishment, bewildered by the audacity of the young official who had just stepped forward. Yet, upon closer inspection, they saw a man with sharp brows and a striking countenance, exuding a dignified grace. Far from the visage of a lecher faced with accusations, he remained unyielding, his expression serene. However, Mingzhuang discerned that Pei Jinyan merely feigned calmness, while his fury simmered beneath the surface, evident in the veins that throbbed on his forehead and the tense line of his jaw. "Uncle Yao, Before she could finish, Yao Guozhou cast a fierce glare at Mingzhuang. "Silence. It is my duty as your uncle to seek justice for you." His words were delivered with a righteous indignation, but Mingzhuang detected a threat in his eyes, an unspoken warning that he had granted her leniency, and she must now reciprocate. The word she wished to express lodged in her throat. She averted her gaze, offering an apologetic look to Pei Jinyan before performing a respectful bow to Yao Guozhou, then turned and lifted her skirts as she returned to the carriage. Once she departed, Yao Guozhou's face broke into a satisfied grin as he called out, "Why the silence now? Where is your earlier bravado? You may insult my niece, yet I cannot misconstrue that woman. You, a paragon of virtue, who shuns the company of women. If the ancestor of the Pei family, Duke of Anguo, knew that his descendants behaved thus, he might as well have severed their lineage long ago." Ha ha ha. As Mingzhuang stepped into the carriage, ready to close the door, she inexplicably turned to glance back, catching a glimpse of Pei Jinyan's frigid profile. His expression shifted dramatically, from crimson to deep purple, then pale, only to revert back to red, the tension in his jaw hinting at his clenched teeth. It was ultimately her fault. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Mingzhuang lowered her head and entered the carriage of the second wife of the Pei family. Her eyes reddened with worry, exclaimed, "I say, Miss Su, do you not realize the implications of what has just transpired? Whether or not Jin Yan has slighted you, you must be aware of the stakes. Set aside your previous tactics. Now that you are married to him, you are bound to him. Can you simply stand by and watch him be humiliated?" Lu Momo had already begun to weep, while Wang Momo appeared quite embarrassed. Mingzhuang lowered her gaze, suppressing her guilt. "Aunt, please remain calm. You witnessed the situation. General Pei is on the verge of offending Yao Guozhou, but if Yao Guozhou were to truly fall into General Pei's hands, the Chancellor would not let it rest easily. My intervention saved that woman and controlled the situation, yet it also cost Yao Guozhou his pride. He will surely seek to reclaim it. Even if he does not publicly insult General Pei today, he will surely retaliate against the Duke's estate later. I hope you understand." The second wife of the Pei family fixed her gaze on the composed young woman, choking back a sob. "Understand? How am I to understand? Jin Yan has grown up before my eyes. Though he is my nephew, he is like a son to me. Do you know how hard he has strived? From the age of 6, he has only slept 3 hours a night. While other children read 1 book, he read 2. While they practiced martial arts for 1 hour, he practiced for 2. Even when it came to calligraphy, while other children bound a sandbag to their wrists, he would bind 2. He idolizes our ancestor, Duke Guai, and has always set him as a standard, working diligently and maintaining his integrity, while other boys of 13 or 14 are already assigned concubines, and some at 17 or 18 have visited brothels. Jin Wang, at 19, has not even dared touch a woman's hand, surrounded only by male attendants, with not a single maid in sight. And you dare to slander him with accusations of impropriety, how dare you? Su Mingzhuang had no retort. Wang Momo, sympathetic to her mistress, mustered her courage. Madam, please understand, if Miss Su had not intervened earlier, the Duke would have surely captured Yao Guozhou. If the Duke's estate were to become hostile with the Yao family, they would lose not only face but perhaps even their standing. This time, silence enveloped the second wife of the Pei family. Having surpassed the age of confusion, her past impulsiveness had been tempered by experience. She recognized the truth in Wang Momo's words, knowing full well that the Pei family, aware of their dwindling progeny, had contemplated dividing their household to pursue individual paths, eventually reuniting to form a network of alliances. And the Duke's estate was the most pivotal of all. After 2 generations of effort, the Pei family had flourished. If they were to create enemies now, all their hard work over the past decades would be in vain. From one perspective, Su Mingzhuang had indeed aided Jin Wang. Wang Momo took a deep breath and continued, moreover, I believe our young lady has inadvertently given the Duke a blemish, providing Yao Guozhou with a target for his ire. Otherwise, if Yao Guozhou sought to harm the Duke but found him flawless, his methods would only grow more insidious. Su Mingzhuang replied firmly, Wang Momo, please cease, there is no need to defend me. A wrong is a wrong. Tarnishing a reputation is irrevocable, and she had no face to offer excuses. Yes, Mississippi. Wang Momo fell silent, lowering her head to retrieve a handkerchief to dab at her tear-stained eyes. Su Mingzhuang's thoughts were not on their conversation but rather gazing out the window, observing the unfolding situation. Due to the incident involving Yao Guozhou, the road had become congested. Those attempting to pass had to divert far away, none daring to approach while Yao Guozhou unleashed his wrath upon Pei Jin, his insults growing increasingly vile. Su Mingzhuang feared little else than Yao Guozhou berating the elder Madame Pei, knowing well that she was Pei Jinyan's Achilles heel. Fortunately, despite his shamelessness, Yao Guozhou focused solely on berating Pei Jinyan, his tirade becoming more and more indecent. Pei Jinyan's expression fluctuated, yet he remained motionless, allowing Yao Guozhou to vent his frustrations. Su Mingzhuang exhaled deeply. He had endured. This incident revealed that Pei Jinyan was not as brittle as she had previously imagined. He was indeed capable of both resilience and humility. After a lengthy tirade, when Yao Guozhou received no response and had vented his fill, he retreated into his carriage and departed. Inside Su Mingzhuang's carriage, the second wife of the Pei family was distraught, her face swollen from tears. In contrast, Su Mingzhuang maintained a placid demeanor, neither mournful nor joyous. Wei dried her tears, her voice still choked with emotion. I say, Miss Su, are you truly so cold-hearted? Because of you, Jin Yan has been scolded for so long, and you display not a hint of emotion. Surely, even a sense of schadenfreude would suffice. I do feel something. I merely conceal it well. Su Mingzhuang lowered her eyes. She felt little in response to the insults, for in her dreams, she had become the most notorious woman in the capital, reviled by all who crossed her path, even those entirely unconnected to her. She had grown accustomed to it. Now, she feared everything, save for scorn. At that moment, the sound of hoofbeats reached her ears, heralding Pei Jinyan's return. As the left side of the carriage was still occupied by the recently released throngs, he had to halt on the right side, leaning in through the window to speak with Su Mingzhuang and the second wife. Aunt, I apologize for the delay. I fear I lacked the time to escort you home. Wei interjected hastily, no need to escort us, Jin Yan, you must return to the palace, we can manage on our own. Pei Jinyan nodded slightly before spurring his horse away. Wang Momo muttered under her breath, what sort of people are they? This road was not chosen by Miss Su, nor was it by her design that she encountered Yao Guozhou. It was Miss Su who saved them, yet she remained so emotionally detached. Su Mingzhuang raised her eyes, silencing Wang Momo with a glance. Wang Momo could only acquiesce, falling silent as the carriage resumed its journey. Su Mingzhuang stared out the window, her mind suddenly recalling Pei Jinyan's words, I fear I lack the time to escort you home. You? If her memory served her correctly, when they had exited Wangjiang Tower, Pei Jinyan had only mentioned escorting the second wife. Chapter 028. Does she truly grasp her own abilities? On the return journey, silence enveloped the carriage as each individual pondered their thoughts, until they arrived at the Duke's residence. Notably, upon disembarking, Madame Pei unexpectedly sought assistance to transport the account books. Su Mingzhuang did not decline, recognizing that both she and Wang Mama were either too elderly or too fatigued from a sleepless night to manage the task. Consequently, the two groups parted ways, each lost in their own reflections and exchanging few words. In the Yansheng courtyard, as soon as Su Mingzhuang entered, Yaqin and Yunshu eagerly approached her, exclaiming, Miss, Wang Mama, you have returned. The kitchen is ready, we can start cooking at any moment, please come and take a look. As their voices trailed off, they noticed several unfamiliar maidservants carrying a stack of account books. Wang Mama, please have them place the account books in my room while I check on the kitchen, Su Mingzhuang instructed. Yes, miss, came the reply. Following this, Wang Mama guided the maidservants to their tasks while Su Mingzhuang accompanied Yaqin and the others to the small kitchen. The Yansheng courtyard was not particularly spacious for accommodating esteemed guests. By the standards of the scholar's residence, such a courtyard would typically house favored concubines. Thus, even though there was a small kitchen, it was rather modest in scale. Su Mingzhuang took a cursory glance and nodded approvingly, quite satisfactory. Yunshu, brimming with enthusiasm, rubbed her hands together. Miss, have you had lunch? Would you like me to showcase my culinary skills? From the side, Yaqin teased, can you truly cater to the tastes of our miss? I suggest that since we now have a kitchen, we could request madam to invite the cook who previously prepared meals for Mississippi. Her voice faltered as she corrected herself, but wait, that cook is a man. Su Mingzhuang smiled wearily, I have already dined, but you may surprise me with your culinary talents for dinner. There is no need to fetch a cook, we can hire a cookmaid however, if any of you wish to take on the role of cookmaid as well, I shall offer double the wages. Upon hearing the promise of double wages, the eyes of the maidservants gleamed with excitement. At this moment, the account books had been placed appropriately, and after the maidservants who assisted had departed, Wang Mama approached Su Mingzhuang from behind and softly advised, Miss, you didn't sleep at all last night. Please take a moment to rest, do not exhaust yourself. The others were taken aback, what, the miss had not slept, they recalled that upon their morning arrival, they had seen her standing in the courtyard. Indeed, Su Mingzhuang was fatigued, not only from her sleepless night but also from the day's experiences at Wangjiang Tower and the fright she had received from Uncle Yao, leaving her physically and mentally drained. Thus, she obediently retired to rest after a short while, having released her hair and shed her outer garments, Su Mingzhuang lay back on her bed resting her head on a jade pillow, her mind felt heavy, yet her thoughts raced chaotically, had today's events truly resolved anything? Would Uncle Yao seek vengeance against Pei Jinyan? Given her understanding of Uncle Yao's vengeful nature, it was unlikely he would let the matter rest however, if her previous suspicions held true and Pei Jinyan was someone nurtured in secret by the emperor, then the emperor would surely intervene upon learning of the discord between Uncle Yao and Pei Jinyan. With the pressure she had provided, perhaps this matter could indeed be resolved. Lost in thought, she drifted into a deep slumber. When she next opened her eyes and drew back the curtains, she noticed that the lanterns had been lit on the table, while the windows remained tightly shut, leaving the outside world cloaked in darkness. Su Mingzhuang sat up, slipped on her shoes, and approached the table. Outside, the maidservant Qiqiu, who was keeping watch, heard the movements within and cautiously pushed the door open to check. Seeing that the miss had indeed risen, she hurried inside. Miss, you are awake, it is the midnight hour, will you not continue to sleep? Su Mingzhuang shook her head, no, thank you. Are you hungry, miss? There is food in the kitchen, specially prepared by Sister Yin Shu for you that if you do not wish to eat, I can cook something fresh, though my culinary skills may be. She trailed off awkwardly, scratching her head. The maidservants of Yinsheng courtyard were quite ambitious, each longing to become a cookmaid and earn double wages. Su Mingzhuang replied, I have no appetite, you may return to rest, I no longer require someone to keep watch. If I become hungry, I will heat the food myself. Qiqiu was taken aback, you will heat it yourself, miss, do you know how to start a fire? Indeed. Qiqiu's eyes nearly bulged from her sockets in astonishment. Of course, Su Mingzhuang knew how to in her final year of life, afflicted by a debilitating illness, she had learned to care for herself, mastering not only cooking and laundry but also the art of repairing rooftops in the rain. Su Mingzhuang waved her hand dismissively, I insist you return to rest, do not feel obliged to me, it is not out of kindness that I say this, but rather due to the circumstances we find ourselves in. Here at the Duke's residence, we are not particularly favored. In Yinsheng courtyard, every individual must bear the weight of two. Should you forego sleep tonight, we may find ourselves short-staffed tomorrow, and your presence would not serve me well. I might fall asleep again shortly. Seeing the Mrs.'s determination, Qiqiu could only comply. Yes, Mississippi. After Qiqiu departed, Su Mingzhuang prepared herself a cup of tea, sipping it slowly while examining the account books on the table. The moonlight spilled like silver sand, marking the passage of time. As she sipped the tea, she pondered her next steps. To revitalize Wangjiang Tower, did she truly possess the capability for such an endeavor? How well did she understand her own limitations, or should she simply continue to muddle through for another year? Yet a voice within urged her to take action, to make amends with Manager Sun, and to offer some form of reparation for Pei Jinyan, whose reputation had suffered. Today on the streets, Pei Jinyan had been subjected to scathing insults. Uncle Yao's tirades were filled with such filth that in less than half an hour, he had uttered more vulgarities than she had encountered in her entire life. Su Mingzhuang shook her head, only to find her brow furrowing in pain. The sleepless night and the irregular hours had taken their toll, and encountering such difficulties only exacerbated her headache. With a hairpin in hand, she gathered her long, lustrous hair into a simple bun, donned a garment, and stepped outside. Technically, she was still within her betrothal period and should have continued to wear red attire for the next 15 days. She had indeed complied, but tonight, she desired a moment of respite from the mocking red. Stepping out of her room, she traversed the silent courtyard and gently opened the courtyard gate before stepping outside. She sought a secluded spot, a place away from prying eyes where she could find some tranquility. In her memory, there were two gardens at the Duke's residence, one large and one small. The larger had been repurposed as the residence for the elder Madame Pei, while the smaller one was not far from Yinsheng courtyard. Though referred to as a garden, the smaller space was merely a patch of open ground nestled within the corridor's center, too small to accommodate a proper house. Thus, they had constructed a pavilion, laid 2 stone paths, and planted a few flowers, transforming it into a quaint garden. Before long, Su Mingzhuang arrived at the garden. As she walked along the stone path toward the pavilion, she caught a whiff of a faint aroma of wine. Wine, with no one around, where could the scent be coming from? Pausing, she glanced about, but saw no one in sight. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she looked up, only to take a startled step back. Perched atop the pavilion's eaves was a man, holding a large wine jar and gazing down at her from his elevated position. Chapter 29. A strange stare perched upon the eaves was none other than Pei Jinyan, who had been subjected to scathing criticism earlier that day. Unlike the deep purple official robes typically worn, he was clad in a simple moon-white long gown. Coincidentally, Su Mingzhuang had also draped herself in a garment of the same hue. Thus, one stood on the flying eaves while the other remained outside the pavilion, engaged in an eerie exchange of glances. The full moon illuminated the night with a brilliant light, casting clarity upon their expressions. Su Mingzhuang's face mirrored an unexpected astonishment, while Pei Jinyan maintained an impassive demeanor, his cold visage tinged with a hint of inebriation, his half-lowered gaze revealing a complexity of emotions. A wave of anxiety washed over Su Mingzhuang. Today, Du Qiao had exploited her to insult Pei Jinyan. Would he harbor resentment? Might he strike her? Yet, upon further reflection, she deemed it unlikely. Pei Jinyan, though seemingly frigid and obstinate, was, in reality, a man of caution and adaptability. He was capable of enduring humiliation alongside her during their ceremonial rites, and could withstand a half-hour of public scorn from Du Qiao without faltering. Even in her dreams, where he would chastise her to the brink of despair, he left no marks upon her, rendering her incapable of seeking solace at her family home. Her thoughts spiraled into deeper fears. His eyes, dark as an unfathomable abyss, left her to ponder whether he might indeed come to settle the score. Abruptly, the man rose, startling Su Mingzhuang, who, lost in trepidation, gasped softly and recoiled. In her fright, she forgot the gravel path beneath her feet, stumbling and landing squarely upon the stones. Ow! The pain was genuine. The figure atop the eaves leaned forward instinctively, as if to descend and assist her. Yet, he hesitated, then turned to leap down from another direction, departing with haste. Once she observed his retreat, the tension in Su Mingzhuang's form relaxed, and she sighed. Had I known he was here, I would not have come. Really, with so few people in the Duke's estate, could they not dismantle a couple of rooms to create a garden? The old matron occupies one, leaving only a small space. It is utterly stifling to breathe in the evening. After her complaints, she stood, contemplating whether to return. However, the thought of returning to that humiliating dwelling, haunted by unbearable memories, dissuaded her. She lifted her gaze toward the pavilion, pondering, since he had left, would it not be a waste to abandon such a lovely spot? In this beautiful moment, one must not squander the charm of the little pavilion. With this thought, Su Mingzhuang bore the pain of her fall and slowly made her way into the pavilion. Whether it was a temporary escape from her source of suffering or the aftermath of her stumble that jolted her from her dreams, she seemed to have momentarily forgotten her predicaments, returning to a state of carefree joy. Taking a deep breath, she smiled and mused, this is how it should be. Why concern myself with so much? Who am I? I am but the carefree gem of the capital. As for that dream, let it be merely a dream. As long as I ensure that the old matron does not suffer from my actions, that I refrain from entanglements with Prince Jin, and that I part ways after a year, everything will conclude satisfactorily. I shall return home joyfully, and he can merrily join forces with Gu Lingyu, each of us minding our own business. What bliss it would be. As she spoke, a waft of wine fragrance invaded her senses, shattering her contentment as the gem of the capital. Like a wilting eggplant, Su Mingzhuang sank onto the redwood beauty resting seat in the pavilion, propping her chin in her hand, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to her, not far from the quaint pavilion, atop an empty courtyard, a tall figure sat cross-legged, clutching a wine jug. Pei Jinyan furrowed his brow, fixated on the woman reclining against the beauty resting seat in the pavilion, muttering under his breath, why hasn't she left? Outsiders were unaware that this little pavilion had served as Pei Jinyan's sanctuary since childhood. In his youth, overwhelmed by responsibilities and aspirations, he would escape to the pavilion under the cover of night to breathe freely. As he matured and academic pressures mounted, coupled with his entrance into the court, he visited less frequently. After inadvertently rescuing the daughter of Scholar Su and subsequently being wronged, his reputation tarnished, he had returned to this hidden refuge, maintaining a facade of calm during the day while seeking solace at night, gazing at the familiar night sky and moon, reminiscing about his childhood. Those days, when his father was alive and his mother in good health, though burdened by ambition, he was shielded by 2 protective umbrellas, and life was joyful. However, before he could prepare himself for the trials ahead, his father passed away unexpectedly, and his mother, consumed by sorrow, fell ill with melancholy. He was thrust into adulthood overnight, shouldering the weight of the Duke's estate. Had his uncles remained in the Duke's household, his burdens would have been somewhat lighter, yet, due to family plans, his father had separated from his brothers, each pursuing their own paths, leaving him with little support. When Du Qiao berated him earlier, he initially feared he could not endure it, yet he forced himself to recall the past and contemplate his ideals, eventually finding a sense of calm, realizing that compared to his dire circumstances, a few insults were trivial. He thought he had weathered the storm, only for the late-night silence to resurrect Du Qiao's taunts in his mind, igniting waves of sorrow and anger. He sought refuge in his sanctuary to quell his turmoil, only to be interrupted by an unwelcome visitor who drove him away. The composed depths of Pei Jinyan's eyes flickered with youthful restlessness as he cast an irritable glance toward the little pavilion. Well then, that woman had made herself comfortable against the beauty resting seat, intending to spend the night there? Fortunately, not long after, the woman rose from the resting seat just as he assumed she would depart. To his surprise, she settled back against the beauty resting seat, raising her fist as if to affirm a decision. Pei Jinyan lifted his wine jug and took a swig. He intended to wait for her to leave before returning to the pavilion, yet, fate had it that these 2 stubborn souls, one in the pavilion and the other on the eaves, endured the night until dawn before parting ways. Morning arrived, concerned that the young lady might not have slept. Nurse Wang rose early and hurried over. As expected, the young lady sat at the table, her left hand flipping through account ledgers while her right hand manipulated an abacus. Her proficiency with the abacus paled in comparison to that of the shopkeepers, her movements slow and clumsy. Though earnest, after calculating the figures, she diligently recorded them on paper, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized the written words, lost in contemplation. Nurse Wang lingered at the doorway for a while, waiting for the young lady to regain her focus before seizing the opportunity to inquire, I hope Miss has not lost sleep again? Su Mingzhuang turned her head, her large, watery eyes revealing a hint of fatigue beneath them. Ah, it is you, Nurse Wang. You rise quite early. I took a nap yesterday afternoon, thus I am not weary tonight. Nurse Wang sighed, I worry that you will wear yourself thin. Mingzhuang chuckled, you underestimate my resilience. Oh, by the way, I recall there is a maid in our courtyard who is the daughter of a horse groom. She knows how to care for and ride horses. What was her name again? Shi Qiu. Shi Qiu, indeed. Mingzhuang recalled the girl from yesterday who was to keep watch, her thick brows and full lips coming to mind. Very well, when she awakens, have her come to see me. As she spoke, she retrieved a piece of paper and began to write swiftly. Yes, I shall prepare breakfast for you, Mississippi. Nurse Wang glanced at the paper, realizing the young lady seemed to be composing a letter. Chapter 030 Growing Up in a Night, How Indecent. An hour later, Shi Qiu entered the room. I have come to greet you, Mississippi. I heard from Wang Mama that you were looking for me. Having finished her breakfast, Mingzhuang lifted her gaze from the account book and pointed to a small bundle beside the table. Take this with you to the Duke's stables and borrow a horse. Ride back to the scholar's residence and deliver this to the eldest lady. If they refuse to lend you a horse, purchase one from the relay station, and that horse shall be entrusted to your care from now on. Pausing briefly, she added, you may procure the funds from Wang Mama. Choose a horse you fancy. Shi Qiu's eyes sparkled with delight. You mean I can take care of a horse? Thank you, miss. She was the daughter of a groom and had grown up alongside horses, possessing a profound love for them. It had always been her dream to raise a horse, but her father had told her that there were no female grooms in this world. The fact that her mistress was willing to buy a horse for her filled her with joy. Seeing her straightforward maid's face brimming with happiness, Mingzhuang felt her own mood lighten. Take good care of it and teach me to ride when I return. Yes, miss, I am quite adept at riding. I will ensure you learn. Shi Qiu exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude, unsure how many times she should thank her to express her feelings. Off you go. After giving her instructions, Mingzhuang returned her focus to the account book. How Shi Qiu made her way to the Duke's stables, how the groom refused to lend a horse, and how she cheerfully selected a small black mare with a tuft of white hair on its head at the relay station need not be detailed here. What is pertinent is that Shi Qiu rode to the scholar's residence and delivered the bundle to the eldest lady, Fu Yunji in the accounting room. Upon opening the package, Fu Yunji was taken aback. Cui Mama, who was assisting the eldest lady with the accounts, inquired with curiosity, Madam, what has the eldest young lady sent that has surprised you so? Fu Yunji smiled wryly, it is the account book from the Duke's Wangjian building. I suspect the Duke's household has handed her the most challenging task as a means of reprimand. Cui Mama could only express her muted grievances. The eldest young lady ought to consider the feelings of the madam. The madam is occupied with the household's affairs, constantly on the go, and if she lacks the capability to manage the estate, she should refrain from taking it on, and forcing it upon her family is rather burdensome, is it not? Fu Yunji sighed, Cui Mama, let us not speak ill of her. The eldest young lady is the cherished daughter of our parents in their later years, and her brothers are quite fond of her. We must empathize and show her kindness. Yes, madam. Cui Mama's eyes glistened with concern for her young mistress. Instead of perusing the account book, Fu Yunji chose to read the letter first. She expected it to be filled with demands as in the past, but instead, she was met with neatly penned, elegant characters. A dear sister-in-law, I hope this letter finds you well. I apologize for the sudden interruption and hope for your understanding. Mingzhuang is aware of your busy household and does not wish to impose lightly. However, you are the most virtuous and capable woman among those I know, and since your marriage, my mother has been exceedingly pleased, often advising me to learn from you. Before my marriage, I held you in great admiration. After taking over the family responsibilities, I have come to appreciate your struggles and extraordinary talent even more. Enough flattery for now, I shall save the rest for when I return home. Fu Yunji could not help but chuckle, laughing aloud. Cui Mama, puzzled, wondered why the usually demanding eldest young lady had written such a letter. As soon as she finished the first page, Fu Yunji handed the flattery letter to Cui Mama for her to read while she moved on to the second page. The tone of the second page was markedly different, much more serious. On the day of my return, I specifically sought your guidance on the Wangjian building, as I had a premonition that the Duke's household might entrust it to me. Given that the old lady's health is frail, managing the building may prove to be quite taxing. Fu Yunji sighed deeply, murmuring, my mother always said that unmarried girls remain immature, yet upon marriage, they can grow up overnight. I never believed her until now, witnessing Mingzhuang's transformation. Cui Mama quickly finished reading the page, her mouth agape in astonishment. Is this truly a letter from the eldest young lady? Could it be that Wang Mama dictated it while the eldest young lady wrote it down? Everyone recognized the eldest young lady's handwriting. Fu Yunji chuckled, do you think that little imp Mingzhuang would go to such lengths? Cui Mama conceded, realizing it would be unnecessary. As long as the eldest young lady asked, the people of the scholar's residence would procure anything she desired. Then, does this mean the eldest young lady has truly matured? Her voice was laced with uncertainty. Fu Yunji continued reading, I do not know, but there is no rush, let us observe further. At least she is not as willful as she once was. Choosing her words carefully, she refrained from expressing herself too harshly. The situation at Wangjian building is known to you, sister-in-law. From the manager to the waitstaff, they all retain the demeanor of soldiers, which is quite incongruous in business, and moreover, I sampled their dishes, and the taste left much to be desired. However, this is not the crux of my letter, rather, I suspect that someone is intentionally sabotaging the Wangjiang building. Fu Yunji was taken aback, someone is undermining the Wangjiang building, I have not heard of this before. Cui Mama, now aware of the gravity of the situation, leaned in closer to read the letter together. The Wangjiang building does not require substantial operating costs, as the property was granted by the emperor. Aside from tax payments and management fees for Chang'an Street, the basic operational expenses are minimal. Moreover, the costs mainly consist of repairs and the wages for the manager and waitstaff. The former is fixed and remains manageable. The issue lies with the cost of provisions. The Wangjiang building has been struggling with business, and manager Sun is well aware, having served in this capacity for many years. He knows to stock up when business is good and to cut back when it is poor, and he has indeed done so. Upon reviewing the account books, you will find that manager Sun has attempted to reduce provisions several times. However, whenever he does so, a sudden influx of customers arrives, leading to an unexpected rush. When the establishment is overwhelmed, yet provisions are scarce, manager Sun feels guilty. After a few such incidents, he no longer dares to cut back on supplies. Unfortunately, the excess provisions spoil within days, necessitating a fresh purchase and thereby increasing operational costs. Fu Yunji hastily flipped through the account books. Having managed the accounts for years, she was adept and quickly skimmed through several volumes. Indeed, as her sister-in-law had indicated, something was amiss. Yesterday, upon taking over the Wangjiang building, I encountered resistance from them, and I was at a loss for where to begin. I intended to approach this incongruity as a starting point. However, Mingzhuang, being rather dull and inept, could only shamelessly seek your assistance in investigating this matter. I shall pray diligently, hoping for my nephew's academic success, my niece's beauty, and that my brother is utterly captivated by you. Fu Yunji's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she playfully chided, this child cannot handle flattery. I just praised her for growing up, and she quickly reverted to her old ways. Cui Mama joined in with a few light-hearted complaints, yet she understood that the eldest young lady's compliments had indeed struck a chord, pleasing the eldest lady. Reflecting silently, she thought perhaps, as the eldest lady suggested, the young lady has matured after her marriage. If so, it is a cause for gratitude. Although the process of her marriage was quite embarrassing, at least the outcome is favorable. In the Yansheng courtyard, Su Mingzhuang did not overexert herself that morning. After a brief look at the account books, she retired to bed for some rest. When she awoke, it was already afternoon. Seeing the young lady awake, Wang Mama hurriedly arranged for a belated lunch. Su Mingzhuang expressed her lack of appetite, but Wang Mama insisted she eat, fearing that such erratic sleeping patterns coupled with poor eating might lead to illness. Reluctantly, Su Mingzhuang complied, forcing herself to consume some food. Though her taste had not changed, she could no longer be picky after suffering in her dreams. The distinction between what could be swallowed and what was enjoyable was entirely different. What was merely bearable became a chore when her body and spirit were slightly unwell, making it feel akin to eating chaff. Just as Su Mingzhuang sighed and prepared to endure this punishment, Shiqiu rushed in, breathless. Miss, the eldest lady has sent someone back with a letter. Chapter 031. How did the young lady find out? Upon hearing this, Su Mingzhuang's heart leaped with joy. Really, show it to me. Shiqiu presented it to her. Seeing that after much coaxing the young lady finally agreed to eat something, Wang Momo, in a fit of indignation, snatched the package away, declaring that if the young lady would not eat, she would not be allowed to see the package. Su Mingzhuang had no choice but to hasten her lunch, and only after finishing did she acquire the package and retreat to her room to examine it thoroughly. After a short while, Wang Momo quietly entered the room. Noticing the young lady frowning, her expression troubled, she gently inquired, "My lady, is there something amiss? If it is inconvenient to share, I shall not pry." Su Mingzhuang lifted her gaze from the letter. It is convenient. In the Duke's residence, she needed a confidant to assist her, and Wang Momo was her provisional choice. Thus, matters concerning the Duke's household warranted a discussion with her. Subsequently, Su Mingzhuang recounted the peculiarity she had observed in the account books to Wang Momo. Wang Momo was taken aback. Such strange occurrences indeed. Has the eldest lady's reply yielded any results? Su Mingzhuang, her exquisite countenance serious and composed, nodded. If my sister-in-law's investigation proves correct, those who have been undermining Wangjiang Tower from behind are indeed individuals from the Jin Duke's residence. The Jin Duke's residence? What enmity exists between the Jin Duke and the Yin Duke? There is. Su Mingzhuang cast a wary glance at the door. Momo, please shut the door. Wang Momo, sensing the gravity of the discussion, promptly rose to close the door. Su Mingzhuang busied herself as well, securing the windows before speaking softly to Wang Momo. The Yin Duke and the Jin Duke have always had a strained relationship, tracing back to their ancestors who fought alongside the founding emperor. At that time, they were considered the emperor's right and left arms, yet their styles diverged. The Yin Duke was a man of action, diligent and capable, achieving great military feats, yet principled and just. He would argue vehemently against any strategy he deemed wrong, even with the emperor, fostering a love-hate relationship marked by rivalry and mutual admiration. The Jin Duke, aware of his average military skills, emphasized loyalty above all. When the emperor directed him westward, he would not turn east. Even if commanded to traverse a mountain of knives, he would refuse to enter a sea of flames. He consistently looked to the emperor for guidance, and when the emperor was in low spirits, he would often converse with the Jin Duke for solace, much like a confidant. As time passed and the empire was secured, the emperor rewarded both with the title of first-class duke. Under the new laws of the Beiyan kingdom, princes and dukes required royal blood ties, making first-class dukes the highest honor for outsiders. Thus, both sides coexisted relatively peacefully. However, when it came time to bestow land upon these meritorious subjects, the Jin Duke coveted the prime location of Wangjiang Tower. He resorted to underhanded tactics to solicit it from the emperor, who summoned the Yin Duke and presented several properties for him to choose from. The Duke selected Wangzhong Tower, and the Emperor granted it to him on the spot, which ultimately sowed discord between the Jin and Dukes. Wang Momo, astonished, exclaimed, "Is such a thing true?" The Emperor bestowed Wangzhong Tower. What does that have to do with the Duke? If the Jin Duke desired it, could he not negotiate with the Duke? For a first-class Duke to hold a grudge over a mere establishment is rather petty, is it not? Mingzhuang found her thoughts drifting back to her dreams, rummaging through the murky memories for something useful in her dreams. After her divorce and being cast out by her father, those once critical of her propriety among the aristocracy shed their hypocritical facades, revealing their greedy, lascivious intentions to win her favor. Having been ostracized and looked down upon by the noble women of the capital, she, driven by a desire for survival and revenge, surrendered to her circumstances and became a kept woman for those men. Yet, she refused to remain with one man. Instead, she would change partners frequently, solely to bestow upon the noble women of the capital the ultimate humiliation. While traversing the beds of these powerful figures, she would occasionally overhear their discussions about court affairs, or their disparagement of others, and their opinions on various matters. Enduring numerous hardships, she was compelled to temper her rebellious nature, learning to appease men, patiently listening to their grandiose tales, expressing admiration and reverence, and feigning curiosity to encourage them to elaborate, though in truth, she neither anticipated nor appreciated their words. To her astonishment, these skills were now of use. After a moment's contemplation, Mingzhuang looked up and remarked, "I have heard that the founding emperor, renowned for his wisdom and military prowess, was a paragon of virtue, particularly adept in the art of imperial balance. Historically, founding emperors, in their quest to stabilize a nascent empire, often favored civil governance over military might. Seeking to wrest control of the military when unable to seize military power, they resorted to eliminating threats. The previous dynasty fell victim to this, as its founding emperor's excessive emphasis on civil governance led to a wealthy yet militarily weak state, which ultimately afforded our Beiyan emperor the opportunity to rise. I surmise that the emperor seeks to avoid repeating such a mistake yet remains wary of these accomplished individuals, thus instigating discord among the military officials to ensure they do not unite against him, thereby achieving a balance that neither suppresses the military nor allows them the leisure to contemplate the throne." Wang Momo listened, utterly astonished, her eyes wide in disbelief as if gazing upon a stranger rather than her own young lady, a woman of both intellect and martial prowess. Mingzhuang, feeling the weight of her gaze, awkwardly asked, "Momo, why do you look at me so?" Wang Momo, still in shock, replied, "My lady, where did you acquire such knowledge?" Having served the young lady for so many years, she had never seen her show any inclination towards scholarly pursuits, save for that one afternoon post-marriage when she had read a book. Furthermore, matters of court intrigue were traditionally the realm of men, with women barred from such discussions. Even if a woman were interested in historical records, acquiring volumes of the previous dynasty's history was virtually impossible due to governmental restrictions on circulation, rendering them forbidden texts. Commoners could only access anecdotal histories, which primarily focused on romance and leisure, devoid of the gravitas of national rise and fall. Mingzhuang hesitated for a moment before slowly shaking her head. "I apologize, Momo. I do not wish to deceive you, yet I cannot disclose the truth." Wang Momo hastily reassured her, "My lady, please do not blame yourself. I possess no such insatiable curiosity. Should you wish to confide in me, I shall remain as silent as the grave. If you prefer not to share, I shall not pry, and if I inadvertently inquire as I did earlier, simply state that it is inconvenient to discuss." Mingzhuang met Wang Momo's gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Thank you for your unwavering support. I find myself at a loss for how to express my gratitude." Her thoughts inevitably drifted to the fate of Wang Momo in her dreams. Chapter 032, Is she not sleeping? In her dreams, Wang Mama was not so loyal. Instead, it was Yakin and Yunshu who displayed unwavering fidelity. The irony of their fates was palpable. Yakin and Yunshu were sold off, while Wang Mama, who did not follow her out of the residence, met a peaceful end. Truly, the good do not receive their just rewards. Wang Mama's ability to preserve herself was not born of malice, but rather a product of her age and experience. She understood the nature of her masters, who to serve loyally and who not to be foolishly devoted to. Perhaps it was precisely because of Wang Mama's measured approach and her adeptness at navigating complex situations that she instinctively chose her as an ally. As for Yakin and Yunshu, in her dreams, she felt guilty for their loyalty, thus she vowed to treat them well in reality, ensuring that even if her own fate remained unchanged, they would have a good ending. Wang Mama, seeing her young mistress express heartfelt gratitude, lowered her eyes in guilt and said, "My lady, please do not speak so. In truth, I am not as noble as you believe. I am not a good person." Mingzhuang understood what Wang Mama meant and earnestly countered, "Mama, you must realize that being a good person does not equate to being a fool. Blind loyalty does not guarantee goodness, and those who are prudent in self-preservation are not necessarily wicked. Sometimes, the harm caused by foolishly loyal servants can be far greater than that inflicted by those who are merely cautious." Wang Mama looked at her mistress in astonishment, noticing that the gentle and willful eyes she was accustomed to had transformed into something sharp and perceptive, as if they could see through everything. She couldn't help but murmur, "My lady, what have you experienced to change so drastically? Were it not for my unwavering presence by your side all these years, I would suspect you had ventured out to gain experience." Mingzhuang chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to respond, and deftly changed the subject. "Of course, what I just said may not be entirely true. Perhaps I am projecting my own small-mindedness onto the emperor. Regardless, the Duke of Jin and the Duke of An are now sworn enemies. Although the current Duke's household no longer covets the Wangzhong Tower, it has become a symbol of the rivalry between the two houses. The Ji family is flourishing, their members charming and capable, while the Pei family of the Duke of An has produced few talents, though they have plenty of romantic entanglements and stubborn personalities. Perhaps the Ji family has seen an opportunity to exploit the Pei family, which is why they have taken action. Wang Mama understood. Then, does that mean it will be quite difficult to manage the Wangjiang Tower? Su Mingzhuang sighed in agreement. Indeed, if not for external factors, managing the Wangjiang Tower would simply require the right approach. Who would have thought the affairs of the Duke of Jin would complicate matters? I had resolved to manage the Wangjiang Tower diligently, but now, I feel somewhat hesitant that you wish to avoid getting entangled in this mess. I am considering a divorce in a year. Wang Mama thought, does she truly wish to divorce? The room fell silent, observing her mistress's weary expression and the dark circles under her eyes. Wang Mama felt a pang of sympathy. Have you not slept again? Perhaps you should rest for a while. It is possible that you might come up with a solution after some sleep. Reminded, Su Mingzhuang nodded in agreement. Yes, my mind feels muddled like it is filled with glue. What can I possibly think of? A good night's sleep is in order. She then tidied up and went to bed. After a deep slumber, she awoke once more to the night. Su Mingzhuang thought to herself, well, my routine is thoroughly upside down now. After a late night snack and instructing her maidservants to rest, she took a stroll through the deserted courtyard before returning to her room to finish reviewing the remaining accounts. Soon enough, she completed the accounts, yet the questions persisted. Should she take charge or not? Although she had resolved to compensate Manager Sun and Pei Jinyan with her utmost effort, who could have anticipated the complications arising from the Duke of Jin's affairs? If she were to manage the Duke's household, would she not be wading into murky waters? Setting aside whether she could manage it well, even if she suddenly became capable and achieved results, would she be able to resolve it all within a year? This was no ordinary business. It involved confronting an adversary, necessitating a give and take. Moreover, she had anticipated the financial burden, yet she had not expected it to be so substantial. Furthermore, if she truly took charge and was unable to resolve matters within a year, would her request for a divorce be perceived as shirking responsibility? Lastly, could Pei Jinyan genuinely agree to her divorce? A year after marriage, it was not a matter to be taken lightly, and Pei Jinyan was someone who cared deeply about appearances. As night deepened, her thoughts grew increasingly tangled and frustrated. Su Mingzhuang felt the urge to walk, so she opened the window to gaze at the courtyard. Yet, if she were to linger in the courtyard, the servants would undoubtedly hear her. It would be inappropriate to send them to rest only to disturb their dreams. Su Mingzhuang closed the window once more and slumped beside the table, resting her chin on her hands, her brow furrowed in distress. Suddenly, her expression brightened as if struck by inspiration. Of course, the little pavilion. What a beautiful night. It would be a travesty to neglect the little pavilion. With that thought, she rose in high spirits, changed her clothes, and quietly slipped out of her room. Leaving the Yanshen courtyard, she felt as if a weight had been lifted, her breathing becoming much easier. Thus, she made her way to the pavilion. Reclining on the beautiful couch, she looked up at the moon, lost in thought. Meanwhile, on the other side, the night deepened, and Pei Jinyan also shed his composed facade. His usually indifferent and handsome features bore signs of fatigue. Last night, he had indulged in too much wine, and the scent still lingered, drawing the attention of those from the Privy Council. The Privy Council and the three offices had a delicate balance of power, often granting each other face, but today, it was unfortunate that Ji Shua, reeking of wine, had come to mock him. Ji Shua was cunning. His jibes were not mere teasing but rather veiled taunts. If Pei Jinyan were to retort, Ji Shua would accuse him of being unable to take a joke, childish in his demeanor. Yet, if he remained silent, Ji Shua would only press further, becoming more outrageous. Pei Jinyan was least adept at dealing with such insidious individuals, and he gained no advantage in such exchanges. After the Privy Council departed, the superior did not reprimand him, yet the atmosphere had already filled him with self-reproach. Damn it, why did I drink? Pei Jinyan muttered under his breath, cursing himself. Recently, his official affairs had been fraught with misfortune, as if ever since he had rescued Su Mingzhuang, his luck had taken a downturn. He shed his outer garments and lay in bed, still burdened by an oppressive feeling that refused to dissipate, making it difficult to fall asleep and causing his head to throb even more. He changed his sleeping position several times, yet sleep eluded him. After an indeterminate time, Pei Jinyan opened his eyes, his once bright gaze now bloodshot with irritation. He abruptly sat up, muttering, "It must be because of what happened yesterday at the hideout. I should go and linger there for a while longer." He casually draped a garment over his shoulders and made his way to the small garden. As Pei Jinyan approached the small garden, he caught sight of a woman seated in the pavilion, her posture lacking any semblance of decorum, and he lost all temper, exclaiming, "Why is she here again? Is she not sleeping?" Chapter 033. Unable to endure her, the hideout has been occupied once more, and Pei Jinyan finds himself at a loss. He was about to turn and leave, yet his unwillingness gnawed at him, and his anxious heart grew more restless. What did I owe her in my past life? We've only met less than 3 times, and among so many talented youths in the capital, why does she fixate on me? All I desire is to linger in the hideout for a while longer, yet that wish eludes me. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront Su Mingzhuang and demand what it was about him that she found appealing. He would change immediately. However, he ultimately retained his composure and refrained from acting impulsively. After brooding for a while, he finally lifted his gaze towards the empty courtyard beside him, and with a leap, he ascended to the rooftop. Today, he was determined to spend some time in the small pavilion, seeking to alleviate his frustration. As night deepened, the stars faded, leaving only the bright moon hanging high. The night was tranquil, and everything seemed to freeze in time. The pent-up resentment that had been brewing within Pei Jinyan began to dissipate as he gazed at the moon, murmuring, "Father, what should I do next? Should I simply endure in silence? The emperor may nurture me through his trusted officials, but who knows how long I must remain in hiding? How long will the emperor and the martial king continue to confront one another? If they persist in their restraint, must I also continue indefinitely? I wish to restore the glory of the Duke's residence. I long for our household to regain its former splendor. I yearn to go to war. I do not wish to remain in the capital as a mere, useless military official. What am I to do? Alas, no matter how many questions he posed, the only response remained the gentle yet chilling moonlight. Pei Jinyan, who had never believed in spirits, now found himself wishing for the existence of ghosts, so that his father's spirit might appear and answer his queries. Suddenly, he noticed movement from the woman in the pavilion, and he immediately focused his gaze. Indeed, the woman stirred but did not leave. Instead, she turned and reclined against the beautiful couch. Pei Jinyan. On the other side, within the pavilion, Mingzhuang had been resting against the beautiful couch, gazing at the moon, but after straining her neck for too long, she decided to lie down for a better view. Suddenly, she recalled how Pei Jinyan had perched on the eaves of the small pavilion yesterday. How enviable! If only she possessed martial skills, she too could sit on the eaves to admire the view. Perhaps she could bring a ladder tomorrow. Lost in her thoughts, she mused about the impracticality of a ladder. While ascending would be easy, how would she descend? What if she were to fall from the eaves? Thus, the two individuals spent an hour in quietude, one lying in the pavilion watching the moon, the other atop the courtyard rooftop, also gazing at the moon. Pei Jinyan eventually sat up. He could not endure any longer. Having barely slept the previous night, if he did not rest today, he feared he would be prone to mistakes tomorrow. He glanced instinctively towards the woman in the pavilion. She not only reclined against the couch but also carelessly crossed her legs. Pei Jinyan. Afterward, he no longer delayed, leaping down from the eaves to depart. In a mere quarter of an hour, he found himself back in bed. Fortunately, whether due to the moonlight's embrace or some other reason, the turbulence in his heart began to dissipate significantly. He closed his eyes, and the image of the woman, reclining against the couch, her pink embroidered shoes swaying lightly in the air, filled his mind. Though he was not particularly drawn to feminine allure, he appreciated beauty. He knew Mingzhuang to be a rare gem among mortals. Engaging with such a beauty was already a source of trouble, and considering her noble birth and the pampered upbringing by her family, marrying such a woman would not inspire hope for her to manage household affairs diligently. He could only pray she would not create chaos within the residence. However, compared to his concerns about the household, he was far more worried about his mother. His mother, burdened with heavy thoughts and frail health, would likely suffer if provoked. Thus, he had specially invited his aunt to stay with her in his absence, to ensure her safety. Yet, this was not a sustainable solution. Even if his aunt was willing to remain and accompany his mother, what of his uncle? What of his cousins? The following day, morning dawned. Nurse Wang rose early once more and hurried over. Upon seeing the young lady sleeping soundly within her canopy, she breathed a sigh of relief. When Mingzhuang finally awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. After having lunch, she summoned Nurse Wang to discuss. Nurse, I pondered throughout the night but could not devise a plan. However, since I have already accepted the task, I intend to inform Second Madame Pei of the matters I've uncovered in the past 2 days and decide based on her reaction. What do you think? Nurse Wang understood that the young lady was placing her trust in her, discussing everything with her, and felt a surge of emotion. You may decide as you see fit, miss. I shall follow your lead. Mingzhuang smiled gently. Do not say that. I am young and inexperienced, lacking knowledge. You possess wisdom and experience. I hope you will support me. Seeing the young lady in good spirits and placing such importance on her, Nurse Wang could hardly conceal her joy. You flatter me, Mississippi. It is you who are exceptionally intelligent, but are you preparing to visit the Jichun courtyard to see Second Madame Pei? No, I wish to invite her here. I fear the old lady's health cannot withstand any distress. Let us not burden her. Indeed, you are right. Subsequently, Nurse Wang dispatched a young maid to invite someone from the Jichun courtyard. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Second Madame Pei arrived in a flurry, accompanied by Nurse Lu. Inside the room, Mingzhuang heard the servants greeting her in the courtyard and quickly rose to greet them. I pay my respects to my aunt. Huawei snorted dismissively. No need for formalities, though it would be better if you could address me differently. Mingzhuang pretended not to hear the sarcasm in Second Madame Pei's tone. That cannot be. Elders are elders, we must not lose our decorum. I have summoned you amidst your busy schedule because there are matters to discuss. May we speak privately? The implication was clear, a conversation between the two of them. Huawei frowned. What is it that cannot be discussed openly? Must it be so secretive? The surrounding maids felt indignant witnessing their mistress being treated coldly, yet, looking at their young mistress, the so-called little demon of the scholar's residence, she not only remained unperturbed but also appeared to agree with her aunt. What you say makes sense, aunt. Please come in. With that, she turned and entered the room first. Huawei rolled her eyes in disdain. So, was that all for show? I shall see what serious matter you have summoned me for. After another incense stick's time, Huawei's eyes widened in shock, her complexion paling. WH. The Duke of Jin is targeting us. The continuous financial losses at Wangjiang Tower are the doing of the Duke of Jin. How did they know when Manager Sun was prepared and when he was not? Spies, I presume. It seems the Duke of Jin has placed eyes within our residence and at Wangjiang Tower. Mingzhuang replied with a sweet smile, her expression innocent. Thus, I just mentioned wanting to speak with you alone. As she spoke, she glanced at Nurse Lu. Huawei instinctively turned her gaze towards Nurse Lu, her heart sinking. What if Nurse Lu had been bought off? This was disastrous. She should have heeded Mingzhuang's advice to speak privately. How could she have been so impatient? Hadn't the young lady indicated there was serious business? Why couldn't she have been patient for just a moment longer? What was she to do now? Chapter 34. As separation is inevitable, avoiding escalation. Madame Lu quickly grasped the implications of the situation, and in sheer fright, she fell to her knees, exclaiming, Second Madam, please be discerning. Madam, please take heed. I have served in the Duke's residence for over 20 years, diligently attending to the old madam. I assure you, I am not an undercover agent, truly not an undercover agent. Huawei awkward. I do not suspect you of being an undercover agent. In a fit of exasperation, she then turned to Su Mingzhuang and shouted, you did this on purpose, didn't you? I truly underestimated you, thinking you were as foolish as the rumors suggest, but it appears you are quite cunning. At this, Wang Mama, it is evidently you, second madam, you claim to assist the Duke's household, yet the only thing you do is make things difficult for the young lady. Is there not an issue with Wangjiang Tower? Has it not been victimized? The accounts clearly state the facts in black and white. Our young lady has spent 2 or 3 sleepless nights poring over these records. Furthermore, the investigation into the Duke of Jin's house. You are quite capable, yet you cannot uncover the truth on your own and only fill Wangjiang Tower with silver. When the young lady requested a private conversation, it was you who recklessly brought Madame Lu in, and now you blame the young lady. Yu Huawei found herself at a loss for words after being thoroughly chastised. Su Mingzhuang felt a surge of gratitude towards Wang Mama. She had never been a benevolent bodhisattva, and even after enduring nightmarish experiences, she could not willingly suffer injustice. However, with her intention to separate in a year, she preferred to avoid provoking further conflict and thus chose to endure in silence. Thankfully, Wang Mama had voiced her innermost thoughts. Having a loyal servant endowed with wisdom and experience by her side, she realized how blind she had been in the past, failing to see what was right before her. Wang Mama, still not finished with her reproach, turned her ire towards Madame Lu. Is 20 years of service in the Duke's residence proof of your innocence? Do you truly believe that spies are merely newcomers, with the word spy written across their foreheads? You think the Duke's household is formidable, but what of the Duke of Jin's household? If you could think of such things, do you assume they cannot? If there are no spies, how do you explain the oddities in the accounts? Speak up. Madame Lu was rendered speechless. Even if there are spies, I assure you, I am not one. Who said it was you? Did my young lady specifically name you? But when the madam mentioned spies, she looked at me. Where my young lady looks is none of your concern. My young lady even cast her gaze upon the second Madam Pei. Does that imply she suspects the second madam of being a spy as well? Moreover, on the day of my young lady's wedding, you did not hesitate to provoke her with your servants in the bridal chamber. This is something I cannot forget. If you were truly loyal to the Duke's household, would you intentionally disrupt the marriage of the Duke? Madame Lu's complexion paled, and she once again fell to her knees. Second Madam Pei, please be discerning. I acted at that time solely to vent the Duke's frustrations, not to disrupt the wedding. She then turned to kneel before Su Mingzhuang. Madam, please take heed, I was blind to your brilliance and capability. Had I known sooner, not even 100 of my bravest hearts would have dared to act thus. Madam, with your magnanimity, please forgive me this once. She bowed her head repeatedly. Su Mingzhuang glanced at Wang Mama, who wore a triumphant expression. Though she had defended her, it was evident she sought a chance for retribution. Wang Mama had not forgotten the conflict on the day of the wedding. How petty, yet, while vengeance was one matter, Su Mingzhuang could not allow this issue to escalate too far, for her plan to separate in a year remained paramount, and she wished to avoid any complications or obstacles along the way. She turned to the flustered second Madam Pei, and, should we summon Manager Sun in secret to inquire? Only then did second Madam Pei come to her senses. Yes, indeed, we must find him. Su Mingzhuang discerned that second Madam Pei was a straightforward and bold individual, filled with courage, yet lacking in composure and reliability. She addressed Madame Lu. Madame Lu, I entrust this matter to you. When you leave the residence, do so discreetly. Locate Manager Sun and bring him in through the back door, minimizing the impact as much as possible. Yes, madam. Just as Madame Lu was about to depart, she suddenly, it is indeed a task for you. It is no trouble, it is my duty, Madame Lu replied before hastily departing to attend to the matter. An hour later, Madame Lu led Manager Sun through the back door of the Duke's residence before arriving at Yanqing Courtyard. Prior to this, second Madam Pei had returned to Xichen Courtyard, concocting a casual excuse to placate old Madam Pei, preventing her from worrying unnecessarily. Estimating the time to be right, she fabricated another reason to leave. Not long after second Madam Pei arrived at Yanqing Courtyard, Manager Sun made his entrance. Once everyone was present, Su Mingzhuang instructed Wang Mama to close the doors and windows of the main hall. Inside the hall remained only Su Mingzhuang, her servants, second Madam Pei, Wang Mama, and Manager Sun. Su Mingzhuang wasted no time and recounted the discoveries made in the accounts, inquiring, Manager Sun, do you know the reason behind this? Manager Sun's resolute face furrowed with concern, deep lines forming between his brows, indicating that this had become a habitual expression for him. He appeared embarrassed and distressed as he confessed, I apologize, Madam. I have made every effort to trace the source of those individuals but have been unable to uncover any leads. I even attempted to catch them off guard by preparing fewer dishes, yet a new group appeared. I am at a loss as to how to proceed. Su Mingzhuang understood. On the way, Madame Lu must not have informed Manager Sun about the investigation into the Duke of Jin's household, likely fearing she would be regarded as a spy and thus sought to distance herself. Regarding this matter, I enlisted my sister-in-law to assist in the inquiries, and if her findings are accurate, it should be the work of the Duke of Jin's household. Manager Sun was taken aback. The Duke of Jin's household? Su Mingzhuang elegantly lifted a teacup from the side, deftly removing the lid, taking a sip before placing it down, and continued, indeed. As for how I gathered this information, it is not convenient for me to disclose. My family has its own channels. Both second Madam Pei and Manager Sun were aware that the Su family had been a prominent and powerful clan since the previous dynasty, a lineage of scholars. Although they maintained a low profile in the current court, all recognized their intricate connections that should not be underestimated. The Su family produced many talented individuals and actively engaged in alliances with other noble families, creating an extensive network. What could they not uncover? It was perhaps precisely because the Su family was so bountiful in talent that they did not place much value on a solitary spoiled daughter, which led to the indulgence from Scholar Su and his wife. Wait, Manager Sun looked at the woman before him, recalling the last time he had seen her at Wangjiang Tower. Objectively speaking, had he not been aware of Su Mingzhuang's remarkable achievements, who would have guessed that this strikingly beautiful woman with piercing eyes was the very one infamous for slandering the Duke and accusing him of impropriety? Chapter 035. What she destroyed was precisely what he cherished most. However, at this moment, Master Sun could not concern himself with whether the rumors about Miss Su were true or not. His mind was consumed by an intense hatred for the Duke of Jin's household. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, "Madam, are you certain that it was the Duke of Jin's household responsible for this?" Su Mingzhuang, sensing the hostility radiating from Master Sun, replied softly, "I can perceive that Master Sun has not yet lost his martial spirit, but I implore you to remain calm and refrain from acting recklessly." As she spoke, she exchanged a glance with Madame Pei, subtly urging her to pacify Master Sunday. Huawei acknowledged her previous panic. The incident had taken her by surprise, and she had not anticipated its connection to the Duke of Jin's household. After visiting the Jichen courtyard, she had managed to regain her composure. Mingzhuang is correct. Master Sun, even if you seek revenge, whom will you target? The Duke of Jin? Would he personally orchestrate a scheme against a mere establishment like Wangjiang Tower, or perhaps you intend to confront one of the stewards? The Duke's household is vast, and do you truly know which steward is culpable? Even if you approach the Duke to seek justice, where is your evidence? Are you suggesting that the Su family should expose their connections, risking their goodwill, only to offend the Duke's household? Would we then be repaying kindness with enmity? Su Mingzhuang touched her nose. Repaying kindness with enmity. It seemed she was the very subject of that remark. Master Sun clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously, before letting out a heavy sigh. Alas! He then bowed his head in shame, consumed by self-reproach. The hall fell into an oppressive silence, with no one daring to speak. After a considerable pause, Huawei contemplated addressing Su Mingzhuang, but recalling her past insults, she felt a pang of embarrassment, hastily lifting her teacup to mask her discomfort. Noticing Madame Pei's actions, Su Mingzhuang took the initiative and asked, "Aunt, will you still entrust Wangjiang Tower to me?" Huawei opened her mouth, uncertain how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mingzhuang added, "Although my means of marrying into the Duke's household are less than honorable, I did marry in, so I wish to inquire, if I may be so bold, about the financial status of the Duke's household?" "Of course, if you prefer not to divulge, there is no obligation." Huawei's complexion fluctuated between shades of red and white before she murmured, Could we speak privately for a moment?" In truth, Su Mingzhuang already knew the answer without needing to speak privately. Granny Wang cast a derisive glance toward the door of the room, remarking, Just 2 hours ago, she was too proud to request a private conversation. Now, she has learned the value of humility. Indeed, one can be taught. Granny Lu kept her head down, too intimidated to speak. Master Sun, realizing Granny Wang's jibe was directed at Madame Pei, glared angrily. The servants of the scholar's residence should know their place. Granny Wang chuckled. What respect do your Duke's household servants have? Not long ago, when our young lady visited Wangjiang Tower, did Master Sun not cast disdainful glances? Pray tell, are you not a servant, and our young lady not the mistress? After years as a steward, have you assumed the role of the Duke? Enough of this. I understand your household's disregard for trifles, but if you hold our young lady in such contempt, why now seek her assistance in investigating Wangjiang Tower? Why do you not conduct your own inquiries? Is it that you hold them in such low regard? Master Sun lowered his head, silenced by her words to eye in the room. Upon entering, Huawei's expression grew tense as she stated, "Since you consider yourself a member of the Pei family." Little did she know, that Huawei sighed, "As a daughter-in-law of the Pei family, it is improper for me to speak thus, but the members of the Pei family are obstinately principled. While one might admire their integrity and ethical stance, they are, in truth, stubborn to a fault. They insist on upholding the ideals of their ancestors or revered sages, striving to emulate them. However, there is wisdom in the saying that kindness does not govern armies, righteousness does not accumulate wealth, virtue does not guide governance, love does not establish affairs, and compassion does not dictate politics. The Pei family embodies all these contradictions. They cannot curry favor with their superiors or cultivate allies. They live frugally, often giving away their own funds to support their less fortunate subordinates, all while remaining hopelessly sentimental, refusing to take concubines. Tell me, if the Pei family does not produce heirs, who will?" Su Mingzhuang mused. Was it truly wise to criticize her husband's family in such a manner? Realizing that Huawei had spoken out of anger, she too felt she had overstepped. Clearing her throat a few times, she said, Earlier, I was too impassioned. Please disregard what I said." Su Mingzhuang nodded, uncertain of what to say in the face of such awkwardness. Huawei sighed once more and continued, "Because of the Pei family's obstinacy, the Duke's household cannot accumulate savings. Years ago, things were better, but now, the most capable stewards are retiring, leading to a severe decline in assets. With such a large household and numerous servants, the daily expenses alone are substantial. This does not even account for the costs of entertaining guests and the losses incurred by failing businesses. Some establishments manage to break even, but others, like Wangjiang Tower, are simply losing money. Feng Hua's dowry has nearly been exhausted, and relying solely on Jin Yan's salary is insufficient. Thankfully, the surplus ingredients from Wangjiang Tower can be sent to the household, which helps minimize waste." Su Mingzhuang suddenly recalled her last visit to Wangjiang Tower, where Pei Jin Yan had personally paid for 8 dishes to support the business. It was likely he had invested significantly elsewhere as well. She couldn't help but reflect her former self had indeed been naive, marrying without proper inquiry, entering into this blind union. Now, she bore the weight of disgrace, found herself in an unsatisfactory marriage, and had fallen into a quagmire. What had she truly sought? She was at a loss to understand her own motives. A dull ache throbbed at her temples as she cautiously probed. As someone of limited talent and knowledge, I fear I lack the capability to rectify the situation at Mingzhuang Tower. Wu Wei pondered for a moment before replying, I understand your sentiments, but at this time, I cannot retract my decision. Feng Yuan knows me well. Once I make a determination, barring any significant upheaval, I will not waver. If I were to retract now, Feng Yuan would surely sense something amiss with Mingzhuang Tower. Her health is already precarious. I cannot allow her to learn of the Duke's household's troubles. As for Mingzhuang Tower, maintain the status quo. After all, the original intention of entrusting it to you was to create difficulties, not to expect any notable achievements from you. Su Mingzhuang, did she just speak the truth so openly? Wu Wei gazed out the window at the scenery of the courtyard, murmuring, this mess, I wonder how much longer it can endure. As long as the Pei family remains obstinate, the Duke's household will not prosper. Su Mingzhuang lowered her gaze. Wu Wei sighed again, very well, let us return, we must not keep them waiting too long. Pausing, a hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she added, regarding the matter of Mingzhuang Tower, I thank you. However, do not expect an apology from me. You have tarnished Jin Yan's reputation, and this matter is far from over. Su Mingzhuang nodded, understood. In truth, no one knew that since the incident at Mingzhuang Tower, Su Mingzhuang had felt increasingly guilty. She had always been aware of Pei Jinyan's pride, yet she had not anticipated it to be of such significance. What she had destroyed was precisely what he cherished most. Chapter 036. Did you truly do it, Mingzhuang? The two individuals, each lost in their own thoughts, silently exited the room and returned to the hall. Upon hearing the circumstances surrounding the Duke's residence, Su Mingzhuang realized the gravity of her actions, having inadvertently exacerbated the already precarious situation of the Duke's household, which weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, before she could settle into her seat, a dark shadow darted past her, followed by a resounding thud. Su Mingzhuang was startled, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, only to find the figure kneeling before her was none other than Manager Sunday. Sunday. Manager, what are you doing? Manager Sun's weathered, dark visage was suffused with an unmistakable flush of embarrassment. I wish to apologize to you, madam, but I was misled by hearsay, and I hastily assumed you were framing the Duke. Therefore, when you arrived at Mingzhuang Tower, my demeanor was disrespectful, and now, having reflected, I cannot find any fault in you. On the contrary, you are gracious, noble, and benevolent. I am guilty. With that, he repeatedly knocked his forehead against the ground. Su Mingzhuang's emotions were tumultuous, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. She could only be, I accept his apology, and there is no need for such prostration. Lady Wu stared at the scene in a daze, her eyes flickering with an inscrutable light. After a moment, as if realizing her own lapse, she awkwardly averted her gaze and addressed Manager Sun, since the madam has requested it, you may rise. Continuing this way makes her uncomfortable. I am grateful to the madam. Although he was halted in time, when Manager Sun stood, his forehead was already smeared with blood, causing Su Mingzhuang and Nurse Wang to gasp in shock. Lady Pei sighed and stood, offering her handkerchief. Wipe your forehead, Manager Sunday. When will you learn to curb this impulsive behavior, and do take care of your health? You are not made of iron. Manager Sun did not take the handkerchief from Lady Pei but instead produced his own, turning slightly to clean the blood from his forehead. Observing the steadfast and principled Manager Sun, Su Mingzhuang was reminded of her dream where he perished because of her, and the pangs of guilt surged within her once more. Noticing the madam's face had turned ashen and her delicate brows were tightly knit, Manager Sun turned his head away, not daring to meet her gaze, his heart heavy with regret. Such a fragile young lady, who had likely never seen a chicken slaughtered in her life, and he felt utterly wretched. After finishing the task of wiping the blood, he cleared his throat and said, Madam, please forgive me, I shall not dare to frighten you again in such a reckless manner. He feared that his coarse voice might once again terrify the seemingly ethereal lady. Lady Hua's lips twitched as she quipped, Manager Sun, is this truly necessary? Manager Sun scratched his head awkwardly. Isn't it because I frightened the madam just now? She is the daughter of the scholar's residence. Surely, she has never encountered such rough folk. I ought to have been more restrained. Lady Hua found something amiss. Wasn't the daughter of the scholar's residence, having been in close company with the whip-wielding Princess Yuxuan, likely to have witnessed her fair share of brutality? Stealing a glance at Su Mingzhuang, she noted the pallor of her complexion was indeed genuine, leaving her puzzled. Could it be that the rumors held some truth? In reality, the rumors were unfounded. Su Mingzhuang was far from a timid girl, having associated with Princess Yuxuan. How could she be so petty? Her terror stemmed from the haunting memory of that dream. Seeing the young lady in distress, Nurse Wang sent Lu Nurse to prepare fresh flower tea while she remained by Su Mingzhuang's side. Lu Nurse complied without delay. After a short while, Su Mingzhuang sipped the warm floral infusion, and the vibrant hue gradually returned to her delicate face. Lady Hua exhaled in relief before addressing Manager Sun with grave seriousness. Manager Sun, you must first investigate the informants at Mingzhuang Tower. Identify those who suddenly came into wealth. If evidence is found, we can devise a long-term strategy. If not, we must maintain the status quo. Under no circumstances should you recklessly challenge the Duke's residence. This is the capital, not a frontier. Everything hinges on the law and evidence. Your reckless actions without proof will not resolve the issues, but rather endanger yourself, allowing your enemies to take pleasure in your suffering. Do you understand? Manager Sun hesitated before replying, but isn't Wangjiang Tower under your management, madam? Lady Hua's temper flared. What do you mean, just because it's under her management, I can't voice my thoughts? Manager Sun, that was not my intention, you know me well enough, I am rather straightforward and speak my mind without malice. Nurse Wang shook her head helplessly, how could such a person be a manager? Anyone from the scholar's residence would be more articulate and capable than he, no wonder Wangjiang Tower's business was suffering. With cautious anticipation in his eyes, Manager Sun turned to the Duchess, Madam, do you have any brilliant ideas to revitalize Wangjiang Tower? Though I have only met you twice, I know you are astute and insightful. During your last visit to Wangjiang Tower, you meticulously observed the demeanor of every person there and savored each dish, even discreetly checking under a few tables to see if the attendants were slacking off. The others were astonished. Miss Su had done all that during her last visit? They were completely unaware, having presumed she was merely a reluctant participant, a scapegoat for their frustrations. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Lady Hua exclaimed in shock, Mingzhuang, did you really do that? Su Mingzhuang felt a wave of... This involves the long-standing grievances between two families, a matter that cannot be resolved overnight. Before Lady Pei could respond, Manager Sun interjected excitedly, no worries, if it cannot be done in a day or two, we can extend it to a year or two, or even 10 or 20 years. As long as the madam gives the word, my life is yours. Su Mingzhuang felt a sudden tension grip her body, her complexion paling further. I do not want your life. Lady Hua was exasperated. Manager Sun, when will you cease this? Are you really going to push your luck with someone so gentle, knowing she is timid, why frighten her? I did not. Manager Sun protested, feeling quite wrong. Wasn't it what every master desired, loyalty and devotion? He was simply striving to curry favor. Su Mingzhuang bit her lip, hesitating before asking, if I were to suggest a change in business for Wangjiang Tower, would you all agree? The group was taken aback. Change the business. Su Mingzhuang took a deep breath, steadying her racing heart that had been set aflutter by fear. Wangjiang Tower is a century-old establishment, to simply change its business would be a pity. However, as I understand it, while it is an old brand, it has never made a name for itself nor established a signature dish. In fact, from the moment Wangjiang Tower was founded, the first Duke of Anguo had no intention of using it for profit. He merely sought to provide for his former subordinates. Indeed, those privy to the situation knew she spoke the truth. If it were not for the matters concerning the Duke's residence, maintaining the status quo would suffice. Yet now, knowing that someone is coveting Wangjiang Tower, failing to take action is akin to setting up a stationary target before soldiers, it is merely a matter of time before it is hit. Lady Hua's voice trembled slightly, but we can't just change businesses on a whim, can we? Chapter 037. One may eat recklessly, but words should not be uttered lightly. Su Mingzhuang nodded slightly. Indeed, it is quite frivolous for a century-old establishment to suddenly change its line of business, yet aside from this transition, I can think of no alternative. Firstly, the most crucial element of any restaurant is its chef. However, and you have also tasted the culinary skills of the chef at Wangjiang Tower. Either we must miraculously transform that chef or hire a new one. Setting aside the matter of where to find a reliable chef on short notice, we must consider what becomes of the old chef once the new one arrives. How shall we determine the new chef's salary? A chef is the lifeblood of a restaurant, and their remuneration cannot be low. If we offer the new chef a substantial salary, how might the existing staff react? In other establishments, competition may lead to natural selection, but can Wangjiang Tower afford such luxury? Manager Sun steeled himself, abruptly raising his head, Madam, let us eliminate the incompetent. I am well aware of my obstinate nature and that I am unfit for the role of manager. Huawei was momentarily taken aback and rushed to intervene. Before she could speak, a soft voice beside her gently interjected. The attendants at Wangjiang Tower are diligent and enthusiastic, yet overly rigid and lacking in adaptability. If we were to hire a more worldly and tactful manager, could that manager effectively train them? Would they heed the manager's guidance? Moreover, if we were to dismiss Manager Sun or demote him back to a mere attendant, would the other staff acquiesce? They might very well storm the Duke's residence and protest at my doorstep. Her words were not mere hyperbole. They had indeed protested in the past. Silence enveloped the room. Furthermore, regarding the chef, his culinary skills are certainly not worth retaining. In other words, if we truly open, the Duke of Jin has not yet unleashed his most lethal tactics. What lethal tactics? Huawei inquired with curiosity. Su Mingzhuang replied, I only offer this as an example, it may not come to pass. What if they employ spies to poison our guests? Who among you would take responsibility? Her thoughts were not dark but rather grounded in a reality that had indeed transpired. It was not spies who had poisoned, but the assembly guessed poison. How audacious! Subsequently, Su Mingzhuang fell silent. She had articulated her thoughts, and how the matter would be resolved was no longer her concern. She intended to divorce in a year, and her provocative comment. The hall was once again filled with a heavy silence. Everyone recognized the validity of Su Mingzhuang's assertions. Aside from the transition, it was simply impossible for Wangjiang Tower to recover without altering its personnel. Yet the suddenness of the situation left everyone in need of time to accept it. Huawei lifted her teacup, her hand trembling slightly, and after taking a large sip, cautiously asked, Mingzhuang, are you serious? Just as Su Mingzhuang was about to respond, Manager Sun's boisterous voice rang out again, I support the madam. Regardless of what decision she makes, whether to dismiss me or to shift the business of Wangjiang Tower, I shall support her. Whatever the madam decides, I shall stand by her. Su Mingzhuang. Old Madam Wang, though manager's son was as obstinate as a stubborn stone, he possessed a keen insight, recognizing the lady's merits. Huawei hesitated, ultimately stating, regarding the matters of Wangjiang Tower, I must discuss with Jin Yan. Once the second lady of the Pei family and manager's son departed, Mingzhuang was beset by a headache rubbing her temples. She lamented, truly one may eat recklessly, but how can one speak so carelessly? What was I just rambling about? Change the business. Is it not better to simply maintain the status quo and depart in a year? Why must I stir up such trouble? If they disagree, it would be one thing, but if they agree, how shall I extricate myself later? The more she pondered, the greater her regret grew. Old Madam Wang curiously approached. Miss, what do you intend to change Wangjiang Tower into? Mingzhuang forced a bitter smile. If I were to say that I have not yet figured out what to change it to, would you find that too absurd? Old Madam Wang smiled kindly, responding softly, absurd? Life is a tapestry woven from our experiences, and decisions are made step by step. Who among us possesses the wisdom to navigate the world effortlessly and succeed without stumbling? Whatever you wish to pursue, miss, you must pursue it wholeheartedly. Both the scholar and the madam stand as your support, and I believe they would encourage you to take bold steps. Mingzhuang's bitter smile deepened. No. Old Madam Wang, I did not mean to imply that I wish to pursue anything. My sudden outburst was merely a moment of folly. I did not intend to. Well, never mind, you wouldn't understand. Indeed, I do not understand. Old Madam Wang nodded while wearing a patronizing smile that suggested, I shan't expose you. In the evening, Pei Jinyan returned home, still without attendance. He rode back alone. Upon reaching the entrance of the residence, he dismounted without using the mounting stone, vaulting off his horse and handing the reins to the doorman. Has anything occurred at the residence today? Reporting to the master, all is well, the doorman replied respectfully. Pei Jinyan nodded, crossing the threshold and heading toward the Jichun courtyard to visit his mother before retiring to his quarters. However, after a few steps, he spotted old Madame Lu hurrying toward him. I pay my respects to the Duke. Pei Jinyan's expression tightened. Has something happened at Jichun courtyard? Old Madame Lu hurriedly explained, the old lady is perfectly fine. There is no need for concern. Duke It is the second lady of the Pei family who wishes to see you regarding the matters of Wangjiang Tower. Pei Jinyan did not dwell on it. Understood, I will visit my mother first and then speak with my aunt. The second lady has already informed the old lady. She insists on seeing you immediately, old Madame Lu said in a hushed tone. It concerns the possibility of an infiltrator at Wangjiang Tower, perhaps even a spy from the Duke of Jin's residence. Pei Jinyan was taken aback. The Duke of Jin? A short incense stick later, in the study, after listening to the second lady of the Pei family's account of the entire affair, Pei Jinyan's countenance darkened. So, the strange occurrences at Wangjiang Tower were all orchestrated by the Duke of Jin? They even bribed a waiter? Indeed, after manager's son returned, he began a secret investigation and discovered that a waiter named Xiang has gradually become financially well off since 3 years ago, claiming to have inherited money from his hometown. Had it not been for the unchanged economic status of the other staff, his sudden wealth would have gone unnoticed. Huawei spoke through clenched teeth. From what manager's son gathered, Xiang was previously unremarkable, yet for some inexplicable reason, he has since become shrewd and cautious in his dealings. We all thought little of it and even joked about him being more observant, only now do we realize that he is likely being directed by someone. As Pei Jinyan's expression grew increasingly grim, Huawei felt a pang of concern. Jinyan, I understand the investment you have made in Wangjiang Tower and the old staff of your father. Betrayal must be disheartening. However, let us try to view this with a broader perspective. All gatherings must eventually come to an end. Pei Jinyan returned to his thoughts. What I am contemplating is, might it not also mean that the Emperor's appointment of Ji Shua to the Privy Council was intended to balance my position in the Hall of Preserving Order? Huawei was struck with realization, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. That is indeed a valid point. Chapter 038, Where Lies the Problem? Pei Jinyan withdrew his gaze, slowly folding his fingers, his dark eyes appearing to be shrouded in a layer of dark. However, I never anticipated that in this current standoff between the Emperor and the Prince of Wu, the Duke of Jin would clearly favor the latter, while the Emperor would resort to such petty tricks to support our Duke of An. Huawei felt a shiver run down her spine as she replied, the Emperor is heartless. At this juncture, the need for the Duke of An is evident, yet he still resorts to manipulation. One can only imagine the fate that awaits the Duke of An once he no longer requires their assistance or wishes to sacrifice someone, but even with this knowledge, what can be done? Will the Prince of Wu not betray the Duke of Jin? Not only the Duke of Jin, but even other powerful ministers will be abandoned when the Prince of Wu finds himself in dire straits. They are mere pawns in the game played by the Emperor and the Prince of Wu, yet tragically, if they wish to thrive, they must remain tethered to imperial power. Are they wretched? No, they have already ascended to a position of relative power. It is the minor officials and common folk who must rely on their patronage such as life to row against the current. One must either forge ahead or fall behind. After a prolonged silence, Huawei softly inquired, will Ji Shua make things difficult for you? Whenever we cross paths, he will go to great lengths to put me in a compromising position. Have you retaliated? Huawei chuckled softly, shaking her head. Forget it, all the members of the Pei family are like this. A figure flashed in Pei Jinyan's mind as he raised his dark eyes and asked earnestly, is Pei Jinja also like this? Ah, him? Mentioning her beloved son, Huawei's previously troubled countenance softened with warmth and admiration. He is a bit different. He is the only exception in the Pei family. However, his underhanded tactics are always discreet, putting on a front of innocence. Pei Jinyan turned his face to gaze out at the moonlit night, his tone becoming more serious. This position of Duke of An is more suited for Jinja. Huawei was momentarily taken aback, then her eyes widened in disbelief as she scolded, "You foolish boy, has your mind gone awry? Setting aside the fact that your family lineage is the main branch, your capabilities surpass those of Jinja. Even if this title were to be passed down, it would be to your son, not him." Pei Jinyan shook his head. "The Pei family is unique. We should prioritize the capable over the eldest. Perhaps we could devise a plan." Huawei interrupted in frustration. "What nonsense, don't think too highly of that little rascal. He possesses a modicum of cleverness but lacks true wisdom. If you're not busy during the day, go practice martial arts instead of pondering such trivial matters." After a pause, she continued, "Wait, I didn't come to discuss this with you at such a late hour. Regarding Mingzhuang's proposal to alter the business of Wangjiang Tower, what are your thoughts?" Upon the mention of business, Pei Jinyan lost his composure, his head spinning. He could lead troops into battle and excel in martial arts, but when it came to business, he was at a loss. Not only him, but few in the court understood commerce. After all, those who ventured into such matters often found their careers in jeopardy. Not only were they discouraged from learning the trade, but even at home, they were prohibited from approaching the accounts for fear of suspicion. However, now that his mother's health was declining, he did not wish to burden her further. "I will think it over." He felt embarrassed to pass such a significant matter on to his aunt, as the one making the decision would inevitably bear some responsibility. Huawei fell silent for a moment before tentatively suggesting, "Jinyan, perhaps we could let Mingzhuang give it a try. Her recent behavior diverges from the rumors. She may not be as disreputable as they claim." Pei Jinyan was momentarily stunned, looking at her with confusion. "If that is the case, why would she frame me for being improper with her?" "Ah, well," Huawei realized her impulsiveness had led her to speak carelessly and hurriedly replied, "Oh dear, it's getting late. Take your time to think it over. I shall take my leave." With that, she turned and dashed out, not looking back. "Wait, Aunt," Pei Jinyan attempted to stop her, but despite being in her middle years, Madame Pei was still quick on her feet. Pei Jinyan sighed in resignation. He did not blame his aunt for defending Su Mingzhuang. He was genuinely puzzled. Perhaps now was not the time to ponder why Su Mingzhuang would frame him. The matter regarding Wangjiang Tower was of greater urgency. With that in mind, Pei Jinyan summoned a trusted servant to disguise himself and seek out a small bookstore, hoping to purchase some literature on commerce. He decided to cram for knowledge on business in the next few days. The following day, at noon, Pei Jinyan arrived at Wangjiang Tower for his usual lunch. Upon seeing the Duke of the State enter, Manager Sun's eyes lit up like. Wangjiang Tower had 3 stories, but due to poor business, the second and third floors were nearly deserted, with only an occasional waiter coming up to clean them. Upon reaching the third floor, Manager Sun first checked to ensure no one was following before whispering, "Duke, why?" Manager Sun rubbed his hands together excitedly. "What are your thoughts? How shall we deal with the spies?" No, it's about Madam. Just think, the most crucial aspect of running a tavern is the cuisine, yet our chef is inadequate. Hiring a new chef from outside brings complications regarding wages and fairness. Of course, I do not mean to shift the blame for Wangjiang Tower's shortcomings onto Lu Tao. As the manager, I bear the greatest responsibility. I acknowledge my failings, but I know the most about Wangjiang Tower. If we wish to turn a profit, we can no longer operate as a tavern." Pei Jinyan furrowed his brow. He had spent the previous night poring over business books and had grasped the basic situation. Moreover, Manager Sun's face flushed with embarrassment as he confessed, "I believe she is quite different from the rumors. She is intelligent, capable, and gracious, a fine young lady." Pei Jinyan was taken aback, his usually composed expression revealing confusion. "So you believe her allegations against me are not slanderous?" "Ah, well," Manager Sun shrank back, realizing the precariousness of his situation. If she is indeed a good lady, then why would she accuse the Duke of impropriety? Duke," Manager Sun ventured cautiously, "did you, at that time, truly not act improperly towards Madam?" Pei Jinyan's expression darkened significantly. "Ahem, Duke, please do not be angry. It is just that some men become reckless after drinking and forget their actions." Pei Jinyan was at a loss, unsure how to express the absurdity of the situation. "At that time, I was executing a royal decree, surrounded by colleagues. How could I have been drinking?" Manager Sun was equally bewildered. If the lady is virtuous and the Duke is not a liar, then where lies the problem? Then, could it be that Madam has long admired the Duke, but since it is widely believed that the Duke is indifferent to women, she resorted to this underhanded tactic? Chapter 039. Because of her beauty impossible. Pei Jinyan refuted without a moment's hesitation. "She has attended court functions and banquets before I was stationed at the palace gates, and she has seen me. If she harbored any admiration, her gaze would have been different." Manager Sun nodded in understanding. Indeed, their esteemed Duke, inheriting his title at such a young age, was not only remarkably handsome but also well-versed in both literature and martial arts, maintaining an impeccable reputation. It was only natural that at least half of the young ladies in the capital were enamored with him. The Duke had encountered many such infatuated women and could not be mistaken about the nuances of their gazes. However, Manager Sun soon pondered, might it be possible that she deliberately feigned indifference in your presence, only to reveal her admiration when you were out of sight? Unlikely from the moment she entered the Shenmen, traversed the plaza, and entered Weiyang Palace, aside from the occasional brief glance in my direction, she hardly regarded me at all. Is it possible, Your Grace, that you are being rather hasty in your judgment? How can you be so certain that she did not look at you throughout? Because I was watching her. Manager Sun was taken aback, his dark complexion filled with awe. Amidst such a throng at the banquet, you could maintain your focus on each individual from the Shenmen to the palace gates? Pei Jinyan retracted his piercing gaze. Not entirely. We concentrate on a few key figures, but I cannot divulge the specifics to you. Of course. I understand. Manager Sun nodded vigorously, then swiftly changed the subject. So, Your Grace, you mean to say that during your encounters in the palace, the lady did not display any sign? Yet, unexpectedly, after a fortnight, she suddenly accused me of being frivolous. Then, I am at a loss, Manager Sun sighed. I have heard from Nurse Lu that the lady once had a rather poor reputation, but since her marriage, she has transformed completely, no longer reprimanding the servants or causing disturbances with the elder lady, exhibiting even more propriety than the average noblewoman. If it weren't for the lack of unusual behavior from Nurse Wang and the others, Nurse Lu would have suspected that the scholar's residents had secretly swapped brides. He then muttered, of course, that seems implausible. With her beauty, one would be hard-pressed to find another like her, not just in the capital but even in the entire Beiyan. Pei Jinyan furrowed his brow deeper. What could her true intentions be? She had shown no prior affection towards him yet resorted to such extreme measures to marry him. After marrying, she had not pressured him for intimacy nor clung to him, instead exhibiting a remarkable change in demeanor, becoming exceptionally obedient. For the first time, Pei Jinyan found himself utterly perplexed by a woman. Manager Sun smacked his forehead. Oh dear, we have digressed. I invited Your Grace to the third floor because the lady wishes to discuss the business of Wangjiang Tower. Do you agree to this? Pei Jinyan lowered his gaze, his mind conjuring the image of the lady reclining on a beauty couch, her legs crossed, her pink embroidered shoes swinging through the air. Now, less than half a month into their marriage, he was entrusting her with a failing venture, expecting her to turn a profit. What would that make him? Manager Sun, feeling awkward, stammered. Then, perhaps Your Grace could take a few more days to ponder? I do not mean to rush you, but I am aware of your many duties. However, I sincerely hope you can expedite this matter. Such a prime location as Wangjiang Tower should not be left to languish in losses. I'm quite anxious. I believe the lady can certainly succeed, although I am unaware of her past. I would wager that she is not as the rumors suggest. He then recounted the events of the lady's first visit to Wangjiang Tower, detailing her discreet actions. Pei Jinyan's eyes widened in astonishment. She had accomplished so much in secret that day. In retrospect, she had indeed appeared unusually calm and composed. He was well aware of Chef Lu's culinary skills, and the rumors of the scholar's residence kitchen rivaling the imperial kitchen were hardly a secret. Yet, it was widely known that the discerning Su Mingzhuang had tasted Chef Lu's dishes without a hint of complaint. Now, it seemed she was not merely dining but assessing the business's prospects. Why, what was her true motive? Chapter 040. Is it really that like this? Master Sun believed that after his earnest admonitions, the Duke would swiftly arrive at a decision. To his dismay, not only did the Duke refrain from making a decision for 5 consecutive days, but he also inexplicably vanished, neglecting. As night descended, the sky sparkled with stars, the crescent moon hung like a delicate hook, casting a faint, silvery glow. Approaching the hour of the pig, the diligent servants of the Duke's residence finally found respite, leaving only a few night watchmen to patrol intermittently. Having spent the day engrossed in her studies, Su Mingzhuang felt no inclination for sleep. Seizing the cover of night, she stealthily slipped out to keep company with her small pavilion. Several days had passed since the last full moon. Although the heavens were adorned with stars and the moon, bestowing a lively spectacle, the illumination was indeed somewhat dim. Fortunately, Su Mingzhuang was well acquainted with the path, and as she gazed upward in admiration of the Milky Way, she meandered along, blissfully unaware of the presence of another within the pavilion. Upon entering the pavilion, she was taken aback to discover a man seated inside, prompting a startled gasp as she instinctively recoiled. The small pavilion featured steps, and in her startled retreat, she misstepped, nearly tumbling backward. What a misfortune, she lamented. She should have consulted the almanac before venturing out today. Yet, a figure clad in a deep blue brocade robe reached out with a long arm, effortlessly pulling her back from the brink of disaster. Su Mingzhuang's heart raced in a tumult of panic. Pei Jinyan stole a glance at the woman beside him before discreetly shifting a couple of steps to the side, presenting his cold visage to the enchanting night outside. With such a formidable presence near her, Su Mingzhuang dared not linger. Assured that her frail heart could withstand the act of departure, she hastily expressed her gratitude. Thank you, General Pei, for your timely rescue. I shall not impose further. And with that, she turned to flee. Stop, came the man's voice, calm yet resonant, devoid of any overt emotion. However, for Su Mingzhuang, tormented by her dreams, it struck terror into her very core, leaving her pallid and trembling. Pei Jinyan withdrew his gaze, puzzled by the exquisite features of the woman before him. Su Mingzhuang, you are the one. Why then do you present such a countenance each time we meet? Are you attempting to brainwash me into believing you are the victim? And no. I apologize. Pei Jinyan opened his mouth to speak but soon realized that she was genuinely trembling. Prior to his tenure in the Court of Imperial Sacrifices, he had worked for a time in the Ministry of Justice, where he learned the arts of interrogation and discernment. He could distinguish between genuine fear and feigned terror, between truth and deception. If his observations were correct, this woman was truly frightened of him. He recalled the chill of her hand when he had grasped it earlier. Despite the arrival of summer, even the cool night air should not have rendered her so frigid. Though he was unaware of the events that had transpired, it was evident that she harbored a genuine fear of him. Could it be that he had indeed wronged her? He distinctly remembered that he had not indulged in alcohol that day. If he had, his comrades would have cautioned him, and he was known for his moderation, rarely succumbing to inebriation or loss of memory. Or perhaps, had he fallen victim to some peculiar poison, rumors abounded of strange toxins circulating in the world. In a fleeting moment, Pei Jinyan's complexion shifted through various shades. After a prolonged contemplation, he resolved to inquire. He sought clarity regarding the turmoil within him. Su Mingzhuang, speak truthfully, did I truly wrong you? Su Mingzhuang was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief upon meeting his striking, ethereal features. A chill coursed down her spine, compelling her gaze downward as she hastily shook her head. No. General Pei, you are virtuous and honorable. It was I who conspired against you, falsely accusing you of wrongdoing. All of this rests on my shoulders. I am deeply sorry. Pei Jinyan, this opportunity is singular. If I truly wronged you, I would take responsibility. Su Mingzhuang was left in a quandary. Had he lost his memory? Did he genuinely believe he had wronged her? Moreover, he had already married her. What further obligations could he possibly have? No, I swear to the heavens, General Pei only rescued me. He did not wrong me. It is I who am I am the one deserving of condemnation. Pei Jinyan's bewilderment only multiplied. Su Mingzhuang's voice trembled as she implored, General, have you finished your inquiries? Am I free to depart? Not yet, he replied, stepping to the edge of the pavilion, exhaling a deep breath into the night. Very well, I will take your word for it. Now, enlighten me as to why you accused me of wrongdoing, and why, in the past, you were rumored to be of ill repute, yet upon arriving at the Duke's residence, you appeared transformed. This time, silence enveloped Su Mingzhuang. She could scarcely confess that she had dreamt of becoming a notorious woman of the capital, ultimately succumbing to a disease of vice. No, this matter must not reach another soul. She could not allow anyone to discover her disgrace, but how to respond? Should she admit to previously harboring feelings for him, seizing the opportunity to entangle him in marriage, with plans to reform herself post-nuptials, ultimately winning his affections? Yet, she had intended to divorce him a year hence. If she spoke thus, what would happen then? Or perhaps it was best to refrain from lies. A single deceit could spiral into 100 complications. It would be prudent to avoid fabrications altogether. Drawing a deep breath, Su Mingzhuang steeled her resolve to speak the truth, preparing herself for the worst. After all, enduring a night of pain was not unfamiliar to her. Moreover, enduring short-term suffering was preferable to prolonged anxiety. Perhaps this would not be so dire after all. With newfound courage, Su Mingzhuang declared, very well, I shall speak candidly. On that day, I visited Songyue Temple. I had even intended to have my father repay you. However, upon reuniting with Princess Yushuan, I recounted the incident, and she jested that you must, harbor feelings for me, thus deliberately following me, to perform a chivalrous rescue, to capture my attention. But whether or not you truly fancy me, I can discern clearly when you gaze upon me. There is no expression of awe, normal manner captivated by my presence, yet you remain indifferent. Pei Jinyan, his lack of astonishment was due to having seen her before. It was not their first encounter. Su Mingzhuang continued, her voice quivering. I was once frivolous and arrogant, overly proud of my beauty, believing that every man who beheld me would either be infatuated or at the very least, steal a few glances. Yet you showed no regard for my visage, not even a fleeting glance, which left me discontent. Pei Jinyan. Princess Yushuan, noticing my discontent, sought to console me, and one of her maidens suggested I tarnish your reputation, and then it all unraveled. Su Mingzhuang faltered, regret flooding her as she wished fervently to return to the outside of Songyue Temple, clutching her garments and delivering a few stinging slaps to herself. Pei Jinyan's expression shifted to one of realization. So it was like this. Chapter 041. He knows everything, yet cannot act. As Su Mingzhuang spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper, and she eventually dared not utter another word, cautiously glancing at the man. To her astonishment, he did not react with the wrath she had envisioned in her dreams. Instead, he stood silently, his expression somber and his demeanor uncertain, though he was a military officer. After a prolonged silence, Su Mingzhuang mustered her courage and asked, do you wish to strike me? Not at all. Then, what occupies your thoughts? I do not mean to pry. You need not answer. She flustered, attempting to clarify. After a considerable time, Pei Jinyan finally exhaled softly and murmured, is this how my life concludes, before it has even begun? He suddenly felt that his existence was a cruel irony. He had aspired to achieve great things, diverting his focus from romantic entanglements, yet, whether due to his vows of celibacy or the sheer beauty of Su Mingzhuang, he found himself unable to avert his gaze whenever there was a court banquet or event. He was certain his intentions were innocent, merely appreciating beauty, yet this inadvertently led to a one-sided familiarity. Thus, when the moonlit temple came to his aid, he failed to exhibit the astonishment a typical man would display. Who could have anticipated that it was precisely this lack of astonishment that precipitated the ensuing farce? Pei Jinyan let out a low chuckle, his smile fragmented. 3 years after his father's passing, following the mourning period, his mother had engaged him in a serious conversation, urging him to marry a woman of impeccable family morals, intelligence, and shared aspirations, preferably the daughter of an influential official. For a man of his standing, such a woman would not be difficult to find. However, he had yet to emerge from the shadow of his father's unexpected demise, and as he occupied a minor position in the Ministry of Justice, he was simply not in the mood for romantic pursuits. His colleagues advised him, when taking a wife, choose one of virtue; for a concubine, select one for beauty. A wife need not be cherished, as long as she fulfills the necessary conditions and aids in his career. He could choose a gentle, non-jealous woman to bear him a child or two, and once his career was stable, he could indulge in his preferences with concubines. He was aware of this, yet could not bring himself to act. He could not fathom sharing a bed with a woman devoid of affection, raising children. Moreover, should he take a concubine in the future, it would surely burden him with guilt towards his lawful wife. If he were to encounter a woman he genuinely admired, he might wish to offer her the best, inevitably arousing suspicions of favoritism towards his concubine at the expense of his wife. Knowing that the path ahead was fraught with thorns, it seemed wiser to exercise restraint from the outset. Who could have anticipated that plans would be so swiftly upended, forcing him into an unwelcome marriage with a pampered and willful woman? The only aspect that aligned with his mother's wishes was the family's influence, yet in comparison to what he had lost, he had no desire for such power. This, indeed, was the so-called retribution, punishing him for his desire to restrain himself while being unable to resist the allure of beauty. As Su Mingzhuang observed the increasingly shattered smile on the man's face, a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She discreetly shifted her stance, hoping to seize the moment while he was lost in thought and escape. However, after only a couple of steps, she was caught by his attention. "Where do you intend to go?" Su Mingzhuang stiffly swallowed, trembling as she extended her delicate fingertip. I wish to go over there to gaze at the moon. It is quite large today. No, I mean, it is very beautiful. Pei Jinyan did not expose her clumsy deception. "Are you afraid?" "Actually, not really. Why are you afraid of me?" Su Mingzhuang anxiously pinched the embroidered edge of her sleeve adorned with floral patterns. Because I feel guilty for having wronged you before, so now. "I am afraid," Pei Jinyan scoffed coldly. "What is there to fear? Am I truly capable of harming you?" Secretly, Su Mingzhuang thought, though he might not strike her, there were countless ways to make life unbearable. Seeing her tremble like a frightened chick, the frustration within Pei Jinyan subsided considerably. "Come, let us sit and converse." If she stood any longer, she might well collapse. Yes. Pei Jinyan also settled at a distance neither too far nor too close, admiring the starry expanse while casually inquiring, "Pray tell, why do your actions differ so markedly from the rumors?" "Replying to you, my lord." "Oh no." Pei Jinyan's tone remained calm and distant, carrying an almost imperceptible hint of sarcasm. "Because of your guilt, you tread carefully, indulging in acts of appeasement, believing this will absolve you from past misdeeds? Is this not akin to the saying, strike with a stick, then offer a sweet date? That is not. Let me explain. A relationship that begins in such a deplorable manner, can it truly mend and forget past grievances? As a man, I might still take a concubine to rectify my regrets, but what of you, Su Mingzhuang? As a woman, societal norms dictate your loyalty. Do you not consider your own future happiness? What were you contemplating when you made those decisions?" Su Mingzhuang's complexion turned pale, her mind in a daze. Indeed, what had she been thinking? After traversing a dreamlike state, everything from her past felt as if it belonged to a former life. She could not recall her thoughts at that time, only that each day had passed in a blur. Each morning, she awoke late, preening and adorning herself, yet always dissatisfied, lamenting that she had not become more beautiful, though her appearance was already exquisite. At mealtimes, she was equally discontent, finding no novelty in her meals, yet she was a notoriously picky eater, refusing more dishes than she accepted, and with only a few options to choose from, who could conjure up a variety daily, while ensuring they were appetizing? During the day, she felt an overwhelming boredom. While other young ladies diligently practiced arts and crafts, she squandered her time in play, yet even the most delightful games grew tiresome with repetition. When she finally attended a gathering, brimming with excitement for the event, she was met with disdain. Other young ladies either ignored her or ostracized her, even when they begrudgingly spoke to her, their words dripped with sarcasm. She had dressed exquisitely, overshadowing her peers, yet their discomfort was palpable. She never acquiesced to their topics of conversation, insisting that they engage in her chosen discussions, seeking to be the center of it. Who would willingly elevate another? Truly, it is quite strange, Su Mingzhuang murmured. These truths, no one ever taught me, yet now, why can I grasp them so intuitively? Chapter 042. Indeed, he seems uninterested in women. The woman's voice was too faint for Pei Jinyan to discern. What did you say? Su Mingzhuang, flustered, shook her head in haste. Nothing. A gentle evening breeze swept through the pavilion, lifting the edges of the woman's delicate sheer gown. She was clad in a cream-colored chiffon dress, crafted from exquisite fabric that felt as light as a feather. As the wind caressed her, the gown seemed to dance gracefully despite her stillness. Pei Jinyan was momentarily entranced by the sight, but realizing he was staring, he quickly averted his gaze, tightening his expression. He mused, if he continued to look, who knew how much more he would ruin? Su Mingzhuang noticed the man's indifferent glance shift away, thinking to herself, indeed, he seems unapproachable. In her dreams, Pei Jinyan remained perpetually aloof, indifferent to the myriad beauties of the capital, regardless of their charms. Even his later wife, Gu Lingyu, had only garnered affection through their shared battles, fostering a bond of mutual respect rather than romantic inclination. In her dreams, after Pei Jinyan divorced her and wed Gu Lingyu, she was consumed with frustration, desperately seeking information about their relationship, even bribing the servants of the Duke's residence. To her dismay, she found out that they shared an extremely harmonious bond, treating each other with utmost respect. Later, someone whispered to her that Pei Jinyan's cold demeanor towards women had intensified due to an unhappy previous marriage, and that the connection he had with Gu Lingyu was more akin to that of comrades and confidants, rather than lovers. No one in the Duke's household had ever witnessed him display any signs of infatuation or folly. Upon hearing this in her dreams, she was overjoyed, generously rewarding the informant, but now, reflecting on it, she realized how naive she had been. It was clearly a ruse to placate her, and she had fallen for it. Su Mingzhuang shook her head in disbelief at Pei Jinyan, catching a glimpse of her shaking head, slightly turned towards her. You still haven't answered the question. Su Mingzhuang was taken aback. What question? Oh, I remember, she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. When I met Princess Yushuan, they teased me, saying you liked me. I retorted that you held no special feelings for me, as you barely glanced my way when you saved me. They lamented that there were indeed men who I could not attract, but in that moment, I was so infuriated by their words. Later, they said something else, but I forgot the specifics. I apologize, I was truly muddled at that time, consumed with resentment, devoid of any rational thought. Of 4 days, I plotted my revenge against you, thinking about it morning, noon, and night, until I mistakenly believed I had feelings for you. Then they suggested that I accuse you of being lecherous towards me. Not only would it be a form of retribution, it might even coerce you into marrying me. I am sorry, I realize now that tarnishing your reputation and ruining your happiness is too late for apologies. As she spoke, her emotions overwhelmed her, and she began to cry uncontrollably. Pei Jinyan turned to face the weeping woman, feeling no compassion, only a sense of absurdity regarding his own life. And then? His tone was icy, devoid of emotion. Were you happy after marrying into the Duke's residence? Su Mingzhuang covered her face, shaking her head vigorously. Pei Jinyan forced a bitter smile. Then why bother? You harmed me, but you also harmed yourself. Su Mingzhuang sobbed. Indeed, why bother? Following this, Pei Jinyan fell silent, leaning back against the beauty, staring blankly at the night sky. After some time, Su Mingzhuang's tears subsided, and she retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her face, shamefully blowing her nose as discreetly as possible. Once finished, she stole a glance at the man, finding him as immobile as a statue, gazing at the starry expanse, and she breathed a sigh of relief, salvaging her dignity. Once the woman had regained her composure, Pei Jinyan inquired indifferently, now, tell me about Wangjiang Tower. Are you taking over Wangjiang Tower to change my perception of you? Su Mingzhuang bit her swollen lip and spoke softly, I do not seek to change your view of me. I merely wish to make some amends. I know that no amount of compensation can rectify the absurdity of my past actions. I also understand that you do not desire my reparations, but apart from compensation, I am at a loss for what else to do. Or perhaps, if you do not want compensation, you may strike me, leaving scars if you wish. I vow I will not disclose it to my father. If you doubt me, we can draft a contract where I promise to willingly endure the punishment without complaint. Pei Jinyan, displeased, averted his gaze, his dark eyes glimmering with thin. I apologize, Su Mingzhuang thought, yet in her dreams, though he never struck her directly, he certainly made her life miserable. Pei Jinyan remained oblivious to her inner musings, only snorting coldly, I will not strike you. Seeing her attitude improve, Pei Jinyan chose not to dwell on the matter further. And what next? Will you continue to compensate me indefinitely? Su Mingzhuang's heart raced with excitement, her fingers discreetly fidgeting beneath her. Su Mingzhuang hurriedly clarified, it's like this, I was foolish and deluded, mistakenly believing I had feelings for you, but on the day of our wedding, I awakened from my stupor and realized I did not love you. Therefore, I have resolved to turn over a new leaf. I wish to make amends, and then we can part amicably, living our separate lives. What do you think? Pei Jinyan, while astonished, felt a flicker of joy within parting. That would be splendid. He had thought his life was irrevocably ruined, only to find her willingly proposing separation. As for compensation, that was a given. He had saved her only to be falsely accused, forced into a marriage with someone he neither liked nor cared for, becoming a subject of ridicule. How could he simply accept a separation without reparation? Was he to be treated like a puppet, accuse him at will, marry him at will, and then part at will? Such fortune does not befall anyone. One must bear the consequences of their own mistakes. With a newfound clarity, Pei Jinyan shed his previous melancholy, regaining his usual cold and dignified demeanor. Very well. Su Mingzhuang was elated, springing to her feet. Really? You agree, you must not go back on your word. I will compensate you, you will forgive me, and we shall part without enmity, alright? Agreed. Pei Jinyan rose as well. However, do not naively believe that managing Wangjiang Tower will quell my anger. It won't. I have other plans. As long as I am capable, I will exert myself to the fullest. Su Mingzhuang's voice trembled with excitement, cautiously asking, if I make sufficient reparations, when can we part? A year, would that be acceptable? Chapter 043. May I discuss one more matter? Pei Jinyan fixed his gaze intently on the woman before him, possessing an inherent sharpness. He relied not solely on logical deduction. Rather, he was endowed with a rare intuition that enabled him to ascend within the Ministry of Justice, garnering recognition from the emperor in less than a year, ultimately being personally appointed to the third yamen. Later, thanks to this keen intuition, he achieved further notable accomplishments, prompting the emperor to elevate him to the esteemed position of public knowledge in the hall of the emperor. At this moment, the woman's myriad unusual reactions instilled within him a profound sense of dissonance. What was amiss? Could it be that Su Mingzhuang was deceiving him? But what motive could she possess for such deceit? What did he have that warranted her scheming? Though he held the title of noble lord, the glory of his ancestral estate had long dissipated, while the Su family had been a renowned and powerful lineage since the previous dynasty. If deception were to occur, it would be more plausible for him to scheme against the Su family. Pei Jinyan pressed his lips together. He had repeatedly inquired about the woman's intentions, yet she remained tight-lipped. Su Mingzhuang, noticing the deepening gloom on the man's countenance, felt his piercing gaze sharpen further, as though he could penetrate her very thoughts and extract her memories with a mere glance. Terrified, she hastily lowered her head, fearing that Pei Jinyan might uncover her painful recollections. Pei Jinyan, observing the woman's guilty demeanor, only solidified his conviction that she harbored a secret. What could it be? Although Pei Jinyan was not inherently curious, an inexplicable intrigue now enveloped him. He settled back against the elegant couch, gazing up at the starlit sky. I consent to the transaction, but as for the timing of our separation, that shall depend on my mood. Su Mingzhuang nodded fervently. Very well, the fault lies with me. That you would agree to this transaction is already a generous concession. I shall endeavor to meet your expectations. Whenever you wish to part ways, just inform me, and I shall depart the very next day. Then will the Wangjiang Tower truly be entrusted to me? I can modify it in any manner. Suddenly, Su Mingzhuang felt a surge of excitement, a tumult of emotions. She yearned for redemption, not only due to her guilt towards Pei Jin. Before her dreams, she had not been indifferent to her standing, rather, she had been naive, utterly oblivious to the reasons behind her ostracization. By the time she began to grasp the situation, she had already been forced into a divorce due to her illicit affair with the Jin prince and cast out by her father, her reputation shattered. Subsequently, despondent, she had accepted the role of a mistress to the powerful elite of the capital. Upon learning of Pei Jinyan's harmonious union with Gu Lingyu and hearing the praises sung about Gu Lingyu throughout the city, she felt a deep envy that almost bled her heart dry. She too longed for a reputation as pristine as Gu Lingyu's, to be admired and cherished by others, thus, she must salvage her own name. Pei Jinyan waited for a moment, yet the woman offered no further words. He withdrew his gaze to observe her, only to find her lost in thought, her head bowed, her muscles tense as if she were engaged in a covert contest of wills. Was it her hidden secret? What could that secret be? Su Mingzhuang wrestled with her thoughts for a moment, her delicate features flushed crimson. Finally, she steeled herself and cautiously lifted her head, whispering, I might be asking for too much, but may I negotiate one more matter? You may refuse, if you are unwilling, simply decline. Pei Jinyan raised his chin slightly. Speak. Su Mingzhuang discreetly grasped her skirt, fidgeting with her fingers to quell her anxiety. It needn't be overly flattering, just something to prevent outsiders from thinking I suffer the consequences of my marriage and lead a miserable existence. Pei Jinyan was thoroughly perplexed. What is your reasoning? I desire a better reputation. Su Mingzhuang spoke candidly. A reputation. Pei Jinyan pondered the term. You wed into the Duke's residence solely to attain a commendable reputation. After all, the Duke's estate was in disarray. Yet this seemed incongruous. If she sought recognition from the Duke's household to gain a good name, why would she conspire against him? While some ignorant commoners might believe he had wronged her, none among the elite circles, familiar with their temperaments, would accept such a notion. This was not a quest for a commendable name. It seemed rather an endeavor to cultivate infamy. Su Mingzhuang found herself at a loss for how to explain the bizarre dreams that had befallen her. I apologize. I am acutely aware of my grave misdeeds. I also recognize your commendable achievements in the Ministry of Justice, having risen to the hall of the Emperor with your discerning eyes. I cannot escape your scrutiny, but I truly wish to refrain from further discussion. I will strive to make amends. Please, do not inquire further. Pei Jinyan was astonished by the woman's reaction. It could be said that since their marriage, every action and utterance of hers had defied his expectations, which he not allow him to inquire. Very well, he could observe on his own. Pei Jinyan averted his gaze, his voice low. I acquiesce to your request, but I have a condition of my own. Of course, please proceed, only I may disclose the terms of our transaction. You must not divulge its contents to anyone, including those close to you, or even your parents. Are you capable of adhering to this? At first, Su Mingzhuang was bewildered, but she soon grasped the man's intentions. Prior to her marriage, she had tarnished others' reputations with her vile character. After the wedding, she had swallowed her pride, appearing to seek redemption. Now she proposed a transaction to gain a good name. To outsiders, she seemed capricious and fickle. Who could guarantee she would not revert to her former disgraceful self in a few days? The elderly matriarch of the Pei family could not withstand emotional upheaval. Such fluctuations in hope and despair could inflict the gravest psychological harm, far exceeding that of mere verbal assaults. As for the stipulation against disclosing details to outsiders, it stemmed from the reality that no secret remains hidden forever. Should a third party become aware, there was always a risk of exposure. Though the matriarch's health was frail, she had been the matriarch of the Duke's residence for decades. Even the slightest rumor would be keenly sensed. Pei Jinyan truly exemplified filial piety. She resolved to learn from him, aspiring to be equally devoted to her own parents. With this thought, Su Mingzhuang looked into the man's eyes, filled with newfound admiration. I will abide by your terms. Pei Jinyan, why did this woman's gaze suddenly seem so peculiar? He became wary, recalling how those who had previously admired him had often regarded him with such eyes. Could it be that Su Mingzhuang had orchestrated this elaborate ruse solely for him? He felt compelled to remain cautious, promptly rising to his feet and stepping to the side of the small pavilion. Very well, the transaction is settled, now it depends on your performance. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Once the man had left, Su Mingzhuang collapsed weakly onto her seat, her radiant face alight with relief and joy. This is splendid, truly splendid. With Duke and assistance, my reputation is bound to improve. I shall no longer be marginalized or neglected. I must strive with all my might. However, in the next breath, her expression fell. But what should I change the Wangjiang Tower into? Chapter 044. Dashing her thoughts after leaving the pavilion, Pei Jinyan hurriedly returned to his study, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. The young servant, Qinggu, noticed his haste and hurriedly followed him inside, concernedly inquiring, Is there something urgent, General? You seemed in quite a rush. At merely 18 years of age, Qinggu had been in Pei Jinyan's service for 6 years, alongside another servant, Nanfeng. Together, the three had grown up, with Pei Jinyan eschewing the use of female attendants, entrusting Qinggu and Nanfeng with his personal care. Unlike other young gentlemen from official families, Pei Jinyan was not accustomed to being waited upon hand and foot. He took it upon himself to attend to his grooming and the arrangement of his bedding, and during his leisure, he even tidied his own quarters. His hands-on approach to life meant that the servants' duties were not overly burdensome, yet they could not afford to be idle, as Pei Jinyan insisted they engage in daily reading and martial training, conducting periodic assessments. Failure in either discipline would result in their expulsion from the main residence. Thus, even the most menial of servants in the main courtyard possessed a semblance of literary finesse, able to recite poetry while wielding a broom. It was precisely due to Pei Jinyan's unique preferences that the servants were well-rounded individuals. Following the resurgence of the old matriarch's illness, Pei Jinyan had tasked Nanfeng and Qinggu with assisting the steward in managing the household affairs and financial accounts. Today, after Qinggu had completed his tasks, he returned to find his master hastily entering the study. Given Pei Jinyan's typically composed and astute demeanor, such fluster was a rarity, causing Qinggu to worry. Pei Jinyan took a deep breath, attempting to regain his composure, and calmly waved his hand, saying, "I am fine, you may go rest." "Are you truly untroubled?" "Indeed." After gently placing the teacup down and waiting briefly, he noted that Pei Jinyan showed no inclination to engage him, allowing him to quietly withdraw. The study was dim and silent, with Pei Jinyan remaining as still as a statue. The only movement came from the flickering flame of the lamp and the wisps of steam rising from the calming tea. After an indeterminate amount of time, Pei Jinyan gathered his thoughts, his gaze steadying as he took the tea in hand and sipped it slowly, contemplating. Though he could not yet discern the woman's true intentions, it would be wise to maintain a cautious distance, thwarting her designs. He resolved that after a year, he would find an excuse to dissolve this absurd marriage. The following day, as midday approached, the sun blazed high in the sky, casting glaring light upon the white marble steps outside the Golden Hall. The officials, clad in formal court attire, respectfully exited the Grand Hall in an orderly fashion. After the conclusion of the morning assembly. Upon descending the stone steps and reaching the expansive courtyard, they dispersed. Some gathered in small clusters, conversing in hushed tones, while others hurried along, their pace brisk. The palace guards, armed with weapons, either stood sentinel or patrolled the square. Coincidentally, Pei Jinyan was leading a contingent of guards on patrol in the courtyard when he encountered the departing officials. Unlike ordinary guards, who were prohibited from looking around or engaging in conversation during patrols, Pei Jinyan was permitted to pause and converse with officials if necessary. However, he would not engage in idle chatter unless absolutely required, for the officials were still occupied with their duties. Even among acquaintances, casual conversations were typically reserved for evenings, when they could gather at a tavern to drink and converse. At that moment, Scholar Su was walking alongside several colleagues, engaged in discussion about editorial matters, when they happened upon Pei Jinyan's patrol. The officials halted, anticipating that General Pei would greet his father-in-law, prompting Scholar Su to stop as well. However, an awkward moment ensued. Pei Jinyan did not even acknowledge Scholar Su but instead continued on, leading his guards past without so much as a glance. Once he had passed, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the group. One official, surnamedly, quickly attempted to ease the tension, saying, "Ahem, General Pei is indeed diligent and meticulous. With such a scrupulous general guarding us, we can rest easy." Indeed, he is truly an admirable general. At such a young age, General Pei exhibits such maturity and steadiness. It is no wonder His Majesty holds him in such high regard. He is destined for a bright future. Scholar Su forced a polite yet awkward smile, hastening his pace to leave the scene. In the afternoon, at the scholar's residence, Madame Su and her two daughters-in-law were engaged in conversation when a servant announced the master's return. The three women quickly set aside their chat, tidying their appearances as they hurried to greet him. After paying their respects to their father-in-law, the two daughters-in-law excused themselves and returned to their quarters. Madame Su accompanied Scholar Su into his chamber, whispering as they walked, "My lord, you have returned quite early today. Is there some urgent matter, or are you unwell? Should we summon a physician?" Madame Su's concern stemmed not only from the unusual hour of Scholar Su's return but also from the dark expression on his face. She pondered, could it be that there was a conflict with his colleagues? That seemed unlikely, as his duties were rather light, primarily involving manuscript revisions and teaching students, with colleagues who were all acquaintances. What could have led to such a confrontation? If not a conflict, then perhaps it was a health issue. With July upon them and the weather growing increasingly warm, could he have suffered from heatstroke? Should she arrange for ice or brew a cooling herbal tea? After returning, Scholar Su did not remove his official robes but instead settled heavily onto the soft couch, striking the table with his hand in frustration. A maid promptly brought tea. Madame Su accepted it, dismissing the maid, and carefully placed the tea on the table before sitting opposite him, her face a mask of concern as she softly asked, "My lord, what on earth has transpired?" Scholar Su remained sullen for a while longer before slapping the table again, exclaiming, "What else could it be but that Pei Jinyan? He has infuriated me. Today after the assembly, as I was walking with several colleagues, we encountered Pei Jinyan. I had no intention of engaging with him, but when Lord Li and the others stopped, I had no choice but to halt as well, gesturing for Pei Jinyan to come over and exchange greetings. It need not have been much, just a simple acknowledgement, yet Pei Jinyan, despite clearly seeing my gaze, turned away without even glancing at me. After all, I am his father-in-law. It is utterly infuriating. He shows me no respect whatsoever." Madame Su, taken aback, was momentarily speechless before awkwardly responding, I apologize, it is my fault." Initially, she had opposed her daughter's desire to marry the Duke of Anguo, but in her daughter's insistence, she had reluctantly sought to persuade her husband. And now, Pei Jinyan had publicly humiliated her husband. They would inevitably run into one another again. What to do? With these thoughts, Madame Su felt a pang of sorrow, her heart heavy with guilt towards her husband. Seeing his wife bow her head to wipe her tears, Scholar Su sighed helplessly, "Why tear up over lost face? What is face worth? My current concern lies with Mingzhuang." Pei Jinyan is obstinately unyielding. If he cannot grant me the dignity I am due as a father-in-law in public, how will he treat Mingzhuang in private? Mingzhuang remains unaware of the hardships that lie ahead. Chapter 045. A sudden epiphany. Madame Su wept even more bitterly. Scholar Su's head felt heavier. He could no longer afford the luxury of harboring anger towards his wayward son-in-law and could only comfort his wife. Enough, enough, do not cry any longer. At this juncture, tears will not resolve our predicament. Choose some food, drink, and clothing to send to Mingzhuang, so she does not suffer in her daily life. You know her temperament. She is but a child at heart. A little indulgence in good food and fine attire might bring her joy. Upon hearing this, Madame Su realized the truth in his words. With a sigh, she wiped her tear-streaked face. My lord, do you think our daughter might have some ailment due to our advanced age at the time of her birth? Why does she seem to never grow up? Scholar Su, incensed, puffed out his cheeks. Ailment, do not speak nonsense. Furthermore, we were not at death's door when she was born. There are those of advanced age who still bear children. Take, for instance, the now-returned Minister Wu, who at 72 can still father a child, and moreover, who says Mingzhuang has not matured. Just the other day, when she returned home, was she not far more sensible than before? Only then did Madame Su recall her daughter's recent visit, where she exhibited remarkable growth, both in understanding and grace, delighting her to the extent that sleep eluded her that night. Even several of her sisters-in-law remarked upon Mingzhuang's newfound maturity post-marriage. Additionally, Mingzhuang had recently taken charge of the unprofitable Wangjiang Tower under the Duke of Anguo's estate, writing a letter to her elder sister-in-law, which the latter had shown her. The letter was penned with such eloquence and intelligence that it brought tears to her eyes. Indeed, her daughter was free of any ailment. In fact, Madame Su secretly mused that the Duke's previous disfavor towards Mingzhuang stemmed from her immature disposition, but now that she had matured and proven capable, coupled with her striking beauty, surely the Duke would come to appreciate her. Thus, dismissing her sorrow, Madame Su hurriedly prepared gifts to be sent to the Duke's residence. 2 hours later, in the small kitchen of the Yanqing courtyard, the maids were bustling about preparing dinner, the rising smoke lending a sense of warmth to the little courtyard. Granny Wang entered the room and found the young lady still leaning against the window in deep thought, motionless for quite some time. With a heart full of concern, she chided softly, Miss, if you cannot think of anything, why not consult the eldest daughter-in-law, or even gather the other young ladies for a discussion? You cannot bear this burden alone. It would be unwise to exhaust yourself. Su Mingzhuang maintained her original posture, her eyes not even fluttering, her tone heavy with despondency. How can I do that? It is I who accepted this responsibility. I cannot simply pass it off to others. Besides, my future endeavors will not be limited to just Wangjiang Tower. I will take on many ventures. Should I delegate each one to my sisters-in-law? Am I the one who is married, or are they? Granny Wang was taken aback. What, besides Wangjiang Tower, there would be other ventures? Was it possible that the young lady intended to manage the entire Duke's estate and become the true matriarch? The sudden revelation filled Granny Wang with such excitement that she nearly fainted on the spot. How wonderful, truly splendid. Now that the young lady had matured and gained understanding, with a little more effort to honor her in-laws and please her husband, would life not improve? The Pei family was known for its romantic inclinations, with straightforward familial ties. The venerable Lady Pei was a kind-hearted woman who would not make things difficult for the young lady. Furthermore, the young lady's maternal family was quite powerful. In every regard, the future appeared exceedingly bright. Yet, observing the young lady's troubled brow, Granny Wang felt a pang of sympathy and suddenly had a brilliant idea. Miss, just now the lady sent over a considerable amount of fabric. I took a look, and much of it is currently fashionable in the capital. Perhaps I could ask the tailor Ding to make you a couple of skirts? Su Mingzhuang's mind was consumed with thoughts of Wangjiang Tower. She had no inclination to ponder skirts. No need, I have plenty of skirts. Those were all made 2 months ago. You used to have 2 new skirts tailored every month. Su Mingzhuang paused, her brows furrowing in contemplation. During my recent visit home, I brought back quite a— It has only been a few days. Why has my mother sent so many things again? Could there be a reason behind it? The lady sends gifts without needing a reason, Granny Wang replied. However, Su Mingzhuang grew wary. Something was amiss. If it were merely a customary gift, it would not be so abundant. This time, there were enough items to fill 4 horse-drawn carriages. Could it be that the Duke's estate entrusted me with managing Wangjiang Tower, and I wrote to my sister-in-law for assistance, which she then relayed to my mother? That is indeed plausible. Upon seeing the letter, my mother might have thought I was struggling here, hence her generous gifts. That this is the only explanation that fits. As this thought crossed her mind, her nose tingled with emotion, and she longed for her mother. She wished she could sever ties immediately, sprout wings, and fly back to her parents, never to part again. She sniffed, swallowing her sorrow. Indeed, I used to have 2 skirts tailored each month. Now, if I have none made, my mother would surely worry. I shall have 1 made, just to ease her mind. Granny Wang smiled. Very well, I shall summon the tailor Shui tomorrow. No need, she should have my measurements. She can cut as she pleases. That will not do. We must certainly take fresh measurements of your figure, and depending on the fabric and pattern, we must consult you to ensure a proper fit. Su Mingzhuang sighed. Must it be so complicated? Her voice trailed off as a sudden thought struck her. She abruptly lifted her head. Granny Wang jumped in surprise. Miss, what is it? Do not startle me. Su Mingzhuang's beautiful eyes widened as if she had glimpsed something delightful, her excitement palpable. Yes, what was I thinking? Something as trivial as a rouge shop or a rice store. Since the purpose of Wangjiang Tower is to accommodate and support the former subordinates, I should tailor my approach based on their character. I should not be confined to my own thoughts. I must seek inspiration from them to determine what business to pursue. With that, she rose, declaring, Granny Wang, let us pay a visit to Wangjiang Tower. Granny Wang was taken aback. What? Now, but dinner is still being prepared, and you have yet to dine. Su Mingzhuang winked playfully. Granny, have you forgotten, Wangjiang Tower is an inn, how could we go hungry there, while the establishment is still open, let us hurry and take a look. The sooner we devise a solution, the sooner we can resolve matters at Wangjiang Tower. She was already in motion, speaking as she slipped into a simple dress. Of course, simple was relative, she had previously lived in lavish splendor, donning attire fit for a princess, with each skirt worthy of being a prized possession in a boutique. Thus, the simple dress was still as enchanting as any celestial garment. Granny Wang sighed, I understand your intent, but must we be in such a rush? Su Mingzhuang replied earnestly, of course it is urgent. Very urgent. She was determined to accomplish this within the year of her marriage, after which she would return home. Yes, Mississippi. Seeing the young lady's fervor, Granny Wang's own spirits were lifted. In no time, Su Mingzhuang, Granny Wang, along with Qin and Yanshu, departed from Yanqing courtyard and made their way towards the duke's estate, where a carriage prepared by Shiqiu awaited them. Little did they expect that upon reaching the entrance, they would encounter not only Shiqiu and the carriage but also the recently returned Duke of Anguo, Pei Jinyan, Chapter 046. How did this happen? Outside the manor gates, just as Su Mingzhuang stepped out, she unexpectedly encountered Pei Jinyan, who had just returned. In that fleeting moment, the atmosphere became stiff and awkward. Su Mingzhuang was the first to recover, gracefully bending her knee in a shallow bow. Has the general returned? Pei Jinyan contemplated a casual nod, but suddenly recalled his conjecture from the previous day. He was now uncertain whether the woman harbored a secret desire to salvage her reputation before seeking a divorce or if she was employing a different strategy to win his favor. Having already stumbled once with this woman, he was determined not to fall into the same trap again. Even if it might seem like he was overthinking, he preferred to be cautious. With this thought, Pei Jinyan averted his gaze, his expression cold as he handed the reins to the doorman. Seeing this, Su Mingzhuang felt a wave of relief wash over her as she prepared to board the carriage. Granny Wang shot a disapproving glare at the oblivious man, inwardly cursing, what more could he possibly want, given how lowly the young lady had already demeaned herself. In no time, the four of them entered the carriage, with Shiqiu taking charge of the reins. A luxurious carriage departed, bearing 5 ladies. Just as Pei Jinyan was about to step through the gates of the manor, he suddenly halted, casting a puzzled glance in the direction the carriage had taken. The doorman, confused, inquired, General, what are you looking at? Pei Jinyan furrowed his brows, isn't that carriage not from our manor? The doorman responded, returning to the general, it is not. We have been instructed by Madame Pei to disregard Miss Su's commands, hence they procured their own carriage. They usually keep the horses at the eastern relay station and only bring them back when needed. Where are they headed? I do not know, for they did not disclose their destination. Before the Duke's manor lay a narrow road, bustling with pedestrians as evening approached, causing the carriage to move at a slow pace. Pei Jinyan's furrowed brows deepened. Nightfall was imminent. How could several ladies venture out safely? Although the capital had patrols, should they encounter ill-intentioned individuals, it would be quite difficult to locate them swiftly. With this concern in mind, Pei Jinyan resolved to escort them discreetly. Give me the reins. Oh, yes, General. The doorman hurriedly retrieved the horses. Pei Jinyan mounted and, thereafter, controlled the horses' speed, following the carriage at a measured pace. Initially, he assumed they were headed to the scholar's residence, intending to watch them arrive before turning back. However, to his surprise, the carriage exited the alley and entered Chang'an Avenue, heading towards the imperial palace. Is it going to meet Princess Yuxuan? Yet, as far as he knew, upon learning of Su Mingzhuang's slander against him, it was Princess Yuxuan and her maid who had faced the emperor's wrath, resulting in her being sent to Yunding's summer resort as punishment, with an uncertain return date. He had thought that the emperor, in such a furious state, would confine the princess until at least autumn. How could it be that just over a month later, she had been released? Indeed, the emperor was quite indulgent towards Princess Yuxuan, much like how Scholar Su doted on Su Mingzhuang. He could hardly believe that Scholar Su would trust her fabrications, knowing full well that Su Mingzhuang was lying, yet still being forced to take responsibility was utterly infuriating. Spoiling a child is akin to harming them. Su Mingzhuang's reckless and spoiled demeanor was entirely a product of Scholar Su's indulgence. He began to regret not having spoken to Scholar Su when he saw him in the square yesterday. To inquire about his well-being, what a delusion. He wished he could berate that old scoundrel. As Pei Jinyan seethed in anger, he followed at a distance. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. Pei Jinyan was taken aback. Had they not yet reached the palace? This was not the scholar's residence. Could she be meeting someone? Pei Jinyan glanced around and was again taken aback. Was this not Wangjiang Tower? On the other side, after the carriage stopped, Su Mingzhuang, with the assistance of Qin, alighted. As she stepped down, an immediate silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes were captivated by the young woman, as if she were a celestial being descending from the heavens rather than merely a lady disembarking from a carriage. Noticing the gazes upon her, Su Mingzhuang frowned slightly and murmured, Granny, remind me next time to wear a veil when going out. The others gasped. Was the young lady intending to wear a veil? She always relished being the center of attention, dazzling everyone with her beauty. Not only had she never worn a veil, but she had also sought to attract attention with her every move. What had changed? Su Mingzhuang lowered her head and hurried into Wangjiang Tower. Several young gentlemen passing by, upon seeing the beauty enter the establishment, followed suit, eager to catch a glimpse of her enchanting visage. In the distance, Pei Jinyan also spurred his horse forward, handing the reins to a waiter before entering the tavern. Inside, the waitstaff were bustling with energy, enthusiastically attending to the sudden influx of guests. Upon seeing Pei Jinyan, Zhang Zhuang immediately called out, Welcome, esteemed guest. It's the Duke. What brings you here? Pei Jinyan ignored him and stood by the door, surveying the surroundings. After searching in vain, he turned his attention back. Did Su Mingzhuang just arrive? Zhang Zhuang replied, returning to the Duke, she indeed has. As soon as she arrived, she summoned Manager Sun to the third floor and declared that any guests who followed her in would only be accommodated on the first floor and not allowed on the second or third. If they were dissatisfied, they were to be sent away. We would not conduct business with them. Ah yes, there something amiss? At this moment, several guests were indeed inquiring about the identity of the woman in white. Pei Jinyan shot a cold glance at one such individual, then spoke in a low, steely voice, send them all away. Zhang Zhuang's expression fell instantly. But Duke, we haven't had any business all day. Aside from your visit at noon, this is our first order. Are we really going to turn them away? Pei Jinyan snorted coldly, if they wish to dine, treat them normally. If they start asking questions, let them leave. If they refuse to go, throw them out. I don't want to see your cowardly faces. Zhang Zhuang, hearing this, became agitated. General, you must be jesting, we have no cowards here. Nonsense, who in Wangjiang Tower didn't have blood on their hands? How could they possibly be cowards? Pei Jinyan chose not to respond further and strode up the staircase. On the third floor, the maids from Yansheng Courtyard stood guard at the staircase, while Su Mingzhuang and Manager Sun occupied a table near the window. The lights on the third floor were dim, only illuminating the area around the window and the staircase. The atmosphere remained shrouded in gloom, with an additional lamp placed on the table, alongside a stack of account books. At that moment, Su Mingzhuang was pointing at the account book, posing questions to Manager Sunday. Upon noticing the Duke's arrival, Yaqin and the others were taken aback. We greet the Duke. As the three of them flustered in their greetings, they turned to remind Granny Wang and the others. Granny Wang, upon seeing the Duke, was first surprised, then elated. This was how it should be. The young lady had worked so hard for Wangjiang Tower, she ought to let the Duke see it and change his perception. If the young lady aspired to be the mistress, she would surely succeed. Manager Sun hurriedly rose to greet him. Su Mingzhuang was equally perplexed, casting a questioning glance at him. General, what brings you here? The young woman stood before the table, her figure momentarily obscuring the light. However, rather than dimming, the light seemed to radiate outward, enveloping her silhouette in a soft glow. Today, she donned an immaculate white gauze gown. In the hazy illumination, her graceful figure could be faintly discerned. The layers of sheer fabric, semi-transparent in quality, floated like the petals of a night blooming Sirius, light and mysterious. In this somewhat dim setting, where the light congregated, the young woman resembled a night blooming Sirius quietly unfurling under the moonlight, enchanting all who beheld her, rendering them unable to look away. Pei Jinyan stood in astonishment, his pupils widening in disbelief. Chapter 047. Has she become unreliable again? Pei Jinyan silently withdrew his gaze, maintaining an expression of calm, though internally he was anything but composed, severely reprimanding himself. Again? Has he not learned his lesson? After all, it was this woman's face that led him to such a disastrous predicament. Had he truly forgotten merely because she changed her attire? On the third floor of Wangjiang Tower, the space was considerable, yet merely 3 lamps illuminated the area, insufficient for the entire floor's lighting. The already dim light was soon engulfed by the encroaching darkness. Fortunately, Pei Jinyan's quick reflexes prevented anyone from noticing his momentary lapse. All, including Su Mingzhuang, the Duke of An remained the same solemn figure, always cold and austere. Manager Sun approached, bowing slightly. I have the honor to greet your grace. Have you come with the lady? Pei Jinyan's expression stiffened slightly. While hidden by the shadows, he intended to say he was merely passing by to check on the house, but suddenly recalled their earlier encounter at the gate, and thus could only amend his words. I'm here for dinner. Madame Wang looked puzzled. Was the Duke unable to dine at home? As Manager Sun prepared to arrange dinner for him, Pei Jinyan interjected, you all carry on with your tasks, casually gesturing to Yin Shu. You go downstairs and inform Chef Lu to prepare 10 dishes. Yes, your grace. Yun Shu accepted the order and promptly descended the stairs. Pei Jinyan waved his hand, signaling the others to continue. He then seated himself at a nearby table, leaning against the window, gazing out at the bustling Chang'an Street. Su Mingzhuang had nearly deduced the situation. Having encountered each other at the gate, Pei Jinyan, feeling uneasy about their presence, followed them discreetly to Wangjiang Tower. As for why he had entered, though they had confirmed their transaction, her previous reputation as a simpleton and her now altered temperament made Pei Jinyan's desire to eavesdrop entirely understandable. With her thoughts aligned, Su Mingzhuang focused intently, extending her hand. Manager Sun, please be seated. Let us continue our discussion. Of course, madam. Manager Sun took his seat. Su Mingzhuang's expression turned serious. Please tell me more about the personalities of the individuals at Wangjiang Tower. Beside her, Pei Jinyan felt perplexed. Was her intention tonight not to inquire about the management but rather about the characters of the staff? Manager Sun, equally bewildered, replied, Madam, I cannot guarantee anything about the others, but when it comes to character, no one here dares claim to be superior. We are all veterans who have fought for our homeland, fearless in the face of death. Now that the Duke serves as a court official, he need not return to the barracks. If he did, we would all follow him. Su Mingzhuang, overwhelmed by Manager Sun's loud voice, gently interrupted. So, in essence, everyone has character traits or integrity and enthusiasm, correct? Indeed. Manager Sun, noticing the striking beauty of the woman before him, found her countenance devoid of frivolity. Her captivating eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, brimmed with respect. He inhaled sharply. Previously, when discussing the chaos of the feudal lords, he had wished to capture and eliminate a certain king. Yet now, he seemed to understand. It was not that he harbored inappropriate thoughts towards the madam, but to bring a smile to her face. Truly worth it, although the past chaos was indeed excessive. Su Mingzhuang nodded slowly, activating her intellect that had lain dormant for so long. In today's market, businesses typically revolve around general stores, pharmacies, taverns, tea houses, blacksmiths, fabric shops, ready-made garment stores, jewelry shops, bookshops, and butcheries. First and foremost, Wangjiang Tower's location precludes it from being a mere general store. It must operate on a larger scale. Given the current fixed personnel, we should not consider improving management levels. Rather, we must focus on sourcing in clientele. Her voice, though not loud, resonated clearly within the vast third floor, where few patrons lingered. The spaciousness created an echo that lent her melodious tone an almost enchanting quality. As Manager Sun listened, he occasionally stole glances at the Duke at the adjacent table, pondering. When the Duke was younger, discussions had arisen about what sort of woman would be worthy of such an exceptional youth. Now, it was evident that this lady was indeed a fitting match. Su Mingzhuang continued. One of the reasons why these officials' private businesses lack the prowess of genuine merchants is their sourcing. Those merchants possess diverse industries and comprehensive trade advantages. For instance, while fabric shops may sell textiles from various workshops, their centerpiece will always be their own workshop-esque products. Similarly, treasure shops often employ their own craftsmen to create unique designs. Take our previous dining establishment. Its sourcing lay in the chef's skills, with the chefs, their families, or apprentices all requiring support. Of course, there are trades that do not necessitate sourcing concerns, such as tea houses. While they may hire storytellers, the focus is primarily on clientele. As far as I know, the owner of Mingzhuang Tea House is a deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Those wishing to align themselves with the Zhou family naturally form alliances to patronize it. Madame Wang and the others were left astonished. Is this truly the young lady? If one were to speak of transformation, it was indeed monumental. Had they not remained by her side, they might have believed her to be an entirely different person. Pei Jinyan listened quietly, his expression unchanging, yet internally he was tumultuous. He too had secretly perused some business literature in recent days, and indeed, her insights were astute. It appeared she had thoroughly prepared for the enterprise at Wangjiang Tower. He was even struck by a premonition. She could very well excel in managing Wangjiang Tower, though he recognized how absurd this intuition was, even to himself. Manager Sun's brow furrowed. Madam, you make valid points, but what shall we do? We lack unique sources and special clientele. Should we replace all of us? We cannot allow our shortcomings to tarnish such a promising establishment as Wangjiang Tower. How could that be? Su Mingzhuang interjected earnestly. All of you have fought valiantly alongside the late Duke, earning your commendations. It was his wish to settle you and your families in the capital, and as his descendants, we must honor that commitment. But, before Manager Sun could finish, Su Mingzhuang waved her hand, interrupting. Moreover, who says we lack sources and clientele? Manager Sun was taken aback. Do we have sources? He turned to glance at the Duke at the adjacent table. Pei Jinyan furrowed his brow, mentally scanning his family's enterprises, mostly shops and farmlands, but no workshops seemed to exist. Manager Sun was even more confused. Then pray tell, madam, where are our sources? Where is our clientele? Su Mingzhuang pointed to her own nose, right here. The others responded. Just a jest, Su Mingzhuang smiled before adopting a serious demeanor. Manager Sun, I have a bold proposal. How about transforming Wangjiang Tower into a bookstore? What do you think? Manager Sun was taken aback. A bookstore? Madam, you cannot be suggesting that we rough men sell books, can you? Madame Wang and the others were equally bewildered. Pei Jinyan, having just thought her reliable, suddenly found her once more unreliable. A bookstore? Wait, it seemed he had overlooked something. It appeared he had missed a crucial detail. Chapter 048. Utterly bewildered, Su Mingzhuang's expression turned serious. Indeed, it may sound absurd, but this is the most prudent plan I could devise. After all, one thrives by leveraging one's resources, just as those near the mountains benefit from the mountains and those by the waters from the waters. I have taken over Wangjiang Tower, and I intend to offer compensation to the Duke and his household. It is only right that I contribute. The bookshop deals in literature and scholarly supplies, and our Su family, though not abundant in material wealth, boasts a plethora of scholars. Our clan comprises approximately 8,000 members, scattered across the nation, either serving in government offices or teaching at various academies. Excluding external members, we have around 2,000 relatives in the capital and its vicinity, with 17 employed at the Imperial Academy alone, and over 800 in various other institutions. If we consider only direct disciples, it is not uncommon for one instructor to teach 100 students over the years. Thus, in the vicinity of the capital, there are easily 80,000 students. Nationwide, the figure is around 300,000. Conservatively speaking, the academic circles are fond of tracing lineages. For instance, the students of my father's students often refer to themselves as his grand disciples, suggesting that the total could indeed reach 1 million. Both Manager Sun and Pei Jinyan were left utterly astounded. 1 million? What war could not be won with such numbers? Pei Jinyan was so taken aback that he lost his composure. 8,000 in the entire family. 8,000. He had previously been aware of the Su family's prosperity, contrasting it with the sparse numbers of his own clan, yet he had not imagined the extent of their abundance. Their family was so thin in comparison. Moreover, it was no wonder the Su family had been a prominent clan since the previous dynasty. After the establishment of Beiyan, they not only escaped repercussions but even expanded their influence. Curiously, the Su family held no significant positions in the court, predominantly comprising civil officials, neither vying for power nor engaging in factional conflicts, remaining as immovable as a mountain. Such a family, akin to a stabilizing force, could calm the hearts of scholars and students across the nation, regardless of how the court wobbled. How could emperors throughout history not favor such a stabilizing presence? Contemplating this, Pei Jinyan cast another glance at the figure of the woman. He had once secretly lamented the abundance of talent in the Su family, questioning how someone like Su Mingzhuang, perceived as a scoundrel, could emerge. Yet now, observing the articulate young woman, he could not help but marvel. Truly, she is a Su, though a wastrel. When she is earnest, she presents an entirely different visage. Su Mingzhuang continued, as I mentioned earlier, we must leverage our strengths. Since there are many scholars in the Su family, we should engage in business that caters to scholars, leaving aside those students from afar who come to the capital. The 8,000 literati here are sufficient for our daily revenue. You may not be aware, but these individuals spend significantly on scholarly supplies. They practice calligraphy daily and require paper every few days. Books are also a frequent purchase. Regardless of where they buy, they will buy. Why not from us? There is no need for my father to issue a directive. A mere hint about the availability of scholarly supplies at Wangjiang Tower will suffice to spread the word among the Su family, and we need not worry about clientele. Wait, manager's son finally regained his voice amidst the astonishment, hastily interjecting, does your family possess such a customer base? I presume you also have a bookshop business, correct? If we operate a bookshop, will we not be encroaching upon your business? Su Mingzhuang was momentarily taken aback. Oh? My family does not operate a bookshop business. Manager's son was equally surprised. No bookshop business, given the Su family's excellent customer base, how could that be? Well, Su Mingzhuang hesitated, unsure of how to elucidate her family's unique circumstances. Because we are not in need of money. My father has said that having too much money is not a good thing, so our family has deliberately refrained from engaging in these lucrative businesses, aiming to minimize our savings at Jin. Manager Sunday. Seeing manager's son's silence, Su Mingzhuang worried he might doubt her credibility. Biting her lip, she whispered, 2 years ago, there was a severe drought in the south, leading to tax issues. With the northern tribes invading, military funds needed to be increased, and the emperor borrowed money from my father, Jin. Manager Sunday. After uttering this, Su Mingzhuang regretted it and anxiously added, I mention this merely to prove that our family does not lack for money and thus does not require a bookshop business. I have no other intentions, and I harbor no criticisms of the emperor. Please do not misunderstand. Could you refrain from sharing this information? If it were to spread, it would tarnish the royal reputation. In a state of shock, manager's son nearly forgot to breathe, taking a moment to catch his breath. He then cast a peculiar glance at the duke. Jin. Manager's son's heart raced. No, it surged suddenly. Is it truly possible? This is quite embarrassing, manager's son said, fidgeting nervously. Su Mingzhuang chuckled lightly. What is there to feel embarrassed about? As I said, this is a debt I owe to the duke's household. There was one more thing left unsaid. Once the compensation concluded, and the year passed, she and Jin would be free from any obligations to each other. Manager's son swallowed hard, his dark complexion flushed with excitement. But can we, being so rough around the edges, truly engage in the bookshop business? Su Mingzhuang replied earnestly, why not? Moreover, stop calling yourselves rough. Who was born as a brute, who was born as an elegant scholar? We are all shaped by fate. If one were born in prosperous times, with a wealthy family, who would risk joining the army? Setting aside the past, consider the present. Having the duke as your patron is akin to a second birth. You can start anew. It boils down to learning to read and write. We have ample books and paper for you to use. Even if you learn just 1 character a day, in a year you could master over 300 characters, allowing you to read ordinary texts. Jin lifted his gaze to the young woman's upright figure. Indeed, he had just realized his oversight, and this was it. He could train the servants of the main residence in martial arts and calligraphy. Why could he not teach these former soldiers to read and write? It is far more beneficial to teach one to fish than to simply provide fish. How had he not thought of this sooner? His father had intended to provide for the old soldiers merely by giving them jobs to sustain their families, yet he had not considered that they needed to learn new skills to reintegrate into a peacetime society. What a glaring oversight! With this realization, Jin spoke. I concur with Miss Su's sentiments. If manager's son and your team are willing to engage in the bookshop business, I will summon Nanfeng to assist you and teach you to read and write. Periodically, I shall also come to assess your progress. He should employ the same method of nurturing those around him to cultivate the old soldiers. Manager's son felt a sudden chill at the thought of having to study. Is this feasible? Su Mingzhuang sighed, revealing a look of disappointment. If manager's son does not wish to take on the bookshop business, it is no matter. I shall think of other ventures. Seeing the young woman's disappointment, manager's son immediately became anxious. No, it shall be the bookshop. We will learn. The lady was willing to utilize her family connections for their sake. What right did he have to be choosy? Furthermore, as a man unafraid of bloodshed, how could he allow such a celestial being to feel disheartened? How could he prove himself so inept? Su Mingzhuang beamed with joy. Really, that is truly wonderful. Wait, manager's son suddenly thought of something and stood up apologetically. Madam, please rest here for a moment. May I have a brief word with the duke? Of course, please proceed, Su Mingzhuang replied with a gentle smile. Subsequently, manager's son escorted the duke to the second floor. As soon as they arrived, manager's son eagerly inquired, Duke, are you certain you did not take liberties with the madam at that time? If it were not for the duke's impropriety, resulting in such a situation, why would a lady of such high standing, possessing both beauty and excellent conditions, seek to marry a penniless duke? Jin. Chapter 049. Why have these two suddenly become so peculiar? Seeing the duke's handsome face turn an ominous shade of gray, manager's son awkwardly coughed. Ahem, but your grace, please do not be angry. We are all men and can understand. Indeed, the lady is extraordinarily beautiful. In all my time in the capital, I have never encountered a lady as lovely as her. Furthermore, did you not mention before that you often sneak glances at her? Pei Jinyan furiously interrupted. I do not sneak glances often, I merely catch a glimpse during events at the palace. Yes, of course, not often. Manager Sun hurriedly soothed. However, I truly cannot fathom why the lady, possessing both beauty and wealth, along with a kind and generous nature, would not be able to choose from the finest young talents in the capital? Why must she resort to slandering your grace? How would I know? Pei Jinyan gritted his teeth in anger. Alright, your grace does not know, please do not be upset. Manager Sun continued to placate him. Regardless, marrying her would be a stroke of fortune for you. Upon hearing Manager Sun's words, Pei Jinyan's expression did not lighten in the slightest. Rather, it grew even paler as he realized a troubling thought. If Su Mingzhuang remained as arrogant as before, that would be one thing, but if she had truly reformed and now appeared dignified and gentle, would others still believe the injustices he faced? Would they secretly suspect, like Manager Sun, that he had indeed been frivolous with her? Manager Sun had watched him grow up and knew him intimately. If even he harbored doubts, how could outsiders not do the same? Unbeknownst to him, Pei Jinyan's fingers curled tighter and tighter until he finally clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously. He had lived his life with integrity, preferring to suffer wounds and toil rather than bear a single blemish on his name, yet now he had inexplicably become a lecher, a rapist? How could he face the ancestors of the Pei family after his death? How could he hold his head high? Manager Sun, startled by the sound of the Duke's clenched fists, exclaimed, Your Grace, what is the matter? Pei Jinyan's countenance was severe, his voice as frigid as ice. Listen well, Manager Sun, whether you believe it or not, I did not treat her frivolously. Furthermore, I have no desire to do so. Everything she is doing now is merely a form of compensation for the slanders I endured, nothing more. Manager Sun, having seldom witnessed such fury from the Duke, quickly replied. Yes, I understand, Your Grace, please do not be angry, it was my ignorance that led to this misunderstanding. Enough. Pei Jinyan interrupted, exasperated, his chest heaving violently. Manager Sun inwardly chastised himself. How could he not know the Duke's character? Had he been struck in the head by a donkey to repeatedly question whether the Duke had been frivolous with the lady? This was simply. Yet, on the other hand, the lady's beauty and qualifications hardly suggested that she was a victim of false accusations, did they? What was truly going on? Pei Jinyan's mood darkened further. Manager Sun, I have a request. Manager Sun promptly replied, Your Grace, please command me. After dinner, take people and personally escort them back to the Duke's residence. Understood. Will you not return to the Duke's residence afterward? I have matters to attend to and will leave first. With that, he made his way toward the staircase. Manager Sun hurriedly followed. Wait, you have yet to dine. Considering the time, dinner will soon be ready. Pei Jinyan did not respond, hastening down the stairs. As fate would have it, upon reaching the first floor, he ran into Yun Shu, who was ascending. Yun Shu quickly performed a curtsy. Your Grace, I have submitted the menu. The chef mentioned that within a tea's time, the dishes will begin to be served. You all may dine, I have urgent matters and must leave first. With that, he descended the staircase and strode out of the tavern. Yun Shu was left in confusion, casting a puzzled glance at the following. Manager Sun, may I ask, what is the matter with the Duke? He seems rather upset. Could it be related to our young lady? Manager Sun awkwardly replied, No, Your Grace suddenly recalled an urgent matter and left hastily. He specifically instructed that I escort you back. I see, thank you, Manager. Yun Shu expressed her gratitude with a curtsy. Soon, they returned to the third floor, where Yun Shu recounted the Duke's departure. Although Su Mingzhuang could not comprehend why Pei Jinyan had suddenly become angry, she did not dwell on it. Understood, my apologies, Manager. I too have just remembered an urgent matter and must return. You will not be having dinner, my lady. Dinner will soon be ready, and the cold dishes will be served shortly. But we have already dined. Su Mingzhuang replied innocently, with conviction. That is true. Manager Sun suddenly recalled that it was the Duke who had ordered the dishes, not the lady. Very well, then I shall escort you back. After a brief interval, the carriage returned to the Duke's residence, with Manager Sun kindly ensuring that the carriage was taken to the post station for safekeeping. Once inside the Duke's residence, and confirming that Manager Sun could not hear, Su Mingzhuang smiled and said, I suppose you are all wondering why I did not allow you to stay for dinner? Yaqin responded, Miss, I harbor no doubts. Your decision must have its reasoning. Indeed, Jun Shu and Shiqiu chimed in. Su Mingzhuang pouted, you should be grateful to us for sparing you from the torment of Wangjiang Tower's cuisine. That Chef Lu's cooking is far inferior to yours, believe me, it is truly unpalatable. I barely managed to swallow it last time. The group erupted into laughter. Now it makes sense, no wonder Wangjiang Tower has failed to thrive. I must thank you, miss. Whatever you wish to eat, I will prepare for you this evening. Curiously, Yun Shu inquired, Madam, have you tried the dishes from Wangjiang Tower? Old Madam Wang shook her head, I have not and do not wish to. It looks unappetizing. Another round of laughter followed. Suddenly, they spotted several figures hurrying towards them from a distance. As night fell, they could only discern that the approaching individuals were dressed as women, their faces remaining obscured. As they drew nearer, it became evident that it was the second Madame Pei accompanied by two maidservants. Wei approached with an air of indignation. I say, Su Mingzhuang, have you gone too far? Have you forgotten that you are a married woman, daring to leave the residence at night? Is this how they teach you to be a wife at the scholar's residence? Old Madame Wang and the others thought this second Madame Pei truly has a short memory. Has she forgotten how our young lady humiliated her last time? Does she truly believe our young lady is a soft persimmon? However, just as everyone expected the young lady to respond as she had previously, they were taken aback when she instead offered a proper curtsy and calmly replied, "Aunt, your admonition is well taken. I shall certainly bear it in mind. However, the matter today is as follows. I have come to understand the situation at Wangjiang Tower and believe that under the current conditions, there is no possibility of revival. It would be wiser to seize this opportunity to directly change the business, which would better suit the old Duke's former associates, thus resolving the issue once and for all." Everyone was astonished. Why did the young lady not retort as she had previously? The Duke had left in haste, and now the young lady was refraining from arguing back. What has led these two to become so strangely altered? Chapter 050. And turning back, not only were Lady Wang and the others taken aback, but even Huo Wei was startled. Over the past few days, she had gathered a plethora of scathing remarks from the elderly women and maids, intending to confront that little wretch with fervor, yet, why was the other party not retaliating? This simply would not do. With this thought, Huo Wei let out a cold laugh, deliberately adopting a biting tone. "Oh, have you finally found an excuse? What is this? Now that you're in charge of Wangjiang Tower, you presume to wield authority like a feather? If you wish to manage Wangjiang Tower, when has it ever been off limits? Is it that you are meeting with a paramour along the way?" Gasps arose from the crowd. How could the second Madame Pei be so brazenly accusatory? Just as Lady Wang was about to retort, she caught a glance from her own young mistress, compelling her to swallow her indignation. Mingzhuang withdrew her gaze and respectfully stated, "Aunt, you speak with reason. I acknowledge my mistake and shall be more mindful in the future. However, when we visited Wangjiang Tower, General Pei accompanied us for protection. Throughout our discussion with Manager Sun at Wangjiang Tower, General Pei remained by our side. Logically, we should have returned together after dinner, yet General Pei had matters to attend to and entrusted Manager Sun to escort us back. Thus, we encountered no danger on our way. Please rest assured, Aunt." Huo Wei's tirade landed softly, as if striking cotton. Not only did it lack impact, but it was also overshadowed by the sincerity and respect exhibited by the young woman, rendering Huo Wei's sharpness all the more petty, resembling an irritable matron seeking a quarrel. Upon realizing that she, typically unconcerned with trifles, had unwittingly adopted such a demeanor, Huo Wei felt a pang of regret, wishing she could slap herself. Su Mingzhuang, is this intentional?" Huo Wei fumed. Su Mingzhuang appeared perplexed. "I do not understand. What do you mean by intentional? Everything I have just stated is the truth. You may inquire with General Pei shortly." "I'm not referring to that. I mean, don't you feel angry at my insults? Why don't you retort?" Su Mingzhuang chuckled lightly. "Aunt, would you prefer the truth or a falsehood?" "Of course, the truth." Huo Wei snapped. Su Mingzhuang's expression grew serious as she replied, "I am not angry, for I have heard much worse. I have long grown numb to such words. The last time at Yanqing Courtyard, I refrained from retaliating against you due to the presence of numerous attendants from the scholar's residence. I feared that if I were to be scolded unilaterally, it would reach my mother's ears and sadden her." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "As I address you as aunt, I hope you can do me a favor. Should you wish to berate me in the future, simply signal, and we can move to a more secluded place where you can unleash your grievances without fear of retort. If you seek to achieve a certain effect, I could even feign sadness and shed a few tears. What do you think?" Huo Wei's lips twitched. "What are you up to, Su Mingzhuang?" "Fine, your smiling welcome is indeed clever. I must admit, it makes me feel rather reluctant to scold you." Realizing the misunderstanding, Su Mingzhuang earnestly clarified, "Aunt, you are mistaken. Please see clearly, this is truly not a tactic. Rather, it is my intention to focus all my energy on Wangjiang Tower in the coming period. Without distraction, engaging in a scuffle of words with you would only drain my focus. It is more efficient to let you vent your frustrations, thereby resolving matters swiftly and saving time." She then could not resist murmuring, "Moreover, I genuinely do not find those insults particularly offensive." Huo Wei stood there, mouth agape in astonishment, unable to articulate a response for quite some time. Why are you like this?" Su Mingzhuang thought to herself, what other reason could there be? It was, of course, to improve Wangjiang Tower within a year, complete her restitution, and then part ways with General Pei. However, General Pei had advised her that the nature of their transaction must remain undisclosed to any third party. With this in mind, Su Mingzhuang solemnly replied, "Because all of this is my just deserts. During my marriage with General Pei, you are my elder, and a few reprimands are only fitting." Huo Wei, looking bewildered, scrutinized the young woman from head to toe, still unable to fathom the situation. Never mind, I shall inquire with Jin Yan." With that, she departed, flanked by two maids, her demeanor one of defeat. Once Madame Pei had left, Yaqin exclaimed, "Miss, you truly are remarkable. Not a single foul word was uttered, yet you managed to send Madame Pei fleeing in disarray." Old Madame Wang also regarded her with admiration. Su Mingzhuang turned to the group, the evening breeze lifting the strands of hair that fell upon her cheek, giving her an innocent and ethereal appearance. "You have misunderstood. I did not employ any tactics just now. I merely spoke my mind." The others were astonished. Yaqin's face was filled with disbelief. "Miss, what has happened to you? You've changed so suddenly. When I first saw you maturing and becoming more sensible, I felt a sense of joy, but now I cannot find happiness. I am worried for you." Yun Shu and Shiqiu nodded vigorously in agreement. Only old Madame Wang was less surprised. Though she did not know the specifics, she sensed that something significant had transpired. However, she could not divulge anything, having promised to keep the young mistress's secrets. Su Mingzhuang halted her steps, standing on a deserted path in the Duke's residence, her gaze lowered in contemplation. After a considerable while, she lifted her eyes and offered a faint, sorrowful smile to Yaqin and the others. You must brace yourselves, I may not be able to return. What? Even old Madame Wang gasped, Miss, please do not frighten us. Su Mingzhuang shook her head with a smile, I wish I could frighten you. I long to return to that carefree self of the past, yet, some experiences cannot be undone, the painful memories linger. How can one live unburdened? You are those closest to me, and in the future, you shall be my confidants. I will treat you well, but this is all I can share. Just know that I have traversed a significant life tribulation. Having weathered the storms, I am now at peace. Do not speak of this to outsiders, nor let it reach my mother's ears. She must not worry. The other three maids glanced at old Madame Wang, who nodded subtly in approval. Yin Shu sighed. Miss, I understand, I will certainly not speak of this. Shi Chou added, yes, yes. In fact, miss, you are better off now than before. No, that is not what I meant. Realizing her own blunder, she hastily covered her mouth. Su Mingzhuang was unfazed. Let us go. I wish to see what food remains, I am quite hungry. What leftovers, whatever you desire to eat, I shall prepare it for you, my culinary skills have improved considerably. Yaqin cheerfully declared, attempting to lighten the mood. Su Mingzhuang could see through her pretense, yet chose to overlook it, relishing the tranquility of her rebirth. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a small tavern on Huang'an Street that had closed for the night but was suddenly reserved by someone, two young men were drinking. More specifically, one was drinking while the other, who was not, pressed on. You dragged me out of my home after I had washed my feet and was ready to crawl into bed, and now you sit in silence. What gives? Pei Jinyan, having downed a jug of wine, slammed it onto the table, his usually cool and starry gaze now darkened as he glared at his childhood friend. I invited you to drink, not to engage in conversation. Chapter 51. How did I just realize this now? Seeing the murderous glare from his friend, Wu Yu surmised that his companion might truly be in trouble, causing him to shrink back and fall silent. Was it merely accompanying someone for a drink, he thought to himself, pouring a glass for his own enjoyment, completely disregarding the distressed state of his friend, and indulged in the drink. Pei Jinyan, without even using a cup, directly seized a jug and drank deeply. At this moment, he knew not what else to do besides drown his sorrows in alcohol. For the first time, he felt utterly useless. Despite his earnest efforts, even willing to serve as a covert force for the emperor, how had he fallen to such a state? A rapist, would he have to live on as a rapist from now on? In his previous position at the Ministry of Justice, he had despised those who forced themselves upon women. When he encountered such offenders, he would not hold back, using the guise of interrogation to exact severe punishment. Encountering habitual offenders, he would not only beat them mercilessly but would also, in the course of the beating, ensure they were injured in ways that would prevent them from committing further crimes. Even when he witnessed the Duke of Yao brazenly abducting a woman in the street, he knew well the risks of offending the Duke, yet he could not resist coming to the woman's aid. Yet here he was, a man who loathed the humiliation of women, reduced to a lecher, a rapist. Previously, he had not grasped the gravity of this issue, for Su Mingzhuang was infamous. Anyone familiar with the two would never believe he had acted improperly towards her, only that she had slandered him. But now, after their wedding, Su Mingzhuang had transformed into a paragon of virtue. Even manager's son began to harbor doubts, and he finally realized the severity of the situation. This accusation, it seemed destined to stick. What should he do? How could he remedy this? With a sharp crack, fueled by anger and panic, the fingers gripping the ceramic wine jug tightened involuntarily, crushing it to pieces. Hu Yu, startled, exclaimed, Are you alright? Did you injure your hand? What the hell is going on? He reached for his friend's hand to inspect it but was shrugged off. Hu Yu pinched himself to regain composure, forced a smile, and then, in the gentlest tone he could muster, inquired, Jin Yan, there is no one here, the tavern owner has stepped out. Tell me, what on earth happened? Our friendship spans over a decade, I promise I won't breathe a word, you know, I'm the most discreet person around. His friend ignored him. Instead, he picked up the jug again and drank deeply. I see you're still in official robes. Did you not return to the residence? Did you come directly to find me? Is there something amiss at the Hall of Rights? If so, then you needn't explain. After all, it was confidential. His friend continued to disregard him. Hu Yu, incensed, retorted, Damn it, if I had such patience with women, would I still be single? I would have had a wife by now. But if I had a wife, I certainly wouldn't be dragged out in the middle of the night. I had just finished washing my feet. He too began to drink furiously. Pei Jinyan still paid no heed to his friend, downing another jug of wine, sinking once more into contemplation. What was next? Should he allow Su Mingzhuang to take over the Wangjiang Tower? If she truly managed it well, what would that mean? The Duke of Anguo's own business was floundering, and to make money, he was clinging to the wealthy Miss Su, unhesitatingly ruining her reputation and forcing her into marriage? What would become of his illustrious reputation? Did he still want to maintain a good name? No, he could not allow her to have the Wangjiang Tower, even if it meant incurring losses continuously. And then what? Should he keep Su Mingzhuang at the Duke's residence obediently for a year, only to divorce her once the year was up? The flaw of humanity is forgetfulness. In the past, no matter how willful and headstrong Su Mingzhuang was, as long as she improved later, people would gradually forget her past misdeeds coupled with her beauty. He imagined that more and more would come to believe she was wronged. Damn it, why did she have to possess such a face? Reflecting on this, Pei Jinyan angrily grabbed a jug of wine and poured it into his mouth. Meanwhile, Hu Yu hesitated, finally touching his nose, remaining silent as he shared a drink. Naturally, Pei Jinyan drank from the jug, while Hu Yu used a cup. Pei Jinyan downed 3 jugs in one breath, finally managing to vent some of the pent-up frustration within him. He was so troubled, hating himself for initially being captivated by her looks. Why had he saved her? Why hadn't he shown more of his astonishment when he rescued her? Why had he ignited her fighting spirit, finally unable to hold back? Well, you asked, by the way, is your excessive drinking today because of her? Never mention women in front of me again. Pei Jinyan bellowed in response. Ah. Oh, all right. Well, you recoiled slightly, clearly realizing it was indeed about Su Mingzhuang. This matter. Su Mingzhuang possessed beauty but lacked reputation. As for Pei Jinyan, he was indifferent to women but deeply concerned about his reputation. One might wonder why Su Mingzhuang could not learn from Tianji's horse racing strategy, leveraging her strengths against others' weaknesses, seeking someone who valued beauty over reputation. Instead, she did the opposite, seeking someone who cared not for appearance but for reputation. It was a wonder how such a life could flourish. Alas, what a fated bond, truly, what a cursed connection. While the bachelor played the role of a matchmaker pondering the intricacies of romance, Pei Jinyan, after downing 2 more jugs, seemed to arrive at some resolution, abruptly slamming the jug onto the table. Yes. How had I not thought of this before? If I desire a transaction, I shall insist that she maintain her current state, otherwise, no deal. Such a simple concept. And how is it that I have only just come to this realization? Huayu was taken aback, hastily glancing at his friend. What on earth? A transaction? With whom are you trading? With a newfound sense of elation from devising a plan, Pei Jinyan beamed at his friend. Good brother, I owe you a great debt today, such kindness is beyond words. Huayu was bewildered. Wait, what does this have to do with me? What did I do? How about it, do you wish to drink more? I'll join you. Are you out of your mind? Who wants to drink in the middle of the night? We have work tomorrow. All right, then let us return home. Pei Jinyan rose joyfully, calling out to the tavern owner at the entrance of the small room. Owner, settle the bill. The owner, who had dozed off in the small room, hurriedly awoke and greeted them with a smile. Welcome, esteemed guest. You've booked the tavern, consumed 3 jars of wine, broken 2 jugs and 3 cups, and had some dishes. The total comes to 11 taels and 3 coins. We'll just need 11 taels from you. Huayu shook his head repeatedly. 11 taels. What on earth could be so important? Why must they drink in the middle of the night, and to reserve the entire place? Sighed out of course. Huayu understood that Pei Jinyan reserved the tavern due to still being in official robes, as public drinking was not permitted, but couldn't he have gone home to change first? At worst, he could have just bought a new outfit. Alas, he was spending the money. He was the master here. As he pondered. Huayu pulled out another cup of wine and drank it down. Free wine should not be wasted. Pei Jinyan rummaged through his pocket, only to find a mere 8 taels left. He then recalled that he had indeed spent lavishly of late, mainly to support his family business, fearing that several managers would feel uncomfortable. Huayu, did you bring any silver? Chapter 052. The dignity of 19 years. As Huayu was secretly sipping wine, he nearly choked, exclaiming, cough. Pei Jinyan, can you be any more unreliable, dragging me out for drinks in the middle of the night without a single coin to spare? Thankfully, I have the habit of carrying silver with me, otherwise, you would have truly put me in peril. With reluctance, he fished out some silver to settle the bill. Upon exiting the tavern, Pei Jinyan looked up at the starry sky with a cheerful demeanor, saying, what a delightful mood. He then patted his friend's shoulder joyfully, adding, thank you, brother. All right, enough with the sentimentality. I'm heading back to sleep. Huayu replied, feeling somewhat awkward. His friend, usually composed and reserved, rarely displayed such warmth. He wondered what troubles or joys might be weighing on Pei Jinyan's mind. After a short while, Pei Jinyan arrived at the Duke's residence. After handing over his horse to the doorman, he strolled slowly back, contemplating whether the accountant was still awake. It was quite late. He assumed the man had likely returned home. However, realizing he lacked sufficient funds, he decided to check on the accountant, hoping for a stroke of luck. As he approached the accounting room, he noticed the light still flickering within. Elated, buoyed by the effects of the wine, he entered with a grin, exclaiming, Mr. Kai, you're still here at this late hour. Is it time for the accounts to be settled? To his surprise, an elderly man sat within. The old man, of average build and slender, sported a goatee and had his grizzled hair neatly tied back. He wore a matching blue robe but had a furrowed brow, his face etched with worry. Seeing the accountant's expression, Pei Jinyan quickly realized that there must be an issue with the accounts, and the effects of the wine dissipated in an instant. He hastily inquired, Mr. Kai, what has happened? Kai, taken aback, suddenly recognized that the Duke had returned. His face paled, shifting through various shades of color as he hesitated to speak. Pei Jinyan sensed the gravity of the situation, urging, whatever it is, please tell me. We shall resolve it together. Kai looked at the Duke, who was known for his strict self-discipline and benevolence towards others, and sighed helplessly, I do not know where to begin. Both the old madam and Madame Pei have forbidden me from disclosing anything to you, but now, Pei Jinyan's inebriation had vanished completely, his dark eyes sharp and focused. Please, Mr. Kai, I implore you to tell me. Finally, Kai steeled himself and nodded solemnly. Very well, I shall risk being dismissed from the residence to speak the truth. Rest assured, with me here, you need not fear being dismissed. Pei Jinyan promised emphatically. Kai lowered his gaze, unable to meet the Duke's eyes, and confessed, the truth is, the accounts have long been in deficit, sustained solely by the old Madame's dowry until recently when that too has been depleted. Madame Pei sent 500 taels of silver this evening, but I do not know if I should accept it. Pei Jinyan froze in place, his once handsome visage turning pale. Kai, sensing the Duke's distress, dared not look up as he murmured, if it were just a temporary shortage, we could accept it, but as it stands, it's just the two of us. To speak candidly, if we do not find a solution, the deficits will continue, and Madame Pei will have to keep filling them. There is a possibility of selling a shop, but if we do that, we will be left with no means to accommodate the former officials the late Duke had placed, and they are families too. Our Duke's residents cannot support them, the cost of living in the capital is high, they may have to leave the city, moreover, the old Madame's medicinal expenses aside, today I shall speak plainly. The old Madame's health has not improved due to the lack of quality medicine, the common remedies can only sustain her, the imperial physician says that with just 2 good ginseng roots, her condition could significantly improve, yet a decent one costs between 150 to 200 taels, can we afford that? Furthermore, our residence is underpopulated, and the unused quarters are deteriorating rapidly. I've heard that 2 courtyards have begun to leak. We must find craftsmen to repair them, which is yet another expense. But the Duke's residence is a royal grant, we cannot sell it, only pour more silver into repairs. Kai continued to ramble on about various urgent and less pressing financial needs, but Pei Jinyan could no longer endure the litany of woes. Since childhood, his mother had kept him away from the accounting room, even when he sought silver, she forbade the accountant from speaking to him at length. She would say that managing accounts was a woman's task, and a man's aspirations should lie beyond the confines of the household, within the realm of governance and the world at large. So, all these years, had his mother relied solely on her dowry, was he truly so inept? Lost in thought, Pei Jinyan forced a bitter smile. Just an hour ago, he had naively envisioned a transaction with Mingzhuang. He needed nothing from her but to maintain her former haughty demeanor, and after a year, they would part ways, leaving the world to believe in his innocence. But now, what right did he have to utter such words? A transaction? What authority did he possess to refuse Mingzhuang's assistance, clinging to principles while watching his mother die and the entire Duke's residents grow hungry? In that moment, the pride he had harbored for 19 years began to fracture, the cracks widening until they threatened to shatter entirely. Kai, continuing his monologue, soon realized that the Duke had not responded for quite some time. With trepidation, he glanced up, only to find Pei Jinyan standing at the threshold of the accounting room. The moon was veiled in darkness, the surroundings shrouded in inky blackness, and the light from the accounting room barely reached the entrance. The Duke was merely a 19-year-old youth, standing alone in the shadows, isolated and forlorn. Kai had been with the Duke's family since he was a teenager, having grown up alongside the late Duke and now witnessing Pei Jinyan's growth. That he understood the nature of the Pei family's education, which he often found disagreeable. The Peis were inherently proud and aloof, and their upbringing fostered a sense of superiority that left them ill-equipped to seek help. If there were a thriving community to support one another, that would be one thing, but in their isolation, the consequences of any misfortune would be devastating. He had previously hinted at his concerns to the old madam, but she had dismissed them, leaving him no choice but to remain silent. Despite his long tenure, he was merely a servant, without the right to meddle in the family's affairs. Having disclosed this troubling matter to the Duke, Kai felt a weight lift off his shoulders. The anxiety that had plagued him was now alleviated. As the silence stretched on, Pei Jinyan finally regained his composure, slowly lifting his gaze to meet Kai's. Awkwardly, he said, I understand now. Mr. Kai, do not worry, we will soon have an influx of income. Kai was taken aback. Could it be that the Duke had devised a clever plan? Unfortunately, Pei Jinyan offered no further explanation and turned to leave, his figure vanishing into the night. Pei Jinyan ambled along the deserted path, engulfed in confusion. He felt as though he were ensnared in a nightmarish ordeal. Since arriving in the capital, he had observed that the great military families had adopted a facade of refinement, appearing no different from scholars, only revealing their boisterous and straightforward natures in private moments. He, on the other hand, rarely uttered profanities in public or private, but now, all he wanted was to curse. If he did not vent his frustrations through expletives, there was no outlet for the anger swelling within him. Chapter 53. How is it different from the rumors? It must be his damn misfortune, otherwise, why would he, clearly disinterested in Mingzhuang, be inexplicably drawn to steal glances at her? Why, during the visit to Songyue Temple, did he choose the narrow path when he could have taken the main road, only to coincidentally encounter Mingzhuang in distress and rush to her rescue? Why did Mingzhuang, who previously exhibited no interest in him, suddenly accuse him of being lecherous and insist on marrying into the Duke's mansion mere days later, after her marriage into the Duke's household? Why did her character undergo such a dramatic transformation, becoming reasonable, intelligent, and capable, rendering his reputation as a debauchee irredeemable? Furthermore, why did his aunt unexpectedly hand over the management of Wangjiang Tower to Mingzhuang, who then proposed a feasible plan to revitalize it? Everything appears to be orchestrated by fate, compelling him to surrender his dignity. Indeed, what other choice does he have but to bear the stigma of a lecher and rapist? Reputation, innocence, these two most precious things in the world are destined to elude him in this lifetime. Alas, in a year, he will be free from this marriage, and they shall owe each other nothing, never to meet again. What worth does his insignificant reputation hold? In exchange for his name, he can procure peace for the Duke's household, that is worth it. He alone shall descend into an endless abyss, that is sufficient. On a serene morning, after partaking in breakfast, Mingzhuang, accompanied by Wang Mama and others, made her way to the Duke's mansion's accounting office, wishing to gauge the financial support available for her proposed changes to Wangjiang Tower. She did not expect the Duke's household to provide all the funds, for it was evident even to her that, given their limited business acumen, they likely possessed little wealth. Upon entering the accounting office, Kai, the accountant, hurriedly came out to greet her. Upon hearing of her arrival, while many had heard of the illustrious twin pearls of the capital, few had actually seen them. Thus, Kai was utterly astonished. The rumors suggested that both ladies were fair of face, but what he beheld was beyond mere beauty, it was a transcendent elegance, akin to a celestial being. In that moment, Kai regretted his insufficient vocabulary, unable to find words exquisite enough to describe her beauty. Noticing the accountant's momentary lapse in speech, Mingzhuang was not taken aback. You must be Mr. Kai, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation for diligence, meticulousness, and integrity. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you in person. Kai, jolted back to reality, felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Madam, you flatter me. I am but a humble man of limited learning and capabilities. To receive such praise from you is both an honor and a source of great trepidation. Sir, you are too modest. Your decades of service to the Duke's household speak volumes of your abilities. Our family's Mr. Zhang has also been in service for over 40 years, and we, the younger generation, refer to him as uncle. Kai silently mused. Madam certainly knows how to speak well. By likening him to the elder accountant of the Su family, she subtly conveyed her respect, warming his heart. Yet, how did this align with the rumors? The tale spoke of her as arrogant and uncouth, devoid of manners. Subsequently, Kai invited her into the accounting office and was about to prepare tea when Yunshu intervened to take over the task. Su Mingzhuang seated herself at the main position in the office, her posture dignified, her head slightly inclined, exuding both humility and nobility. I apologize for the sudden visit. I understand that you must be busy, so I shall be direct. Myan has entrusted me with Wangjiang Tower, and after assessing the situation over the past few days, I have concluded that it lacks the capacity to operate as a tavern. Thus, I boldly propose transforming it into a bookstore. However, to initiate this change, some financial resources will be necessary. Ideally, I would consult with my mother, but given her recent ill health, I hesitate to disturb her. Hence, I seek your guidance. If it is inconvenient, you need not disclose the household's financial situation or specific amounts, a general range will suffice. In her intention to transform Wangjiang Tower, she was indeed prepared to seek assistance from her family and consult with her capable sisters-in-law. She did not dare to act recklessly without external support, as she did not consider herself a prodigy capable of handling great affairs simply by having read a few books. She was acutely aware of her own limitations. If the Duke's household could not contribute, she was willing to use her dowry for the necessary expenses. The challenge lay in her utter lack of knowledge regarding finances. She had no idea how much investment would be required to convert the tavern into a bookstore, yet, she understood the importance of gathering all relevant information before approaching her sisters-in-law, as she could not appear uninformed and insincere. This Kai hesitated, uncertain how to respond, his gaze darting toward the door. Upon hearing of the Madame's arrival, he had discreetly summoned Madame Pei, hoping for assistance. Just as Kai faltered, footsteps echoed from afar, and he secretly sighed in relief. Soon, a figure clad in a vibrant shade of red appeared at the entrance. Su Mingzhuang, what brings you to the accounting office? I entrusted you with the management of Wangjiang Tower, not the role of the household mistress. Have you truly deluded yourself into thinking you're the matriarch? The newcomer was none other than Madame Pei. Wang Mama and the others glared at her, their frustration mounting, as they recalled their lady's earlier instructions to remain silent in the face of Madame Pei's provocations until matters concerning Wangjiang Tower were resolved. They had been advised to disregard her tone and focus solely on the content of her words. However, while their lady could manage that, they found it quite challenging. The onlookers watched as their mistress rose gracefully, a respectful smile gracing her lips. Mingzhuang pays her respects to Aunt. It is a pleasure to see you. Madame Hua experienced the familiar frustration of striking a blow against cotton. She inwardly cursed the cunning girl for feigning respect to highlight her own malice. Ultimately, Madame Hua could only suppress her sarcasm and ask, "What brings you to the accounting office?" Su Mingzhuang replied, "I am here because the decision to transform Wangjiang Tower into a bookstore has been finalized, with General Pei's agreement. Thus, I wish to inquire how much financial support the household can provide, so I may plan accordingly." It was evident that both Kai and Madame Pei exchanged glances of discomfort. Madame Hua clenched her fists in silent fury, wrestling with her response before adopting a cutting tone. How absurd, you wish to convert Wangjiang Tower into a bookstore, yet you expect our Duke's household to provide funds. If we were to contribute, and you failed, who would take responsibility? The one who proposes the change should bear the costs. If it succeeds, then our Duke's household can reimburse you. Wang Mama could no longer contain herself. Madame Pei, you are being unreasonable. My lady has only the best intentions, and you expect us to contribute nothing while awaiting the fruits of her labor? Madame Hua's cheeks flushed with indignation. Did I ask her to make changes? The two women erupted into a heated argument. Su Mingzhuang was about to intervene with Wang Mama when she suddenly noticed Madame Pei's eyes glistening with unshed tears, sending a jolt of realization through her. Something was amiss. Had she overlooked some crucial context? Was there an underlying issue? Disregarding the quarrel between the two, Su Mingzhuang took a moment to calm herself, peeling back the layers of the situation. The Pei family prized their reputation above all, their conduct more scrupulous than that of even the most virtuous officials. No one dared speak ill of them, yet, Madame Pei's current behavior seemed utterly unbecoming. How could she be so unreasonable? Su Mingzhuang began to connect the dots. Chapter 054. What are your intentions? The Pei family is known for their integrity and concern for their reputation. It is rare for them to resort to such underhanded tactics. Indeed, it is already quite remarkable that they do not habitually dispense silver to others. Such behavior can only stem from one reason: the Duke's residence is unable to produce the necessary funds. Indeed, Wangjiang Tower is the largest asset of the Duke's household. Although the property belongs to them and requires no rent, the expenses related to maintaining numerous employees, daily provisions, and the management fees for Chang'an Avenue accumulate into a significant financial burden over time. If Wangjiang Tower faces such difficulties, one can only imagine the plight of their other businesses. The Duke's household is not large, yet it must support dozens of individuals. The costs of their sustenance, clothing, and housing repairs may seem modest at first glance, but the fear lies in the compounding nature of such expenses. Madame Pei and Nurse Wang continue to argue, while the maids and accountants stand by, bewildered and unsure of how to proceed. Only Su Mingzhuang remains calm amid the chaos, quietly contemplating the situation. After a moment, she lifts her gaze to the disordered accounting room and says, Mr. Kai, could you please step outside for a moment? I wish to speak privately with my aunt. Well, Mr. Kai is momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what to do. He worries that if they leave, Madame might end up in a direct confrontation with Madame Pei. His concern is not unfounded. Madame Pei is quite formidable, and he fears for the well-being of his mistress. Noticing his apprehension, Mingzhuang smiles gently. Rest assured, Nurse Wang and Anne have their differences, but that does not imply any discord between us. Our relationship is quite harmonious. Nearby, Huawei, who was about to unleash a tirade, is momentarily stunned, forgetting the words she had prepared. Mingzhuang then adopts a serious demeanor and addresses Nurse Wang. Please, all of you, step outside. Miss, is that really all right? Nurse Wang expresses her concern. Leave, Mingzhuang reiterates firmly. With no other choice, Nurse Wang and the others depart, leaving Huawei to gaze at the composed young woman, contrasting sharply with her own flustered state. A wave of regret washes over her. For the first time, she feels remorse for the argument. You all should go too, she instructs the remaining individuals. Soon, the accounting room is emptied, leaving only Mingzhuang and Madame Pei. Mingzhuang rises to close the window before returning to speak in hushed tones. Now that the door is closed and it is just the two of us, Aunt, could you clarify for me, is it true that the Duke's residence is out of silver? I must be honest with you, I am not here to ask for money today. I merely wish to ascertain how much the Duke's household can provide, so that when my sister-in-law inquires, I can offer her an explanation. Seeing Madame Pei tilt her head, her ears tinged with crimson, Mingzhuang understands the discomfort she feels and does not press for an immediate response. Instead, she continues, please do not find me presumptuous. I have long been uneducated, having read few classical works and received no instruction in managing finances. Consequently, when faced with challenges, I must shamelessly seek assistance from my sisters-in-law. However, my sisters-in-law are Su family members, not Pei family members. If they learn that I am using the Su family's connections to subsidize the Pei family, they will undoubtedly feel uneasy, as I would essentially be incurring a loss. Of course, I bear no resentment towards the Duke's household. This predicament is of my own making. Huawei, hearing Mingzhuang's sincerity, finds herself at a loss. Even in her anger, she cannot find the words to express herself, only wanting to ask from the depths of her heart, young lady, you understand everything, so why did you initially act in such a manner? Observing Madame Pei's expression, Mingzhuang deduces her answer, given the circumstances, I now comprehend the predicament of the Duke's household. When the time comes, I shall conjure a figure. You need not worry, Aunt, I will not bring shame upon the Pei family before the Su family. I shall uphold the dignity of the Pei household. Huawei slams her hand on the table. Fine, you mentioned that with the door closed, we can share our truths. I shall disclose mine. If the Duke's residence lacks funds, just yesterday, I procured 500 taels, which is only sufficient to sustain us for a while. It cannot be allocated to Wangjiang Tower. I've shared my truth, now it is your turn. You clearly understand everything, so why did you previously implicate the banquet? Why, knowing full well that entering in such an undignified manner would lead to discrimination and bullying, would you still proceed? Are you not courting your own troubles? Mingzhuang cannot divulge her dreams, replying instead, because before the wedding, I was in a state of confusion, obsessively desiring to marry. However, on the day of the wedding, I inexplicably found clarity. This response leaves Huawei utterly bewildered. For a long moment, she struggles to find her words. The two women sit in silence until it is broken by a sigh from Madame Pei. Huawei exhales deeply. You never mind. What are your plans moving forward? Mingzhuang looks at Madame Pei with uncertainty, anticipating further interrogation or sarcasm. I understand that I have tarnished General Pei's reputation, and logically, I should seek to clear his name. However, my father, trusting me, has submitted a petition to the emperor. If I were to retract my statement, it would be a crime of deceiving the sovereign, and my father would also face repercussions. Thus, I regret to say, I cannot restore General Pei's honor. Instead, I wish to assist General Pei and the Duke's household in whatever way I can. Huawei's brows furrow, understanding the gravity of the situation. Indeed, if there were no involvement from the emperor, a simple clarification from Mingzhuang could restore the banquet's reputation. However, now that the emperor is involved, they must endure the current state of affairs. Huawei is not unreasonable. She hails from a martial family and has even fought alongside her father in battles. Her previous sharp remarks were merely to vent her frustration on behalf of her friend and nephew. Now, faced with the precarious state of the Duke's household, if Mingzhuang can genuinely provide assistance, it may serve to atone for her past misdeeds, allowing her to move past her previous grievances. Huawei turns her head, maintaining her defiance. Do not assume that by doing this, we will be grateful. Mingzhuang offers a light smile and nods. Rest assured, Aunt, I have never intended to seek praise. I merely wish to make amends. Huawei, witnessing the young woman's demeanor, feels a pang of sympathy in her heart. Do not expect that the banquet will come to appreciate you. That child has been dear to me since childhood. Above all, he values his reputation. The incident you orchestrated, he must be deeply hurt. Mingzhuang nods. Thank you for your reminder, Aunt. Once I have made amends, I shall propose to General Pei that we part ways, allowing him to marry the woman he truly loves. In her heart, she adds, she is merely expressing her intentions, not disclosing any transactions, so it does not count as a breach of confidentiality. Huawei gazes at the obedient young woman, feeling increasingly distressed. She cannot discern whether her sorrow stems from the regret of a young woman who has come to her senses too late, or from the calamity that has befallen her nephew, leading to his disgrace. In the end, all she can do is curse the heavens. Why must fate be so cruel? If it was meant for Mingzhuang to awaken, why could she not have done so sooner, before implicating her nephew? As Huawei internally laments her misfortunes, Mingzhuang sullenly inquires, "Aunt, if the household is out of silver, how will we procure the old lady's medicine?" At the mention of her friend, sorrow wells up in Huawei's eyes, her eyelids reddening. She quickly turns away to conceal her embarrassment. "You need not concern yourself." Mingzhuang bites her lip, struggling for a moment before asserting, "I must intervene, otherwise, the old lady's life may dwindle to a mere 10 months. Chapter 055. "My life belongs to you." Huawei was taken aback, and then her anger flared. "What did you say, Mingzhuang? Let me tell you, do not mistake my courtesy for weakness. How dare you curse Fenghua?" In the face of such vitriol, Mingzhuang remained unfazed, her dark, bright eyes fixed steadily on Madame Pei. Huawei's finger trembled as she pointed at the woman. You, tears welled in her eyes. Mingzhuang waited a moment longer, allowing Madame Pei to regain some composure before she spoke. "I, too, have a dear friend, Princess Yushuan. We are known as the twin jewels of the capital. While outsiders may see us as mere companions of ill repute, it is, in truth, a bond forged from being ostracized by other young ladies, a mutual warmth in our shared plight. Although our friendship may not rival that of an aunt and an elder matron, if I were to learn that she had but 10 months left to live, my heart would surely shatter. Thus, in kind, I could never curse an elder matron. On the contrary, I wish her health and longevity." Finally unable to contain herself, Huawei turned away, covering her face as her shoulders trembled irregularly. Mingzhuang also turned her back, choosing not to dwell on Madame Pei's embarrassment. "A few days ago, I prepared a medicine for the elder matron and took a cursory glance at the ingredients. Though a few rare herbs were present, their age is far from sufficient. With such potency, I fear it may prove ineffective." Huawei, indeed, she had only recently learned this, and was planning to seek medicine in secret from Fenghua. Mingzhuang continued, "I would like to request a favor from you, Aunt Da. I will provide the herbs, and you shall brew the medicine, ensuring no one else is aware." Huawei was momentarily stunned, her tears momentarily forgotten as she turned sharply to look. Yet, she found the woman had her back to her, revealing only her slender, upright silhouette. Mingzhuang continued, "I am aware of your capabilities, Aunt. You can find good medicine. However, some herbs are rare and elusive. For instance, I possess a biluolingshan in my dowry, an aged ginseng over a century old, once sought after by many at the price of 10,000 taels, which my father refused to part with." Huawei gasped in shock. Biluolingshan? Scholar Su had indeed bestowed such a treasure upon Mingzhuang as a dowry. What indulgence! The biluolingshan was not the mystical cure-all of fanciful tales, but rather a renowned old ginseng of the real world. The price of ginseng is determined by various factors, such as its variety, origin, age, quality, rarity, and demand. After a decade, it is deemed effective. After 30 years, it is classified as a precious old ginseng. After 50 years, it earns a name, and those aged over a century, while invaluable, are beyond the reach of ordinary officials and wealthy families. If one were to slice a precious ginseng for sale by the tael, perhaps some might manage to afford it with a grimace, but who would dare to cut a truly precious old ginseng? They are preserved whole, as even those with silver may not be willing to part with them. You mean to give Fenghua, Biluolingshan? Huawei's voice trembled with disbelief. "Yes, secretly, without letting the elder matron know. If she were to find out, she would surely refuse to take it." Mingzhuang replied with a gentle nod. "Why, what is your motive? You are fully aware that Fenghua rejects you, and yet you still offer such a precious gift. Have you lost your mind in your desire to play the benevolent savior?" Mingzhuang lightly tapped her delicate chin with her finger. Lost my mind? Perhaps. I find myself bewitched, yearning to be a good person, a virtuous lady, to be well liked wherever I go, free from disdain and exclusion. You may find it hard to believe, but I actually envy General Pei's good reputation, despite my tarnishing it. Perhaps it is precisely because of this envy that I can comprehend what he has lost." Huawei stood there, utterly stunned. Each encounter with Mingzhuang left her reeling. She opened her mouth, uncertain of what to say. She longed to declare with conviction that they did not require her false kindness, nor the biluolingshan. Yet another, weaker voice within her urged her to accept. Yes, they needed it. After all, it was biluolingshan. She had never even laid eyes on such a treasure in her lifetime. Huawei felt as though her dignity was slipping away. With a lifelong friend on the brink of death, what use was dignity? With that thought, Huawei raised her eyes, her face flushed with emotion. "For first, I must thank Miss Su for your generosity. A whole root may be too much for Fenghua, so would you consider selling me a tael?" Mingzhuang feigned innocence. "Aunt, are you certain you wish to engage in a fair trade with me?" "Very well, but you should know that cutting into such a rare ginseng is not as simple as dividing it by the tael, especially as the first cut alone would have its value. This root must be worth over 10,000 taels. Let us agree on that. The first cut will yield 5,000 taels, and thereafter, each tael will be valued at 1,500 taels. Thus, you would owe me 6,500 taels. However, I wonder if one tael would suffice." Huawei nearly fainted at the absurdity. One tael of ginseng for 6,500 taels of silver? Where was she to procure such a sum? Gathering 500 taels in secret yesterday had nearly cost her life. Mingzhuang was well aware of the Pei family's financial constraints, her expression sincere. "Then shall we not transact in silver? Let us consider an alternative." Huawei, perplexed, asked, "What alternative? Could she also tarnish her reputation?" "She could." Mingzhuang blinked, then smiled sweetly. "I hope you will forget the past me, and never recall it again. Consider Mingzhuang of old to be dead, and do not view me through the lens of my former self." Huawei was taken aback. "Is that all?" Su Mingzhuang nodded. Yes, that is all. I do not require you to bow and scrape before me, nor do I need you to like me, simply forgetting the past will suffice. Huo Wei stared at the woman, her astonishment evident. To give so much, merely to seek to be forgotten, Su Mingzhuang had just expressed a desire for a good reputation, which Huo Wei had dismissed, yet now she took it seriously. Madame Pei could hardly fathom that the young lady before her was merely indulging her whims. Su Mingzhuang did not mind how Madame Pei perceived her or how she insulted her. She simply wished for her cooperation in administering the ginseng to the elder matron. She had previously considered whether she could deliver the medicine to the elder matron without involving Madame Pei, but all her plans had proven impractical. Thus, she opted to stage a performance with Madame Pei, seeking her cooperation. It seemed she had succeeded. With a sigh, Huo Wei awkwardly scratched her head. Actually, I do not dislike you so much. Until now, I hardly knew you. It was merely because, Su Mingzhuang interrupted, if you were set on this trade, let us not revisit the past. Very well. Huo Wei steeled herself, her gaze resolute as she looked at the young woman. At my age, I shall not take advantage of you. In that case, you have helped me today, and I owe you a favor. Whenever you require my assistance in the future, my life shall belong to you. Chapter 056. This time, I shall not squander a winning hand. Su Mingzhuang silently pondered, what purpose do I have in seeking her life? Yet, she understood that without the intent to take her life, Madame Pei could not willingly assist her in administering the medicine. The old matriarch Pei was innocent, whether in dreams or reality. She had suffered from a resurgence of her old ailment, repeatedly spitting blood, a condition she had long sought to remedy. Moreover, in her dreams, following the old lady's demise, it was widely rumored throughout the capital that she had caused the old lady's death from distress, further tarnishing her already poor reputation, which plummeted to new depths, adding the ignominious title of a harbinger of misfortune to her name among the esteemed families of the capital. In her dreams, she had indeed believed she had angered the old lady to death. However, she had not anticipated that her current lack of ire towards the old lady would not alter the latter's dire condition. Nevertheless, prior to her divorce, she must not allow the old lady to perish. She must strive to restore the old lady's health and redeem her own reputation. With this thought in mind, Su Mingzhuang's gaze turned resolute. Aunt, may I inquire what medicine the old lady is currently taking, and who prescribed it? Would it be possible for you to share the prescription with me? I shall prepare additional remedies as well. Huo Wei, surprised, despite feeling quite embarrassed, replied, it is a prescription written by Imperial Physician Chui from the palace, traditionally provided for the Duke's household. He has said that the prescription is excellent and that he cannot provide a better one, hence it has been continuously used. Su Mingzhuang nodded in understanding, her youthful fingers lightly resting on her delicate chin as she contemplated. Physician Chui is the most skilled in the Imperial Medical Bureau at nurturing health, having long prescribed tonics for the Emperor, the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and numerous concubines. Every year, Princess Yuxuan is compelled to consume several doses, so we shall follow this prescription. Would you be able to obtain it for me? Of course. Huo Wei replied without hesitation. However, Fenghuo is quite observant. If I were to carelessly present the prescription, she would certainly grow suspicious. If you wish to avoid detection, I shall need to copy it while she takes her afternoon nap. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Aunt. Huo Wei looked at the smiling young woman, recalling how she had just moments ago mocked her, feeling a deep sense of shame as if she wished to vanish into the ground. She realized she too had lost her dignity, acknowledging that one must make the most of their circumstances, yet, given the stubbornness of the old Pei family, it was a wonder that life could be bearable. Not to mention, the men of the old Pei family were all strikingly handsome. She herself had been naive and ensnared, marrying into this troublesome clan. Thus, it is said that marriage is a woman's second chance at life, and one must not judge solely by appearance. Reflecting on how the young Miss Su had also fallen for a man from the Pei family, she felt a pang of sympathy inside. I have one more question, would you be willing to answer? Just as Su Mingzhuang was contemplating where to procure better medicines, her thoughts were interrupted. Aunt, please ask. Finding medicine for Fenghuo presents an opportunity to win her favor. Although she may initially struggle to accept that the medicine is from you, I can gently persuade her over the next few days, and she will eventually come to terms with it. Fenghuo is kind-hearted, and she will certainly treat you well in the future. This was the truth she spoke. Su Mingzhuang, well aware of the old lady Pei's kind nature, felt that her greatest debt was to the old lady, rather than to Pei Jinyan. Thank you for your concern, Aunt, but it is unnecessary. The resurgence of the old lady's ailment is due to my actions, and preparing the medicine for her is my obligation. How could I use this as an opportunity to seek praise? Moreover, I do not require the old lady to be overly kind to me. I simply wish to quietly fulfill my duty of atonement. Once my penance is complete, I will divorce General Pei. For now, it is best to minimize our interactions to avoid entanglements in the future. Huo Wei looked astonished. Divorce? Do you no longer have feelings for Jinyan? I have never harbored any affection, Su Mingzhuang replied with a serious expression, shaking her head slowly. She then recounted the incident involving the rescue at Songyue Temple and the maid who stirred trouble beside Princess Yuxuan. In the past, I wandered through life in a haze, mistaking resentment for love, leading to disastrous consequences. I am truly very sorry. Upon hearing this, Huo Wei could only sigh, unsure of how to respond. They lapsed into silence for a while until Huo Wei finally said, well, everyone has their youthful indiscretions. Making mistakes is inevitable. As long as you are earnest in your atonement and can achieve true repentance, that is a form of growth. You come from the Su family, cherished by your parents, and you possess such a fortunate destiny. Do not squander it. Su Mingzhuang's expression grew more serious. Indeed, this time, I shall not squander a winning hand. Her voice was resolute, akin to a solemn vow. Following this, the two exchanged no further words and exited the account room, parting ways. After their separation, Wei slowly made her way back, sighing all the while, fate truly is a capricious master. Mingzhuang wasted no time and promptly packed her belongings to return to her family home. Details of how Mingzhuang returned to the scholar's residence and summoned several sisters-in-law are unnecessary. The sisters-in-law, upon learning that their sister-in-law intended to transform Wangjiang Tower into a bookshop, expressed their astonishment and offered various suggestions, which need not be elaborated upon. Suffice it to say, by the time Mingzhuang left the scholar's residence, it was already afternoon. She carried a stack of plans discussed with her sisters-in-law and headed straight for Wangjiang Tower. Wangjiang Tower remained desolate, an anomaly amid the bustling Chang'an Street, quiet and forlorn, devoid of patrons, to the extent that the doorman was absent this time. Mingzhuang had deliberately donned a hooded cloak, preventing any commotion or the attention of young men trailing her as she disembarked from the carriage. Upon entering, the lethargic attendant sprang to life as if invigorated by a battle cry, exclaiming, "Esteemed guest, please come in." Mingzhuang and Madame Wang rubbed her ears, her face contorted in anger. "Can you all keep it down? This is a tavern, not a battlefield. What are you shouting for? You nearly scared me to death." Yakin and the others jumped in fright, while only Shiqiu, the daughter of a stableman, seemed unperturbed, tilting her head to inquire, "May I ask who is responsible for the carriage?" Immediately, a young attendant responsible for the horses dashed forward, saying, "Miss, just leave it to me." Soon after, Shiqiu and the attendant went to tend to the carriage. Mingzhuang removed her hood, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. "Where is manager's son?" Upon recognizing her as the lady, the attendants were taken aback, their admiration mingling with newfound respect. "Madam, the manager is in the kitchen, speaking with Chef Lu." "I will fetch him right away." Mingzhuang inquired, "What is the matter with Chef Lu?" Zhang Zhuang sighed, "What else could it be? Wangjiang Tower is to be transformed into a bookshop, and Chef Lu believes it to be his fault that the tavern has struggled to thrive. He is contemplating leaving." Madame Wang mused, "This bunch at Wangjiang Tower may not perform well, but their character is commendable, except for that traitor. Mingzhuang chuckled softly, "No need to search for him. I shall go see for myself." She then led Madame Wang to the kitchen. It was Mingzhuang's first visit to the kitchen of Wangjiang Tower. Although it was somewhat barren, it was impeccably clean, both the stove and the floor far removed from the greasy and filthy condition she had anticipated, indicating that Chef Lu was indeed a responsible individual. Upon a second glance, the onlookers were taken aback, for within the kitchen, two large men were squatting with their backs to the door, one coaxing the other. The one doing the coaxing was, of course, manager's son, while the one being coaxed was Chef Lu. Yet, the astonishment was not merely at the sight of them, it was the sheer size of the two men. Manager's son was already quite robust, but Chef Lu was even more imposing, squatting on the ground like a small wall. Whoever this chef is, how could he be so brawny? Chapter 057. So it is, upon hearing a commotion, the squatting manager's son and Chef Lu hurriedly turned their heads, only to see the lady of the house, prompting them to rise swiftly. "I have seen the lady, but the kitchen is quite dirty." "What brings you here, madam?" Manager's son inquired with concern. "Is it that group of rascals who have been neglecting their duties and have gone off to play?" Mingzhuang quickly clarified, "Manager's son, please do not misunderstand. They are all in the main hall. I came here of my own accord." She then addressed Chef Lu earnestly, "You must be Chef Lu, correct? I have heard that you feel responsible for the impending transformation of Wangjiang Tower into a bookstore, believing your culinary skills are inadequate to sustain the establishment. I wish to convey to you that this is not solely your burden, it is a collective responsibility, including that of Manager Sunday." The assembled individuals exchanged glances. "Well, let us all share the blame equally and not evade accountability." Chef Lu, in his 40s, with a robust physique, bore an expression that starkly contrasted his stature, looking as forlorn as a young bride. "Madam, please do not comfort me. I am well aware of my limitations. I am not adept at dealing with others. Once Wangjiang Tower becomes a bookstore, I fear I shall be of no use. All I possess is strength, and I plan to return home to my village to buy a plot of land and a farm." Mingzhuang nodded in understanding and continued, "Each person has their own aspirations. If Chef Lu truly wishes to return to farming, I shall not hinder you. However, there are certain matters that need to be articulated clearly to avoid misunderstandings. Firstly, all of you have fought alongside the former Duke on the battlefield. He has provided for you not because of any inadequacy on your part but because he hopes you can defy fate. The people of the capital are fundamentally different from those in the countryside. Furthermore, I have heard that the former Duke has allocated you a decent salary, with the expectation that you will provide for your children's education. A teacher in the capital, regardless of their background, is of a higher caliber than those in rural academies. The Duke wishes for your offspring to escape a life of toil and earn a respectable status through examination." At the mention of the former Duke, both Manager's son and Chef Lu felt a swell of emotion, their eyes glistening. The kitchen door was crowded with eavesdropping attendants, all recalling the old general with heavy hearts. Mingzhuang continued, "Secondly, let us address the question of responsibility for the losses incurred by Wangjiang Tower. Chef Lu, while you bear some responsibility, can the unyielding manager's son and the attendants be absolved? Now that the decision has been made to convert it into a bookstore, let us not dwell on blame but rather look forward. You are all seasoned warriors, the ups and downs of fortune are commonplace in battle, such a simple truth need not be taught. Would you withdraw from the army after a single defeat?" Her words left Chef Lu's face alternating between crimson and pale, overwhelmed with shame. Madam, you speak rightly, but you may not understand, I am not skilled in dealing with others. They may be able to work at the bookstore, but I fear I cannot serve as an attendant. The others, including old Madam Wang and the rest, recognized Chef Lu's lack of social finesse as he stumbled over his words. Mingzhuang smiled gently. I never suggested you take on the role of an attendant. Wangjiang Tower is far too large to convert entirely into a bookstore. One floor suffices for that purpose. I plan to dedicate the second floor to a reading room and a copying room for students who cannot afford the means to study in the capital. Given this, we must consider the issue of meals, as this area is bustling and the prices at restaurants are steep. We shall provide simple, affordable fare for the students, allowing us to make a modest profit as well. The crowded Wangjiang Tower was astonished. A reading room, copying room, serving meals? This was entirely new to them. Upon hearing there was potential for business, Manager Sun immediately encouraged, Indeed, madam, if you are to provide meals, who will cook once you leave? We cannot manage that. Chef Lu was intrigued yet shook his head. I do not cook well. Mingzhuang replied, Precisely, that is what we want. If the food were exquisite, they would simply come for the cheap meals, treating our bookstore as something to exploit. She then glanced at the throng at the door, chuckling, Is it uncomfortable to be crammed in there? Let us move to a different place, where we can have some tea and converse leisurely. The crowd was momentarily struck dumb. The lady was simply radiant. With her smile, the dim kitchen seemed to brighten instantly. Was this the legendary brilliance of a humble abode? Though they had not received much formal education, the attendants had learned to flatter in hopes of becoming attendants themselves. For instance, upon seeing a distinguished guest, they would exclaim, Your arrival makes Wangjiang Tower shine with brilliance. Yet, they all understood this was mere politeness. Who could truly illuminate an establishment merely by their presence? However, when the lady smiled, they genuinely felt the kitchen glow. Soon after, they were led, in a daze of awe, to the main hall. With no guests in sight, Mingzhuang ordered the closure of Wangjiang Tower and convened a meeting. Inside the spacious hall, the fragrance of tea wafted through the air. The attendants gathered around a few tables, their eyes fixed on the central table where Mingzhuang, Manager Sun, and old Madam Wang Saturday. Mingzhuang unfurled the plan and, with a serious expression, addressed them, You are all aware of the decision to convert Wangjiang Tower into a bookstore, so I shall not reiterate. The ground floor will primarily sell books and writing supplies, while the second floor will be dedicated to a reading and copying room. We will set aside some books that will not be sold for public use, charging a nominal fee for access. I will discuss the specifics of operations with Manager Sunday today. I wish to share with you my reasons for this transformation and my original intentions. The large room fell silent, everyone leaning in attentively. Mingzhuang continued, I understand that you are not ordinary individuals, you are heroes forged in the crucible of battle, with a heart for the nation and its people. But I have heard that during your tenure at the restaurant, you would often share leftover food with beggars and the impoverished. However, as the saying goes, there is no business without cunning. With your disposition, it may be challenging to succeed in commerce. Hence, I have chosen to embark on the bookstore venture. After all, a bookstore does not entirely fit the mold of a merchant. It can be considered a Confucian merchant. Our clientele will primarily consist of earnest scholars, with whom we need not engage in calculations. When students thrive, they can achieve better results and serve the court, and your benevolent deeds will enhance the reputation of the Duke's household, benefiting all parties involved. The crowd was profoundly moved, so that was the reasoning. They had initially thought that the shift to a bookstore was merely to rely on the Su family for support, but they realized now that this venture was tailored for the greater good. Reflecting on it, they indeed saw the truth. In business, one cannot act against their conscience, otherwise, it is challenging to earn a profit. Yet the individuals at Wangjiang Tower could not compromise their integrity. This was one of the reasons for their struggles in business. They were too earnest. However, with the bookstore, they could set aside their scruples and genuinely care for the diligent students. With their good reputation, the Duke's household would also benefit, allowing them to repay the Duke, the former Duke, and the noble family. The way they looked at the lady transformed from mere admiration of beauty to profound respect, as if they were in the presence of a deity. Chapter 058 Misunderstanding, Family, Narrow Road. Mingzhuang's expression grew more serious as she said, However, since we are opening a bookshop, certain expectations must be set for all of you. Everyone must learn to read, at the very least, to the standard of a book boy. The crowd, comprised of rough individuals, could manage simple characters, but reaching the standard of a book boy seemed an insurmountable challenge. Noticing the distressed looks on their faces, Manager Sun slammed his palm onto the table, declaring, Madam, allow me to take charge of this matter. That if they refuse to learn, I shall ensure they do so by any means necessary. The resounding crack of the heavy table startled Mingzhuang and the other women, leaving them pale with fright. Realizing he had inadvertently frightened them, Manager Sun quickly retracted his hand, his voice trembling as he stammered, I apologize. I was too impassioned just now. It was your encouragement, madam, that stirred me. Old Madam Wang shot him several disapproving glances, while Mingzhuang swiftly regained her composure and addressed Manager Sun. Very well. Did General Pei not mention bringing over his attendant, Nanfeng? We shall discuss your study plan later. Additionally, my maternal family does not own a bookshop in the capital, but we do in other regions. I will be appointing a bookshop manager in the next few days to guide you. When the time comes, simply follow his instructions. Yes, madam. Manager Sun replied with utmost seriousness, as if he were receiving a military command, silently vowing to complete the tasks assigned by the madam, even if it meant foregoing food and sleep. After all, what was reading and writing to them? They were individuals who would risk their lives. Surely, they could manage that. Subsequently, Mingzhuang began discussing the closure of Wangjiang Tower and plans for its future renovation. The conversation continued until dusk initially. Mingzhuang intended to elaborate further, but upon noticing Chef Lu rising to prepare dinner for everyone, she hastily changed the subject and departed with the old madam and maids in a flurry. That night, at the Duke's residence, Jin Wang returned home under the starry night, as was customary, first visiting the Jichen courtyard to see his mother. After exchanging a few words with her and his aunt, he was urged to return to rest. However, the second Madame Pei insisted on personally escorting him while discussing her son Pei Jinja's situation. It was no secret that Jinja had been sulking at home, and it was likely that Huawei wanted Jin Yan, as an elder cousin, to persuade him, so she guided them both. As they walked, the second Madame Pei engaged in trivial conversation until they entered the main courtyard, where Huawei's expression suddenly turned grave. "Jin Yan, do you have a moment later? If so, let us converse in the study." "Certainly," Jin Yan replied, fully aware that his aunt had something important to discuss, which was why she had deliberately escorted him out. Once they were in the study, Huawei wasted no time, recounting everything that had transpired in the accounts room today, including every word exchanged between her and Mingzhuang. "I apologize, Jin Yan. I promised her, but please do not blame yourself for this. Dignity is mine to compromise. Neither you nor Fengwa is at fault. The shame is entirely mine. If anyone inquires, I will bear the consequences alone." Huawei, fearful that her prideful nephew might deny the situation, choked on her words. "Jin Yan, please do not refuse this. Fengwa's situation is dire. Without these medicines, ultimately, it is all my fault. You are both blameless." Jin Yan gazed at his usually carefree aunt, who was now in tears, and felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. "Aunt, have I done something wrong? Why does our Pei family, upright and honorable, find itself in such a predicament? Is it truly because we are too rigid, believing that a crystal-clear stream holds no fish?" Huawei was momentarily taken aback, biting her lip tightly, unsure of how to respond. As the wife of the Pei family, she understood their stubbornness and pride. Even her son, who often concocted peculiar ideas, was fundamentally steadfast in nature. Such was their character that unless faced with utter catastrophe, how could they awaken to reason with merely a few words? People cannot be awakened through persuasion. Teaching is futile, yet situational learning can yield results. If she pointed out the issue, Jin Yan might not fully grasp it, leading to misunderstandings and further distress. Huawei, tears streaming down her face, shook her head. "Jin Yan, do not inquire about this matter with me or anyone else. If you can comprehend it, then do so. If not, continue living according to your own understanding." Jin Yan understood the answer. Beneath his sleeves, he slowly clenched his fingers into a fist. And he lowered his gaze, thick lashes shielding his eyes filled with shame. "In truth, I have long since let go of concerns regarding my reputation, whether it be seen as a man who clings to a noble lady for status. What I cannot fathom is why it has to be me. Is it because when I saved her at Songyue Temple, I did not express my admiration? Must every man in the world be awestruck by her beauty? Furthermore, why did she undergo such a drastic change on our wedding day? I have encountered many who have transformed after suffering great hardships, but what calamity has Mingzhuang faced? Is marrying me a misfortune? Was this union not her desire? I simply cannot comprehend." Huawei sighed. "Do not say it is only you. I too find it perplexing. Why has she suddenly become so concerned with her reputation?" The two fell silent, both pondering this conundrum. Regrettably, no one could arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Huawei broke the silence. "Let it go. If we cannot understand it, then it is best not to dwell on it. The situation has reached this point. Even if we target Mingzhuang, we cannot alter the facts. Since she has had a change of heart and is willing to make amends, let us not be too harsh on her." Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed her nephew's handsome face taut with tension, his expression a stormy shade of gray, and she added, "Do not misconstrue my words. I am not suggesting you treat her kindly, nor do you need to sacrifice anything. She herself has stated she wishes to sever ties with you after a year. My point is, do not create an overly contentious atmosphere, for we cannot afford to offend the Su family." Jin Yan hastily interrupted his thoughts. "Aunt, you misunderstand me. I am contemplating a different matter. Your words have been duly noted." He was considering their arrangement. It appeared she was serious, which was reassuring. Following a few more exchanges, Huawei took her leave. Once outside the main courtyard, she felt as deflated as a wilted eggplant. "So, what on earth is going on? My curiosity is truly killing me. I wish to consult that Miss Su and have her clarify things for me. I would be more than willing to part with a piece of my flesh for an explanation." The following morning, in the Golden Luan Hall, before the front square, the court officials exited the court and walked along the path. Ever since Scholar Su had been humiliated by Jin Yan in front of his peers, he found himself incensed at the sight of the square, particularly at the guards stationed nearby. This time, upon leaving the court, he refrained from conversing with his colleagues, keeping his head down as he walked, while several of his companions hurried to keep pace beside him. "Master Su, please slow down. Master Su, what is the hurry? Wait for me." Scholar Su paid them no mind, hastily making his way, but as fate would have it, he lifted his head, only to find himself face to face with Jin Yan, who was patrolling with his squadron. Misunderstanding, family, narrow road, dressed in deep purple official robes, with a cold dagger at his waist, Jin Yan also spotted Scholar Su. His expression stiffened as he pressed his lips together, then steeling himself, he strode forward. Arriving before Scholar Su, he clasped his hands and said, "This humble official greets you, sir. The weather has been quite hot of late, please take care of your health." Scholar Su? Chapter 059. When will the relationship improve? At this moment, a few colleagues and friends who usually maintained a close rapport with Scholar Su hastily caught up upon witnessing the proud and aloof Duke of Anguo, who typically held himself in high esteem, extend a courteous greeting to Scholar Su. They were utterly astounded. Everyone present was quite perceptive and aware of the unsavory actions of Scholar Su's ancestors, which explained why the Duke of An had previously refrained from offering his greetings, thus, their understanding was palpable. Nevertheless, it was utterly unexpected that, just a few days later, he would come to inquire after Scholar Su's well-being. What had transpired during these few days, in contrast to the collective bewilderment, Scholar Su harbored a clear understanding. Most likely, it concerned his daughter managing Wangjiang Tower, seeking to leverage the Su family's connections to transform the loss-making tavern into a bookshop. Hence, it was no surprise that Pei Jinyan had come to extend his greetings. How ironic, this so-called integrity and noble character, was it not merely a bowing down for the sake of 5 pecks of rice? Were it not for the fear of his daughter facing indignities at the Duke's residence, he would have relished the opportunity to put that impudent young man in his place today. Thank you for your concern, General Pei, Scholar Su replied coolly, clearly still harboring some resentment. Pei Jinyan maintained a calm demeanor. I have come today to clarify matters. My previous failure to greet you was due to my adherence to the protocols of the Hall of the Front, where, apart from official business, I have never engaged in personal matters with others. Initially, I was unaware of the customs of the hall and feared I might inconvenience you. After our last encounter, I specifically consulted my superior and received an affirmative response, hence my audacity to visit you today. His explanation was both reasonable and delivered with a sincere expression, though perhaps not entirely sincere, for the Duke of An was known for his serious and solemn demeanor, rarely engaging in frivolity, which lent an air of sincerity to his interactions. Scholar Su was momentarily taken aback, as Lord Li, standing nearby, stepped in to mediate. So that is the case. It is evident that General Pei is quite thorough in his planning. Indeed, another colleague chimed in with praise. General Pei, though still in the bloom of youth, possesses such meticulous thought. This is truly commendable. Surely, his future holds boundless promise. Pei Jinyan was not accustomed to such overt flattery and could only manage a strained smile. Scholar Su, not one to harbor a narrow mind, albeit still simmering with irritation, recognized the necessity of maintaining decorum. So it is. However, even with approval from your superiors, one must remain discerning about public and private matters. In the future, unless there is an important issue, please refrain from making unnecessary visits. Yes, my lord, Pei Jinyan breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Scholar Su's statement alleviated his concerns. Otherwise, with numerous opportunities to encounter each other at court, he would be burdened with the obligation of awkwardly greeting him each time. Scholar Su waved his hand. You may return to your duties. When time permits, come to the scholar's residence for a simple meal. Yes, my lord. Pei Jinyan responded but did not move, waiting for his elder to depart first. Scholar Su then left with several colleagues and friends. After a brief moment, as the group walked away in silence, ensuring the Duke of An was out of sight, they gathered around. Scholar Su, how splendid. The Duke of An, known for his lofty ideals, took the initiative to greet you. What a tremendous honor. You must feel immensely proud. Indeed, did you catch a glimpse of the Minister of Rights passing by? He kept glancing our way. What a remarkable display of prestige, truly, it is a matter of great face. Thus I say, which man does not appreciate beauty? With our maid's charm, unless one is blind, which young man would not be captivated? Certainly, speaking of which, with Scholar Su's current prominence, we must be treated to a sumptuous feast at noon. The usually austere Scholar Su, when away from the public eye, could be quite jovial, reveling in the merriment as they walked along. On another note, Pei Jinyan returned to his quarters with an impassive expression. After surveying the surroundings, he returned to his office. Sitting back at his desk, he finally exhaled. After walking with his muscles tensed, he now felt a dull ache throughout his body. Had he ultimately embarked on the path of sycophancy? Was he ashamed? He could not say. His mind clouded, as if he were lost in a dream. While everything around him seemed the same as usual, it felt different. He had an unsettling sense that his colleagues were whispering among themselves, casting furtive glances in his direction, their eyes filled with derision. Time passed swiftly, and soon 7 days had slipped by. In the Yanqing courtyard, Su Mingzhuang was enjoying her breakfast when a familiar figure appeared at the gate. It was Madame Pei. Though the second Madame Pei held the status of the family matriarch, she still bore the remnants of a military daughter. Forthright and spirited, she moved with the swiftness of a gale. She had brought 2 maidservants to the Duke's residence, but upon arrival, she dismissed them, finding their pace too slow. She was unwilling to accommodate their lagging steps initially. Madame Pei had brought the old nanny Lu, representing the Ji-Chun courtyard and the matriarch. However, after several encounters, Madame Pei's speed proved too much for Lu, and they tacitly agreed to part ways. Henceforth, Madame Pei roamed freely, appearing now at the entrance of Yanqing courtyard alone. The air was filled with the aroma of breakfast as the servants prepared the meal. Upon seeing the imposing figure of Madame Pei, they instantly heightened their vigilance. Such a person seldom visits without cause, and trouble was surely afoot. Old Madame Wang approached with a smile that did not reach her eyes. I have the honor of greeting Madame Pei. What brings you here so early? Did you not claim to assist the matriarch in managing the Duke's estate? You seem rather unoccupied. The maidservant silently gave old Madame Wang a thumbs up. Huawei was taken aback. Wasn't she the one who usually instigated disputes? Why, today, before she could utter a word, this old crone had taken the offensive? Did she think her an easy target? However, today Huawei had no time to deal with old Madame Wang. Where is your master? As her words fell, Su Mingzhuang pushed open the window, her face alight with a smile. Auntie, good morning. Please come in to chat. Everyone was taken aback. When had the young lady and Madame Pei cultivated such a cordial relationship? Today, Madame Pei was not instigating a quarrel, and the young lady was not being standoffish, inviting her directly into the room. They glanced up at the sky. Where had the sun risen from today? Old Madame Wang suddenly recalled the day in the accounting room when the young lady and Madame Pei had spoken privately. Perhaps they had shared something significant. Huawei, amidst the watchful eyes of the maidservants, entered the main door and into the room. Upon stepping into Su Mingzhuang's chamber, she was taken aback. Why are there so many books? This room was not new to Huawei. She knew what it had previously been, an utterly ordinary space, but now, bookshelves had appeared from nowhere, crammed full of books. The entire room, apart from the bed, dressing table, soft couch, writing desk, and window, was filled with bookshelves. Looking at the newly added massive writing desk, adorned with the 4 treasures of the study, a hefty stack of books lay piled in the upper left corner. In the center of the desk, a poetry collection lay closed, yet a tasseled bookmark peeked out, indicating its owner had been perusing it only moments ago. Thus, it seemed that aside from her excursions to oversee the renovations at Wangjiang Tower, Miss Su had remained sequestered, engrossed in her reading for days on end. Chapter 060. A fresh start. Upon witnessing the astonishment etched on Madame Pierre's face, Su Mingzhuang did not conceal her thoughts but spoke candidly. Though I hail from a scholarly family, I have scarcely perused any books beyond those mandated in my childhood, leaving my mind restless and my speech rather coarse, which has undoubtedly caused my parents great concern. Now, contemplating a fresh beginning, I intend to immerse myself in literature. After all, acquiring knowledge can only be beneficial. Pausing for a moment, she added with a smile, in due course, I also aspire to learn martial arts. While I do not desire to become a female general, I certainly wish to possess at least the strength to fend for myself, and, if you know of any esteemed female martial arts instructors, I would greatly appreciate your recommendations, and I assure you the remuneration will be generous. Huawei, taken aback, involuntarily raised her voice. Martial arts? Are you jesting with me? It is well known that the noble ladies of the capital favor delicacy and elegance, shunning any display of recklessness or brutality. Su Mingzhuang shook her head, her expression earnest. How could I jest with my elders? I genuinely wish to learn. I have been practicing horseback riding these past few days. As a daughter of an official family, there are always attendants at hand, allowing one to embrace a life of fragility. However, what if one were to be cast out? If abandoned without a husband to rely upon, a delicate woman would become nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. She refused to be a mere victim, and even if she could not evade the fate foretold in her dreams, she would not resort to becoming a mere plaything for others. She would strive to survive through her own strength and capabilities. Learning martial arts not only fortifies the body and augments strength but also serves as a means of self-defense when necessary. Why not pursue it? Huawei's mouth fell agape in disbelief. You, learning to ride? Su Mingzhuang nodded affirmatively. Do you doubt me, aunt? Allow me to demonstrate right now. With that, she called towards the window. Shiqiu, prepare. Wait. I believe you, I truly do. Huawei interjected, rubbing her chin. Having held her mouth open for too long, it had begun to ache internally. She admonished herself to maintain composure, as she was the elder and should not appear overly astonished. A semblance of gravitas was in order. Shiqiu bounded forth from the side, her head tilted upwards. What is it, miss? Are we heading out, or are we practicing horseback riding? Nothing urgent. You may go ahead and have your breakfast. I will ride later, Su Mingzhuang replied. Yes, miss, I shall finish my meal quickly and then bring the horse back. Shiqiu said eagerly. Horses were her passion, whether it be caring for them, riding, or driving carriages, and teaching the young lady to ride had become a delightful obsession for her. Huawei, now convinced, gazed at the strikingly beautiful young woman before her and sighed. Do you truly wish to learn martial arts? Still struggling to believe that such a delicate noble lady would desire to practice combat. Indeed, if you have no suitable candidates in mind, I shall seek someone myself, Su Mingzhuang replied earnestly. Huawei bit her lip, contemplating. Would you allow me to teach you? Ah. This time, it was Su Mingzhuang who was taken aback. Huawei averted her gaze, feeling somewhat awkward. What I meant to say is, I can teach you martial arts. Though I may be older, I am known as the second most skilled woman in the capital. No one dares to claim the title of first. Well, it may not be necessary. Su Mingzhuang began to decline, but then recalled the contents of her dream, specifically, the figure of Pei Jinjia, the son of Madame Pierre, who later rose to prominence and became an adversary to her father. Pei Jinjia possessed the untainted demeanor of the Pei family. Unlike his relatives, his thoughts were meticulous and his methods astute. Coupled with his rising influence, he would be a formidable opponent not only to her father but also to other powerful courtiers. Yet, what if she were to cultivate a good relationship with Pei Jinjia's mother? Surely, in due course, Pei Jinjia would be inclined to show her favor, wouldn't he? With this thought, Su Mingzhuang's expression transformed, her charming face radiating admiration. Really, that would be splendid. I am truly honored, and how fortunate I am. Who in the capital does not know of aunt's prowess? To receive your personal guidance would be an immense privilege. I assure you, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to my studies and training, so as not to disappoint you. With that, she executed the most respectful of bows to Madame Pierre. Huawei was momentarily rendered speechless. What was this all about? She had merely felt that she had taken advantage of the young lady's reputation and wished to do a bit more, yet Su Mingzhuang's reaction was so exaggerated. Nevertheless, she could not deny that despite her feelings of trepidation, her heart swelled with delight. Who could resist such a lovely maiden, her bright eyes shimmering with admiration? Even Huawei, being a woman herself, found it difficult to withstand, let alone the men. Thus, it could be said that today's gathering had indeed tested her composure. Su Mingzhuang, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, Aunt, have you had breakfast yet? If you do not mind the culinary skills of the servants at Yancheng Courtyard, would you care to join me for a meal? No, I've already eaten, Huawei responded, flustered. You needn't be so courteous. Oh, you've completely distracted me. I forgot why I came to express my gratitude. Su Mingzhuang remained unfazed internally, calculating the time. Her carefully prepared medicine should have taken effect, and the old lady's health ought to have improved. Yet on her face, she feigned innocence. What are you saying, Aunt? You have done so much for me. It is I who should be expressing my gratitude. Huawei felt overwhelmed by this sweet barrage of flattery. You cough, let's speak seriously. Very well. Su Mingzhuang retracted her exaggerated compliments and resumed a more measured tone. Huawei glanced at the books on the table and then at the poised and striking young woman, sighing. Fenghua's health has improved significantly, all thanks to your medicine. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Hearing that the old lady's health had improved brought relief to Su Mingzhuang. Please, Aunt, do not feel indebted. Our arrangement was straightforward, goods exchanged for payment, and we owe each other nothing. Huawei chuckled wryly. Oh, nothing? Am I a mere 3-year-old child, unable to see that this transaction is lopsided? You received genuine gold and silver, while all I require is a change in attitude towards you. Such a deal is hardly fair. Su Mingzhuang raised an eyebrow, her fingertip tracing her cheek. Oh dear, she had been seen through. It seems that the members of the old Pei family, including their wives, possessed a sense of conscience and would not quietly take advantage of others. To be fair, she held a deep admiration for the Pei family's principles. If you truly feel indebted, then impart your lifetime of knowledge to me. You are the foremost female martial artist in the capital, and I have heard you have experience on the battlefield. The remuneration will surely be significant, and should you teach me earnestly, not only could it offset the cost of the old lady's medicine, but I might even glean some additional benefits. Huawei inadvertently found herself flattered once more. I shall indeed teach with utmost dedication, exerting all my effort. The question is whether you can withstand it. Su Mingzhuang stood ready. I, too, shall give it my all. Huawei was astonished. This girl was genuinely accepting her offer. She did not appear to be jesting, so what had transpired to provoke such a drastic change in her? Just as the two were engrossed in conversation, a servant from the duke's residence arrived at the entrance of Yansheng courtyard, bearing a message. Yun Shu hurried to fetch the letter and promptly delivered it. Miss, it is a letter from the scholar's residence. Quick, bring it to me. Su Mingzhuang responded, her tone tinged with urgency. Huawei observed with growing curiosity. Why was she so anxious? Had something happened at the scholar's residence? In truth, nothing untoward had transpired. Rather, Su Mingzhuang was suffering from the aftereffects of a vivid dream. At the slightest disturbance, her mind would leap to the worst conclusions. In her dream, the Su family had fallen into decline, and now, even though she was aware that the timeline did not align and that the Su family was safe, she could not quell her inner anxiety. Upon receiving the letter, she eagerly unfolded it, and once she read its contents, she breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was well, and she had merely frightened herself. Yet simultaneously, she found herself in a predicament. Her mother had conveyed that her father had decreed a family gathering for the following day, inviting her and Pei Jinyan to return for a reunion dinner. While she had no issue attending the dinner herself, the question remained, how would she address the matter of Pei Jinyan? Chapter 061. Suddenly hating her, Huawei observed the fluctuating expressions of Su Mingzhuang and curiously inquired, may I ask what the matter is? Su Mingzhuang set down the letter. Tomorrow is a day of rest. My mother wishes for me to dine with General Pei. Huawei's spirits lifted upon hearing this. Indeed, since your marriage, you have yet to visit the bacheloress residence. On the day you returned to your maiden home, it was not that he chose not to accompany you, but rather, there were genuine matters at court. I am not defending him, we speak the truth, and I do not lie. Su Mingzhuang nodded. I understand. If General Pei merely sought to avoid returning home, there would have been no need for him to enter the palace on the tea ceremony day. Moreover, that evening, he returned late in his official robes, devoid of the scent of wine, indicating he was genuinely occupied with official duties until late. Huawei, upon hearing this, scrutinized the young woman deeply. You comprehend everything. But why is that? Su Mingzhuang chuckled lightly. Before the wedding, I was oblivious. Had I understood then, I would not have wronged General Pei. Huawei's curiosity was piqued. What exactly transpired on your wedding day? Was there an incident during the procession? After all, once the procession returned and entered the duke's residence, no mishap should occur. Su Mingzhuang shook her head. I simply came to a sudden realization. Nothing happened. Seeing that the other was reluctant to divulge more, Huawei refrained from pressing further. Yet, if she truly believed that nothing had transpired and that her epiphany was so sudden, then surely her 40 years of life had been in vain. There must have been something. Well then, it is merely a meal at the bacheloress residence, is it not? I shall handle the arrangements on behalf of today's banquet. You attend to your matters while I return to prepare some gifts. Huawei thought to herself, when the new son-in-law visits his father-in-law's house for the first time, it is only fitting that he brings gifts. Since they did not go during her return, this time the gifts must be suitably impressive. Su Mingzhuang quickly interjected, no, I appreciate my aunt's good intentions, but matters between General Pei and me must remain our own. We have our plans. Huawei was startled by the sudden shift in the demeanor of the previously gentle young woman, now stern and resolute. Why are you being so serious? Su Mingzhuang sighed in relief. I apologize, aunt. It is of no consequence, such matters are trivial. You should have your breakfast, and when you have time, send someone to Jichen courtyard to find me. I shall teach you martial arts. Huawei was not one to fuss over trivialities. If the other needed help, she would readily offer it. If not, she would not intrude. As Huawei prepared to leave, she suddenly recalled another matter, awkwardly pausing, unsure how to broach the subject. Su Mingzhuang queried in confusion, Aunt, what troubles you? Wei bit her lip in embarrassment, speaking softly. I must apologize for earlier regarding not allowing the servants to heed your commands. Su Mingzhuang smiled gently, interrupting. Let bygones be bygones. Moreover, to speak frankly, I wronged General Pei, causing distress to the elder lady. Your response was entirely justified. A mistake is a mistake, and a right is a right. I cannot expect my past misdeeds to be glorified merely because I have changed for the better, can I? Wei was taken aback, gazing at the young woman in astonishment, her heart tumultuous, at a loss for words to describe such clarity and fairness. Curiosity surged within her, nearly overwhelming her. Su Mingzhuang humbly offered, Aunt, allow me to escort you. She then personally accompanied Madame Pei to the gate of Yinsheng courtyard. Once the visitor had departed, Su Mingzhuang furrowed her brow, sighing heavily. Madame Wang approached, concern etched on her face. Miss, what troubles you? Is it related to the letter from the bacheloress residence? Su Mingzhuang nodded. Indeed. My father has requested that I dine with General Pei. I see, Madame Wang replied, worry evident. Are you concerned that General Pei may not agree? Su Mingzhuang rubbed her aching forehead. I am uncertain. If he refuses, it truly poses a problem. However, if he agrees, returning home would still be awkward. Perhaps, I shall inquire with General Pei this evening. What is destined to be will be. If it is misfortune, it cannot be avoided. Madame Wang sighed. Very well, miss, let us dine. When we reach the bridge, we shall cross it naturally. Do not let it affect your appetite. Su Mingzhuang chuckled lightly. Rest assured, come what may, one must eat. She then dismissed her worries and ventured into the kitchen to see what delectable dishes the maidens were preparing that day. Madame Wang watched the young lady's retreating figure, her eyes glistening with emotion. How wonderful, the current miss is astute, discerning, and unpretentious. It is truly delightful. Nightfall arrived. Pei Jinyan returned from his shift, dismounting with customary ease, handing the reins to the doorman who had come to greet him. Has anything occurred at the residence today? The doorman replied, in response to the Duke, there are two matters. The first is that Madame Pei has issued an order, stating that from now on, we must heed her commands. The second is that a maid from Yinsheng courtyard came to convey that Madame wishes to speak with the Duke at a later time. It is not urgent, so once the Duke has concluded his affairs, a time and place may be arranged for her. Pei Jinyan pondered for a moment, understanding, after so many days, Su Mingzhuang had neither sought him out nor appeared before him. Her sudden request today likely pertained not to personal matters, but rather to the situation at Wangjiang Tower. He did not dwell on it further, heading directly to Jichun courtyard to visit his mother. As he walked, Pei Jinyan's steps were light, and his expression grew increasingly relaxed. His mother's health improved day by day, filling him with joy. At this rate, in perhaps 2 months, she might fully recover. Suddenly, his buoyant mood dampened as he recalled that all of this was due to Su Mingzhuang's efforts, and, of course, to the funds that had facilitated her care. Money. At his previously buoyant steps began to feel heavy, his pace slowing. He ambled along the path, his gaze growing increasingly uncertain. Since childhood, his parents had taught him that as a man, one must stand tall and not be short-sighted, nor confined to a single household, but rather to cast one's gaze upon the vast world and distant future. For example, Eupheia's mother tattooed the words loyalty to the nation on his back to inspire him to care for the world and not be seduced by present comforts. Similarly, Confucius taught his disciples to aspire to the way, uphold virtue, rely on benevolence, and engage in the arts, advising them to possess a heart that looks towards the world and the future. He trusted his parents, acting in accordance with their wishes, and what was the result? He could scarcely afford medicine, and had it not been for Su Mingzhuang, his mother's life. He felt conflicted towards Su Mingzhuang. She was the genesis of his humiliation. Due to her slander, his reputation lay in tatters, yet, simultaneously, her presence had sparked a shift in his understanding. At this very moment, he began to question whether the beliefs he had held so dearly in the past were indeed right or wrong. Should he strictly restrain himself, striving for a realm of purity, or live more fully, with the essence of humanity, embracing both right and wrong, light and dark? However, should the Pei family's legacy of integrity be forsaken for the sake of pursuing a more worldly existence, how would the outside world judge him? Would he tarnish the family's reputation? Would his ancestors hold him accountable? Yet to persist in this manner, he recalled his aunt's words, if one can come to an understanding, then do so, if not, continue to live according to one's own convictions. Suddenly, he felt a flicker of hatred towards Su Mingzhuang, not for her slander, but rather for the confusion she had sown within him. P.S. There exists a discrepancy here. This narrative is set in an alternate reality, and logically, figures like Eufei and Confucius should not appear. However, the author refrains from appropriating their profound philosophies to serve this humble web novel. Thus, after much contemplation, a flaw has been introduced. I hope the readers can overlook it with a smile and a gentle critique. Chapter 062. Recently, I have been in a state of disarray. The servant has paid her respects to the Duke, and extends her greetings. The voice of the servant interrupted Pei Jinyan's thoughts, and he realized, somewhat unconsciously, that he had arrived at the entrance of the Jichun courtyard. Noticing the Duke's dazed demeanor, the maid anxiously inquired, Your Grace, are you unwell? Would you like me to summon a physician? Pei Jinyan steadied his emotions and replied in a low voice, No need. With that, he entered the courtyard, following the bluestone path until he reached the house. Inside, the room was brightly lit, filled with laughter upon seeing his mother and aunt, engaged in cheerful conversation while crafting garments with the maid's company. A powerful emotion surged from his eyes to his mind, exploding within him, causing his eyes to well with warmth. This scene was simply too heartwarming. How long had it been since he found himself in such a cozy environment? 5 years, 10 years. He recalled the time when his grandmother was still alive, and they had not yet separated from his uncles. The Duke's residence was bustling with life, and he could always see his mother and aunt together upon returning home. After his father and uncles finished their evening meal with his grandmother, they would either discuss matters of state in the study, which were not meant for his ears, or practice martial arts at the training grounds. He would eagerly run to watch, often finding himself pulled into the arena, receiving blows. His uncle struck with both gentleness and severity, gentle enough not to truly harm him, yet severe enough to land blows that, while not injurious, were still quite painful. His father had told him enduring pain is a skill that can be cultivated. A little pain each day will eventually render one unafraid of it. The soldiers, too, were flesh and blood, experiencing pain just like him, relying solely on their daily training. Although he found this quite cruel, he believed that once the pain subsided, he would seek out his uncles to engage in a bout. Strangely, during that period, even though he spent each day in pain, his memories of it felt comfortable and sweet, leaving him baffled as to why they were so sweet. After his grandmother's passing, his father began discussing how to revitalize the Duke's residence, and as the military strategy states, those who excel in warfare seek strength in circumstances, not in individuals, thus they can choose people and leverage circumstances. Consequently, they devised a plan of fragmentation, with the brothers dispersing to different locations to seek opportunities. From that point on, the Duke's residence grew desolate, soon followed by his father's demise. Whether the sweetness of his memories or the sweetness of life, both abruptly ceased, leaving behind only the monotony of effort, the longing for achievement, and an endless quietude. Huawei glanced up at the entrance and called out, "Why are you just standing there? Come in." Pei Jinyan's thoughts were once again interrupted, and he entered with a gentle expression, saying, "I extend my greetings to mother and aunt. What are you both working on?" Yanshi raised her eyes, looking tenderly at her son. Her usually pale face had gained a hint of color and bloom in recent days, embodying both affection and grace. "I was working on your summer robe, which I had set aside due to illness. Now that I am feeling better, I thought to finish it." Huawei rolled her eyes and remarked, "Your mother is so stubborn, she has only just recovered, and yet insists on making a summer robe? It's not as if you lack clothing. Even if you truly had none, you could simply purchase a couple of sets from the ready-made clothing shop." When I offered to help her, she complained about my lack of skill. Pei Jinyan silently agreed. His aunt's sewing skills were indeed lacking. He recalled a time in his childhood when she had made clothes for him, and as he ran, the seam of his trousers had split, leaving him in tears. Yanshi cast a reproachful glance at her friend. "In your eyes, am I truly so inept? I, too, had trained in martial arts in my youth." Huawei pouted dismissively. "Oh, so training in martial arts makes one formidable? Mingzhuang wishes to learn as well. Cough. Well, regardless, these stitches are quite impressive. I could never achieve such finesse." Pei Jinyan pondered. Mingzhuang wishes to learn what? Yanshi noticed her friend's diversion and, sensing her reluctance to discuss it further, refrained from probing. "You know, my ailment stems from matters of the heart. The heart is most troubled by what it pines for. How could I not dwell on this half-finished robe? Now that I have the chance to complete it in one go, I can free my mind, and perhaps my recovery will accelerate." "Very well, you are quite persuasive. You have never enjoyed practicing martial arts, preferring to read instead, showing none of the qualities of a woman from a military family." Yanshi did not engage in a verbal sparring match with her friend. Instead, she asked, "Jin Yan, have you just returned? Have you had dinner?" Pei Jinyan replied, "I just returned and have not yet dined." Yanshi set down her work. "Shall we eat in Jichun courtyard? I'll have someone fetch some dishes from the kitchen." Huawei, from a position where Yanshi could not see, exchanged glances with Pei Jinyan, who instantly understood that his aunt had something to discuss with him. "I apologize, mother, but I have some official matters to attend to. Perhaps I shall visit you later?" Yanshi quickly replied, "Official matters, then attend to them first. Come back when you have the time. I have nothing pressing, and my health is improving." "Yes, mother. Hurry along now." "All right." After bidding farewell to his mother and aunt, Pei Jinyan left Jichun courtyard, but he walked back slowly. He knew his aunt would surely find a way to catch up with him. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he saw her darting out. Pei Jinyan halted, waiting for her. Huawei caught up and said, "Where shall we discuss this? Shall we go to your place? You haven't dined yet. You can eat while I talk." "No, I'm not hungry. It's not far from the small garden. Let's go there to talk." "All right, let's walk." Upon arriving at the garden, they entered the pavilion. Huawei got straight to the point. "Do you know why Mingzhuang is looking for you? Have you seen her?" "I heard from the doorkeeper that she is looking for me, but I haven't met her yet," Pei Jinyan inquired. "Aunt, do you know what she wants from me?" "I do. This morning, a message arrived from the scholar's residence, stating that Scholar Su has proclaimed a holiday tomorrow, inviting you to the scholar's residence." Pei Jinyan stiffened momentarily. Huawei noticed her nephew's unease and sighed. "I understand. A man fears two things in life: being cuckolded and being looked down upon by his father-in-law." "You sigh. Really, if you just endure a little, this will pass." "Wait, what am I saying? What qualifications does Scholar Su have to look down on you? This marriage proposal was not initiated by us. They came to us with their demands." Pei Jinyan awkwardly clarified, "No, that's not it. I'm not worried about their disdain." "Oh, then what are you worried about?" Pei Jinyan lowered his gaze but did not answer immediately. After a long pause, he calmly stated, "I don't know. I've been quite confused lately, unsure of what I'm thinking." Huawei understood and softly smiled, "Then leave it to time. Do not be too eager for results. Life will continue as it should, and when fate arrives, perhaps your troubles will resolve themselves." Pei Jinyan nodded in response to his aunt's words. Huawei gazed into the distance and quietly said, "Your father must have taught you that enduring pain can be trained, right?" "He did." Did he also teach you that bearing humiliation and heavy burdens can be trained? She patted her nephew's sturdy arm. Consider this a trial by fate. Simply accept it with equanimity. Pei Jinyan pressed his lips together and replied earnestly, yes, I will remember. Such a good child, Huawei beamed, but the next moment, her expression turned troubled. If only your cousin were as obedient as you. As long as he listens, I would even be willing to let him take a knife to me, just to let off some steam. Pei Jinyan inquired, is it still about the expedition? Chapter 063. Practice martial arts more, read books less indeed. He is nearly 18 and insists on going to war, yet in your generation, there are only you and him, both unmarried and without offspring. Should he perish on the battlefield, the Pei family would be left without a successor. Pei Jinyan was rendered speechless. It is well known that in families of military officers, women often refrain from mentioning words like defeat or death when discussing their husbands or sons going to battle. Unlike his aunt, who not only mentioned it but even contemplated the issues arising from the death of her younger cousin, however, upon reflection, he could understand, his aunt was unlike ordinary women, she had truly been on the battlefield, having slain enemies herself. He had once accompanied his father to war and vividly recalled the first encounter with death, especially the heart-wrenching experience of witnessing comrades, with whom he had laughed and joked just hours before, fall in battle. Such pain is unforgettable, yet, after facing it multiple times, as death became a frequent companion, he found himself desensitized, no longer fearful or sorrowful, but rather numb and accepting, much like his aunt now appeared. Pei Jinyan inquired, Aunt, while you accompany my mother in the capital, you must be quite concerned about our cousin in Fuyu, am I right? How could I not be concerned, that stubborn child? Huawei ground her teeth in frustration. Why not invite him to the capital for a while? Of course, if you feel it would be awkward for him to stay at the Duke's residence while you are not present, I could consult with my superiors and arrange for him to undertake some minor duties at the Hall of Supreme Harmony, allowing him to earn a little salary as well. Huawei was taken aback and asked in astonishment, you can bring someone along? Indeed, Pei Jinyan nodded earnestly, the Hall of Supreme Harmony is not difficult to enter. For someone like us, scions of noble families, a simple assessment suffices for entry. However, those who gain entry this way must start from the very bottom and find it challenging to ascend the ranks. The best route would still be through the martial examinations, which would secure him a reputable title and a promising future. By bringing him in this manner, as an apprentice guard, he would gain experience and earn a salary. Should he earn the emperor's favor, it could prove advantageous. After a brief pause, he added, however, it seems my second uncle hopes for him to pursue the martial examinations. Indeed. Huawei sighed, in truth, whether one is a civil official or a military general, the paths to advancement are limited. I cannot fathom what has possessed him to insist on going to war, seeking to gain merit through military exploits. If we had several children, his desire might be understandable, but he is our only child. Pei Jinyan lowered his gaze. Indeed, the Pei family had suffered from having too few heirs, leading to a sparse lineage. His mother had once wished for more children, but despite numerous attempts, she had been unable to conceive. Later, she considered taking a concubine for his father, but he had refused, leading to over 2 years of disputes between them. His father claimed it was their family's fate, immutable. Moreover, even if a concubine were taken, it would be futile. His second aunt was as robust as a young bull, and his second uncle was in good health, yet after all these years, they had produced only Pei Jinyan. The issue was not physical. Even if there were physical ailments, they had nothing to do with the ladies, but rather with the men of the Pei family. Huawei continued, I proposed arranging a marriage for him, but he refused, insisting he would not marry without a beloved. Eventually, I suggested he could at least have 2 concubines, yet he still declined, adamantly choosing to go to war. It drives me mad. Suddenly, Huawei noticed her nephew's despondent expression while discussing her son's marriage, realizing she had misspoken. How could she bring up marriage matters? The Pei family was notoriously stubborn. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, Jin Yan's marriage had come about in such an ambiguous manner. Had it been her son, he would not have accepted it so calmly. Jin Yan, in comparison to his cousin, was far more composed and tolerant. Clearing her throat, Huawei advised, Jin Yan, do not let this trouble you too much. Mingzhuang has stated that she will seek a divorce in a year. Moreover, with the medicine sent by Mingzhuang, Fenghua's health is improving. Your marriage, even if only to bring Fenghua a bit of joy, it could be considered a gain. After a moment of contemplation, she added, Mingzhuang has also made progress. Her transformation has been remarkable. Today, I visited her chamber, and she has been sequestered within, engrossed in her studies, even learning to ride, and she asked me to teach her martial arts. Pei Jinyan looked at his second aunt in astonishment. Huawei chuckled, surprised, you should be. I had my doubts at first, wondering if she was boasting, but she called for Shiqiu to bring a horse for me to see her ride. Truly, I am certain she harbors a secret. A person who has not encountered hardships would never undergo such a drastic change in temperament. Pei Jinyan nodded in agreement. Huawei, pondering a thought deep within her, cautiously glanced at her nephew and asked, Jinyan, do you think? I mean, if Mingzhuang improves, might there be a possibility for you too? Not at all. Pei Jinyan replied firmly. Why not? Huawei pressed, indeed, she has wronged you in the past, tarnishing your reputation, but has she not made amends? Moreover, she comes from a good family and possesses beauty. If her character is decent, what could possibly disqualify her? Aunt, you misunderstand. I do not believe she is unworthy of me, nor do I consider myself unworthy of her. Rather, I feel that both of us would prefer to sever this marital bond. Why? Huawei was perplexed. Pei Jinyan lowered his gaze in contemplation for a long moment before responding. Whenever I see her, I am forced to confront a certain base darkness within my heart, and I believe she feels the same. Though I am unaware of her secret, you are correct, the realization it brings forth is far from ordinary. I imagine when she looks at me, she must also recall that incident, just as I do when I gaze upon her. We both wish to escape from one another, never to meet again in this lifetime. Huawei was bewildered. Wait, what does that even mean? What base darkness do you harbor? How can you be so certain she has encountered turmoil? Pei Jinyan interjected, regarding this matter, please do not concern yourself, as her desire for a divorce is no less than mine. If you do not believe me, you may inquire yourself. You never mind, this is why I say, one should practice martial arts more and read less. Excessive reading can indeed lead to an imbalance in the mind. Huawei exclaimed in exasperation, will you be attending the scholar's mansion tomorrow? Yes. Finally relieved, Huawei advised, regardless of what happens in the future, take each day as it comes. Just go and conduct yourself well. Understood, aunt. Pei Jinyan replied obediently. Huawei regarded her sensible nephew with a sigh. I have prepared the gifts, they have been sent to your courtyard. Tomorrow, just have someone collect them. Pei Jinyan expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your consideration, aunt. Also, regarding your suggestion to invite Jinja to the capital, I shall write to your second uncle to discuss whether he approves. As Huawei spoke, she glanced up and noticed a young woman approaching from a distance. Clad in a flowing silver white gown, she appeared ethereal, resembling a fairy descending from the heavens, or a flower spirit dancing gracefully. Was it not Su Mingzhuang? On the other side, Su Mingzhuang had stealthily slipped out to keep company with her little pavilion, only to realize once close that there were others inside. She turned to leave, but someone leaped out from the pavilion, quickly catching up to her and grasping her wrist. Little Mingzhuang, I have a question for you. Chapter 064. The misunderstanding of a quarrel between a couple. At the moment when Madame Pei grasped Su Mingzhuang's wrist, it felt as though she were ensnared by an iron chain. Glancing down at her wrist, her eyes brimmed with envy. How wondrous it would be if she possessed such strength. Huawei, noticing the woman's gaze upon her wrist, hastily released her grip. Did it hurt? I apologize, I did not control my strength well, but why did you run away? Su Mingzhuang raised her eyes, sincerity radiating from her bright gaze. Aunt, you have misunderstood. I did not feel any pain nor did I flee. I merely observed you speaking in the pavilion and feared to intrude, so I sought to avoid the situation. Huawei felt reassured. I was just discussing with Jin Yan our plans to visit the scholar's residence tomorrow. Since you are here, come, let us converse together. Su Mingzhuang glanced toward the pavilion, only to find the gentleman not looking at her. He stood to the side, gazing at the scenery beyond. At this time, as the moon was just beginning to wax, it was not full, and the moonlight was dim. The shadows beneath the pavilion obscured the contours of his profile, rendering his expression indiscernible, though hints of handsomeness and mystery could be gleaned. He was avoiding her. Su Mingzhuang withdrew her gaze. Has General Pei agreed to accompany me back to the scholar's residence tomorrow? Of course he has. Before Madame Pei could finish her sentence, Su Mingzhuang gently interrupted, I understand. Please convey that we shall depart tomorrow afternoon, and I will send someone to the main courtyard to summon General Pei. I shall not impose any further. With that, she turned to leave. Wait, Huawei said helplessly, blocking her path. You have come all this way. Won't you say a few words? Su Mingzhuang chuckled softly. The only matter requiring confirmation has been settled, what more is there to discuss? Ah, well, Huawei faltered, realizing there was indeed little left to say. Do you not wish to exchange a few words with Jin Yan? Even if there is no prior acquaintance, discussing tomorrow's strategy, or rather, the preparations for tomorrow would suffice. Su Mingzhuang shook her head. General Pei does not wish to speak with me. Huawei turned to look and saw her nephew standing sideways, appearing to avoid any implication of intimacy. He is simply that way. He does not mean anything by it. I, too, do not wish to speak with him. Huawei, how frustrating, the emperor is not in a hurry, yet the eunuch is. She felt as though she had become that hapless eunuch. Suddenly, Huawei recalled a question her nephew had posed earlier. Though her rational mind urged her to remain silent, her curiosity proved too compelling. Resolutely, she whispered, Mingzhuang, may I ask you a question in secret? You need not answer if you do not wish to. Aunt, please feel free to ask, Su Mingzhuang replied, nodding her head, her voice sweet and respectful. Huawei rubbed her hands together. You see, now that you have come to terms with everything and assisted the Duke's residence, Jin Yan has also let go of his grievances and harbors no ill will toward you. Your marriage has been settled, and although there were misunderstandings and reluctance in the past, as the saying goes, there are no coincidences in literature. Could it not be that this charade becomes genuine? It is not mere acting, it is simply, how one wishes for more knowledge when the time comes to use it. Su Mingzhuang understood Madame Pei's insinuation. I am afraid I cannot. Huawei was taken aback. Why not? Cannot all past grievances be forgotten? Why not look forward? You are as beautiful as a flower, and Jin Yan is equally handsome. You come from noble families, and he holds a title. It seems you two are quite well matched. Su Mingzhuang lowered her gaze, feeling awkward. Indeed, if one merely considers the conditions, one hails from a century-old aristocracy, while the other is a newly risen official, one might conclude that we are well suited. However, I do not wish to see him. Huawei, could it be that Jin Yan's words held some truth? This pair. Su Mingzhuang offered a faint smile. Aunt, do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave. Huo Wei sighed. No, that is all. When you return from your family home, whenever you have the time, send someone to find me, and I shall teach you martial arts. Thank you, aunt. Su Mingzhuang performed a proper bow before quickly departing. Huo Wei watched the slender figure grow increasingly distant, shaking her head. Perhaps this is simply fate. Upon returning to the pavilion, Huo Wei, feeling disheartened, relayed Su Mingzhuang's words. Pei Jinyan nodded thoughtfully. If they were merely to share a meal or have a reunion, Scholar Su need not wait until the weekend to allow the two to return. It could have happened at any time. Scholar Su hoped they would return to the scholar's residence sooner, spending the entire day as guests, but Su Mingzhuang's decision to depart in the afternoon likely aimed to shorten the duration and alleviate any awkwardness. She was indeed a perceptive individual. Pei Jinyan, too, felt a sense of relief as the tension he had held for quite some time began to dissipate. Alas, Su Mingzhuang's meticulous plans were ultimately thwarted by her own father. The following day, fearing her parents would grow anxious, Su Mingzhuang sent someone to the scholar's residence early, stating that the duke's residence had pressing matters to attend to during the day, and she would only be free to return in the evening. However, Scholar Su was no fool. He dispatched the steward of the scholar's residence to follow up, asserting that his daughter had not learned household management while at her family home and could not handle matters independently, thus requiring the assistance of the steward from her family. Indeed, Steward Su arrived with an air of someone ready to work, prompting the duke's steward to hastily go and receive him. Steward Su inquired about the pressing matters at the residence, leaving the duke's steward utterly bewildered. While Su Mingzhuang directed that Steward Su be taken to the Yanshan courtyard, she simultaneously sent someone to the main courtyard to clarify the situation, instructing General Pei to prepare for their imminent departure. Standing in the Yanshan courtyard, Steward Su wore a respectful smile, though his eyes darted about, seeking to uncover the details of the young lady's daily life. When Pei Jinyan arrived with gifts in hand, the group finally departed from the duke's residence. Notably, Pei Jinyan had initially intended to ride a horse, but Steward Su insisted that unless one traveled separately, it would be improper for one to ride while the other took a carriage, as onlookers might mistakenly believe the couple had quarreled. Steward Su's assertion was indeed correct, reflecting the customs of the kingdom of Beiyan. Thus, Pei Jinyan had no choice but to board Su Mingzhuang's carriage outside the residence. As soon as Pei Jinyan entered the carriage, he was enveloped by an enchanting fragrance. Noble ladies in the capital often favored fragrant powders, and Su Mingzhuang was no exception. However, hers was uniquely blended by a perfumer, crafted from rare and exquisite materials not sold to the public, reserved solely for her use. This distinctive, subtle aroma signified her elevated status, prompting Pei Jinyan to once again feel the weight of his perceived dependency. Silently, he settled into the carriage, positioning himself at the door, coldly facing the entrance. Similarly, from the moment he boarded until he took his seat, Su Mingzhuang did not cast a glance in his direction. She turned her gaze to the window, thus, one stared out the window while the other faced the door. Though they ignored one another, there was no sense of quarrel or discomfort, only an atmosphere thick with awkwardness and tension. Moments later, as the convoy readied to depart, they set off. The duke's residence, granted by the sovereign to the founding monarch, occupied a prime location, bustling with pedestrians, and the carriage progressed at a leisurely pace. As they ambled along, the two occupants of the carriage remained fixed on their respective views, one at the window, the other at the door, ensconced in silence. After a while, Pei Jinyan stiffly withdrew his gaze and murmured, "We shall soon arrive." Su Mingzhuang responded stiffly, forcing a sound from her throat. "When we reach the scholar's residence, how should I conduct myself? Is it necessary to appear, familiar?" In truth, he had meant to say affectionate, yet the words remained unspoken. Su Mingzhuang, discerning his intent, pondered for a moment before replying, "There is no need. My parents are not foolish, they are well aware of how I entered the duke's residence. If we were to feign intimacy, it might only arouse their suspicions. You need only treat me kindly." No sooner had she finished speaking than the carriage came to a halt. The attendants at the scholar's residence had been eagerly awaiting the return of the carriage and rushed to greet them, yet Pei Jinyan found himself in a daze. How was he to treat her kindly? How could he have? Alas, he should have approached her last night instead of avoiding her. He could have sought guidance from his aunt. What was he to do now? Chapter 065 Inner Turmoil. The coachman first opened the carriage door for his masters, then dismounted and lowered the carriage step. Pei Jinyan, seated at the entrance of the carriage, naturally descended first. Upon alighting, when he beheld the throng before him, he appeared calm on the surface, yet his heart was rife with trepidation. He noticed that the ever-attentive Wang Mama, who usually accompanied Su Mingzhuang, stood at a distance, showing no inclination to assist. Suddenly, it dawned upon him, now it was his turn to tend to Su Mingzhuang. He swiftly turned around and was relieved to see Su Mingzhuang just emerging from the carriage, yet to step down from the carriage step, he sighed inwardly, realizing there was still time. On the other side, after exiting the carriage, Su Mingzhuang sought the figures of Wang Mama and others. Observing their considerable distance, she grasped their intentions and shifted her gaze to the man standing by the carriage step. "Today, she might be requiring your assistance." Pei Jinyan interpreted the look in her eyes and nodded slightly, then extended his hand. As Su Mingzhuang gazed at the porcelain-white, slender hand of the man, she too wrestled internally, for in her dreams, she had harbored a profound fear of that very hand. Yet, with so many onlookers around, she could not afford to tarnish the reputation of the scholar's residence or become a subject of ridicule. Thus, she feigned nonchalance, though her demeanor was rigid, as she extended her hand, placing it upon the man's palm. Pei Jinyan pondered. She was attired warmly, so why were her hands so cold? Damn it, what should he do next? Should she use him as a support or should he grasp her hand? How did others manage such situations? He recalled his father and mother. Due to his father's demanding duties, he seldom witnessed them sharing a carriage ride. He also reminisced about his uncle and aunt. Each time, before his uncle could react, his aunt would nimbly leap down from the carriage. Meanwhile, Mingzhuang rested one hand lightly on the man's palm while the other exerted effort to hold down her voluminous skirts. Previously, when accompanied by Yakin and the others, she hardly needed to watch her step, as they bore the weight of her form, yet today, being supported felt more cumbersome than beneficial. Not only could she not relinquish her center of gravity, but she also wasted a hand. Were it not for the pretense of being aided, she could have at least used both hands to manage her skirts. As she silently lamented, she suddenly felt her footing give way. Oh no, just as she feared the worst, in the blink of an eye, her left hand, resting in the man's palm, was swiftly enveloped, and before she could comprehend, he pulled her with such force that she felt as though a leaf caught in the wind, uncontrollably tumbling forward. In the next instant, she found herself cradled in an unfamiliar embrace. Before she could react, she was firmly set down, and a rapid whisper reached her ears. I apologize for the earlier indiscretion. It was then that Mingzhuang realized she had been caught by Jin Wang as she disembarked from the carriage. Wang Mama hurried over. Miss, are you unharmed? Internally, she scolded, what a farce, this so-called learned and martial Duke of Anguo, incapable of assisting a young lady from a carriage, and he calls himself a courtier? I am fine. As she spoke, Mingzhuang cast a glance at the man, her words layered with meaning. It served as a response to Wang Mama and to Jin Wang alike. The steward, Guanjia, approached after the returning entourage had exchanged greetings, and with marked courtesy, he said, Miss Duke, please enter the residence. Mingzhuang shot a reproachful look at Guanjia. Protocol dictated that the title should be addressed in the order of husband and wife. How could her name precede that of her husband? Guanjia averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. How could the Duke's residence expect a distinguished daughter of the Su family to reside in such a dilapidated courtyard and still expect him to treat her with utmost respect? Dream on. Mingzhuang was well aware of Guanjia's sentiments and felt helpless. She had grown up under his watchful eye, and previously in Yanqing courtyard, his demeanor had been far from pleasant. It was her oversight. She shouldn't have allowed Guanjia into Yanqing courtyard. She ought to have had him wait in the front courtyard instead. She glanced at Jin Wang, noticing his usual expressionless demeanor, seemingly harboring no additional opinions, which put her at ease. In a year, they would part ways as per their agreement. For now, appearances needed to be maintained. The two families were at odds, with no clear victors, nearly becoming fodder for the gossip of others, hence the adage, family disgrace should not be aired. Wang Mama, do not forget the customary rewards. Wang Mama, with a tone laced with sarcasm, retorted, did we not already bestow rewards on the day of the Mrs.'s return? Must we shower rewards upon every casual visit? She deliberately emphasized the words return home. Before Mingzhuang could respond, Jin Wang interjected, this time, it is my duty to reward. I was absent last time due to imperial business. I shall personally apologize to the scholar and his wife shortly. Wang Mama was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the frigid man to be so agreeable, and for a moment, she had no grounds for protest. Very well, Duke. Seeing that the matter had been settled, Mingzhuang felt relief wash over her. Subsequently, the group entered the gates of the scholar's residence, bypassing the front courtyard and proceeding directly to the rear courtyard. Unlike the Duke's residence, which was a grand estate bestowed by the monarch, the scholar's residence was a familial ancestral home, sprawling in size, even exceeding that of a prince's dwelling, which was technically against regulations. In the capital, the dimensions of residences, as well as the specifications of the buildings, were subject to strict hierarchical standards. Not just anyone could utilize whatever space they desired. However, the situation of the Su family was unique. This ancestral home had been in existence for over 5 centuries, with a succession of emperors, but the steadfast Su family, each emperor, recognizing the Su family's pivotal role, had generously extended their favor. This was Jin Wang's first genuine encounter with the Su family, and he was profoundly taken aback. So this is a noble family. Though the Pei family held titles, their upright family values meant they seldom engaged in frivolities. Apart from a few closely knit friends and relatives, they had little social interaction. Thus Jin Wang had rarely encountered such opulent residences. Amidst his astonishment, a sense of anxiety gripped him. He served in the Hall of Supreme Harmony and frequently traversed the palace, accustomed to the grandeur of its halls, yet today, stepping into the Su family abode, he found himself astonished. Was this truly appropriate? The emperor harbored no trepidation toward the Su family, as they produced many talented individuals, which was acceptable, but what if any aspect were lacking? Suddenly, Jin Wang realized the direction of his thoughts and promptly admonished himself to cease such idle speculations, not to presume upon the emperor's intentions. He then collected his thoughts and continued onward. After approximately 15 minutes of walking, passing numerous pavilions and corridors, they finally approached the main courtyard, the residence of the head of the family, Scholar Su. Mingzhuang turned her head slightly and whispered in explanation, in truth, we need not walk this far, we could have taken a carriage to a closer entrance, then walked a short distance to reach our destination. Since this is your first visit, I made a point to bring you in through the main gate to underscore its significance. Jin Wang nodded in understanding. As they drew nearer, he caught a whiff of the fragrant aroma emanating from the woman beside him. Perhaps it was the confines of the carriage or his earlier nervousness that had prevented him from discerning it. Now, in the open air, he recognized it as the scent of gardenias, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the blossoms, their petals fluttering and releasing a delicate sweetness. It could be rich, it could be refreshing, it was a complex fragrance, much like her difficult-to-fathom, chapter 66 Incho, he actually answered it? Upon this realization, he took a deep breath, only to feel a sudden fog in his mind. What was he doing? Hastily, he discreetly shifted to the side, creating some distance between himself and the lady. At that moment, the two entered the main courtyard. Two strikingly beautiful maidservants approached to offer their greetings, subsequently guiding them inside. As they stepped onto the flagstone path and entered the hall, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight. The hall was spacious and well lit, with crimson beams and pillars reaching to the heavens. The floor tiles gleamed as if polished to a mirror finish, reflecting one's silhouette, indicative of the precious stone material and the artisan's exquisite craftsmanship. In the center of the hall stood a grand table made of rosewood, flanked by chairs crafted from Nanmu, adorned with auspicious carvings on the armrests. Above, a majestic landscape painting graced the wall, while calligraphy works from renowned figures flanked either side, their strokes vibrant and powerful, seeming to transcend the paper. In the corners of the hall, blue and white porcelain vases held seasonal blooms, emanating a gentle, refreshing fragrance. Seated beside the rosewood table were Scholar Su and his wife. Scholar Su sported a beard, his hair neatly combed in shades of gray, clad in a dark blue brocade robe with cloud patterns embroidered at the collar and cuffs, exuding an air of elegance despite his advancing age. His wife, the scholar's lady, possessed a gentle and dignified demeanor, dressed in a deep burgundy silk gown adorned with blooming peonies, her hair adorned with a golden hairpin. The table was filled with guests, with Scholar Su's side occupied by his sons, both legitimate and illegitimate. The scholar's wife was flanked by women, including several prominent concubines and daughters-in-law. Among them, Su Mingzhuang's three brothers stood out with their remarkable appearances. The eldest, Su Jinyan, aged 39, wore a black long gown, exuding a calm and reserved presence. The second brother, Su Moe, 36, donned a moon-white robe, graceful and charming, and the third brother, Su Guiwen, 32, was clad in an ink-green brocade, brimming with vigor. The other illegitimate brothers were equally refined individuals. Correspondingly, their wives were adorned in various silks and satins, their makeup exquisite, embodying grace and beauty. A glance around revealed a gathering of talent and a multitude of descendants, further emphasizing the dwindling numbers of the Pei family. Su Mingzhuang led Pei Jinyan forward, respectfully greeting Scholar Su, the scholar's lady, and the surrounding brothers-in-law, introducing them one by one. Pei Jinyan felt a twinge of awkwardness, his movements rigid. Fortunately, his naturally reserved demeanor masked his unease from the onlookers. After exchanging greetings, they were arranged to take their seats. Unlike other smaller families, they were seated together. In a hushed tone, Su Mingzhuang remarked, "Isn't it overwhelming? My family tends to gather quite a crowd." What she left unsaid was that today was merely a day of rest for the elders, with the younger generation still at the academy, and several of her brother's concubines were absent. Had everyone been present, the main hall would likely have been too cramped. Pei Jinyan quietly replied, "Not at all." He had always possessed an innate ability to recognize faces, and even if 200 more were to appear, he wouldn't falter. However, the tension was palpable, and his inner garment was already soaked with cold sweat. With a warm smile, Lady Su addressed Pei Jinyan, "I have heard you are quite busy with affairs of state. It must be quite a burden to come here today, even on your rare day of rest." Pei Jinyan promptly stood, cupping his hands in greeting. "Your words, Lady Su, fill me with profound humility. I regret not being able to accompany Mingzhuang back to her family sooner, and I am deeply grateful for the understanding and forgiveness extended by both you and Scholar Su." Lady Su was momentarily taken aback. The eldest daughter-in-law, Fu Yunji, noticing a slight awkwardness in the atmosphere, intervened, "General Pei, we are all family here, there is no need for such formality. If you continue like this, we may feel compelled to stand on ceremony ourselves." Eldest brother Su Jinyan, seeing his wife trying to ease the tension, chimed in, "Indeed. I hear the Duke's residence is rather tranquil, seeing so many faces must feel quite overwhelming. Relax a little, we shall be leaving shortly." Pei Jinyan quickly replied, "Your words are too kind, Scholar. I do not find it overwhelming at all. Rather, I perceive the atmosphere as harmonious and joyful, something the Duke's residence cannot rival." Su Jinyan waved his hand with a smile, "Sit down, no need to rise after every remark." "Yes," Pei Jinyan stiffly returned to his seat. Noticing the lingering awkwardness, Su Jinyan proactively inquired, "So, you are aware that I hold the position of chief clerk at the Imperial Academy?" Pei Jinyan instinctively began to rise, only to be restrained by Su Mingzhuang's grasp on his sleeve, causing his ears to flush with embarrassment. "I am aware," he managed to reply. Su Jinyan raised an eyebrow. "Did you research this beforehand?" "I did not deliberately seek information, I merely remembered having heard it before," Pei Jinyan answered. Third brother Su Guiwen pointed at himself, "Then do you know what I am engaged in?" Pei Jinyan responded correctly. "And what about him?" He gestured to the Su family's illegitimate son beside him. Pei Jinyan answered once more, to the astonishment of everyone present. Su Guiwen marveled, "No wonder you have achieved remarkable feats in the Ministry of Justice within just a year, even being personally summoned to the Hall of Diligence by the Emperor. Your memory is indeed extraordinary. Are you perhaps the legendary individual with an eidetic memory?" Everyone was fascinated by this topic, their curiosity piqued. Pei Jinyan humbly replied, "You flatter me, Scholar Su. I merely possess a keen eye for faces and a slightly better than average memory, not the ability to recall everything at a glance." Su Guiwen continued, "Then what have you studied?" Just as he finished his query, he felt the reproachful gazes of his elder brothers, suggesting, what could a mere martial general possibly know about literature? Would he even know how to engage in conversation? Pei Jinyan replied, "My knowledge is limited, I have only read the 4 books and 5 classics, along with a few military texts." At this, Su Jinyan's interest was piqued. "You have read the 4 books and 5 classics?" "I have skimmed through them, but not delved deeply," Pei Jinyan replied. Objectively speaking, skepticism lingered in the air, as the Duke's residence had not produced any scholars over the years, its officials were predominantly military officers, and their examinations focused on martial subjects. Su Mingzhuang felt a wave of dread. Her eldest brother was meticulous, especially with matters of scholarship, likely due to his position at the Imperial Academy. Pei Jinyan, being a martial general, might have casually mentioned the 4 books and 5 classics, but she hoped her brother wouldn't take it too seriously. Unfortunately, Su Jinyan was indeed taking it to heart. No matter, you have only skimmed through them, so I shall pose a simple question. Su Jinyan's expression turned serious. In the opening of the Great Learning, it states, the way of the Great Learning lies in illuminating virtue, in loving the people, and in reaching the highest good. How do you interpret illuminating virtue? A collective gasp escaped the brothers. This was it. Their eldest brother had succumbed to his professional habits once again. Pei Jinyan intended to respond earnestly, but as he was not a true scholar, he struggled to articulate his thoughts fluidly. He pondered for a moment before gathering his words. After a brief pause, he raised his gaze and replied earnestly, illuminating virtue refers to the promotion of upright and noble character. Every individual is born with an innate goodness. However, in the worldly realm, this goodness is often obscured. Thus, through education and cultivation, one must manifest their inner virtue, much like the ancient benevolent figures who upheld justice, feared not the powerful, and sought the welfare of the people. This embodies illuminating virtue. Everyone, oh. He truly answered. Even Scholar Su and Lady Su regarded the martial general Pei Jinyan with newfound respect. Su Mingzhuang stared in astonishment at the man beside her, while Pei Jinyan felt the weight of their gazes, awkwardly whispering, a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse. I happen to know this topic. Su Jinyan, now thoroughly intrigued, exclaimed, come, I shall pose another question. Pei Jinyan could only respond with a silent. Su Mingzhuang swiftly cast a pleading glance towards her mother. Please, intervene with my elder brother. Chapter 067 The True Nature of Chaos. Upon receiving her daughter's plea for help, Madame Su interjected, Jinyan, how is your mother faring? Pei Jinyan let out a silent sigh of relief and replied earnestly, I appreciate Madame Su's concern. My mother's health has been recovering quite well as of late. Madame Su furrowed her brow, hesitating to speak, yet ultimately managed to smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Fu Yunji, perceptive as ever, noted her mother's displeasure and quipped, I never imagined that the valiant General Pei would be so bashful, even now unable to address us differently? Mingzhuang, you haven't hesitated to change your address either, have you? Pei Jinyan's expression stiffened, instinctively glancing at Su Mingzhuang, who hastily whispered, I did change how I address her on the day of the tea ceremony, but I noticed that the old lady seemed rather reluctant, so I didn't dare to call her mother. Understanding her sentiments, Pei Jinyan felt a pang of inadequacy. Even Su Mingzhuang, known for her headstrong and ignorant demeanor, had shown such awareness and propriety, while he himself was being narrow-minded and petty. After a moment of internal struggle, he rose, his face flushed, and clasped his hands as he stated, Father, Mother, my earlier words were an impertinence on my part. Madame Su's expression softened at this, your sister-in-law is merely teasing you. We are all family here, and it matters not when you choose to change how you address us. Su Mingzhuang had previously mentioned her desire to separate, but judging by her mother's demeanor today, it seemed she had brushed it off as mere words spoken in anger. She resolved quietly to reiterate her intentions at a more opportune moment. This awkward episode finally came to a close, yet Pei Jinyan felt an increasing chill of sweat on his back, his porcelain-white face burning crimson, a flush that lingered for quite some time. After some more conversation, Madame Su declared it was time for everyone to disperse. Soon after, several concubines and illegitimate sons of Scholar Su bid their farewells, leaving only the legitimate offspring present. These few were soon divided into 2 groups. Scholar Su summoned Pei Jinyan to the study for a game of chess, and Su Jinyan and his 2 brothers eagerly followed to observe the unfolding match. Su Mingzhuang, concerned for Pei Jinyan's discomfort, intended to join them but was kept back by her mother. The weather today was exceedingly pleasant. Madame Su, accompanied by her daughter and daughters-in-law, made their way to Ruoshui Pavilion. Along the way, they listened to Butler Su report on the affairs of the Duke's residence. Once the report concluded, he took his leave, prompting the second daughter-in-law, Yu Shuyao, to exclaim in frustration that Pei Jinyan was so humble just now. I had a good impression of him, yet who would have thought he would secretly bully Mingzhuang in the Duke's household? How outrageous! The others echoed her sentiments, equally indignant. Sister-in-law, do not be upset. Allow me to explain. Su Mingzhuang felt grateful towards her sisters -law. In the past, she had acted willfully and temperamental towards them, yet now they showed her such genuine concern, filling her with a sense of shame and regret. Among family, I shall not speak falsehoods. To be frank, I regret marrying him. Truth be told, I never liked him. It was merely because I was accustomed to my beauty drawing admiration from all men, and Pei Jinyan was the only one unmoved by my looks, which left me unwilling to accept. Later, due to a series of misunderstandings, this unwillingness led me to mistakenly believe I had feelings for him, which resulted in framing him. I was muddled at the time, oblivious to the severity of my actions, and committed a grave error. On the day of our wedding, I finally came to my senses, realizing I had brought this upon myself. I do not wish for this forcibly arranged union. I long to spend my days with my parents and sisters-in-law, never to marry. Madame Su grew anxious upon hearing this. Child, what nonsense are you speaking? How could a fine young lady possibly choose to remain unmarried for life? Indeed, sister, do not speak in anger. A woman must marry. The others were equally alarmed, for their sister-in-law's chaotic tendencies were notably genuine. Su Mingzhuang soon recognized the truth. Indeed, in the capital, which lady could remain unmarried for life unless she chose a monastic path? Failing to marry would not only invite gossip and scorn but could tarnish her family's reputation and affect the prospects of her siblings and nieces and nephews. Yet, she truly did not wish to marry. The dream had felt too vivid, exposing her to the terrifying nature of men, and now she recoiled at the sight of them. Even normal conversation felt acceptable, but the thought of marriage was intolerable. However, remaining unmarried also posed its own challenges. Although the Su family did not hold reputation in as high regard as the Duke's household, their centuries-old scholarly lineage was not something she could recklessly tarnish. Her sister-in-law, Fu Yunji, noticing her pale countenance, comforted her. I suspect Mingzhuang may have been deeply hurt by this marriage. Once bitten, twice shy. She needs time to heal. Take it slow, and soon enough, she will forget. The others finally exhaled in relief. Indeed, when one is angry, they often speak harshly. I, too, have said such things in the past. I have said similar things. Once, during an argument with my younger sister, I vowed never to speak to her again, yet now we are closer than ever, they chimed in, attempting to ease the tension. Su Mingzhuang nodded, reflecting that her sisters-in-law were right. For the moment, she should not dwell on such matters. She would first seek a separation, and as for the future, perhaps, as her sister-in-law suggested, with time, she would forget and find the desire to marry again. Even if she still wished to remain single, alternatives could be considered, such as marrying a sickly man. Once he passed, she could comfortably live as a widow. Only Madame Su remained silent, gazing wistfully at the pool nearby. The others, sensing her disquiet, felt sympathy. What mother could find joy in hearing her daughter resort to desperate measures, tarnishing their names and compelling a man to marry her? It had been less than a month since their marriage, and now she sought a separation. Who could be happy under such circumstances? Having such a troublesome daughter was indeed a trial for her in-laws, yet, observing her younger sister-in-law's calm demeanor, they thought, perhaps there is a silver lining. She no longer acted foolishly, which was indeed a cause for celebration. Su Mingzhuang explained to her mother that she initially faced disdain, but things had improved significantly as of late. Even Pei Er's wife no longer targeted her and even offered to teach her martial arts. She now spent her days reading, writing, practicing martial arts, and checking on the progress of Wangjiang Tower, leading a fulfilling and comfortable life. After her separation, she intended to return home to accompany her parents for a year or two, after which she would seek a suitable and mutual companion for marriage, ensuring a happy life thereafter. With her three sisters-in-law offering their encouragement, Madame Su's mood lightened considerably. Thus, the day passed until it was time for lunch and Madame Su, along with the womenfolk, returned to the main courtyard, while Scholar Su and the others also made their way back, and everyone prepared for a midday rest. Understanding her daughter's reluctance to linger, Madame Su addressed Scholar Su, saying, "My lord, we have seen each other, shared a meal, and it is time to let them return. I hear they plan to visit Wangjiang Tower this afternoon." Scholar Su, fully aware of his wife's subtle hints, permitted the two to take their leave. Outside the scholar's residence, within the carriage, Su Mingzhuang and Pei Jinyan found themselves once again sharing a ride, courtesy of her three elder brothers who had come to see them off. Fortunately, after the morning's interactions, the awkwardness between them had diminished significantly. After a brief moment, the carriage began to move. Su Mingzhuang gazed through the window at her brothers waving goodbye, her heart tightening, and she felt a lump forming in her throat. She did not wish to leave. She wanted to remain in her own home forever. Pei Jinyan, who had been seated by the door, turned to look upon hearing her choked sobs. Seeing her tear-streaked face tugged at his heartstrings, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly, "If you miss home, you are welcome to return any time. Alternatively, you could simply reside in the scholar's residence if you wish." After a pause, he added, "Or, if there is any aspect in which you feel wronged, do voice it. Everything is open for discussion." Chapter 068. When soldiers come, generals block. When water comes, earth covers. Su Mingzhuang retrieved a handkerchief, dabbing at the tears upon her face while striving to maintain a steady tone. "I hope General Pei does not find me foolish. During our wedding period, apart from the occasional return to the scholar's residence, I shall not frequently return, nor will I linger long. This is for the sake of the reputations of both the scholar's residence and the Duke's estate." For the first time, Pei Jinyan felt that a certain degree of pride could be set aside. He nodded slightly and then turned back to face the carriage door. "If there is any grievance, you may share it with me." His voice faltered momentarily, and suddenly recalling their mutual reluctance to confront one another, he amended his words, "However, I shall mostly be in the palace, not within the estate. You may converse with Aunt, or leave me a letter, and I shall respond upon my return in the evening." "Very well." Su Mingzhuang succinctly concluded the discussion with a single word. Subsequently, the two within the carriage fell silent, one gazing at the carriage door while the other looked out the window. Before long, the carriage arrived at Wangjiang Tower, coming to a halt. Pei Jinyan did not look back. "I shall fetch old Madame Wang and the others. My apologies for the trouble." Su Mingzhuang nodded. With that, Pei Jinyan leaped from the carriage to seek out the others. Once he departed, Su Mingzhuang exhaled deeply, her tension dissipating as she muttered, "Finally, we have arrived. I thought I might suffocate. Why does he exude such an imposing aura? Is it typical for military men? Even in my dreams, he possesses such gravitas. I assumed it was due to his later experiences on the battlefield, wielding military power, yet he has not even set foot on the battlefield yet." Before she could finish her lament, Yaqin entered the carriage, her expression laced with concern. "Miss, are you well?" Su Mingzhuang adjusted her demeanor, embodying the grace and elegance befitting a lady of noble birth. "I am well. Where is the veil?" "Here it is." Yaqin produced the veil and carefully adorned her mistress with it. Thus, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, generals block. When water comes, earth covers. Her father could counter her moves by summoning her early. She too could outmaneuver him by departing a tad sooner. Whether arriving late or leaving early, one must seize an opportunity. Prior to their departure, Su Mingzhuang had meticulously devised her strategy, ensuring every detail was accounted for. Once they alighted from the carriage, her gaze fell upon the bustling scene at Wangjiang Tower. The establishment had transformed from an inn to a bookstore, and while opulence was unnecessary, certain renovations were indeed required. The first order of business was to adjust the layout. Wangjiang Tower was expansive, advantageous when it functioned as an inn, but now that it was a bookstore, such vastness was unwarranted. A portion would be sealed off for storing valuable items and rare editions, as well as for receiving esteemed guests. The remaining area required significant renovation. Original tables and chairs would be removed to make way for display counters for writing instruments and bookshelves for literature. The position of the shopkeeper's counter would remain unchanged, still located at the entrance, though it too required refurbishment. Previously, it had been bulky and heavy to accommodate wine jars. Now, it would simply showcase a few exquisite items, rendering the large cabinet unnecessary and visually unappealing. Hence, the carpenter dismantled the old cabinet and crafted several elegant new ones from fine, thin wood, while the walls were repainted and adorned with calligraphy and paintings of renowned figures. If the first floor was undergoing a grand transformation, the second floor naturally required renovation as well. The entire Wangjiang Tower buzzed with activity. Craftsmen continuously transported pre-cut timber inside, while others carried out discarded materials, creating a constant flow of movement. Outside, the streets were thronged with citizens, all eager to collect scraps of wood. Unlike rural folk, city dwellers could not simply venture into the mountains to gather timber. Living in the capital demanded coin for sustenance, making the cost of living quite high. Thus, when they encountered a large household relocating or renovating, they flocked in hopes of salvaging usable materials. Though the odds were slim, wealthy families seldom desired the remnants, as their steward or servants would have already claimed them. However, Wangjiang Tower had different policies, directly distributing discarded scraps to the populace, not out of generosity from shopkeeper's son, but rather by the decree of Su Mingzhuang. The rationale was simple: if the people associated Wangjiang Tower with benevolence, then so be it. After all, she had ample funds and did not mind parting with a few copper coins. Moreover, in the realm of commerce, establishing goodwill is paramount. Her elder sister had mentioned that many grand establishments, upon opening, would invite troops to perform outside for 3 days to draw in customers and welcome fortune. Smaller shops would resort to firecrackers and acrobatic performers. Wangjiang Tower would not be lacking in entertainment, doubling the offerings of others. Yet before that, the goodwill of the citizens was something she would not reject. Furthermore, she believed that the goodwill of the common folk would resonate more than that of performers, as it represented tangible benefits. Zhang Zhuang, tasked with maintaining order outside, spotted the lady adorned with the veil and hurriedly approached. "I extend my greetings to the lady. Do you wish to enter? Today, extensive work is being conducted inside, and materials are strewn about haphazardly." With the veil casting a gentle shadow over her features, Su Mingzhuang smiled softly. "It's quite all right. I shall tread carefully. Madam, please wait a moment, I shall clear the way." Zhang Zhuang hurried off to create a path. As he bellowed for the wood-gathering citizens to step aside and instructed the laborers to pause, he ensured a route was cleared for the lady to enter. He then positioned himself at the entrance, meticulously guarding her passage. However, the order outside still required maintenance, and Zhang Zhuang had to seek out shopkeeper's son for assistance in attending to the lady. Scanning the vicinity, he noticed shopkeeper's son, shopkeeper Qian, and young master Nanfeng engaged in conversation with the Duke. Zhang Zhuang called out, "Shopkeeper's son, come quickly to attend to the lady." The group, interrupted mid-discussion, ceased their talk and turned their attention toward the entrance. There, amidst the attendants, a graceful figure clad in a light pink shirt gown, surrounded by maids and nannies, was cautiously navigating around the timber. The lady turned to observe the counter, still being varnished. To prevent her veil from slipping, she delicately held the brim with one hand, while the other was supported by her maid, Yun Shu. Her expression was earnest, devoid of the disdain or discomfort typically associated with noble women in such disarray. Even with the veil's translucent white fabric draping over her, her focused gaze and exquisitely beautiful visage remained evident. Inside, the air was thick with dust, the sounds of sawing and hammering ringing harshly, and the laborers were covered in grime. Yet, this ethereal lady amidst the chaos appeared strikingly out of place, like a lotus blooming in muddy waters, or a ray of sunlight piercing through a tumultuous storm. In later battles, whenever he found himself at his wit's end, on the brink of despair, Pei Jinyan would recall this vivid scene, a memory that buoyed him through the storms that lay ahead. Shopkeeper's son shot a fierce glare at Zhang Zhuang. "You impertinent brat, have you wasted decades of your life? Why should I, an old man, approach her when her husband is right here?" He then quietly explained to his subordinate, "Ahem. Duke, it appears Zhang Zhuang, seeing you occupied, feared to interrupt and sent me instead. So, shall I approach, or will you?" Chapter 069. A dream. Pei Jinyan found himself in a considerable struggle. Both parties were acutely aware of each other's desire to avoid an encounter. However, with so many onlookers present, including the common folk, it would be utterly inappropriate for him, as her husband, to neglect her side, lest he become the subject of gossip. With this thought in mind, Pei Jinyan steeled himself. "I shall proceed." "Very well." Manager's son exhaled a sigh of relief, casting a fierce glare at Zhang Zhuang. Meanwhile, Su Mingzhuang continued to scrutinize the counter, as the ever-chatty Granny Wang chided, "Miss, do pay attention to where you're walking. When has that rickety counter ever been worth your gaze?" Why was Su Mingzhuang so fixated? It was not due to a lack of familiarity with the counter, but rather because, upon witnessing the almost completed structure, a spark of inspiration had suddenly illuminated her mind, and she was intent on capturing that fleeting thought. As fate would have it, before she could retract her gaze, her foot landed upon a wooden block. Ouch! The thin soles of her shoes offered little protection, and the sudden impact caused her delicate foot to throb painfully, which in turn made her body sway unsteadily. Pei Jinyan, noticing this, hastily stepped forward, grasping her arm. "That hurts. Su Mingzhuang winced in discomfort. Did you step on something? Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Jinyan lifted his robe and crouched down, preparing to inspect her foot. Su Mingzhuang, alarmed, retreated repeatedly. No, you've misunderstood. I meant that your grip on my arm was quite painful. The crowd. The individual kneeling on one knee, the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Just as Su Mingzhuang was about to apologize, she reconsidered and decided against it. After all, she was the one injured, and she bore the pain, so why should she apologize? Pei Jinyan stood up, murmuring, I apologize, I shall be more careful next time. Yes, Su Mingzhuang thought to herself, no, there won't be a next time. The next occasion she encountered him, she would make a swift exit. Through the draping veil, Pei Jinyan observed the glimmering brightness in her eyes, sensing her unspoken thoughts. He felt a pang of frustration, having rushed to her aid out of concern. He had acted swiftly to catch her, and while he had not exacted any praise, he had certainly exerted himself. Well, perhaps he had indeed gripped her rather firmly. Another thought crossed his mind. Given her fragile demeanor, how could she possibly learn martial arts? Was she training under her aunt? Her aunt's strikes were no trifling matter. Could she withstand them? Should he offer a word of caution? Granny Wang and the others had crouched down, gingerly lifting the hem of the young lady's skirt to inspect what she had stepped on and whether she had sustained any injuries. Su Mingzhuang cooperated, allowing them to check her. Pei Jinyan, witnessing this scene, recalled his earlier intention to examine her foot, only to be met with her refusal. She must truly harbor a strong dislike for him. After Granny Wang completed her inspection, she tentatively inquired, Does it still hurt, miss? Not anymore. Is your ankle in pain? No, thanks to General Pei's quick reflexes, I did not twist it. That is truly a relief. Granny Wang stood up, casting a discreet glare at Duke of Anguo. He did not share a chamber with the young lady, yet he was keen to examine her foot? Pa, what a far-fetched notion. Of course, it was impossible to see her foot through her shoes, and merely inspecting the footwear was not sufficient. Simultaneously, Manager Sun and the others were not idle, hastily calling for the workers to cease their tasks and urging everyone to grab brooms to clear the ground, ensuring no wooden blocks or sticks remained to hurt the lady's foot. Su Mingzhuang quickly interjected, No, Manager Sun, do not halt their work. I merely came to take a look and do not wish to impede anyone's progress. If my presence hinders their efforts, I shall refrain from coming in the future. Manager Sun earnestly explained, Madam, what are you saying? Everyone looks forward to your visits. Besides, after a day's work, it is only right for them to take a short break. Indeed, the surrounding craftsmen chimed in as they busily cleaned. Their words were not mere flattery, they genuinely admired this lady. Though she did not frequent their company, every time she did visit, she generously rewarded them, and they would gladly welcome her presence daily, 3 meals a day if possible. Pei Jinyan also discerned that the respect the crowd held for Su Mingzhuang was genuine. It seemed she truly possessed the ability to win hearts through her virtue. His admiration for her grew deeper. Although the crowd did not perceive her presence as intrusive, Su Mingzhuang still felt a twinge of guilt. Manager Sun, are there any craftsmen working on the 3rd floor? Madam, all the craftsmen are on the 1st and 2nd floors. There is no one on the 3rd. Then let us not delay them, allow them to continue their work while we converse on the 3rd floor. Yes, madam. Upon receiving the command, Manager Sun instructed everyone to cease their cleaning efforts. Naturally, while other areas remained uncleaned, he ensured a clear path from the entrance to the staircase was swept for the lady's passage. Thus, the group ascended to the 3rd floor. Once they arrived, Manager Sun thoughtfully pulled the folding wooden door at the top of the stairs shut, effectively muffling the clamor from below and creating a more serene environment. Su Mingzhuang inquired, When I arrived just now, I noticed several of you speaking anxiously with General Pei. What was the matter? Manager Sun and Nanfeng exchanged glances, directing their attention to a middle-aged manager of average height, pleasantly plump, with a constantly smiling face. Unlike Manager Sun's cotton robe, this manager donned a silk garment, albeit in a more subdued hue, which, combined with his portly frame and jovial countenance, made him appear both auspicious and prosperous, a true merchant of fortune. In fact, this manager, Qian, was one of the most capable overseers within the vast enterprises of the Su family. Though he was not situated in the capital, he was near enough, managing the prosperous city of Fuyu, where he oversaw all of the Su family's holdings. To hold dominion over all of the Su family's enterprises in Fuyu, as well as the surrounding estates, was no small feat. Manager Qian, with a beaming smile, respectfully bowed to Su Mingzhuang. I am honored to meet the young lady. Su Mingzhuang removed her veil, her expression warm and graceful. I did not expect father to invite Uncle Qian to assist us. Thank you for your hard work. The smile on Manager Qian's round face faltered momentarily, his keen eyes filled with confusion. Su Mingzhuang understood the source of his bewilderment. During their last encounter, prior to her marriage, she had caused quite the ruckus in Fuyu alongside Princess Yuxuan, with Manager Qian in hot pursuit, diligently cleaning up the aftermath. Feeling somewhat bashful, she said, In my youth, I was ignorant and spoiled, and I apologize for my previous behavior. Uncle Qian, now that I am married, I must strive to be more composed. Manager Qian, being a man of great finesse, seamlessly masked his astonishment. What an absurd thing to say, young lady. How could you have ever been unruly? One should always reflect their age. Being young and spirited is a virtue, and a young lady ought not to be overly serious. Granny Wang raised an eyebrow. After all these years, old Qian had not changed a bit. Had he not entered the palace as a eunuch, he would surely be a talent wasted. Feeling a flush of embarrassment from his words, Su Mingzhuang playfully retorted, I was indeed willful and spoiled. Uncle Qian is the true culprit. Manager Qian shook his head earnestly. What a thing to say, you were never willful, rather, you were simply delightful. Manager Sun was utterly astounded. Was this truly the demeanor expected of a manager? Compared to Manager Qian, he felt like nothing more than a clumsy oaf. No wonder the prestigious Wangjiang Tower had been managed so poorly under his oversight. Chapter 070 of this bit seems quite appealing. Su Mingzhuang, feeling defeated, waved her hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on that topic any longer. It is futile to argue with Uncle Chen. Instead, let us discuss what you and General Pei spoke about just now. Upon returning to a serious matter, the ever-smiling face of Manager Sun took on a more earnest expression. In response to the young lady, it is as follows. I have just returned from the south. I arrived in Fuyu last night and heard that the esteemed scholar urgently summoned me to the capital this morning. I went to see him and learned that the young lady wishes to transform Wangjiang Tower into a bookshop, and the esteemed scholar would like me to assist, along with Manager Sunday. However, I believe that such a prime location and spacious building would be a tremendous waste to convert into a mere bookshop. What a pity, with such a fine site, how could one not engage in something profitable? Su Mingzhuang understood immediately. Have you inquired about the circumstances of Wangjiang Tower? I heard about it from young Master Nanfeng just now, Manager Sun replied, furrowing his brow and casting a troubled glance at Manager Sun before continuing softly. In fact, I have an idea. Since the Duke wishes to resettle his old subordinates, why not do so in a slightly less central area, rent or purchase a shop there and allow these old subordinates to engage in some casual business? As for Wangjiang Tower, it can continue as an inn, but we would need to hire new staff, from the manager to the cooks and the waiters. I can help find reliable individuals. I assure you, it would yield profit effortlessly. The earnings could not only support the resettlement of these old subordinates but could accommodate even 20 more. Upon hearing this, Manager Sun realized his own redundancy. Though it left him feeling somewhat uneasy, he could not deny that Manager Qian was the true master of the matter, smooth in conversation, adept at navigating social interactions. Beneath that polished exterior lay a sharp intellect, always calculating, with self-interest at the forefront. Nanfeng lowered his head, unable to look at the general and Manager Sun, for he too recognized the merit in Manager Qian's words. Why complicate matters? Is it not enough to provide for these individuals? With such a prime location, how could one allow them to merely play at home? Pei Jinyan clenched his fist in silent fury, wanting to refute the argument but unsure how to articulate his opposition. Su Mingzhuang listened intently, then blinked, her bright eyes filled with sincerity. Uncle Chen, you may not be aware, but these old subordinates are heroes who have fought on the battlefield to protect the nation and its people. Manager Qian replied, taken aback. The others were similarly stunned. Turning to Su Mingzhuang, she continued earnestly, what the late Duke desires in resettlement is for these heroes to not only bravely vanquish foes on the battlefield but to also charge forth in life, to remain a sharp blade rather than an old sword left to rust after the battle. In an instant, the entire third floor fell silent. The once mighty sword grows old, the enchanting beauty fades, and the hero's hair turns white. Indeed, they had previously been preoccupied with how to generate profit, neglecting the original intent of the old Duke and overlooking the feelings of these heroes. At that time, Wangjiang Tower was operating at a loss, deserted and desolate, yet both inside and outside the establishment remained impeccably clean. Whenever a guest entered, the staff sprang into action, like soldiers responding to the sound of drums. They did not wish to be burdens, they had no desire for wealth and grandeur, they simply aspired to be an ever-sharp sword. The very purpose of Wangjiang Tower was this. Pei Jinyan gazed in astonishment at the young woman, his expression a mixture of surprise, confusion, and complexity. Manager Sun had already turned away, his eyes reddened. Nanfeng, feeling shame, bowed his head. Had he just been struck by a stroke of insight? What was he thinking? How could he expect Wangjiang Tower to hire new staff and use its funds to support Manager Sun and the others? Had he considered the feelings of the heroes? Manager Qian's ever-smiling face now bore a frozen expression. He took 2 steps back and bowed deeply, remaining bent over. Su Mingzhuang was taken aback. Uncle Qian, what are you doing? As she attempted to signal to Manager Sun, she realized he was turned away. She tried to catch Nanfeng's eye, but he was focused on his own thoughts. Surrounded by maids and matrons, she could not conveniently attract Pei Jinyan's attention and silently urged him to help lift Manager Qian back up. Caught in the act of stealing glances at the young woman, Pei Jinyan, feeling no time for shame, rushed forward to assist Manager Qian. Manager Qian remarked, I can see that the young lady has matured, but I did not expect her to be so virtuous and selfless. I was remiss in my judgment. Su Mingzhuang chuckled, Uncle Chen, please do not say that. If you continue, I may just find a hole to hide in. Let us set aside such matters and return to the point. My intention to convert Wangjiang Tower into a bookshop is not solely for benevolent reasons. I have several considerations. First, this location is not suitable for a bookstore, thus there are no existing competitors. If we were to follow conventional wisdom and relocate to a less bustling yet not entirely remote area, we would encounter many old bookstores there, with patrons who are repeat customers. It would be quite difficult for customers not to choose a familiar old establishment over our new one. Of course, I had initially decided on a bookstore with the thought of attracting clientele, envisioning the scholars and students of our Su family frequenting our Wangjiang Tower bookstore. However, even with that intention, if the bookstore is situated next to an established shop, it may create an awkward situation with constant encounters, hence the decision for this location. The crowd was taken aback. Manager Qian's eyes, usually squinty due to excess flesh, widened with anticipation. Second, while we aim to make a profit with the bookstore and resettle the old subordinates, I have a greater objective. To enhance the reputation of the Duke's residence, to elevate its standing, and to ensure that General Pei's name is celebrated. This way, I can also make some reparations. The others, now aware of the context, understood her intentions, but only Manager Qian remained perplexed, struggling to decipher the meaning behind the young lady's words. Su Mingzhuang awkwardly clarified, Uncle Chen, here's the thing. I, in a moment of impulse, took a fancy to General Pei, who disregarded me, and in my folly, I maligned him to compel him into marriage, thus tarnishing his reputation. I thought, since I have damaged his name, I must find a way to make amends. Pei Jinyan was left utterly dumbfounded. Manager Chen was likewise taken aback. Could it be that the young lady had defamed the general? Impossible, though the young lady was willful, she would never stoop to such behavior. Young lady, could you please tell me who suggested that you malign General Pei? Su Mingzhuang sighed, that is of little consequence. The ultimate decision lies with me, and I should not blame others. Manager Qian let out a resigned sigh. Surely it was Princess Yuxuan. He had sensed during the commotion in Fuyu City that the young lady would inevitably fall victim to Princess Yuxuan's schemes, and it had come to pass. However, he glanced at the young and handsome Guogong, then at the now clever and demure young lady, and felt that perhaps this pit was not so bad after all. Unbeknownst to all, Pei Jinyan's heart was a tumult of emotions, a storm that showed no signs of abating. He stole glances at her, his eyes a complex mix of feelings. Chapter 071. A grand vision. Su Mingzhuang noticed that the conversation had strayed somewhat and quickly cleared her throat, refocusing the discussion. Let us not dwell on trivial matters, instead, let us discuss the main agenda. Uncle Chen, do you believe the plan I have devised is feasible? I propose selling books and stationery on the first floor, while dedicating the second floor to a reading room and a transcription room. We shall enlist the talents of the Su family scholars. The Wangjiang bookstore does not seek to earn a fortune, but merely to avoid losses and perhaps make a modest profit. Given your experience, do you think this goal is attainable? Manager Qian replied earnestly, Miss, it is certainly achievable. I would not say that a small profit is out of the question, even a moderate gain should not pose a problem. However, I must inquire about the purpose of the transcription room on the second floor. Is it merely for the sake of reputation? What he refrained from saying was that he believed establishing the second floor would yield little profit and would be a waste of space. It might be better to simply rent it out for income. Su Mingzhuang nodded, her expression tinged with embarrassment as she smiled. Please forgive my naivety, Uncle Chen. I am not well versed in commerce and possess little experience, so I can only imagine myself as a scholar, attempting to fathom the thoughts of potential customers. I have envisioned myself in three distinct roles. The first, a scholar outside the Su family circle, one who frequents a particular bookstore, having developed a rapport with the shopkeeper and assistants. Such a scholar would not easily switch to a new bookstore unless it offers an extraordinary selection at reasonable prices. The second, a scholar from the Su family accustomed to a familiar bookstore, now arriving at Wangjiang Tower to show support. I would purchase some stationery to fulfill my obligation. Whether I return thereafter would depend on my inclination. The third, a newly arrived literatus. Each year, many scholars come to the capital, whether to broaden their horizons, pursue studies, or prepare for examinations. If I were among them, I would seek out either a bookstore offering quality goods at competitive prices or one that serves my specific needs. The room fell into a hushed silence, the audience hanging on her words. Even the clatter of workmen on the first and second floors seemed to fade away. In that moment, only the clarity of her logic and the melodious quality of her voice lingered in the air. The first category of scholars is unlikely to be drawn here, so let us set that aside for now. The pressing question is, how can we retain the second type of clientele and attract the third? Should we offer stationery at even lower prices? I fear that would be unfeasible. Many bookstore owners are dedicated merchants with their own paper and printing workshops. We cannot simply outprice them. If we were to incur losses, it would be wiser to maintain the status quo and let the tavern absorb the financial hit. Thus, we will not be spending money recklessly, nor will we lower our prices. This leads me to consider the transcription room. The audience nodded in contemplation. However, a question arose in their minds: why would anyone pay to transcribe when they could do so elsewhere? Scholars in the capital could transcribe at home. Students could do so in their lodgings or rented rooms without any need to spend money on this service, could they? Su Mingzhuang smiled gently. Are you wondering if there will be any Navi souls willing to pay for transcription? I believe there will be. Setting aside the children of the affluent, consider the ordinary scholars. Studying is a significant expense, and families often make considerable sacrifices to support their scholarly pursuits, leading to less than ideal living conditions. Furthermore, how many of the students arriving in the capital can afford to rent pleasant, well-lit accommodations for an extended period? Of course, this is just one reason. The second reason is, as she spoke, Su Mingzhuang approached the windowsill, pushing the window open and leaning slightly out, gazing cheerfully to the north. Come, take a look at what you can see. Curiously, the others gathered around, peering through the windows in the direction of her gaze. What they beheld was a dazzling golden roof reflecting the afternoon sun amidst the array of gray rooftops. Is that the palace? Nanfeng exclaimed. Indeed, it is the palace, Su Mingzhuang replied with a smile as she looked towards it. I was pondering that if I were a scholar coming to the capital for examinations, I would certainly be driven by the ambition to gain honor and establish a legacy. Being close to the palace and able to see it, even catching a glimpse of the glazed tiles of the golden throne hall, I would imagine myself clad in official robes, holding a tablet, queuing to enter the hall and meet the sovereign, aspiring to become a pillar of the nation. Surely, the motivation to study and transcribe would be invigorated, rather than merely a reading and transcription room. Perhaps we could view it as a chamber of dreams. When talented individuals are weary from tedious studies and momentarily lost, they could come here, in an elegant and tranquil environment, to read for a while, write for a while, and glance up at the roof of the golden throne hall, which might help them reaffirm their aspirations. The room remained quiet, yet the emotions within the audience stirred restlessly. It felt as though Su Mingzhuang had painted a vivid picture in their minds, not merely a canvas, but a sumptuous feast. Manager Qian smacked his lips, saying, after hearing the young lady's grand vision, I find myself inclined to pursue scholarly honors. Madame Wang, unimpressed by Manager Qian's flattery, coldly interjected, but you are now a merchant. You cannot register for the examinations. Manager Qian paused, then replied, I was merely indulging in a thought. Madame Wang retorted, even thoughts are not permitted. Manager Qian was left speechless. Yun Shu quietly inquired, it seems that Madame Wang and Manager Qian are not on good terms? Yaqin whispered back, rumor has it they've never seen eye to eye, both looking down on each other. Ah, I see. After a considerable time, Manager Sun finally emerged from his reverie, exclaiming with delight, brilliant. Simply brilliant, Madame is indeed a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. With her presence, Wangjiang Tower is bound to experience a revival. Su Mingzhuang felt embarrassed, unsure how to respond, yet her heart swelled with happiness. In the past, she had often received praise, but it was typically from family or servants like Manager Qian, who offered compliments out of obligation. Rarely had she received genuine accolades from outsiders related to her ideas. She was uncertain if others enjoyed being praised, but personally, she relished it, especially cherished it. Although shy, she still hoped for more compliments. While Su Mingzhuang pondered how to gracefully accept the praise, she heard Manager Qian snort coldly, is there not someone else here trying to curry favor? Why is it only directed at me? Madame Wang scoffed, Manager Sun offers sincere praise, what of you, are you aware of your own standing? Also, do not compare yourself to Manager Sun, it is an insult to him. You, Manager Qian was infuriated. Madame Wang, knowing when to be prudent, seized the opportunity to chastise Manager Qian and then fell silent. Su Mingzhuang observed the two. Madame Wang was now her confidant, while Manager Qian had always treated her well. She could not take sides and instead sought to divert the conversation. Oh, that reminds me of something. What is it? Manager Sun inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. The others also looked on with interest. Su Mingzhuang continued, if we are to transform Wangjiang Tower into a sanctuary for scholars, a haven for dreams, we must pay attention to the decor and style. As I entered the main door of Wangjiang Tower, I noticed the nearly completed counter and thought. Other bookstores display stationery and works of renowned artists, but we could showcase one or two items bestowed by the emperor. Of course, they should not be overly valuable. Ideally, they would be personally inscribed or everyday items. Thus, when scholars see the emperor's inscription on the first floor and ascend to the second floor to gaze upon the roof of the Golden Throne Hall, it would feel as though the honors and wealth they seek are within their grasp. Despite having been shocked countless times, Pei Jinyan could not suppress his inner turmoil and doubts. Was this truly Su Mingzhuang? Why had she transformed so remarkably, or was it that her previous disrepute had been a deliberate effade? Chapter 072. A gatekeeper and a window watcher. Within Pei Jinyan's heart, doubts swirled like a snowball, growing ever larger. He felt an overwhelming urge to crack open Su Mingzhuang's head to uncover the enigma within. Curiosity was not his usual vice, yet his intrigue regarding Su Mingzhuang had reached its zenith. Suddenly, he felt a light touch on his arm. Turning to investigate, he beheld her radiant and enchanting visage. Su Mingzhuang withdrew her hand and said, I apologize for calling out to you twice without receiving a reply, which compelled me to intrude. May I inquire if your family possesses any imperial gifts from the emperor? Pei Jinyan nodded, yes, we have quite a few. Su Mingzhuang's eyes flickered with excitement, and she continued, and do you have any imperial gifts from your ancestral emperors? Indeed, we have many. The crowd gasped how substantial the inventory of the Duke of Anguo was. Those in the know understood that the Duke of Anguo's residence was far from impoverished. The Pei family, across generations, lived modestly, eschewing extravagance, with their regular stipends often left unspent. Their current financial strain stemmed from their generosity in aiding those in need, including former subordinates, financially challenged officials, and impoverished commoners. It was precisely because of the Pei family's unwavering integrity that successive emperors held them in high esteem, frequently bestowing gifts upon them. Su Mingzhuang exclaimed in delight, is it truly so? That is splendid. Would you select a few representative items for me to see? Pei Jinyan replied, certainly, you may also choose for yourself. Su Mingzhuang's eyes sparkled, is that permissible? Of course. Really? That is wonderful. Observing the rare joy illuminating the young woman's face, Pei Jinyan found himself perplexed. Why such a fondness for imperial gifts? Perhaps one could understand if it were someone else, but she was a member of the Su family. The Su family had enjoyed imperial favor for centuries. It was likely they possessed numerous gifts from not only the Emperor of Beiyan but also from previous dynasties. Little did he realize that Su Mingzhuang had recently encountered poetry written by the founding emperor during his military campaigns, filled with imagery of valor and splendid landscapes, which she admired greatly. The gifts in her family were mere trinkets, bestowed by the emperor's decree, transferred from the imperial treasury to her family's storerooms. What she truly desired were items personally handled by the founding emperor, preferably everyday objects. She even fantasized about holding the emperor's belongings while reading his poetry, envisioning the immersive experience it would provide. Noticing the glimmer in her eyes, Pei Jinyan initially intended to suggest that his aunt accompany her to select items, but as the words formed, he instead offered, upon our return home, I shall take you to choose. He was curious about her preferences, her thoughts, and the secrets she harbored. Ah, this Su Mingzhuang's smile faltered, was she to accompany him? However, upon reflection, she realized that a storeroom filled with imperial gifts was not accessible to just anyone. His aunt, after all, was still considered an outsider to the duke's household. Moreover, the elderly lady had only recently recovered and could not be taken to the storeroom. Furthermore, she and Pei Jinyan were not yet well acquainted. With this in mind, she acquiesced. Very well, I appreciate your kindness, General Pei. Not at all. After finalizing matters at Wangjiang Tower, the group returned to the Duke's residence. As Pei Jinyan had initially planned to find an excuse to leave, avoiding the awkwardness of sharing a carriage with Su Mingzhuang, he found himself unable to execute his plan when he agreed to let her select imperial gifts. Ultimately, he abandoned his previous intentions and shared a carriage with her once more. Soon, the carriage was in motion. They maintained their roles as a gatekeeper and a window watcher. Yet, the more they attempted to avoid suspicion, the more palpable the awkwardness within the carriage became. As evening fell, the streets became bustling with people returning home. The traffic grew congested, exacerbated by some inconsiderate drivers maneuvering their large carriages. Inside the carriage, the two individuals, each harboring their own reservations and apprehensions about their interaction, found themselves trapped in the cramped space. Pei Jinyan, seeking fresh air, pushed open the carriage door, startling Su Mingzhuang, who hurriedly searched for her veil. Pei Jinyan quickly closed the door. I apologize, I should not have opened the door without permission. Su Mingzhuang paused in her actions. It's nothing. Once more, silence and awkwardness enveloped them. After much internal struggle, Pei Jinyan murmured, thank you for today. Su Mingzhuang was uncertain of his meaning. Pei Jinyan forced a smile, almost self-deprecating. You helped me articulate the significance of Wangjiang Tower. Indeed, had she not been present today, he would have been at a loss for words. I merely spoke the truth, Su Mingzhuang replied, sensing his despondency and deftly changing the subject. I never anticipated you would be able to answer the questions posed by my elder brother today. Pei Jinyan lowered his gaze. It was merely a coincidence. Su Mingzhuang shrugged. She understood now. He had no desire to converse, and she would not press him further. With that thought, she offered a polite yet distant smile, turning her gaze back to the window. Pei Jinyan felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, realizing she had misunderstood him. He hastily clarified, no, it wasn't just coincidence, I am knowledgeable, I have studied the 4 books and 5 classics. Both were taken aback. Pei Jinyan recognized his overreaction and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. I apologize. You contributed significantly to Wangjiang Tower, and I should not have brushed you off. I did not mean to be dismissive. Would you allow me to explain? Su Mingzhuang's lashes fluttered. There is no need for an explanation. How you choose to express yourself is your prerogative. Pei Jinyan continued, oblivious to her dismissal. I have indeed read the 4 books and 5 classics. I merely skimmed through them. However, the copy I read, how should I explain? Perhaps I could send you my book when we return home. You will understand my meaning then. Su Mingzhuang felt a surge of curiosity. What makes your 4 books and 5 classics different from others? There is a distinction. The edition I possess contains annotations made by my mother. Although not orthodox, they are straightforward and comprehensible. Not only I, but anyone with a modicum of intelligence can grasp the concepts after a couple of readings. Other texts, especially those with renowned annotations, tend to be esoteric and profound, often utilized for the imperial examination and scholarly pursuits. My mother's annotations, however, carry a sense of leisure and entertainment, making them easily digestible. Furthermore, while I could answer every question posed by Su Zhu today, I cannot guarantee that I could respond comprehensively to every inquiry, hence my earlier reluctance to deceive you. Su Mingzhuang. Did it truly matter whether she thought him insincere? However, she chose not to delve deeper into the matter, her attention captivated by the notion of her future access to her elder's annotations of the 4 books and 5 classics. In recent days, she had dedicated 2 hours daily to studying orthodox texts and had specifically sought out several renowned interpretations, leaving her feeling dizzy. If there were a more accessible version, it would be most welcome. She merely wished to fill her gaps in knowledge. There was no need for excessive profundity, as she had no intentions of taking the imperial examination. With this thought in mind, she cautiously inquired, did you just mention wanting to lend me your book? Chapter 073. A moment of solitude. Pei Jinyan remarked, indeed, I shall lend you the books. Once you have perused them with your own eyes, you will understand that I have not been dismissive. Su Mingzhuang secretly anticipated, may I borrow a few? How many would you like? All of them, if possible? Pei Jinyan gazed into the woman's sparkling eyes. Certainly, once we arrive at the residence, I shall have someone deliver them to you. Thank you, Su Mingzhuang replied, her delight evident, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure in front of others, stifling her smile as she turned to gaze out the carriage window. Observing her desire for fewer words, Pei Jinyan returned to his role of watching the gate. Fortunately, after this bout of misunderstanding was resolved, the awkwardness between them diminished considerably. After the span of an incense stick, with the guidance of the arriving officials, Chang'an Street finally cleared, allowing the carriage to reach the Duke's residence smoothly. As per the usual protocol, Pei Jinyan disembarked first, waiting for Wang Mama and others to greet him. However, unlike his previous entrance at Wangjiang Tower, he lingered for a moment. Once Su Mingzhuang alighted, Pei Jinyan approached her, hesitatingly inquiring, are you tired? Would you prefer to return to Yanqing Courtyard to rest, or shall we proceed to the storeroom? If you are weary, you may. Before he could finish, Su Mingzhuang interjected, let us go to the storeroom. She was eager to see the items bestowed by the emperor and to examine the annotations on the 4 books and 5 classics made by the old matriarch. She suddenly realized that this seemingly impoverished duke's residence held quite a few intriguing treasures. Seeing her insistence, Pei Jinyan did not refuse and led the group, weary from travel, to the storeroom. The storeroom of the duke's residence was not far from the accounts office, but it was not managed by Kai, the accountant. Rather, it was overseen by a one-armed old general. As they walked, Pei Jinhao introduced, the steward in charge of the storeroom is named Chu Bai, an old scout captain who served under my grandfather. He is now 71 years old. After retiring to his hometown, he fell victim to a plague that claimed his entire family, leaving him the sole survivor. Upon hearing of his plight, my grandfather arranged for him to come here, intending to provide him with a position for his old age. However, due to his injury in battle, having lost an arm, he was unable to perform other tasks, so he was assigned to the storeroom. As they walked, Su Mingzhuang listened attentively, nodding along. Through her time at the Duke's residence, she had become accustomed to encountering such injured veterans, whether within the residence or its enterprises. Aside from skilled accountants like Kai, the veterans were generally unable to fulfill other roles, and those fit for service had already been accommodated. 71? And still working? Su Mingzhuang expressed mild surprise. Pei Jinhao sighed softly. My mother has long urged him to retire, yet he refuses, insisting that he is still as vigorous as ever. I share this with you to prepare you. Grandpa Chu can be quite stubborn and obstinate. If he offends you, I apologize in advance. It's quite alright, Su Mingzhuang thought to herself. Everyone in the Duke's residence seemed to possess a streak of stubbornness, and she had grown accustomed to it. Soon, they arrived at the storeroom. Su Mingzhuang lifted her gaze and was taken aback to find that the so-called storeroom was merely an unassuming little courtyard, even smaller than the accounts office. A few maidservants were equally astonished. Yunshu whispered, is this truly the storeroom? It seems rather small, doesn't it? It's about the same size as the firewood shed at our scholar's residence. Hush! Ye Qin cautioned. Yunshu fell silent, nodding, but inwardly grumbled, what could possibly fit in such a diminutive courtyard? It seemed rather absurd to designate a storeroom here. The Duke's residence was quite adept at crafting new titles for these old veterans. Pei Jinhao approached the door and knocked. Almost immediately, a hoarse but robust voice called from within, who is it? Even Pei Jinhao, usually so composed, managed to muster a touch of warmth as he replied, Grandpa Chu, it is I. Upon recognizing the voice of the Duke, the occupant hastily unlatched the door and swung it open. I pay my respects to the Duke, he said, preparing to bow. There is no need for such formalities, Grandpa Chu. Pei Jinhao quickly interjected. Su Mingzhuang studied the elderly man, noting that although he was 71, his robust physique made him appear younger than his years, reminiscent of her father. He was tall and strong, and at 71, his vitality indicated he had once been a formidable figure. Yet, one of his sleeves hung empty, a testament to his lost arm. Upon seeing the Duke, Chu Bai's stern demeanor softened into a smile. How fares the Duke's health? Is your work proceeding smoothly? His affectionate gaze resembled that of a grandfather looking upon his own grandson. Pei Jinhao replied respectfully, work is progressing well. I have come this late because there is a matter to discuss. I have yet to introduce you to this young lady. As he gestured towards Su Mingzhuang, he hesitated, his tone shifting, my newlywed wife, the daughter of Scholar Su Mingzhuang. Su Mingzhuang found herself in a quandary. Traditionally, it was expected for servants to bow before their master. However, the peculiar circumstances of the Duke's residence made this situation quite exceptional, with Pei Jinhao addressing the elder as grandpa. What was she to do? Before she could devise a solution, the old man cheerfully exclaimed, is this the young lady who recently married? Truly beautiful. In my 71 years, I have never encountered such a lovely maiden. The Duke is indeed fortunate. With that, he playfully patted Pei Jinhao on the arm with his remaining hand. Even someone as robust as Pei Jinhao winced slightly at the gesture. Wang Mama and the others shuddered. This place was indeed rather rough. Such a display of physicality was unrefined. Were it directed at them, it would likely have been enough to send them sprawling. Su Mingzhuang was momentarily taken aback. She was well aware of her beauty, having often noted the differing glances from others, but such a direct and sincere compliment was a first. It could be said that her initial impression of this one-armed old hero was exceedingly positive. However, it was not long before she was faced with the old hero's stubbornness. Before the door to the storeroom, Pei Jinhao, usually so composed, appeared visibly frustrated, his brows knitted tightly as he spoke with exasperation. Grandpa Chu, could you perhaps be lenient just this once? Must we bring along 2 attendants, or perhaps just 1? The old man waved his hand dismissively, his expression stern. Absolutely not. The storeroom of the Duke's residence has always adhered to strict regulations. Only the master is permitted entry. Even if Lady Pei herself wished to enter, I would not allow it. If she desires to enter, she must step over my dead body first. Su Mingzhuang finally grasped why Pei Jinhao had taken the time to explain Chu Bai's obstinacy earlier. This was not mere stubbornness, yet, if Chu Bai's demands were to be followed, it would mean that she and Pei Jinhao would be left alone in this cramped little space. She felt a twinge of discomfort but quickly reconsidered. After all, they had already shared a moment of solitude in the carriage. With this thought in mind, Su Mingzhuang softly suggested, General Pei, perhaps we should heed Grandpa Chu's wishes and enter alone together. However, upon observing the man's expression, she felt an involuntary reluctance. Chapter 074 Otherwise, shall I assist you? In her dreams, he was truly both principled and cunning. To the outside world, he perpetually donned a facade of indifference and solemnity, with a life unmarred by any blemish. He was the young prodigy lauded by all in the capital, the ideal son-in-law extolled by the wives of the dignitaries. If one were to speak of a flaw, perhaps it would be the fact that he had once divorced her. Yet it was precisely this flaw that endeared him to the masses, evoking their sympathy and pity for him even in her dreams, when she lamented to others that Pei Jinhao was a wolf in human guise, who would, in absence of witnesses, torment her with insidious methods. They were wholly disbelieving. The woman in her dreams was utterly foolish. She naively thought that their disbelief stemmed from her insufficient volume or lack of sincerity in her account. Little did she know that those who came to hear her grievances were not motivated by sympathy or a desire for justice, but merely to glean the private affairs of the Duke of Anguo and to gather some amusement. When she recounted in detail the tribulations she faced after marrying into the Duke's household, the crowd chastised her, declaring she deserved her fate, even expressing indignation on behalf of Pei Jinyan. She vividly recalled the words spoken by those dream figures. You knew that the old lady Pei was unwell, yet you deliberately provoked her. It is a miracle that the Duke did not take your life. If it were me, I would have killed you. Isn't this all your own doing? You instigated the Duke's wrath and now you complain of being mistreated? I don't believe a man of such integrity could ever strike you, and even if he did, I would not deem him in the wrong, I'd commend him. You brought this upon yourself. The path you chose, none shall feel pity for you. In her dreams, she thought everyone had lost their minds. How could they possess such a warped sense of justice? It was only upon awakening that she realized it was not that others lacked discernment, but that she herself had been devoid of it at that time. Pei Jinyan, noticing Su Mingzhuang's furrowed brows and pale complexion, inquired with concern, "What troubles you?" Immersed in her memories, Su Mingzhuang was startled by the familiar yet foreign voice of the man, causing her to involuntarily step back. Pei Jinyan. Chu Bai, witnessing this, asked with curiosity, "Your Grace, are you unkind to the lady?" Pei Jinyan was momentarily at a loss for words. To say he was kind, they hardly communicated, shared no chambers, and had decided to part ways a year hence. To assert he was unkind, the matter was, aside from the day of their wedding when he had shouted a few reproaches in his anguish, he had not directed any further animosity towards her, not even raising his voice. Su Mingzhuang realized she had inadvertently fallen back into a nightmare, silently cursing herself. Hadn't she promised not to dwell on the past? She admonished herself fiercely, vowing to avoid such reminiscences henceforth. Striving to muster a smile on her pale visage, she said, "I apologize for the spectacle, everyone. I just took a carriage ride and perhaps experienced a bit of motion sickness." With 71 years of life experience, Chu Bai could easily discern whether a woman was lying, yet he refrained from exposing her. "Madam, you appear unwell. Will you still be visiting the warehouse today? If you are feeling fatigued, it would be best not to enter." The others thought, surely, such a small warehouse requires no physical exertion, one could simply glance from the entrance and glean all there was to see. Su Mingzhuang, still shaken, did not dwell on Chu Bai's words. "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Q. To be candid, we are in a hurry to select imperial goods for the decoration of Wangjiang Tower, thus we must trouble you." Chu Bai, upon hearing this, became serious. "Very well, please proceed." Regarding the matter of Wangjiang Tower, he had heard from Kai Zhangfang. Although no one knew whether the lady would revitalize Wangjiang Tower, Chu Bai was grateful for her intentions. Subsequently, he opened the door and said earnestly, "Please, enter." After Pei Jinyan stepped inside, he suddenly remembered the woman and turned to admonish, "The room is dim. Be cautious." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the woman instinctively retreat a step. Pei Jinyan could no longer restrain himself and asked, "Are you afraid of me?" "No, I was simply lost in thought and did not expect you to turn and speak to me," Su Mingzhuang replied, striving to maintain her composure, avoiding the piercing gaze of his handsome, cold visage. Pei Jinyan. Outside the courtyard, Granny Wang and others lingered at the entrance, unable to enter without permission, craning their necks to catch a glimpse into the open door, curious about what treasures might be hidden within that meager abode. However, before they could discern anything, they witnessed Chu Bai follow the two inside and turn to close the door with one hand. Within the room, the light was dim. Apart from a cabinet, a table, 2 chairs, an old teapot, and a worn teacup, there was little else. Yet, Su Mingzhuang understood that appearances could be deceiving, because in the corner of the room stood a winch. She had seen such a device at the city gate, where it was used to draw up the gate with iron chains. But why would a warehouse in a duke's residence require a winch, albeit a smaller one? Chu Bai approached the winch, stretched his limbs, then assumed a horse stance, gripping the iron handle with one hand. Pei Jinyan stepped forward. "Uncle Chu, allow me." Chu Bai's expression hardened. "I am not so old yet." Pei Jinyan's lips twitched slightly, obediently stepping back. "Very well, I shall trouble you." Then they witnessed Chu Bai exerting all his might, turning the handle, as the iron chain gradually tightened, lifting the heavy iron door that had been concealed on the ground. Su Mingzhuang was astonished. While the scholaress residence also possessed an underground warehouse, the Duke's underground warehouse was exceptionally extravagant, featuring such a thick iron door. Could there be treasures of immeasurable value within? Pei Jinyan softly explained, "The advantage of using a winch is that, should circumstances turn dire, one can swiftly sever the iron chain with an axe. Thus, even a number of strong men would find it impossible to open the door in a short time, buying precious moments." He spoke in the gentlest tone he could muster, fearful of frightening the lady again, while stealthily observing her expression. Fortunately, this time she did not display any signs of fear. At last, the door was fully opened, and as Chu Bai secured the chain, his chest heaved violently, and his arms trembled slightly. Even someone like Su Mingzhuang, who had never trained in martial arts, could tell the elder was straining. Chu Bai prepared to fetch a lantern but was halted by Pei Jinyan. "Uncle Chu, allow me. My mother instructed me to take the lead when visiting the warehouse." He invoked the old lady's name to spare Chu Bai's dignity. Chu Bai nodded. "Thank you, Your Grace." He inwardly lamented, was he truly growing old? Pei Jinyan approached the cabinet, retrieved a lantern, and struck a flint to ignite it. He then carried the lantern to the entrance of the underground warehouse, instructing Su Mingzhuang, "Please wait here. I shall go down to light the lantern and return to escort you." "All right." Su Mingzhuang had never ventured into the Duke's underground warehouse but had explored her own as a child and understood that lighting was necessary below. However, it was customary for the steward to handle such matters. Glancing at the elderly man whose arms trembled with fatigue, Mingzhuang could not help but acknowledge, compared to the scholar's residence, the duke's household was imbued with a sense of humanity. It felt less like a master-servant relationship and more like a family caring for one another. After a short while, the pitch-black entrance gradually brightened, becoming increasingly illuminated. Soon, Pei Jinyan ascended the stairs. You may come down now. Coming, Mingzhuang recalled her thoughts and walked over. Pei Jinyan pondered for a moment, hesitating. The stairs are rather steep, otherwise, shall I support you? Chapter 075. Is there something amiss with your duke's residence? Mingzhuang quickly shook her head. No. Please, I am not that delicate. I can manage on my own. Pei Jinyan observed the flicker of panic in her eyes, his heart filled with curiosity, yet he nodded. Very well. With that, he descended the staircase first. This infuriated Chu Bai, who had been resting nearby, yet he hurried to the foot of the stairs, exclaiming, Your Grace, please return the staircase, the lady cannot descend. Mingzhuang clasped her hands around her skirt and glanced down. Indeed, it was exceedingly steep. Was this truly a staircase? Surely, the duke's residence could not be so parsimonious as to forego hiring craftsmen, leaving the repairs to the old retainers. As she mentally berated the situation, she cautiously began her descent. She had expected that after traversing a dozen or so steps, she would reach the ground. To her dismay, after numerous steps, she had barely covered half the distance. How could it be so high? The underground storage was deep, the staircase steep, and there were no handrails, only the bare stone steps. Mingzhuang felt utterly disheartened, focusing intently on the stone steps, each one identical to the last. Her vision began to blur, and her legs grew weak. Her heart raced, and she felt as if she might tumble down the staircase at any moment. Alarmed, she quickly averted her gaze from the steps, crouching down to rest upon one of the stone stairs. Internally chastising herself, she felt so inept. Could she truly not manage even a staircase? She despised this weakness. She longed to be as formidable as Madame Pei, commanding and valiant. Pei Jinyan's gaze remained fixed upon the woman, hesitant to approach. Noticing her struggle, he cautiously inquired, Are you all right? Shall I assist you? Since rescuing her from Songyue Temple until now, he had replayed every moment they had shared, every word exchanged, and apart from their wedding day when he had raised his voice, he could not fathom any actions that might have harmed her. He could not understand why she feared him. I am fine, Mingzhuang replied weakly. It took great effort for Grandpa Chu to open the warehouse door. I cannot descend now and return without facing him. Gathering her courage, she attempted to rise, but as soon as she stood, her legs began to cramp again. Pei Jinyan sighed. I am uncertain what misunderstanding lies between us, but I assure you, I have never intended to harm you, nor will I in the future. If you do not believe me, he paused, recalling that he need not explain, but rather act. With this thought, he raised his right hand, declaring, I, Pei Jinyan, swear that in this life and the next, I shall never harm Mingzhuang. If I do, may I be struck by thunder, pierced by 1,000 arrows, consumed by flames, and condemned to the depths of hell, with no hope of rebirth. Mingzhuang was taken aback. You, Pei Jinyan continued, is such an oath too vague? Let me rephrase. I, Pei Jinyan, vow that in this life and the next, I shall never harm Mingzhuang. If I do, may I be rendered blind, deaf, mute, crippled, and cast upon the streets, reviled by all. Is that detailed enough? Mingzhuang could only laugh in disbelief. Why are you swearing such a curse? Pei Jinyan appeared helpless. What can I do? Ever since we entered the warehouse, you have exhibited inexplicable panic, as though I intended to harm you. But by all that is sacred, you have not wronged me. Why would I wish you harm? He paused, realizing a flaw in his reasoning, and added, Indeed, there was a grievance, but you subsequently offered compensation, so we owe each other nothing. I shall not harm you. Mingzhuang lowered her gaze and replied earnestly, I apologize, I was being overly suspicious. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Pei Jinyan seized the chance to voice his curiosity. Why do you fear me? Is there some misunderstanding between us? There is no misunderstanding, you may simply consider me mad. Mingzhuang's voice steadied as she prepared to continue her descent, yet, after just one step down, her vision swam again, and her legs buckled, forcing her to crouch once more. Pei Jinyan. Mingzhuang hugged her knees, closing her eyes in deep thought. Her greatest challenge now was how to navigate the stairs without looking at them. Perhaps she could crawl down instead. With this in mind, she turned over and positioned herself on the stone steps like a dog. Mingzhuang, this works splendidly. Pei Jinyan watched her retreating figure, stifling a silent laugh, yet he did not intervene. Thus, Mingzhuang crawled down without a shred of dignity. Upon reaching the ground, she stood and wiped her hands with a handkerchief, her radiant face devoid of embarrassment, instead glowing with satisfaction. Pei Jinyan shook his head with a smile. Mingzhuang, suspecting the man beside her was harboring thoughts of mockery, paid him no mind. Instead, her gaze swept across the warehouse, and she was left in awe. This warehouse is astonishingly vast. Are all these items bestowed by the emperor? She had thought the underground storage of the scholar's residence was considerable, yet she was unprepared for the sheer expanse of the duke's storage, which was even larger than 2 training grounds combined. Pei Jinyan explained, Indeed, this warehouse is substantial, but do not misconstrue, it is not a result of our family's endeavors. The duke's residence was granted by the founding emperor, and it is said that a notorious corrupt official resided here in the previous dynasty, who excavated this vast storage to conceal his ill-gotten gains. Mingzhuang nodded in understanding, yet there are far too many items within. All bestowed by the emperor? Correct. Why would there be so many bestowals? I cannot say for certain. Since the time of the founding emperor, each subsequent monarch has been rather generous towards our Pei family, frequently bestowing rewards. My family prefers not to flaunt such gifts, hence they are stored here. Su Mingzhuang walked over in astonishment, examining the artifacts on the iron shelves under the light. One item caught her eye, a jade ornament shaped like a mythical beast, expertly carved from premium Huttyan jade, its surface smooth and luminous, akin to mutton fat, exuding a gentle radiance. Its eyes were inlaid with two sparkling gems, glimmering as if they could perceive the essence of the world. The creature stood proudly, exuding an air of authority, with every detail vividly rendered. Though Su Mingzhuang hailed from the Su family and had encountered numerous treasures since childhood, this ornament still left her breathless. She spotted another striking crimson object and hurried over only to discover it was a blood coral ornament. Carved from a single vibrant piece of red coral, its entire form exuded a rich and warm hue, reminiscent of the evening clouds. The design was unique, resembling a naturally growing coral tree. The branches twisted and turned, displaying both towering main limbs and delicately arching side branches. Upon closer inspection, one could see tiny coral flowers adorning the smaller branches, their petals layered and blooming, as if swaying gently in the sea. Her pupils widened in astonishment, and she rushed to examine other treasures, utterly captivated, even forgetting her fear of the man with wide eyes. She exclaimed, "Wait, Pei Jinyan, is there something wrong with your duke's residence? You possess these mountains of gold and silver yet live in hardship. You cannot even buy a decent ginseng for your mother. Return my biluo ginseng to me." Chapter 76, A Sensitive Message, Confidentiality. Pei Jinyan paused in surprise. Is it not common knowledge that imperial gifts are not to be sold privately? Su Mingzhuang suddenly recalled this stipulation. The Su family, being affluent, had never resorted to the thought of selling imperial treasures, thus she had forgotten about it. To alleviate the woman's embarrassment, Pei Jinyan proactively defended her. In truth, our Pei family is not as self-righteous and disdainful of wealth as the rumors suggest. We simply possess a strong sense of responsibility. Who in this world does not cherish money? If these items could be freely sold, we would have done so long ago. Su Mingzhuang pondered. Indeed, even if she were to take over Wangjiang Tower and invest her own money to renovate it, the profitability of the establishment remained uncertain. Relying on Wangjiang Tower to salvage the financial plight of the Duke's residence seemed a futile endeavor. How had the Duke's residence managed to survive in her dreams? She involuntarily recalled. Unlike the present, in her dreams, she had neither repented nor compensated, while Pei Jinyan remained proud and disdainful, uninterested in her dowry. Initially, the Duke's residence had subsisted on the dowry of old Madame Pei, and when that was exhausted, second Madame Pei contributed her own funds. Eventually, the other two families began selling off land and property to keep the Duke's residence afloat. It was not until the emperor issued an edict commanding Pei Jinyan to lead an expedition against the invading Sangfun kingdom of Beiyan that he returned victorious and was rewarded with a substantial bounty, allowing the Duke's residence to finally regain its footing. The second resurgence came with Pei Jinja entering public service. Unlike Pei Jinyan, Pei Jinja was not so lofty. He was willing to form alliances and accept whatever funds necessary. However, he was a shrewd individual, accepting tribute from virtuous officials while refusing bribes from corrupt ones. It was through Pei Jinja's stewardship that the Duke's residence truly thrived. Might it be prudent to support Pei Jinja? Su Mingzhuang was taken aback. No, that would not do. In her dreams, Pei Jinja had been the chief opponent of the Su family, and her father stood no chance against him. She wished she could strangle Pei Jinja. How could she possibly support him? To put it dramatically, Pei Jinyan could live, but Pei Jinja must perish. She understood that her previous misdeeds had led to her falling out with the Pei family, prompting Pei Jinja's hostility towards the Su family. Now that she had ceased her wrongdoing and sought to make amends, perhaps Pei Jinja would relent. Yet the uncertainty of perhaps loomed large. Who could guarantee his mercy? If Pei Jinyan was a wolf in human guise, then Pei Jinja was a wolf too lazy to don a human skin. Who knew if he was a monster? Her father and mother were her life. She would harbor not a shred of misplaced hope. Better to wrongfully slay 1,000 than to let one escape. Seeing the woman's complexion shift, Pei Jinyan could not help but feel anxious. While they had been relatively amicable in the carriage, her sudden contemplative demeanor now exuded fear and vigilance, as if he were a threat to her. He had just sworn 2 oaths to ease the tension, and now she was lost in thought again. Pei Jinyan, not wishing to endure another bout of this, quickly interrupted. Su Mingzhuang. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her mind racing with another question. What drove Pei Jinja to strive fervently? Why did he claw his way up with such fervor? It was not solely due to the humiliation she had inflicted upon the Duke's residence or the provocation of second Madame Pei. It was also because of poverty. Unable to rely on his prideful family, Pei Jinja had no choice but to forge his own path. But what if the Duke's residence were not impoverished? Would Pei Jinja still harbor such ambition? A light flickered in Su Mingzhuang's eyes. Upon this revelation, she asked, General Pei, I have a question. If these imperial items could be sold, would you be willing to sell them? Pei Jinyan, so, after her previous bout of contemplation, she now seemed to be spiraling into madness? Su Mingzhuang could see the disbelief in his eyes and explained, do not misunderstand, I am not mad, I simply believe there is no difficulty in the world that cannot be overcome by the determined. The Duke's residence guards a wealth of resources yet lives in hardship. It is utterly unnecessary. Pei Jinyan raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms. Then pray tell, how would you propose to sell them? Su Mingzhuang blinked her bright eyes and, as if struck by a sudden inspiration, her smile curved into a crescent moon. Pei Jinyan was momentarily taken aback, his arms unconsciously uncrossing. Had she conceived a thought? Was there truly a way to sell imperial treasures? Seeing the skepticism in his gaze, Su Mingzhuang chuckled. Do you remember the time we spoke with Manager Sun at Wangjiang Tower? I mentioned a rather sensitive piece of information and requested your discretion. Pei Jinyan, sensitive information, confidentiality. He began to reflect earnestly. Though Pei Jinyan's memory could not be described as photographic, it was certainly superior to that of the average person, and soon he recalled, his eyes widening in shock. Noticing the change in his expression, Mingzhuang understood that he had grasped her idea. She spoke earnestly. The emperor requires money, he is in dire need of it. If you wish to sell imperial items, it would naturally contravene the law, but what if it was the emperor who sought to sell? What if for every imperial item sold, a portion of the proceeds were given to the emperor? I believe he would turn a blind eye, perhaps even lend his assistance. Indeed. Pei Jinyan stared at her in astonishment. Mingzhuang, exhilarated by her sudden insight, momentarily forgot about her dreams and fears, her mind consumed with a singular logic. Selling imperial items, the duke's residence becomes wealthy. Pei Jinja no longer needs to amass wealth. Pei Jinja does not have to struggle to ascend. Pei Jinja will not easily surpass her father. The thought of the Su family being safe, her father being safe, filled Mingzhuang with delight, her already radiant face glowing with a rosy hue under the light, captivating in its beauty. Her willow-like brows resembled a charming crescent moon, her bright eyes sparkled like dazzling stars. Pei Jinyan found himself nearly entranced again, hastily averting his gaze, silently admonishing himself, do not look again. The saying about beautiful women bringing disaster rings true, to engage with beauty is likely to spell misfortune. Misfortune is knowing her a stroke of bad luck. Without her, his mother's illness would not have improved. Wangjiang Tower would not have discovered a superior management strategy, and the imperial treasures would remain as mere refuse, gathering dust in a warehouse. Suddenly, Pei Jinyan was struck with alarm. Damn it. What was he thinking? Was he reveling in his fortune? Had he become complacent because he was coerced into marrying a woman he did not fancy, yet found himself in a position of advantage? What kind of person had he become? The troubling truth was that, despite his reluctance to acknowledge it, a sense of secret glee lingered in his heart. Upon recognizing his own shamelessness, a fine sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead, and he felt a deep sense of shame. Mingzhuang, lost in her joy, remained oblivious to his transformation, continuing to strategize. To whom should we sell these imperial items? We could target the wealthy yet naive gentry. They are eager to acquire heirlooms, and what could be more worthy than imperial treasures? Yes, let us seek out the gentry across the regions, but how do we persuade the emperor to agree to this? We cannot ask him directly. My father once said that emperors are very concerned with their image. The most favored ministers are those who can maintain the emperor's dignity while also speaking to his heart. Indeed, this matter requires meticulous planning. Chapter 077. I can't even trust you. In the vast underground warehouse, amidst the orderly arranged imperial treasures, two individuals were lost in their own contemplations. It was Mingzhuang who first shattered the silence. General Pei? Pei Jinyan withdrew his thoughts and inquired, have you come up with a solution? As soon as the words left his lips, he was taken aback, for he had not anticipated that he would express such eager anticipation. To look forward to her, to stand in a victim's stance, condemning her from a moral high ground, while simultaneously hoping to take advantage of her, he felt shameless enough to feel embarrassed even before himself. Mingzhuang asked earnestly, there are widespread rumors that the emperor holds you in high regard and often summons you to the imperial study for discussions. Is there any truth to this? Pei Jinyan, internally chastising himself, managed to maintain a facade of calmness. Yes. Mingzhuang noted, he certainly did not appear pleased. Was he reluctant? Never mind, she thought, I shall voice my ideas first, whether he chooses to accept them or not is his prerogative. I have a modest proposal, as it remains unconfirmed and its feasibility unassessed, let us tentatively label it a suggestion. Once the Wangjiang Tower bookstore opens, we could start by selecting 2 imperial gifts to display behind the counter. After a few days, we can replace them with another few imperial gifts. By frequently alternating them, we might attract inquiries from patrons. If anyone expresses interest, let Manager Sun respond. Though Manager Sun might not handle it well, we may need to involve Manager Qian. Manager Qian could say that the Duke's residence is immensely grateful for the Emperor's generosity and wishes to inspire diligent scholars, hence the display of imperial gifts. Then, discreetly inform patrons that there are too many imperial gifts to showcase entirely. This way, we can entice further inquiries, and then let slip another piece of information. If anyone desires these imperial gifts, they should earnestly petition the Duke's residence, and perhaps they will acquiesce. Of course, this is merely a fanciful notion and might not catch the attention of the patrons. If that is the case, we can initiate a second plan, enlist a few individuals to spread the word. They could say, the Duke's residence possesses an abundance of imperial gifts. If a few could be parted with as family heirlooms, it would be splendid. Pei Jinyan struggled to suppress the shame welling within him, attentively listening to the woman's whimsical ideas. Mingzhuang continued, once this notion circulates, you shall go to the imperial study and kneel before the emperor, confessing your wrongs, stating that in your youthful ignorance, you inadvertently misstepped, intending to showcase the emperor's benevolence, only to find that those unscrupulous individuals sought to purchase them as heirlooms. Though they might be willing to part with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of taels, though their intent might merely be to honor and continue the emperor's legacy. Though you would feel remorse for having profited from the emperor's gifts and would thus donate a portion to the national treasury as atonement, yet, how could one sell imperial gifts? Pei Jinyan was momentarily confounded. Did this imply a reluctance to sell? Yet everything she said seemed to suggest a strong desire to do so. Fortunately, Pei Jinyan was straightforward and quick-witted, soon discerning the underlying logic. Affirmative statements masked as negatives, and negatives cloaked as affirmatives. It preserved his safety while articulating his thoughts, both subtly and comprehensively, a lesson learned. Suddenly, Mingzhuang halted, her brow furrowed, as if confronted with a formidable dilemma. Pei Jinyan gently inquired, what troubles you? Mingzhuang awkwardly turned her face away. I apologize, but my previous thoughts should not count. Could you pretend you never heard them? Pei Jinyan was perplexed. Why retract such a clever proposal? What had gone awry? What was she apprehensive about? He meticulously analyzed the conversation, then cautiously ventured, "Are you concerned about the Su family becoming involved in bearing the risks?" Su Mingzhuang was taken aback that he had guessed so swiftly, her heart stirred by his astute reasoning. From her expression, Pei Jinyan surmised the truth. "I believe Manager Sun is more suited to convey that message than Manager Qian." Su Mingzhuang looked up in surprise. "Why?" Pei Jinyan replied earnestly, "While Manager Qian is undoubtedly capable, his shrewdness is evident. If he speaks, patrons may suspect ulterior motives and question the risks involved. However, if the earnest-looking Manager Sun were to say the same, not only would patrons remain unperturbed, but they might also feel he is considering their interests. What do you think?" Su Mingzhuang's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed. This was precisely her concern. Manager Qian managed the Su family's affairs. If he mishandled the situation, the Su family would inevitably be implicated. Selling their own imperial gifts would bring them to ruin, but selling those belonging to others, that would imply jealousy and malice. But can Manager Sun handle it? For soldiers, they must act regardless of capability. Su Mingzhuang understood. He meant that if this were on the battlefield, soldiers must charge forward regardless of their ability. Pei Jinyan, sensing her lingering hesitation, reassured her, "Do not worry, I will take care of this matter and ensure Manager Sun is well instructed." Su Mingzhuang's gaze was skeptical. "I cannot even trust you." Nonetheless, this matter was tentatively settled, and the next focus would be selecting the imperial gifts. Su Mingzhuang's expression betrayed her anticipation. "General Pei, have you ever read the poems of our revered emperor? There is a line that goes, the general draws his bow to shoot at the celestial wolf, banners overshadow the sun to protect the state. It is said that the general in the poem refers to the first Duke of Anguo, and the bow he used was the emperor's most cherished bow, known as Dawn's Break. Moreover, it is rumored that the emperor gifted the Dawn's Break bow to your ancestor, hoping he would achieve merit in saving the people, and thus composed this poem." Pei Jinyan was astonished. "You know of this?" "Recently, I have been studying the poems of our revered emperor, and there were annotations that mentioned this." "Do not concern yourself with what poetry I read, just tell me, is there indeed such a matter?" "Yes." Pei Jinyan affirmed. Su Mingzhuang's eyes lit up. "Then is the Dawn's Break bow still here?" "It is. Follow me." With that, Pei Jinyan led her to the center of the warehouse, where a row of shelves stood. At the heart of this row, a pearwood platform held a bow that was both ancient and splendidly crafted. Pei Jinyan pointed. "This is it." Su Mingzhuang inhaled sharply, her joyous gaze fixated upon the bow, her mind flooded with the majestic verses written by the emperor. "May I touch it?" she asked cautiously. Pei Jinyan chuckled. "Of course, you can even take it down." Realizing that as the host, he should have invited her to handle the treasured Dawn's Break bow, he extended his hand, lifting it from the stand and presenting it to her. "Here." Su Mingzhuang's heart raced with excitement as she grasped the bow's body. Pei Jinyan, seeing her hold it, released his grip. In that instant, Su Mingzhuang felt as though the Dawn's Break bow had gained several dozen pounds in weight. Caught off guard, she stumbled, losing her balance and nearly falling to the ground. Pei Jinyan reacted swiftly, catching her just in time. "Are you alright? Is everything fine?" "I'm fine," but as Su Mingzhuang stared at her hand gripping the bow, noticing another larger hand covering hers. Chapter 078. Are they considered family? Pei Jinyan felt a rush of warmth in his ears, yet he did not exhibit any signs of panic. With a composed demeanor, he released his grip, saying, "I apologize for the earlier offense. I presumed you and the bow would both fall to the ground, and I was uncertain whether to save you or the bow after all." Su Mingzhuang interjected. "Is there even a question?" "Of course, it is the bow that requires saving. The Emperor's Dawn bow, which remained intact on the battlefield, has now been damaged in your family's warehouse. Should the Emperor find out, he would surely hold you accountable." Pei Jinyan, feeling embarrassed, explained, "A bow is an inanimate object. One cannot forsake a person for the sake of a mere object. Therefore, I instinctively grasped your hand, intending to support both you and the bow, which may have come across as presumptuous." During their conversation, Pei Jinyan, concerned that the woman might struggle to hold the heavy bow, grasped its body, allowing her to play with it more easily. Su Mingzhuang caressed it a couple more times, reluctantly withdrawing her hand. "It's different. If a person falls and gets hurt, they can recover with just a couple of buns, but such a precious treasure cannot simply be replaced." Pei Jinyan chuckled softly. "It is merely a weapon, and besides, it can be repaired." "That is still not acceptable," Su Mingzhuang insisted, shaking her head. "I have seen enough. It can be returned to its place now." Noticing that although the woman claimed she had seen enough, her gaze remained fixed on the bow, Pei Jinyan sensed her reluctance. He peered down at the bow, unable to discern any unique qualities about it. He knew he could find several bows in the armory that were superior in performance or aesthetics. Seeing the confusion in his eyes, Su Mingzhuang earnestly clarified, "I am no connoisseur of weapons, nor do I know whether this bow is of exceptional quality. Perhaps to you, it is merely an instrument of war, but to me, it resembles a poem, a symbol that embodies my admiration for the Emperor's poetry and the charisma of his character." Pei Jinyan glanced at her, then returned his gaze to the bow. How could a weapon transform into a vessel of sentiment? Could it be that the minds of scholars are so peculiar? It suddenly dawned on him that beneath Su Mingzhuang's reputation as an uneducated individual, she hailed from the Su family, a lineage of cultured scholars. Intrigued, Pei Jinyan inquired, "Do you enjoy poetry?" "I do enjoy it immensely now, even though I cannot compose it," Su Mingzhuang replied, unable to contain her enthusiasm for her passion. "To me, poetry is a wondrous thing. It enables me to transcend the barriers of time and distance with the poet, allowing me to directly experience their innermost emotions. I, in the stillness of the night, gazing at the sparse characters, I find myself sharing in the joys and sorrows of another. How marvelous is that? As a typical martial general, Pei Jinyan could not grasp the pleasure of sharing emotions with a stranger. He found greater enjoyment in engaging in a vigorous contest with someone, regardless of the outcome. Do you like poetry? Su Mingzhuang asked. Yes, Pei Jinyan responded. Su Mingzhuang smiled and nodded. Exactly, how could anyone dislike poetry? Especially someone as learned as you, General Pei, you must excel in it. Pei Jinyan furrowed his brow slightly, wanting to clarify he truly was not well versed in learning. His familiarity with the 4 books and 5 classics stemmed from his mother's insightful explanations and his own good memory. Yet another question crossed his mind. Did you always have such ideas? I mean, about suggesting the sale of imperial gifts? Indeed, while I was once uninformed, I had my fair share of clever ideas. My father often criticized me, saying my intellect was misapplied. Pei Jinyan understood. So you also enjoyed poetry in the past? Not at all, I had nothing I particularly liked back then. As Su Mingzhuang reflected on her aimless past, her previously pleasant mood plummeted, leaving her disinclined to continue the conversation. Let us cease this idle chatter and attend to serious matters, she said, her expression turning earnest. Are all the items on this shelf imperial gifts from the emperor? Yes, these are items bestowed upon my family's ancestors during the emperor's military campaigns prior to his ascension, primarily weapons and swords. He gestured towards another section. And those are gifts given after his coronation. Su Mingzhuang turned her gaze accordingly, indeed seeing the other end of the iron shelf filled with various exquisite treasures. She fell silent, focusing intently on her selections. Pei Jinyan stood at a respectful distance, feeling a twinge of regret. Why had the atmosphere shifted from lightheartedness to discomfort? Previously, he had heard from Huayu that women were capricious and difficult to appease, and now he found that to be true. As Su Mingzhuang meticulously examined each item, Pei Jinyan began to replay their earlier conversation in his mind, trying to identify any missteps in his words. Although he could not pinpoint any inappropriate remarks, he recalled another detail. Did you say I should return your ginseng? Su Mingzhuang picked up a paper fan, carefully unfolding it. Due to its age, even the once sturdy fan had become yellowed and fragile, easily damaged if mishandled. I merely made a light-hearted comment. There is no need for a return. Return it, Pei Jinyan insisted, walking over to the shelf and retrieving a small dagger. This dagger is called Cold Moon, also a gift from the emperor before his ascension. I wonder if it could suffice as a substitute for your ginseng. If not, you may choose a few more items. Su Mingzhuang paused, astonished, and turned her head in disbelief. You wish to gift this to me? Indeed, Pei Jinyan replied, extending the dagger toward her. With excitement bubbling within, Su Mingzhuang accepted it, observing that the scabbard was crafted from sandalwood, its surface imbued with an ancient, profound hue from the passage of time. Beautiful cloud patterns adorned it, with smooth, delicate lines. Embedded within the patterns were several gemstones, their surfaces dulled from wear, indicating that this dagger was not merely ornamental but had been frequently wielded by its owner. As she slowly drew the blade, a glimmer of cold light flashed before her eyes. Su Mingzhuang could hardly contain her exhilaration. Was this dagger frequently used by the emperor, or was it often wielded by your ancestor? Both, Pei Jinyan replied. The emperor used it for a time before awarding it to my ancestor, who also made use of it. He paused before adding, it is worth noting that my ancestor had a particular trait. Whenever he received something from the emperor, he would utilize it if it proved useful, rather than merely display it as a gift. Su Mingzhuang chuckled lightly, a pragmatist, indeed. Pei Jinyan nodded. Alas, my ancestor was a rough man, incapable of composing poetry, so this dagger can only embody reverence for the emperor. I fear it cannot represent my ancestor's sentiments. Su Mingzhuang was amused by his serious demeanor. Who says one must write poetry to embody something? Such meaningful antiquities can carry significance as well. I hold deep respect for your ancestor. Just speaking of Wangjiang Tower fills me with unparalleled admiration. Pei Jinyan nodded, astonished by the intricacies of a scholar's mind, if indeed Su Mingzhuang could be considered one. Yet another question arose, and Su Mingzhuang inquired, but imperial gifts cannot be passed on, can they? Such gifts cannot be transferred to outsiders, but they may be shared among family, Pei Jinyan replied, feeling somewhat awkward at the implication. Were they truly akin to family? Chapter 079. Do they know each other? Su Mingzhuang inquired once more. The issue is, in a year no, in 11 months, we are to part ways, and even in parting, the dagger cannot be taken. As she spoke with an air of anticipation about the impending separation, Pei Jinyan felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. He quietly reflected. Indeed, in 11 months, they would be separated. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mingzhuang suggested, how about this? I could borrow the dagger for a few days and then return it. Pei Jinyan withdrew his thoughts, stating, no, I shall give it to you. I will find a way to make it happen. Is that appropriate? Su Mingzhuang murmured, tightening her grasp on the dagger sheath. Pei Jinyan glanced at the display shelf and remarked nonchalantly, are there any more items you desire? Choose a few more, and I hope that in the future, you will not fear me. I have never intended to harm you, nor will I. Su Mingzhuang blinked, initially wanting to refuse, yet her affection for the items was too strong to resist. She feigned ignorance and selected a finger guard used for archery, accepting it. Additionally, she chose the first batch of display items for Wangjiang Tower, a bow, alongside a piece of calligraphy. Nightfall. A Ji Chun courtyard. So, upon returning to the residence, we went directly to the warehouse to select several imperial gifts intended for display at Wangjiang Tower. Pei Jinyan recounted the day's events to his mother. Beside him, Huawei was so astonished that her jaw nearly dropped. Wait, what did you say? You plan to sell the imperial gifts? Have you lost your mind? Jinyan, you have always been the sensible one. Why are you following Su Mingzhuang into madness? For reasons unknown, upon hearing his aunt mention Su Mingzhuang, Pei Jinyan felt an inexplicable surge of anger. He replied sternly, I implore you to choose your words carefully, aunt. I do not believe Miss Su has lost her senses. While the imperial gifts undoubtedly symbolize His Majesty's favor towards our Pei family and represent our family's glory, it is imperative that we can still afford to eat. The Duke's residence may appear respectable, but do you not understand the true state of affairs? If you are unaware, why have you sent 500 taels of silver? Lady Yan was taken aback and quickly inquired, Wei, what 500 taels? Huawei shot a furious glare at her nephew and then forced a smile towards Lady Yan. It's nothing. The family is temporarily experiencing financial difficulties, so I borrowed 500 taels. Once our situation improves, I will return it. Lady Yan sighed, am I not aware of the financial state of the Duke's residence? Huawei. Indeed, the Duke's residence had previously been managed by the old lady. After Su Mingzhuang accused the Duke of misconduct, the old lady's old ailment resurfaced, and she ceased her management. Though Pei Jinyan worried for his mother's health, he believed that some truths were better faced now than later. Telling one lie would lead to 100 more in the future. It was better to be forthright. Furthermore, under the care of the precious medicine provided by Su Mingzhuang, his mother had significantly improved and should be able to endure the revelation. Thinking of Su Mingzhuang again, Pei Jinyan felt a knot tighten in his heart that he still could not comprehend her sudden change in demeanor, why she would oscillate between warmth and fear. Why she would go to such lengths to tarnish his reputation only to eagerly anticipate their separation so soon after. He feared that these secrets would remain mysteries for a lifetime. Lady Yan, observing her son's resolute expression, recognized the gravity of the situation and instructed, Wei, do not speak or allow Jinyan to explain. Huawei felt powerless, glaring at Pei Jinyan to keep silent. Pei Jinyan pretended not to notice. Currently, the Duke's residence is financially drained, to the extent that we cannot even afford my mother's medicine. Aunt, you sent 500 taels as relief. Moreover, my mother's recovery is due to the medicine prepared by Miss Su. What? Lady Yan exclaimed, her complexion turning pale. Be silent, do not say a word. Huawei shouted, Pei Jinyan, have you lost your mind? Are you forsaking your mother? Pei Jinyan pressed his lips together, I apologize, but I do not wish for my mother to use medicine without knowing its origin. Our Pei family has always been clear about debts of gratitude and grievances. You Wei, Lady Yan said through gritted teeth, her face pale, do not speak. Listen to Jinyan, he is right, I do not wish to be an ungrateful person. Pei Jinyan understood that his mother had always been proud and self-restrained. Now that she knew she had been consuming the medicine of her enemy for so long, how could she possibly accept it? He felt as if he had lost his sanity, yet, considering all that Su Mingzhuang had done, he felt a pang of guilt for continuing to harbor resentment towards her. At the same time, he could not deny that his aunt was not wrong. After all, Su Mingzhuang had indeed committed acts that harmed the Duke's residence. Why was it so complicated? Just a woman, yet so intricate. Pei Jinyan could not fathom it. Huawei, her eyes reddened, turned her head away, remaining silent. Lady Yan took a deep breath, striving for calmness. Jinyan, are you saying that the funds for revitalizing Wangjiang Tower and for purchasing my medicine all came from Miss Su? Yes. I apologize. Pei Jinyan lowered his head in shame. He understood that his mother's dignity was being compromised, just as his own had been in the past. Lady Yan's face was ashen, and after a long silence, an old cough, which had not appeared in a while, suddenly returned. The maidservants had long been dismissed, and Huawei stood up to pour water. After sipping a bowl of warm water, Lady Yan's pallor did not improve. I understand, let us proceed as you suggest. Pei Jinyan looked at his mother with concern. Does mother resent me? Lady Yan paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. With the Duke's residence in such a state, what right do I have to harbor resentment? Enough, you handle it as you see fit. Yes. After exchanging a few more words, Pei Jinyan was ushered out by his aunt. Huawei personally saw her nephew off. Upon exiting the room, she kicked him on the leg. You little rascal, have you gone mad? Pei Jinyan stood there, allowing his aunt to vent her frustrations. You, never mind. Huawei's eyes were red as she turned away. You will find out sooner or later. It is better to have said it today. You must be tired after a long day. Go rest. Pei Jinyan nodded. Yes, aunt. Just as he was about to leave, something occurred to him, and he turned back. If I am not mistaken, my cousin should arrive in the capital the day after tomorrow. He mentioned in his letter that upon arrival, he would first go to the yamen to find me and return together after my shift. Huawei replied irritably, let him come or not. After saying this, she huffed back inside, slamming the door behind her. Pei Jinyan remained unfazed, casting a worried glance towards his mother's room before turning to leave. 2 days later afternoon, after a day of reading, Su Mingzhuang's eyes felt strained and dry, prompting Wang Mama to suggest a stroll outside. Though reluctant, she complied, for an eye ailment would be difficult to treat. Accompanied by Yaqin and Yin Shu, she planned to take a couple of laps around the estate before returning. Suddenly, a commotion arose ahead on the corridor bridge, followed by several individuals emerging, coincidentally intersecting with the trio. As Su Mingzhuang rubbed her eyes, she heard Yaqin exclaim, oh, it's the Duke and Madame Pei, along with another person who resembles the Duke. Su Mingzhuang was taken aback and quickly looked up. Her eyes immediately fell upon Pei Jinyan, dressed in official robes, just returning from the palace, and beside him stood a young man of similar stature, bearing a striking resemblance to him. Upon observing the young man's mannerisms, Su Mingzhuang gasped in astonishment, how could this be? No, it can't be. At the same moment, Pei Jinyan also caught sight of Su Mingzhuang's astonished expression and followed her gaze to his cousin beside him. To his surprise, Pei Jinyan noticed that Pei Jinju's expression was dark, his eyes fixed on Su Mingzhuang with a subtle intensity. Pei Jinyan felt an inexplicable weight settle in his heart. Do they know each other? Chapter 080. Is life really so difficult? A mother knows her child best. At the same time, Wei noticed that her son was not quite himself. She cast a puzzled glance at him, then at Su Mingzhuang, whose face had grown increasingly pale, as if she had witnessed something terrifying. Jin Jia, do you know her? Pei Jinjia withdrew her gaze and nonchalantly looked towards her mother. I do not know her, but I have heard that my cousin's new wife is extraordinarily beautiful. I surmise she must be the daughter of Scholar Su. Indeed, that is her. Wei thought to herself, Jin Jia might have been defending her cousin, as the two brothers shared a strong bond since childhood. Perhaps she should clarify that Jin Yan and Su Mingzhuang's relationship was not as strained as it appeared. However, recalling the events from 2 days prior, her anger still simmered, and she chose to remain silent. Pei Jinyan, with his deep, dark eyes filled with scrutiny, introduced Su Mingzhuang. Allow me to present to you my aunt's only son, my cousin, Pei Jinjia. Su Mingzhuang quickly composed herself, nodding slightly as she softly replied, so you are my cousin. Do you know each other? Pei Jinyan inquired, his tone lacking its usual ease, tinged with a hint of seriousness. We do not. Since you do not know her, why did you look at her in such a manner just now? Pei Jinyan pressed, offering no respite, directly questioning her. Su Mingzhuang had steadied her mindset and responded with calm confidence, forgive my rudeness, General. I had previously only heard of your cousin, and I was surprised to find that you and he bear such a striking resemblance. It is rare for siblings to look so alike. This was her way of explaining her earlier astonishment. Wei, however, was displeased. Is it not possible for cousins to resemble each other? Their fathers are brothers, after all, and both resemble him. What is wrong with that? Su Mingzhuang was taken aback. Surely, Lady Pei did not think she was insinuating infidelity. She hastily clarified, Aunt, you misunderstand. It is merely that I am inexperienced and easily surprised. In my family, we have many siblings, and my brothers do not resemble one another, so I mistakenly presumed that brothers everywhere must be similarly disparate. Wei hesitated, finally unable to contain herself. I say, Su Mingzhuang, it is I who have misunderstood you. I am at fault, and you ought to defend yourself boldly instead of apologizing. With a face like that, how do you expect to learn martial arts? You lack any spirit. Can you truly learn? Su Mingzhuang was bewildered. Was life truly this challenging? In her dreams, she had caused a ruckus, facing hostility from everyone, yet in reality, even when she humbled herself, it was of no avail. On the contrary, Pei Jinjia furrowed his brow, as the disdain in his gaze gradually morphed into confusion. Wei, perceiving her son's perplexity, scoffed, do not be deceived by her poor reputation. She is, in truth, someone who neither fights back nor retorts. Su Mingzhuang interjected, Aunt, I must remind you of that morning when you saw trouble at Yansheng courtyard. Did I not defend myself against you? Her intention was not to engage in a mere verbal sparring but rather to prevent Lady Pei from deeming her ineffective in martial arts training. Enduring verbal and physical reprimands was bearable, but being denied the chance to learn martial skills was unacceptable. Wei's face turned pale. This girl, when it was time to retort, remained silent, yet when it was inappropriate, she became quite formidable. Throughout this exchange, Pei Jinyan observed the interplay between Su Mingzhuang and Pei Jinjia, deducing from his experience that they were indeed unfamiliar, yet had certainly crossed paths before. Su Mingzhuang stepped aside, making way. It seems you have just arrived, dear cousin. You must be weary from your journey. Please, return to rest. Wei hesitated, sensing something peculiar about Su Mingzhuang today. She could not pinpoint what was amiss, so she chose to let it be. Let us depart. Yes. Pei Jinjia replied, following his mother without casting another glance at Su Mingzhuang. In contrast, she continued to watch his retreating figure, her eyes betraying shock and confusion. As Su Mingzhuang pondered in silence, suddenly, Pei Jinyan turned to look at her, their eyes locking for a brief moment. Startled, she quickly averted her gaze and instructed her maids, let us go. Yes, Mississippi. Yaqin and Yunshu noticed their mistress's fluster but dared not inquire. Pei Jinyan, observing Su Mingzhuang leave with her entourage, withdrew his gaze. After taking a few steps, he turned to glance back. Indeed, he caught Su Mingzhuang peering at Pei Jinyan's brow furrowed deeply, his mind swirling with countless speculations. Meanwhile, Su Mingzhuang, caught in the act, hurriedly retreated with her maids. Pei Jinjia, perceptive as ever, had already detected something amiss with his cousin, noting how he turned back twice, followed by a noticeable drop in his demeanor. Wei inquired again, Jinjia, are you certain you do not know Su Mingzhuang? I do not. Pei Jinjia replied, his tone earnest. Do you not trust me, mother? Have I ever deceived you? Ah, well, you indeed have never lied to me. But have you encountered her before? Wei pressed on. I have seen her from a distance, but I did not approach or speak to her. Wei, understanding her son's character, was merely puzzled. But why did she continue to look at you in that manner? Could it truly be because you and Jin Yan resemble each other? I do not know. Very well. Huawei could only concede. The trio continued on their way, nearing Jichen courtyard when Pei Jinyan suddenly asked, "You saw her from a distance?" "Where was this?" Pei Jinja pressed his lips together, his expression cooling. "It was long ago, I do not recall." Pei Jinyan was about to pursue further questioning when he abruptly realized, what was he doing? Suspecting a connection between Su Mingzhuang and his cousin, what thoughts could his cousin possibly entertain? He knew well that Pei Jinja was solely focused on the battlefield, having clamored for 2 years without a thought for romantic entanglements. Furthermore, his cousin had always admired spirited women, keeping his distance from delicate, aristocratic young ladies, especially given Su Mingzhuang's past reputation. There was no way he could harbor any affection for her. With this conclusion, Pei Jinyan halted. "Aunt, you and my cousin should go in first. I wish to remain in the courtyard for a while." Huawei glanced at the nearby entrance. "We are almost there." "Why do you not wish to enter? Is something amiss?" "I am reminded of an official matter. Please, you go ahead, and I shall follow shortly." Huawei nodded. "Very well, Jinja, let us visit your aunt." "Yes, mother." Thus, the mother and son entered the house, leaving Pei Jinyan alone in the picturesque Jichen courtyard. He approached the pond's edge, inhaling the refreshing breeze. The previous mystery remained unresolved, and now another had emerged, leaving him ensnared in a web of perplexity. In this world, how could there exist such an enigmatic individual? Meanwhile, Su Mingzhuang had no time to ponder leisurely strolls or ailments. She hurried back to Yansheng courtyard with her 2 maids. Upon entering her room, she dismissed everyone and closed the windows and doors, finally allowing her face to display sheer terror. Why did it turn out like this? Why is Pei Jinja not limping? Chapter 081. What happened? In her dreams, Pei Jinja was a renowned limping chancellor, a smiling tiger, with whispers suggesting that his disability rendered him all the more cunning and treacherous. Was it possible that Pei Jinja only became lame later on? However, Su Mingzhuang vividly recalled that even before Pei Jinja entered the court, he had sparked a significant debate among the officials. Some argued that his condition violated the standards for selecting court officials, claiming his image could not adequately represent the court. Yet, others praised Pei Jinja for his resilient spirit, asserting that he would empathize with the common people and alleviate the burdens of the emperor, thus becoming a pillar of the nation. The two factions clashed vehemently, and ultimately, it was the emperor who, against all odds, made an exception and allowed the limping Pei Jinja to serve in the court. Su Mingzhuang bit her lip, desperately sifting through her memories. Could it be that at this time, Pei Jinja was not yet limping? When did he become so? Damn it, she could not figure it out at all. In her dream, she initially caused a ruckus at the duke's residence, seeking every opportunity to provoke Pei Jinyan into quarrels, even venting her frustrations on the elderly matriarch. Later, upon meeting the Jin Wang, in a bid for revenge against Pei Jinyan, she entangled herself with him. She lived as something neither human nor ghost, like a mad dog, never taking the time to read a book, listen to music, or understand the affairs of the day. A sudden, sharp pain gripped her heart. Su Mingzhuang pressed her hand against her chest, murmuring, "No. I cannot dwell on this, I must look forward." While reassuring herself, she shakily lifted a teacup and drank it all in one go. Gaining a little strength, she pushed open the window and called out, "Is anyone out there? Come in." In the courtyard, Mama Wang was quietly inquiring about what had happened to the young lady. Upon hearing her voice, she hurriedly rushed inside, followed closely by Yaqin and Yunshu, both of whom were equally anxious. "Miss, what is wrong with you?" Mama Wang exclaimed, noticing the pallor of her face, the bluish hue of her lips, and the cold sweat that adorned her radiant features. Su Mingzhuang shook her head. "It's nothing, just fetch me a cup of hot water, and let us chat about anything. Quickly, let us talk." Yaqin went to pour the water, and Mama Wang immediately asked, "Miss, how is the progress at Wangjianglu? If I am not mistaken, it should be ready to open in 10 days. Su Mingzhuang marveled at Mama Wang's quick wit. With a new topic to steer the conversation, she could swiftly extricate herself from the whirlpool of her nightmares. "By the way, what about the cold moon dagger? Bring it to me." "Yes." Yunshu dashed off to retrieve the dagger. In that moment, Yaqin also returned with the hot water, having checked the temperature beforehand to ensure it was just right. Su Mingzhuang accepted the warm water and drank it down, then idly toyed with the dagger, finally managing to shake off the haunting memories of her nightmare. Unbeknownst to her, it was either the dagger, imbued with the aura of battle, capable of warding off malevolent spirits, or her sheer fondness for it that calmed her, for as she held the sandalwood scabbard, she felt as if she were a small boat amidst a tempest, finally docking at a safe harbor, her heart gradually settling. As she caressed the scabbard, she pondered, "I shall carry this dagger with me from now on, whether to ward off evil or for other purposes." Mama Wang, noticing the improvement in her complexion, gently inquired, "Miss, what exactly transpired just now? Would you care to share with me?" Then she turned to Yaqin and Yunshu, saying, "You two, please step outside for a moment." Su Mingzhuang shook her head. There is no need for them to leave. "I cannot articulate much." Mama Wang sighed, "Very well, miss, should you wish to speak with someone, you must call for me, I shall be available at any time." The following day, after finishing her breakfast, Su Mingzhuang sat at the table for a while, holding a copy of the Great Learning annotated by the elder matriarch Pei. However, after quite some time, she could not focus on a single word, her thoughts consumed by Pei Jinja. Now she had accepted the reality that Pei Jinja was not yet limping, but then the question arose, when did he become lame, what caused his lameness, were there any changes in his temperament before and after? Would he truly embody the commonly held belief that the disabled are often melancholic? Was he melancholic now? Why did he later oppose his father and clash with the Su family? If he had not become lame, would this fate have been altered? Would he not have opposed his father? She was aware of her tendency to overthink, but the matter was of great significance. She could not afford to rely on mere chance. A thought crossed her mind: could she utilize her dreams to alter Pei Jinjia's trajectory of fate? To prevent future calamities, she set the book aside, pulled out a sheet of paper, and, suppressing the discomfort of recalling her nightmare, began to outline a timeline. However, when she reached the point of her mother's death, she could write no further. In a panic, she tossed the pen aside, allowing the ink to spill across the table, then grasped the cold moon dagger, running her fingers over its sandalwood texture while pressing the dagger against her heart. Fortunately, this method proved effective. She quickly calmed down. Subsequently, she began analyzing the timeline, drawing a conclusion. Currently, there remained less than a year until Pei Jinjia's South entry into the court, which incited the officials' debate. What events transpired during this year? Could it be a wait? She seemed to grasp a faint recollection. The memory was elusive, difficult to recall without careful thought, yet, if she dwelled too deeply, she risked being ensnared by the vortex of her nightmares. Mingzhuang could not afford to hesitate. She found another imperial signet ring and, wearing it while gripping the dagger, dared to continue delving into her memories, specifically, the debates among the officials regarding Pei Jinjia's entry into office. Aside from Pei Jinjia's lameness, another contentious point was that he had no notable achievements to his name. Generally, those who entered the court either had passed the imperial examinations or had achieved military victories. Lacking both, one could only occupy a nominal position or find it exceedingly difficult to advance. The issue was that the position Pei Jinjia sought was not a nominal one. Then, one official proposed that Pei Jinjia, as a descendant of the Pei family, was not devoid of virtue or talent. Having previously excelled in military examinations due to this unfortunate incident, he could not continue with the military examinations, and his circumstances were indeed unique. The emperor was gradually persuaded, allowing Pei Jinjia to assume office. Mingzhuang rose and called out the window, "Mama Wang. Miss, I am here." Upon hearing her call, Mama Wang immediately approached. Just as she did, the courtyard door was pushed open from the outside, revealing a familiar figure. "Is Su Mingzhuang here?" It was none other than Madame Pei Er. Su Mingzhuang was taken aback. "Aunt? Please wait a moment." She quickly crumpled the paper she had just written on and poured tea over it. The already soft paper instantly transformed into a mushy pulp, rendering the writing indecipherable even if it dried. After completing this, Su Mingzhuang stepped out of the room. "I have come to greet you, Aunt. What brings you here so early?" Huawei shot her a glance and huffed. "Didn't someone request me to teach her martial arts?" "What, no longer interested?" "Of course, I want to learn." Su Mingzhuang responded respectfully. Regardless of Madame Pei Er's attitude towards her, she remained unfazed, knowing that while Madame Pei Er could be stubborn outwardly, she was warm-hearted within. If someone else were to teach martial arts, they might not invest their heart into it, but Madame Pei Er certainly would. However, that was not the main point. What truly mattered was that some information could only be gleaned from Madame Pei Er. Chapter 082. This is unfair. Practicing martial arts in the training grounds of the Duke's residence. Su Mingzhuang donned a set of light and soft martial attire, feeling quite bashful as it was her first time wearing anything other than a long dress in public. To alleviate her embarrassment, she summoned all the members from Yanqing courtyard to clear the area of men. She even stationed Yakin and others to patrol, ensuring no servants inadvertently wandered by and were subjected to ridicule from Madame Pei II. An hour later, "Let us take a break for a cup of tea," Madame Pei II announced. As her words faded, Su Mingzhuang, still firmly in her horse stance, did not even rise but rather plopped down onto the ground with a thud. Her usually radiant and charming face contorted into a grimace of agony. Sitting there without any semblance of decorum, she braced herself with her hands on the ground, looking down at her legs only to find them shaking uncontrollably. Huawei squatted beside her, one arm stylishly resting on her knee, teasingly remarked, "Tell me, is it really that unbearable? It's merely a horse stance. If you can't endure this, perhaps martial arts isn't for you." Grinding her teeth, Su Mingzhuang mustered her strength and straightened her posture, declaring, "It's not unbearable. I can continue." Huawei was taken aback, staring in astonishment at the young girl's face. Despite her nonchalant words, for a novice, holding a horse stance was indeed excruciating. In her own youth, she had been quite vigorous, able to scamper up and down trees like a monkey, running laps around the courtyard without breaking a sweat. Still, her first attempt at the horse stance had her crying out for help, and even after her mother had massaged her legs that night, she found it painful to bend them the next day. Yet here was Su Mingzhuang, a quintessential delicate young lady, too shy to even wear practice clothes, and yet managing to endure her first day of horse stance. With this thought, Huawei raised an eyebrow. This little girl was becoming increasingly intriguing. In truth, Su Mingzhuang was not as resilient as she appeared. Her legs felt numb and foreign to her, but she feigned strength for the sake of the ensuing conversation. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she adjusted her expression and proudly inquired, "And, please speak candidly, do I possess a greater talent for martial arts than the average person?" Huawei wore a look of disbelief. "What? What are you saying? You've only held the horse stance for less than an hour, and you dare speak of talent?" "Indeed," Su Mingzhuang insisted without hesitation, "I not only believe I have talent, but I also aspire to take the martial arts imperial examination." "Oh, by the way, Aunt, are you familiar with the martial arts examination? Could you enlighten me about it?" Huawei laughed incredulously. "You want to take the martial arts examination after just holding a horse stance? Should you master a set of spear techniques, would you then seek to ascend to the heavens? Besides, women are not permitted to take imperial examinations." "I know that, but please enlighten me about the martial arts examination." Su Mingzhuang fluttered her eyelashes. "Our Su family has produced numerous top scholars, but no one has ever participated in the martial arts examination. If I learn about it, I can boast about it when I return home." Seeing the genuine curiosity in the young girl, Huo Wei, with nothing better to do, began to explain. The martial arts examination is structured similarly to the civil examination, divided into preliminary, provincial, and palace examinations. Once one passes a level and meets the required scores, they may proceed to the next. Each examination is bifurcated into an internal and external section. The internal section tests knowledge and strategy, akin to the civil examination but much less challenging. For the preliminary examination, one merely needs to recognize characters. For the provincial examination, one must be able to write sentences. The palace examination requires answering questions and writing essays. As for the strategy, it pertains to military tactics, with increasing difficulty. The external section tests martial skills, divided into mounted archery, foot archery, and combat techniques. However, never mind, you wouldn't comprehend it all yet. I shall continue once you manage to hold your stance longer. Su Mingzhuang, with a look of curiosity, asked, "Did General Pei participate in the martial arts examination?" Huo Wei replied, "He participated in the preliminary examination, but when he was about to take the provincial examination, his father passed away. After observing the mourning period for 3 years, he inherited his title and went directly to the Ministry of Justice." After a brief pause, she added, "The martial arts examination differs from your civil examination. You only need to wield a pen and read for the latter, but the external examination for martial arts requires actual combat, which is not suitable for someone too young." Su Mingzhuang appeared enlightened and then, with a flicker of shrewdness in her eyes, asked, "What about my cousin? Does he need to take the martial arts examination?" "Of course, he has no title to inherit, so what purpose would there be in not taking the martial arts examination?" Huo Wei replied, her tone laced with frustration. Su Mingzhuang cautiously continued, "What level has my cousin reached? Is he progressing smoothly?" "Don't even get me started," Huo Wei scoffed. "Initially, everything was going well, but then, never mind, let us not dwell on this troubling topic." Anxious, Su Mingzhuang pleaded, "Aunt, please tell me." Huo Wei, having held back for too long, finally divulged, he passed the preliminary examination and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, should take the provincial examination in the spring of next year. Everything was going well, yet that rascal adamantly refuses to take it, insisting on enlisting in the military. While she spent her days in Jichuan courtyard with friends, Huo Wei was reluctant to burden others with her own troubles, especially regarding her family's affairs, which she could not share with the servants. Today, however, Su Mingzhuang's inquiry prompted her to speak openly. Su Mingzhuang's pupils dilated. Next spring, the provincial examination. According to her recollection, the discussions surrounding Pei Jinzhai's official career began in the autumn and winter, meaning there was a possibility of an accident occurring before then, leaving him with a disability. She felt she was drawing ever closer to the truth, striving to maintain her composure and conceal any signs of her internal turmoil from Madame Pei II. She continued, "I have one question that perplexes me. Why doesn't my cousin wait to finish the martial arts examination before enlisting?" "Because he can't wait any longer. In our northern Yan, the martial arts examination system stipulates that there is a 3-year gap between each level of testing, along with age restrictions. Once one reaches 30, they can no longer take the examination. If one registers at 15, they have only 15 years to take the test before turning 30. Given the 3-year gaps, even if everything goes smoothly, one wouldn't finish until 24, with 6 years still remaining until the deadline. And if things don't go smoothly, one would have to retake the exam. Unlike the civil examination, which allows for a lifelong pursuit, the martial arts examination offers far fewer opportunities for error, thus if one is determined to pursue it, they must be wholly dedicated." Su Mingzhuang was taken aback. "Is there really an age limit?" Huo Wei chuckled, "Fighting naturally requires the vigor of youth. What purpose would there be for so many old men? But that is simply unjust. Why is it that one can take the civil examination for a lifetime while the martial arts examination has such restrictions? With such harsh conditions, can the court possibly select enough talented individuals?" Huo Wei was momentarily stunned. Su Mingzhuang, perplexed, queried, "Aunt, why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something foolish?" "I apologize. I truly have been quite ignorant in the past." After her initial shock, Huo Wei's expression softened slightly as she sighed. "No, it's just that I didn't anticipate you would advocate for the martial generals. You must understand, your noble families have traditionally been at odds with our martial clans." "Ah, I see," Su Mingzhuang said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "What am I to a noble family? I am merely a good-for-nothing street urchin." Huo Wei regarded the girl, who was so candid and unassuming, and suddenly felt that she truly was not just a member of a noble family but rather a girl born of a military lineage. Author's note. Aside from Su Mingzhuang having a dream, this story contains no time travel, reincarnation, book traversal, spatial elements, systems, fantasy, or cultivation. It is merely an unremarkable tale from antiquity, hoping to delight readers and elicit a smile. Chapter 083. A sudden inspiration. Despite her outward disdain for Su Mingzhuang, frequently sulking and expressing her discontent, Huo Wei's fondness for the young girl was quietly growing. Su Mingzhuang embodied the gentle grace of a scholarly maiden alongside the resolute spirit of a military family. The last person Huo Wei had cherished this much was Feng Hua. Upon realizing her feelings, Huo Wei scrutinized Su Mingzhuang once more. Indeed, the girl bore a striking resemblance to the youthful Feng Hua. The two women shared an uncanny similarity. However, Su Mingzhuang was not there to play the charming fool for Madame Pei. She sought to extract more information from Pei Jinzhua. "Aunt, you have yet to answer my question. Why is the military examination so stringent? Is it precisely because of its severity that those who succeed are held in such high regard? Otherwise, why not allow my cousin to enlist and achieve merit in battle, rather than squander 15 precious years of youth on this examination?" Wei's expression grew somber as she replied, "You bombard me with so many inquiries, and I must address them one by one. Firstly, regarding the harshness of the military examination, unlike the substantial demand for civil officials, the court has little need for military officers who excel in both martial and scholarly pursuits. With hundreds of thousands in the army, having a mere 100 who are both brave and astute suffices. The majority need only courage, for those with too much cunning often fear for their lives." Understanding dawned upon Su Mingzhuang. No wonder she had previously heard that the most vital quality in the barracks was obedience. Wei continued, "In times of internal strife and external threats, if a nation were to open 20 battlefronts, it would surely be torn asunder. If we consider 20 battlefronts, each requiring a commander, 2 deputies, and 20 generals, along with various other officers and strategists, just imagine the manpower required. Yet how many capable officials are needed across the countless cities and counties, just in the capital alone? How many officials are necessary? Battles are not fought every day, the nation must be governed daily, which is why civil examinations are prioritized over military ones. Our northern Yan is relatively fortunate to still have military examinations. Some dynasties and states have abolished them altogether, opting instead to reward military achievements directly on the battlefield. The military examination in our northern Yan was instituted to accommodate us, the aristocrats of military lineage, who value our lives." Su Mingzhuang discerned the self-deprecating tone in Madame Pei's words and attempted to console her. "I do not believe that going to war is inherently honorable, nor that participating in the military examination is disgraceful. I think one should choose their path based on their circumstances. For instance, those of humble origins may not be able to enlist, nor afford the costs of examinations. Similarly, if a prestigious family has nurtured 2 generals only to see them perish on the battlefield, how will the invaluable experiences of military families be passed down? To squander the wisdom of our forebears is truly regrettable. Where there is existence, there is reason." Wei was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, she shook her head in self-mockery. "I was once unafraid of death, but since giving birth, I feel as though I have transformed into a different person, particularly terrified of losing my child. Of course, if I were to harden my heart and allow Jin Wang to sacrifice himself for the country, it would not be without merit, but the situation of the Pei family is indeed unique. You have seen it, there are so few of us in the Pei family, and in this generation, only Jin Yan and Jin Wang. If one were to die, it would have our line. If both were to perish, the Pei family would be extinguished." Though she was eager to inquire about Pei Jinhua, Su Mingzhuang found herself captivated by this topic, perplexed as she asked, "Why not have more children? The old matriarch's health may be poor, but what about you? You appear to be in excellent condition." It was better not to mention this, for when it was brought up, Wei felt a wave of frustration. "Of course I am well. I gave birth to Jin Wang at night and still practiced my spear techniques the following morning. The labor was effortless. I merely gritted my teeth and he emerged without a sound. The issue lies in conceiving. Without that, I cannot bear any more children." Su Mingzhuang's mind raced. Could it be a matter concerning the men of the Pei family? It was plausible, considering the old duke had passed away at a young age. Perhaps the second uncle had health issues as well. Wei's lips twitched. "Do not jump to conclusions. We are all trained in martial arts. How could anyone be in poor health? It must be something sinister. The Pei family has always been rather peculiar." Contemplating the obstinate nature of the duke's household, Su Mingzhuang found herself in agreement with Madame Pei's assessment and nodded. Wei slapped her forehead. "We've digressed. Where were we? Yes, the primary reason for not wanting Jin Wang to enlist is the fear of the Pei family becoming extinct. I previously discussed with him the idea of marrying first and having 2 or 3 children, after which I would agree to his enlistment, but he refused. Speaking of which, their family is truly peculiar. The men of the Pei family only marry 1 wife, and even if offered concubines, they refuse. Moreover, if there is no affection, they remain single rather than take a wife. Tell me, which family has such odd men?" Su Mingzhuang thought of her own family, where both her father and brothers had numerous wives and concubines. Even though her father respected her mother, he would still indulge his concubines, leaving her mother to feign magnanimity, shedding tears only in solitude. Suddenly, she found the Pei family's peculiarities rather appealing. Of course, she dared only to think this secretly. To voice such thoughts would be deemed envious and contrary to feminine virtue, subject to ridicule and scorn. Gathering her thoughts, Su Mingzhuang recalled the timeline and inquired, "So, you and the second uncle would absolutely not allow my cousin to enlist?" Indeed, his father threatened that if he dared to leave without permission, he would sever their father-son relationship. Speaking of which, I must clarify aside, there is so much to explain about the Pei family. They are truly unfeeling. Not if they say they will sever ties, they mean it completely. Whether or not Jin Wang regrets it afterward, there will be no room for reconciliation. Su Mingzhuang nodded thoughtfully, her bright eyes glinting with insight. If that dream was indeed prophetic, then the ensuing events would unfold as follows. Pei Jinhua would wish to enlist but would be unable to do so, forced instead to comply with the military examination in the spring and encountering an unforeseen incident during or after the examination. Due to this incident, he would sustain an injury, rendering him unfit for the military and ultimately leading him to seek a position as an official through family connections, inciting discussions among civil and military officials. With this realization, Su Mingzhuang posed another question, and, is the external testing of the military examination dangerous? Have there been instances of injuries, or even disabilities, during the examination? Wei, taken aback by the girl's earnest gaze, was internally astonished. This child truly exhibited a keen interest in the military examination? Acknowledging her attitude, Wei adopted a serious demeanor. Indeed, the external testing comprises mounted archery, standing archery, and martial skills. Standing archery is relatively safe, as one merely needs to hit the target. Mounted archery, however, carries certain risks, as one must shoot while riding. There have been cases where individuals fell from their horses and broke their legs. As for martial skills, aside from performing with the spear, there is also sparring involved. Although it is meant to be controlled, blades are indiscriminate, and no one can guarantee safety. Su Mingzhuang's pupils dilated, though her expression remained composed. So, mounted archery is likely to injure the legs, while martial skills generally result in upper body injuries? Precisely. If a leg injury leads to a disability, would it result in a limp? Certainly. A limp is the least of it. Some sustain such severe injuries that fractured bones may sever blood vessels. To prevent fatal bleeding, an amputation might be necessary, which would be truly tragic. Huawei answered earnestly, providing thorough explanations. Su Mingzhuang pressed her lips together, her heart racing. She sensed that this was indeed the calamity awaiting them in the future. Jin Wang would participate in the spring military examination, suffer a leg injury, and because the injury occurred during the examination, the Pei family would use this as a pretext to facilitate his entry into officialdom. Otherwise, should Jin Wang merely sustain a leg fracture during everyday life, dragging a disabled leg into a government position, given her understanding of the Pei family's prideful disposition, they would lack the courage to voice such a claim. Suddenly, an idea sparked within her. The military examination system depicted in this narrative is fictional, and the historical military examination system in China was often disregarded, with many dynasties abolishing it altogether, and even where it existed, it was seldom valued. Chapter 084. Do not push him. Know when to stop. While Su Mingzhuang was deep in contemplation, Wu Wei rose to her feet and inquired, "How are you feeling? Can you continue your practice? If it proves too arduous, we may conclude for today." She believed this to be the limit of a delicate woman. Su Mingzhuang pinched her own thigh, realizing that while discomfort lingered, her senses had returned. Gritting her teeth, she stood up and declared, "Let us continue. Aunt, what shall we practice next? Teach me how to box." Huawei, taken aback with delight, exclaimed, "I must say, Su Mingzhuang, you are quite impressive. If you keep this up, I shall have to regard you with newfound respect." As evening descended, Su Mingzhuang, freshly bathed, lay upon her bed. Yaqin and Yunshu, one atop the bed and the other beneath, were diligently massaging her legs. Wang Momo, standing nearby, chattered incessantly, "Miss, do take care, all things should be approached gradually. How can you practice for 3 to 4 hours on the very first day? You are alarming Lady Pei." She then turned to the 2 maidservants, instructing, "One of you must stay behind to keep watch tonight." Su Mingzhuang, pulling her thoughts back to the present, replied, "I do not require a night watch. Allow them to rest properly." Wang Momo frowned, "But Lady Pei has specifically instructed that we must keep an eye on you at night. We must check your urine each time you relieve yourself, and should we find blood, we must summon a doctor at once." Su Mingzhuang chuckled at the absurdity. "It is not that severe, is it? Is it you, miss, with experience, or is it Lady Pei? She has warned of danger. Why do you take it so lightly? If you continue to disregard my counsel, I shall remain here tonight." Su Mingzhuang sighed in resignation. "No, let us just have one of them stay." Yaqin offered, "Momo, I shall stay." "Very well, I appreciate your effort. Do be vigilant tonight." "Yes, Momo, you may rest assured." Su Mingzhuang remarked, "There is no need for you to guard the door, simply sleep on the soft couch in my room, and I shall call for you should I need to rise." Having swiftly concluded this exchange, her thoughts drifted once more. If the timeline from her dream were to hold true, it was likely that in the upcoming spring's martial examination, Pei Jinjai would sustain injuries, consequently being compelled to abandon his studies and enter government service. From their last brief encounter, she perceived that Pei Jinjai was not as sinister and terrifying as rumored in her dreams. She speculated that perhaps his character had changed drastically due to his injuries, eventually rising to the position of chancellor, leading him to take actions against his father. To avert such a possibility, the most prudent course of action would be to prevent Pei Jinjai from participating in the martial examination next year. Joining the military, that is indeed a commendable idea. Enlisting does entail the risk of death, but what concern is that of hers? She genuinely wished to reform and become a virtuous person, provided that those she cared for remained safe. Should her parents find themselves in peril, she would undertake actions far more reckless than those in her dreams. Moreover, within the Pei household, the person she felt most remorseful towards was the elderly matriarch. After all, in both dream and reality, the matriarch exuded warmth and kindness. Even when she had wronged Pei Jinyan, the matriarch never uttered a word of reproach, instead becoming her unwitting outlet for frustration. Then there was Pei Jinyan. Due to her machinations, Pei Jinyan, who had always cherished his reputation, found it tarnished, leaving a stain that, despite the belief in his innocence held by many, was still exploited by those with differing political views to attack him. Furthermore, as the Pei family placed great importance on marital ties, she had effectively ruined his first engagement. In the dream, she had caused a great uproar within the estate, and Pei Jinyan retaliated in kind, which offered her a semblance of solace. In reality, she had deprived him of the chance for revenge, yet had sought to compensate him with Wangjiang Tower, which she also deemed a form of consolation. However, with regards to Pei Jinjai, she felt no guilt whatsoever. She had provoked Pei Jinyan, but had not drawn Pei Jinjai into her schemes. Even should Pei Jinjai seek vengeance for his brother, she remained alive in the dream. Debts have their rightful creditors, and his ire should be directed at her, not the innocent father. Thus, instead of guilt, she harbored a degree of animosity towards Pei Jinjai. At that moment, Yaqin respectfully announced, "Miss, we have completed the massage on your legs, may I trouble you to turn over?" Su Mingzhuang obediently complied, continuing to ponder. Now the question was, Did Pei Jinjai still wish to enlist? Uncle Pei had declared that should Pei Jinjai dare to join the military, he would sever their father-son relationship. It seemed likely that Pei Jinjai would not dare to pursue it. So, how might she persuade Uncle Pei to consent to Pei Jinjai's enlistment? Meanwhile, in another location, at the Jichen courtyard Dai in the dining hall, a round table was laden with an array of dishes. Though not delicacies of the highest order, the meal was well balanced, both in taste and presentation, with the aroma of food and wine saturating the air. At the round table sat two pairs of mothers and sons, Yanshi with Pei Jinyan, and Lady Pei with Pei Jinjai. Huawei, having enjoyed a couple of drinks, beamed with joy. Feng Huo's health has improved, and Jin Yan's career is flourishing. The previous troubles have been resolved satisfactorily, and even Wang Jiang Tower has found a way forward. I am simply overjoyed. Come, let us raise a toast. As she spoke, she lifted her glass. Yanshi smiled and raised her cup in accompaniment, though in her hand was not wine, but water. Just as Pei Jinjai was about to raise his glass, he noticed his cousin deep in thought beside him. Elder brother, what preoccupies your mind? Pei Jinyan snapped back to reality, casting a quick glance around the table. Seeing everyone preparing to clink their glasses, he picked up his cup. It is nothing, merely contemplating a matter of business. Then, the four clinked their glasses, the atmosphere lively and harmonious. After this brief moment of excitement, the mood settled into a more tranquil state, allowing for casual conversation. Yanshi, with a gentle and affectionate demeanor, asked with concern, Jinjai, was your duty in the palace today strenuous? Pei Jinjai promptly set down his glass, replying respectfully, it was not difficult. We patrol every hour, and a single incense stick's worth of time suffices for our rounds, leaving ample time for rest. Moreover, I encountered several esteemed officials, which greatly broadened my horizons. Yanshi smiled and waved her hand dismissively, only as few are present. There is no need for such formality. Yes, Pei Jinjai replied with a smile, nodding at his aunt. Yanshi continued, how is your preparation for next year's provincial examination coming along? Will your duties in the palace interfere with your studies? At the mention of the provincial examination, Pei Jinjai's expression stiffened, his eyes betraying a mix of repulsion and disdain, and his tone became somewhat rigid. Thank you for your concern, aunt, but I feel there is not much to prepare. Huawei grew anxious. How can you say there is nothing to prepare? Have you memorized the military texts? Have you practiced your horsemanship? Pei Jinjai, sitting upright and formal in response to his elder's inquiries, had his hands resting on his thighs, yet, upon closer inspection, one could see his long fingers gradually clenching tighter, as if grappling with an inner tempest of resentment. While others failed to notice Pei Jinjai's subtle shift, Pei Jinyan, seated beside him and possessing keen perception, discerned the change. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, the palace boasts a training ground, with all necessary weaponry at hand, and there are many skilled individuals from the martial examinations. Jinjai can practice their .as for the written examinations, his mother will instruct him, so please do not worry, aunt. While ostensibly advising against excessive concern, all present understood Pei Jinyan's underlying message, do not push him. Know when to stop. Chapter 085. Intelligent and considerate, beautiful, and well-behaved. Pei Jinjai quietly sighed in relief as he witnessed his cousin come to his aid, his previously clenched fingers gradually relaxing. Noticing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Yanshi pondered how to shift the conversation. However, having been recuperating for several days and lacking contact with the outside world, what topics could she possibly conjure? Wei, did you instruct Miss Su in martial arts today? How did it go? Upon hearing this, Pei Jinyan maintained a composed demeanor while intently listening. Huawei, noticing her son's unusual demeanor, swiftly seized the opportunity to lighten the mood. I had intended to tell you, but when they returned, I became preoccupied with hosting them and completely forgot. You would never guess that Su Mingzhuang, despite her delicate appearance, possesses quite a strong will. Today, she practiced horse stance for a total of 3 hours, disregarding her rest time. Yanshi was taken aback, her expression shifting. 3 hours? Have you lost your mind? If anything were to happen to her, Scholar Su would undoubtedly hold us accountable. Huawei sheepishly touched her nose, murmuring, I was frightened later on, but at the time, I just wanted her to relent. Who knew that stubborn girl would refuse to back down and even provoke me with words? So Yanshi, unable to eat, furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment. After dinner, you and I shall pay a visit to Yansheng courtyard. Huawei hastily replied, to see Su Mingzhuang? There is no need for you to go. I can check on her myself. Yanshi shot her a disapproving glance. I do not trust you to go alone. Are you capable of handling this? I fear that upon seeing her, you might become agitated. Huawei whispered. Yanshi, exasperated, responded, she has not wronged me. Why would I become upset? Am I some frog in a pond, easily riled? Huawei turned to Pei Jinyan. Hey, frog son. Pei Jinyan. Pei Jinjia, having digested his grievances, finally regained his composure and lifted his gaze towards his joking mother, analyzing her recent remarks. After dinner, Huawei accompanied Yanshi to Yansheng courtyard. The second Madame Pei was quite a frequent visitor, albeit not particularly amiable, yet everyone had grown accustomed to her presence. What was unusual today was the appearance of the venerable old Madame Pei. This was indeed a rare sight. Several low-ranking maidservants hurried over to pay their respects, while Qiqiu dashed into the room to inform Miss Su and Madame Wang. This servant pays her respects to the old madam, and the second Madame Pei, Yanshi, with her graceful and refined demeanor, replied with a gentle smile, no need for formalities. Whereas Miss Su, the maidservants, feeling anxious, stood up, replying to the old madam, Mrs. inside the room. Qiqiu has already returned to convey the message, she will be out shortly. Yanshi raised her eyes towards the direction of the room's window, her gaze conflicted and struggling, ultimately letting out a soft sigh. She has practiced for such a long time. She must be feeling unwell. Let us not wait for her to come out. We shall enter. Very well. The servants of Yansheng courtyard, seeing the old madame's intention to enter, dared not obstruct her and silently stepped aside. Meanwhile, Mingzhuang, upon hearing that the old madam had arrived, hastily rose, having dressed only in her undergarments for the sake of comfort. How could she face anyone, even if she did not wear trousers? She needed to don a long skirt to cover herself. Mingzhuang initially intended to put on a skirt, but when she attempted to do so, she realized the issue lay not with the choice of attire but with her legs. She had returned in good shape, having walked back herself, yet after soaking in a bath and applying pressure, why did she feel so weak? Her legs were utterly feeble, and even with the maidservant's assistance, she could hardly stand, nearly falling over in her awkwardness. As Mingzhuang fretted, she heard Chichio's greetings to the old madam and the second Madame Pei, causing her heart to sink. When Yanshi entered the room, she was met with the sight of the young girl in a flustered state, beads of sweat adorning her brow. The girl had not adorned herself with makeup nor styled her hair, her lustrous, dark locks cascaded over her shoulders, shimmering in the light. It was unclear whether her skin was naturally delicate and translucent or if the thin sheen of perspiration contributed to the glow, but her exquisite visage resembled that of a priceless white jade sculpture. With her inky tresses, porcelain-like skin, and soft, pale pink silk undergarments, she appeared like a celestial lotus fairy gracing the mortal realm, both enchanting and innocent. Yanshi was momentarily entranced, pondering, could this girl truly be Mingzhuang? The infamous, uneducated jewel of the capital. Had she not been entranced by her beauty, would she have gone to such lengths to tarnish her own reputation and accuse the men of impropriety? Could it truly be her? When Mingzhuang met the gaze of the old madam, she awkwardly stammered, I pay my respects to the old madam. I truly apologize for my lack of decorum. Please forgive my impertinence. As she spoke, she struggled to stand upright, tugging at her skirt, fearful of exposing her bare legs. Huawei casually grabbed a maidservant and inquired, how is your young mistress? Is she experiencing any discomfort? No blood in her urine, I hope, Yunshu replied, replying to the second Madame Pei. Miss has only complained of soreness in her legs. She has mentioned no other discomfort, nor has she experienced blood in her urine. Huawei breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Mingzhuang. Oh, it seems you are more resilient than I had anticipated. The maidservants exchanged glances. Madame Pei was becoming increasingly unrefined. How could she use such language to describe a young lady of noble birth? Look at the old madam, poised and dignified, in stark contrast to the second Madame Pei's boisterous demeanor. Yanshi, observing the young girl's efforts to stand tall despite her trembling legs, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Do not stand any longer, go rest on the bed. Your aunt is being imprudent. How could she impose such a heavy burden on you during your first practice? Even men may struggle with it, let alone women. Mingzhuang, unable to endure any longer, sank back onto the bed. Thank you for your concern, old madam. My aunt teaches well. Even if I practice a little longer, it poses no danger. Unbeknownst to anyone, the rigorous training imposed by Madame Pei was orchestrated by Mingzhuang herself. She had deliberately provoked her opponent to extract more information. People are most likely to speak the truth when overwhelmed by extreme joy, sorrow, or anger. The information from Pei Jinja was crucial for her. Just as Yanshi was about to speak, she suddenly noticed a copy of the Doctrine of the Mean lying beside the bed. This was no ordinary copy. It was her annotated version, one that should have been in Jin Yan's study. How did it end up here? Mingzhuang, following the old madam's gaze to the book, hurriedly explained, Old madam, please do not be angry. This book was lent to me by General Pei. She then recounted the events that transpired at the scholar's residence, including her brother's inquiries and General Pei's responses, elaborating on the praise everyone had for General Pei and the reason for her borrowing the book. Upon hearing this, Huawei felt a surge of pride, yet feigned annoyance. Is your elder brother working at the Imperial Academy? Has he become so obsessed with examinations that he even quizzes his family? Mingzhuang nodded obediently. Yes, he often quizzes my other brothers and the children at home. When the nieces and nephews see their uncle, they scatter in all directions. Huawei chuckled. Is that so? I thought your scholarly family would be rather dull, yet it seems it is not so boring after all. Mingzhuang nodded fervently. Indeed, it is quite stimulating. The children at home would react to their elder brother just as a thief would to a constable. Yanshi felt a whirlwind of emotions. This girl appeared intelligent and considerate, beautiful and well-behaved. She seemed like the perfect match for a suitable marriage. Why then, had it devolved into such an embarrassing predicament, unable to reach a harmonious conclusion? Chapter 086, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. A sigh from Lady Yan deepened the air of melancholy within the room. The others, including Mama Wang, pondered to themselves, was the old Madame Pei not overly sentimental? Could she not share some of her emotions with Madame Pei? Noticing the oppressive atmosphere, Huawei took the initiative to break the silence. Mingzhuang, how are your studies progressing? Are you still practicing? Expecting the young girl to falter due to her unstable position, she was taken aback when the latter sat up straight at the question. Yes, aunt, when shall we continue? Tomorrow? Huawei's lips twitched. Lady Yan furrowed her brow disapprovingly. Tomorrow is not appropriate. You must rest for at least 2 days. All things should proceed gradually. Haste makes waste. Seeing the old lady's firm stance, Mingzhuang did not dare to contradict her, obediently replying, yes. Lady Yan cast another glance at the books on the bed, her brow slightly furrowing. You hail from the Su family and must have perused numerous esteemed commentaries. Do you find my annotations too simplistic? Mingzhuang responded earnestly, the version you annotated, madam, is both profound yet accessible, perfectly suited for my understanding. I beg your pardon, although I come from the Su family, I have not received much education due to my parents' indulgence. Lady Yan's gaze momentarily widened in surprise at the young woman's candidness, her demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. It is worth noting that most people either cling to their pride or succumb to inferiority. Few can genuinely maintain such a balanced poise. Even she, with her understanding of the world, often clung to her pride. She regarded Mingzhuang with curiosity, her thoughts lingering on the tip of her tongue before she finally sighed and shook her head. Rest well these 2 days, and we shall resume your lessons afterward. Pausing, she added, should you encounter any difficulties or disagreements with the texts, feel free to inquire at Jicheng Courtyard. Thank you, madam. I shall study diligently, Su Mingzhuang replied, though inwardly she had no intention of seeking Lady Yan's guidance. She perused these books merely to fill in her knowledge gaps, aiming to avoid public embarrassment in the future, rather than to pursue scholarly endeavors, so a cursory reading sufficed. Lady Yan exchanged a few more pleasantries before departing with Madame Payer. 2 days swiftly passed. At Jicheng Courtyard, having completed her breakfast, Lady Yan strolled in the garden to aid digestion. While other ladies would roam their estate's gardens, Lady Yan found convenience in residing directly within the garden, stepping outside for her walks. Huawei accompanied her. Fengwa, what troubles your mind? You seem quite pensive these days. Lady Yan withdrew from her thoughts, letting out a sigh. Have I not always been so? That is true. Huawei had often chided her friend for being burdened by worries. She had remarked a decade ago that those weighed down by their thoughts were prone to illness, never anticipating that her ominous words would ring true, and indeed, Lady Yan had fallen ill. Lady Yan inquired, is Yansheng Courtyard still preparing its own meals? Yes, Huawei replied. When I accompanied her for training last time, I suggested she fetch her meals from the kitchen, but she politely declined, stating she had grown accustomed to the servants' cooking. Lady Yan nodded. She is clearly distancing herself from the Duke's household. It seems she has resolved to pursue a separation. Huawei lamented, what is this nonsense? I truly wish I could knock some sense into her head to discern what she is thinking. She previously spread rumors that this banquet would ruin her reputation, compelling Jin Yan to marry her. After enduring so many hardships to enter this family, she has turned over a new leaf. Jin Yan has gone to the scholar's residence, and everyone has cast aside their past grievances to live harmoniously. Why suddenly seek a separation? Is she simply seeking trouble for herself out of sheer boredom? Lady Yan offered a gentle rebuke, let it be. After this ordeal, if she realizes her mistakes and seeks redemption, we of the Duke's household will have accrued some merit. Moreover, we have not suffered. Thanks to her, my health has improved, and I have finally resolved to cease operations at the continuously loss-incurring Wangjiang Tower. Indeed, Wangjiang Tower had been operating at a loss, yet no one had the courage to halt its operations. Huawei scoffed, isn't your ailment a result of her actions? Lady Yan patiently clarified, let us discuss this matter objectively. When she accused Jin Yan, had I been in good health, my old ailment would not have resurfaced. If not for her, I would not have been compelled to purchase such costly medicines. Huawei recalled the precious ginseng that Su Mingzhuang had provided, silently marveling at its value. Setting aside the exorbitantly priced ginseng, the other medicines were also prepared by Su Mingzhuang according to specific recipes. She surmised they were likely rare and valuable items not found in ordinary pharmacies in the capital. As the two conversed, a maid approached the courtyard entrance, engaged in conversation with the maid from Jicheng Courtyard. Huawei squinted, isn't that the maid from Yansheng Courtyard, named Shiqiu? I heard that Su Mingzhuang's equestrian skills were taught by her. Lady Yan also turned her gaze, thoughtfully concluding, she must be here to seek your instruction in martial arts. Huawei chuckled, last time she mentioned she would wait a couple of days to continue. I did not expect her to come right on schedule. Of Fengwa, please wait here, I shall go and inquire. Huawei quickly made her way over to the maid. As anticipated, Lady Yan's assumption was correct. Huawei sought the maid to accompany Lady Yan, while she herself departed Jicheng Courtyard, heading towards the training grounds. At the training grounds, after a short wait, Huawei spotted a figure approaching briskly from afar. Clad in training attire, Su Mingzhuang hurried over. I pay my respects, Aunt. Today, I must trouble you once more. Huawei observed the young girl's bright, animated face, puzzled. Is it truly necessary to be so exuberant over merely learning martial arts? Su Mingzhuang, seeing Madame Payer's inquiry, did not bother to feign modesty, her smile radiant. Of course, I am delighted. She was indeed eager, for today not only would she learn martial skills, but she would also continue to extract information, achieving two objectives in one endeavor. Huawei laughed. Very well, what do you wish to learn today? Fist techniques? Yes, fist techniques or staff techniques. I wish to acquire self-defense skills. Su Mingzhuang articulated her desire earnestly. Huawei raised an eyebrow. With so many maids and nannies around you, as long as you do not act recklessly, you should not find yourself in danger. Why pursue this training? Alternatively, I could teach you swordplay. Later, when those tedious noble women hold gatherings, you could perform and showcase your skills. No, I want to learn hand-to-hand combat. Su Mingzhuang's smile faded, her expression serious. Very well, I shall teach you what you wish to learn. Huawei conceded, recognizing her determination. Though she stated this, it was evident to all that admiration had begun to bloom in Madame Payer's eyes, a smile creeping upon her lips. She had always favored earnest young women devoted to their martial training, despising those who only learned superficial techniques yet boasted of their prowess, claiming to be as capable as men. Teaching you fist techniques is no issue. However, you must practice your horse stance daily. Without a stable foundation, all else is in vain. Yes, Aunt, do not worry, I have practiced my horse stance these past 2 days. Huawei, no wonder she seemed steadier while running just now. It was not merely an illusion. How intriguing. Since she was such a grounded girl, there was no need for Huawei to coddle her. It was best to impart genuine skills. An hour later. Enough, let us take a break. Huawei suggested, glancing up at the sun. Tell me, are you not afraid of getting sunburned? Training in summer's heat and winter's chill, I fear not the sun. Su Mingzhuang seized the opportunity when Madame Payer was unguarded, asking, Aunt, since you do not allow my cousin to enlist, has he given up? Chapter 087. He hasn't given up. That makes things much easier. Huawei was taken aback. Why are we bringing up this topic again? Su Mingzhuang's tone was innocently inquisitive. Then what shall we discuss? During our leisure time, we can't possibly remain silent, can we? That would be quite awkward, wouldn't it? Or perhaps, my aunt prefers to converse about scholarly matters. Recently, I finished reading The Doctrine of the Mean. It discusses the idea that a gentleman occupies his position and acts accordingly, without aspiring to what lies beyond. May I inquire about your thoughts on this, aunt? Huo Wei's face turned pale. If you ask me, you should refrain from separation. You and Feng Hua seem to get along splendidly, both of you are equally exasperating. By the end of her statement, she was gritting her teeth. Onlookers could discern the implications. One could surmise that old Madame Pei had previously urged Madame Pei to read diligently, yet the latter, with her boisterous nature, clearly did not possess a fondness for literature. Su Mingzhuang smiled gently. Thus, discussing the martial examinations during our break would indeed provide us with topics to converse about. This time, she dared not mention Pei Jinjiang, fearing that Madame Pei might perceive something amiss. Though Madame Pei was careless, if she persistently inquired about Pei Jinjiang during each meeting, it would inevitably come to light. Moreover, as Pei Jinjiang's mother, Madame Pei could not help but be concerned about her son. Consequently, she shifted the subject. Last time you mentioned that General Pei only took the childhood examination? Yet you also stated that without titles or merits, entering the official ranks solely based on noble status would lead to either trivial posts or great difficulty in promotion. This seems contradictory, does it not? How then did General Pei achieve advancement? Huo Wei, surprisingly patient, responded, noble families often take up official positions, but those roles are either trivial or challenging to progress in. Why is that? Because positions that allow for advancement require true talent or entail laborious and undignified work, qualities that those with titles but lacking in capability find intolerable. Thus, the court, in consideration of their dignity, assigns them respectable yet stagnant positions. As for Jinjiang inheriting a title theoretically, he could continue with the imperial examinations, but it would undoubtedly be awkward, for instance, if an examiner were to call upon Duke Anguo, quite undignified. The emperor, naturally considerate of the duke's household, allowed Jinjiang to choose his own duties. Jinjiang communicated his strengths to the emperor, and thus, he was assigned accordingly. The emperor understood Jinjiang's intentions and placed him in the Ministry of Justice to handle serious cases. Once he arrived, he accomplished two significant feats, leading to the emperor's immense satisfaction, and he was personally transferred to the Hall of Audience. Therefore, Jinjiang's situation is quite exceptional. Su Mingzhuang had merely intended to ask casually, as a pretext to inquire further about Pei Jinjiang, but to her surprise, she received an enthralling account of his advancement. Oh, by the way, during the recent martial examinations, Jinjiang ranked first. Many officials had high hopes for him, believing he would undoubtedly excel in subsequent tests. Who would have thought? Oh, Huo Wei lamented. Why did Huo Wei suddenly ramble on? Intentionally, she believed that even though Jinjiang and Su Mingzhuang's initial circumstances were less than dignified, resulting in considerable chaos, they ultimately ended up married. Now, Jinjiang had forgiven Su Mingzhuang for her past schemes, and she had reformed, becoming diligent and studious. The two, being a handsome couple, were simply well-matched. How could one simply suggest a separation? They were the ones who wed, and they alone should decide on separation. Was this matter to be treated lightly? Was the duke's household to be regarded as a mere thoroughfare? Feng Hua, too, acted without the decorum befitting an elder. When the Su family exerted pressure, she capitulated, compelling Jinjiang to marry. Now that Su Mingzhuang sought separation, she again yielded. There was no sense in that. If it had been her, when the Su family applied pressure, she would have taken a rope and hung herself outside the palace gates, to see how the emperor would respond, or how scholar Su would react. Su Mingzhuang wished to divorce. She could directly confront the scholar's residents, questioning how those two had educated their child, abandoning a child and causing trouble for others. Who was to blame? Regardless, anyone who displeased her would not be granted a moment's ease. But alas, Feng Hua was simply too malleable, stubbornly resistant to her counsel. All she could do was attempt her own method. Jinjiang's excellence was universally acknowledged. Not only was he accomplished in both civil and martial disciplines, but he was also exceptionally handsome. Thus, she began to speak of Jinjiang's achievements to capture Mingzhuang's attention. It seemed to be effective, for the young lady appeared utterly astonished. This was as it should be. Child, your husband is remarkably talented. You are indeed fortunate. Su Mingzhuang blinked her doe-like eyes. And what of my cousin? If General Pei is so outstanding, surely my cousin must be as well. Huo Wei was momentarily flabbergasted. Was this childless train of thought so erratic? Su Mingzhuang's lips curled into a subtle smile. She felt the conversation was transitioning smoothly and continued. How did my cousin fare in the martial examinations? She added, lest it seem too obvious, compared to General Pei? Huo Wei longed to drag her son forth to serve as a contrast to Jinjiang, eager to declare that the insufferable lad had failed, yet she found herself unable to utter such falsehoods. Jinjiang also ranked first. But it was different. Jinjiang's first place was not far removed from the second. He secured it by mere chance, while Jinjiang's first truly reflects his merit. Su Mingzhuang's heart sank heavily. Pei Jinjiang also ranked first? He had no intention of taking the martial examinations, yet he could easily secure a top position. Indeed, a significant concern. But what of her father? No, she must strive to alter Pei Jinjiang's fate, sending him off to the frontier to serve in the army, ensuring he never returns. With such thoughts, Su Mingzhuang continued, is my cousin truly so exceptional? Aunt, I have a perplexing question. Might you enlighten me? What question do you have? Since you and uncle refused to permit my cousin to enlist, has he abandoned the thought entirely? Huo Wei replied impatiently, he has no say in the matter. She wished to steer the conversation back to Jinjiang. Madame Pei's words remained ambiguous, leaving Su Mingzhuang unable to ascertain Pei Jinjiang's intentions. Whether Pei Jinjiang had relinquished the notion of enlisting was of great significance to her plans. Reflecting upon this, she altered her approach. Indeed, he has no say. However, I find it surprising that my cousin would relinquish his ambitions so easily. I had thought the Pei family to be quite steadfast and resilient. Huawei felt a subtle discomfort. While it was her intent to undermine her son, she found herself reluctant to accept the notion that her son was inferior to Jinjiang. Relinquish? Ha, how could that be? Just the other day during dinner, he was still subtly competing with me. Is that so? Su Mingzhuang slowly allowed a smile to blossom. His persistence made matters much easier. Huawei intended to continue boasting about her nephew, Jinjiang. Su Mingzhuang rose. Aunt, I have rested sufficiently, we may proceed now. Huawei, there was little she could do. She had come to impart martial skills, and it would not do to force an arrangement. Contemplating the upcoming break, she resolved to continue her matchmaking endeavors. Then, later, Madame Pei remained uncertain whether she had succeeded, as she indeed spoke well of Jinjiang during each intermission, yet each time, it was inexplicably accompanied by mentions of Jinjiang's trivial matters. As night descended upon the Jichuan courtyard, Yan Shi had retired, yet Huawei found herself restless. She contemplated stepping outside to practice a set of martial arts. Ever since she had aged, the days of clashing swords and galloping steeds seemed increasingly distant. Though she had not abandoned her martial skills, her enthusiasm had waned. However, having been inspired by Mingzhuang today, she felt a resurgence of passion. As Huawei stepped out of her room, intending to find an open space in the expansive courtyard of Jichuan, a maid approached her. Upon reaching her side, the maid offered a brief bow and swiftly whispered, "This servant has come to inform Madame Pei that the Duke requests your presence." Huawei was taken aback. Jinjiang, seeking her in such secrecy, for what purpose? Chapter 088, truly useful. Madame Pei hurried to the small garden, only to find her nephew already waiting in the pavilion. The tall young man, clad in a dark brocade robe, seemed to merge with the shadows within, rendering him almost indistinct. His complexion was strikingly pale, resembling white jade in the dim light, yet it lacked the warmth of true jade, appearing instead as cold as ice. Huawei had long grown accustomed to her naturally aloof nephew. As a child, he had a penchant for acting like an adult, imitating his stubborn mother with solemnity, and unknowingly transformed into this distant persona over time. Reflecting on it now, she realized she rarely saw her nephew engaging in the playful antics typical of children. Upon noticing his aunt's arrival, Pei Jinyan promptly interrupted his thoughts and greeted her. "Aunt, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour." Huawei, smiling, waved her hand dismissively. "What is there to apologize for? I, too, find it difficult to sleep. What brings you here tonight?" Pei Jinyan pressed his lips together, a flicker of something passing through his gaze before he replied, "He is inside reading. He is unaware that I have come to find you. I merely mentioned a trivial matter to speak with my mother." Huawei was taken aback, gradually tempering her casual demeanor, her expression growing serious. "Is something significant happening?" Realizing that his overly grave demeanor had misled his aunt, Pei Jinyan forced a smile. "Please do not misunderstand, aunt. Nothing of great consequence has occurred, nor is there any urgent matter. Rather, I have a modest request." Huawei let out a heavy sigh of relief, grumbling, "That child truly frightens me. I must say, could you not display a bit more expression? Your perpetually icy countenance makes even the most trivial matters seem monumental." "Indeed, I shall be more mindful in the future." Pei Jinyan replied nonchalantly, his voice faltering slightly as he continued, "I heard from the servants that they saw you conversing with Miss Su during martial arts practice, discussing various matters. Is that correct?" "Yes, we exchanged a few words during breaks. Why do you ask? Would it be possible for you to recount all of your conversations with her, not only from today but also from the past? Please recall as much as you can and share whatever you remember." Huawei noticed her nephew's increasingly serious demeanor. "Why the sudden inquiry? Have you discovered something?" Pei Jinyan spoke earnestly. "To be candid, aunt, I do have some hypotheses, but they remain mere conjectures. What I require now are clues and information. I implore you to assist me. I assure you, once I have news, you will be the first to know." Huawei wished to inquire further, but seeing the restraint in her nephew's eyes, she tempered her inquisitive nature and recounted every exchange she had had with Su Mingzhuang since their first meeting. This included not only their recent discussions during martial arts practice about the martial examination and Pei Jinyan's potential military or civil service paths, but also instances from their first meeting, where Su Mingzhuang had endured insults, and the second meeting, where she had sharply rebuked him. She also recalled her request that he refrain from cursing her in front of the servants at the scholar's residence, stating that she would accept any insults as long as no one from the residence was present. As Huawei diligently recalled, Pei Jinyan listened attentively, analyzing the information. After a while, once she finished, she looked expectantly at her nephew. "So, can you deduce anything? You were once at the Ministry of Justice, renowned for your reasoning skills. Your inquiries regarding Mingzhuang must relate to some secret she harbors. Please, uncover it swiftly. My curiosity is nearly unbearable. Each time I think of that girl hiding a secret, it drives me to distraction. I wish I could pry open her head to see inside." Pei Jinyan, witnessing the animated expression on his aunt's face, couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Huawei, momentarily taken aback, soon realized and quickly cleared her throat, adopting a serious expression. "Are you laughing at your aunt? You are family, so I suppose it is permissible for me to be informal with you." Pei Jinyan shook his head, his gaze earnest. "Aunt, you need not feel any remorse. On the contrary, I greatly admire your carefree nature and disregard for trivialities. In my view, life should be lived freely, speak your mind, pursue your desires without hesitation. I would never think you insufficiently composed. Moreover, I wish my mother could exhibit such straightforwardness, with her laughter and ire. Perhaps that would improve her health. Hui playfully slapped her nephew a solid arm. What nonsense are you spouting? Fenghua is already recovering quite well. However, speaking of which, I used to scoff at the notion of spending thousands of taels on a ginseng root, but now I truly see its worth. That ginseng from Mingzhuang is indeed effective. With the mention of Su Mingzhuang and her precious ginseng, Pei Jinyan felt a surge of gratitude. He pressed his lips together. Rest assured, Aunt, I shall endeavor to earn money in the future. Hui retorted sharply, do not speak such folly. You are a court official, what need have you to earn money? Your duty is to serve the emperor in the court. Do not let the censors hear of your desire to earn money, lest it jeopardize your career. Managing the family affairs is the responsibility of the women of the inner court, leave that to Mingzhuang. Pei Jinyan was momentarily taken aback. Hui realized she had spoken out of turn. Oh, well, in truth, I have matters I have kept from you. Since you enjoy keeping secrets, let us both indulge. Once you uncover your information, I shall share my own with you. Pei Jinyan, he could surmise what his aunt was concealing, her recent attempts to speak favorably of him in front of Su Mingzhuang, hoping to bring the two closer. However, he had no time to dwell on that matter. Very well, Aunt, allow me to escort you home, I must step out for a while. Hui frowned, you need not see me off, but what business do you have at this hour? I am going to find Huiyu to inquire about certain matters. Huiyu, Madame Pei's own nephew, held a position at the Ministry of Justice. The two had known each other since childhood due to their familial ties and had grown close. Later, as Pei Jinyan joined the ministry, their relationship deepened into that of confidants. What do you intend to inquire about with him? Never mind, I shall not pry. Hui waved her hand, you go about your business, I shall return now. Pei Jinyan fully understood his aunt's inquisitive nature. Rest assured, Aunt, once I have news, you shall be the first to know. Very well, it is settled then. After their agreement, they parted ways. Madame Pei returned to Jichun courtyard, while Pei Jinyan made his way to the residence of Huiyu, near the Ministry of Justice. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Within the palace, Pei Jinyan received a note sent from the Ministry of Justice, penned by Huiyu. The note indicated that Huiyu had reserved a private room at a restaurant and instructed Pei Jinyan to finish his shift and proceed there directly. Pei Jinyan glanced at the serious script on the note, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Huiyu shared a similar disposition with his aunt, being carefree and humorous, often delighting in jest. The last time they had drunk together late into the night, Huiyu had covered the bill, and knowing him, he would likely insist on treating again, yet, the brevity of this note suggested a grave situation, one that even Huiyu could not joke about. After concluding his shift, Pei Jinyan hurried to the restaurant, entering the private room to find Huiyu still in his official attire, seated at the table with a grave expression as he scrutinized some documents. Upon noticing his friend's arrival, Huiyu looked up, the information you requested has been uncovered, but you should brace yourself. Pei Jinyan's heart seemed to halt for an instant. He had initially thought it merely a secret regarding Su Mingzhuang, something he was indifferent to, yet he realized now that he truly cared. Chapter 089. Is this the moment? Pei Jinyan held his breath, waiting for a moment, yet Huiyu remained silent, prompting him to express his displeasure. What are you hinting at? Huiyu, rarely seen with a furrowed brow, had his usually cheerful eyes now shadowed with an impending storm. Hesitant, he finally spoke, brother, tell me honestly, do you have feelings for Miss Su? Pei Jinyan chuckled lightly, how I came to marry her is known only to a few. Do you really not understand? If you were to rescue a woman, only to be met with slander instead of gratitude, forced to marry her and earn the reputation of a lecher, would you harbor any affection for her? Huiyu pondered from his friend's perspective and mumbled, if she looked as beautiful as Miss Su, perhaps I might. Pei Jinyan raised an eyebrow. Oh, no, I meant, it would indeed be difficult. Even in a forced marriage, there would remain a lingering resentment, especially for someone like you who values reputation. What thoughts swirled in his friend's mind, Pei Jinyan could only guess. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. To claim he cared not for reputation, that was implausible. He dreamed of embodying integrity and purity, aware that the Pei family had few heirs and no room for error. In other families, if a generation boasted 20 legitimate and illegitimate offspring, having a few miscreants would not be a severe blow. However, in his family, there were only he and Pei Jinja. If their reputations faltered, it would be tantamount to the Pei clan's downfall. Was he willing to sacrifice himself for the greater good? Was he prepared to live a life of restraint? Could he bear the weight of maturity at such a young age? What else could he do but comply? Miss Su lived freely, backed by the formidable Su family, yet what support did he have? If he acted recklessly, who would be there to aid him? Apart from disappointing his family and becoming a laughingstock, he would be cast into the depths of disgrace. Suddenly, Pei Jinyan's thoughts halted. Strangely, in the past, such reflections would leave him breathless, yet today, they stirred within him a sense of resentment. Resentment? He had once lacked even the right to feel such, yet now he boldly dared to harbor it? Who could he blame? Who could he vent to? His mother? Her health had just improved. Would he burden her with illness again? His aunt? Her mind was, or perhaps Jinja, but Jinja was still sulking. A solitary figure began to emerge in his mind. Initially, it appeared as scattered stars, gradually coalescing into a vivid image, akin to a galaxy illuminating the darkness of his despair. Pei Jinyan stood there, astonished, then quickly shook his head. What absurd thoughts was he entertaining? Huiyu, will you speak or not? If not, I shall take my leave. With that, Pei Jinyan pretended to walk away. Yu, startled, exclaimed, "Wait, I will speak. Why are you suddenly angry? Your already frosty demeanor is off-putting enough without the added unpredictability." Pei Jinyan, of course, would not depart so easily. He turned back, fixing a piercing gaze on his friend. "Enough with the banter, speak quickly." Yu's smile faded, his voice turning serious. "I ask only to confirm one thing. Do you have feelings for her?" Pei Jinyan clenched his fists. "Why so much idle chatter today?" Yu's expression grew more earnest. "If your words were not so verbose, why not answer my question directly?" Pei Jinyan froze. Had he not directly answered the question? It seemed he was indeed evading the matter. A wave of complex emotions surged within him, but he forcefully suppressed them, adopting a cold demeanor as he declared, "Listen well, something transpired between Miss Su and me. I have since let go of any resentment. I no longer despise her, yet there is absolutely no romantic sentiment. Is that direct enough?" Yu's gaze bore into his friend. "Are you certain there are no romantic feelings? I have heard from my aunt that since their wedding, Miss Su has undergone a transformation, now gentle and kind, and with her unparalleled beauty. Are you certain you do not harbor feelings for her?" "I do not." Seeing the unwavering determination in his friend's eyes, Yu solemnly stated, "It seems Miss Su may not hold feelings for you." Pei Jinyan had Yu use his authority to investigate Miss Su's whereabouts from the day he rescued her at Songyue Temple to their wedding, as well as any action she had taken. Furthermore, he sought to uncover whether Jinja had ever encountered Miss Su. Given that Jinja had previously mentioned seeing her from a distance without any conversation, he wanted to know the time and place of that fleeting glance. "Continue," Pei Jinyan urged, pressing his lips together, his dark eyes cold as an unfathomable winter pool. Yu continued, "You rescued Miss Su on the 3rd of May, and shortly thereafter, on the 9th, she and Princess Yuxuan traveled to Fuyu City, dining at the largest tavern, Gonlin Tower. Because the storyteller there was quite good, they chose to sit in the main hall rather than a private room, enjoying their meal while listening to the tale. However, Miss Su was recognized by some unsuccessful scholars from Fuyu City, who began to mock her in veiled insults. Princess Yuxuan confronted them, but they insisted they were merely referencing a fictional character from a story, not Miss Su. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, Miss Su urged Princess Yuxuan to leave. Pei Jinyan felt a surge of anger at the thought of a group of inept scholars venting their frustrations on a woman, too cowardly to confront her directly, resorting instead to veiled jibes. Had he been present, he would have questioned those worthless individuals, and if necessary, would not have hesitated to physically confront them. Yu continued, "Just as Miss Su and Princess Yuxuan departed, someone stood up to confront those scholars, sharply criticizing them for directing their frustrations towards a woman, stating that such behavior was unbecoming of a gentleman. With their capabilities, they should instead return home and study more diligently." Pei Jinyan was taken aback. Someone had shared his sentiments. Yu scrutinized him deeply before continuing. That person was Jinja. Some recognized Jinja's identity, declaring him the top scholar of the martial examination, prompting the scholars to ridicule him for being of such an age and only now passing the preliminary examination, claiming that his achievement was nothing to boast about. Pei Jinyan retorted angrily, "Nonsense. The martial examination differs from the literary one. It only commences at the age of 15, and its duration is longer than that of the literary examination. Were those scholars unaware of the rules of the martial examination? They likely were." Yu sighed. "Jinyan, you have always been in the capital, untouched by the struggles of those impoverished scholars, especially those who repeatedly fail. Their darkness within and their venomous tongues exceed your imagination. They profess to be indifferent to worldly affairs, devoted solely to the study of classics, yet, in reality, they are narrow-minded and obstinately ignorant. They only hear what they wish to hear, and when confronted with words that threaten their pride, they resolutely refuse to believe, covering their ears to the truth." Amidst his anger, Pei Jinyan suddenly realized Jinja had said he had merely seen her from a distance. Could it truly have been this encounter? Chapter 090. A self-deluded stranger. Pei Jinzhao's expression was rigid, his tone even more so, and then? The argument escalated, and Jinzhao nearly struck those scholars. He was only restrained by his friend, who forcibly dragged him out of the tavern. Everyone thought the matter was settled, but shortly after Pei Jinzhao left, Princess Yuxuan returned with Miss Su, commanding the guards to drag those scholars out and breaking their right hands, rendering them unable to hold a pen. The incident caused quite an uproar. Both the Empress and the Su family had to exert considerable effort to suppress it. There was a pause in his voice. "Oh, by the way, I vaguely recall that a steward from the Su family, hailing from Fuqing, visited your Wangjiang Tower. Do you happen to know his surname and given name?" Pei Jinzhao replied, "His surname is Qian, but I do not know his full name." Yu was astonished. What a coincidence, the person from the Su family who dealt with the mess in Fuqing was also named Qian. You might inquire whether it is the same steward Qian. Pei Jinzhao pursed his lips tightly, his countenance further darkening. "So, you suspect that Miss Su and Princess Yuxuan did not genuinely leave the tavern that day, but rather observed from the shadows, witnessing Jinzhao stepping forward to speak up for Miss Su. Furthermore, because I bear a striking resemblance to Jinzhao, they mistakenly believed that it was I who rescued her at Songyue Temple and defended her at the tavern. Upon seeing my lack of affection towards her, they concocted a narrative of my supposed lechery and forced marriage?" Yu nodded. "Based on various clues, that seems to be the case. Otherwise, why did she not exhibit any fondness for you when you saved her, only to suddenly slander you after more than 10 days? Additionally, it also explains her drastic change in temperament on the day of her wedding." Pei Jinzhao felt an inexplicable weightlessness in his heart, a sensation he could not quite comprehend. On the day of the wedding, she learned that the one who spoke up for her was not me? Yu, caught up in the shock of this fortuitous misunderstanding, failed to notice the subtle shift in his friend's tone. "I believe it to be so." Otherwise, how could one explain her complete transformation in character in less than 2 hours? She shifted from her previous petulance and ignorance to a demeanor of gentleness and humility. Only a person who has survived a calamity could undergo such a profound change. Surviving a calamity? Pei Jinzhao's expression grew complex, tinged with sarcasm. So, marrying me is her misfortune? Failing to wed the man she desired has left her in despair? Ah, well, if Huayu could not discern the distress on his friend's face, then he had no business being in the Ministry of Justice. Cautiously, he asked, I say, Jinzhao, you wouldn't happen to have suddenly realized you have feelings for Miss Su, would you? Pei Jinzhao felt a surge of unnamed anger within him. What does that have to do with whether I like her? Let me ask you, if you were in my position, and a woman used affection as a pretext to frame you and force you into marriage, only to discover on the day of the wedding that she did not indeed love you, how would you react? While you contemplated the question, my male pride would be wounded. I would feel inferior to the man she loves and wonder why, what does he possess that I lack? Pei Jinzhao's expression softened slightly, allowing a cold huff to escape. It is good that you can understand. Of course. I am the esteemed Hua of the Ministry of Justice, my deductive skills are second to none. He patted his chest with a sense of pride, then mumbled, though I still fall short compared to you. Pei Jinzhao sank despondently into his chair, his gaze distant. At that moment, a polite knock sounded at the door. Huayu did not allow the visitor to enter. Instead, he rushed to open the door, only to find it was the waiter. The waiter inquired whether all the guests had arrived and if they should serve the dishes. Huayu glanced back at his friend, who resembled a statue, then pulled out a few coins and handed them to the waiter, saying they would not require the food just yet. After the waiter departed, Huayu carefully returned to the table, poured some tea, and pushed it towards Pei Jinzhao, softly asking, What do you intend to do? Pei Jinzhao interrupted his thoughts, fixing his gaze on Huayu. I have no particular plan. Originally, the terms of my agreement with her were to part ways a year after our marriage. His voice faltered. Now, there are still 11 months remaining. Unbeknownst to them, a vague, inexplicable melancholy permeated the room, casting a shadow over their hearts. Huayu urged, Jinzhao, you must remain calm and listen patiently. If everything aligns with our deductions, then it is also possible that Miss Su does not favor Jinzhao. After all, you were the one who saved her first. Jinzhao only stepped in later, and Miss Su may have mistakenly viewed you both as one and the same. Hence, if she were to express affection, it should be half for you and half for Jinzhao. Would you not agree? Huayu himself was unsure why he articulated such absurdity. His friend had vehemently denied any feelings for Miss Su, and he knew Pei Jinzhao to be earnest, rarely speaking in jest. He merely spoke based on intuition. Pei Jinzhao remained silent for a moment, lowering his gaze as if engaged in meticulous analysis, then slowly shook his head. No, she loves Jinzhao, not me. Why? How can you be so certain? Huayu challenged. Pei Jinzhao raised his eyes, the depths of his dark gaze now calm, his tone steady. Though I bear a striking resemblance to Jinzhao, we are not twins. On the second day after our wedding, when she looked at me, her expression was devoid of warmth, as if I were a complete stranger. At that moment, I mistakenly thought my mother's old ailment had resurfaced due to her actions, and I lost my temper with her, uttering harsh words. Instead of harboring resentment or anger for the injustice, she remained composed, analyzing the situation for me, even accompanying me to the Jichun courtyard to prepare medicine for my mother. Had she harbored even the slightest affection for me, she would not have treated the injustice with such detachment and calmness. As he spoke, Pei Jinzhao's thoughts drifted back to that fateful night. After completing a secret mission assigned by the emperor, he returned home exhausted, only to see the red silk hanging at the entrance and the auspicious character pasted on the door, igniting a fiery rage within him. Upon entering, he was informed by a servant that his mother's old ailment had relapsed. His first thought was to attribute the blame to Su Mingzhuang, and though he feigned restraint, he inwardly wished to dismember her. Yet, he had not anticipated that he had wronged her. After that incident, he had often pondered why, despite the grave injustice he had suffered, she did not seem angry at all. How could she maintain such composure and dignity? Was this the cultivated demeanor of a family with a history spanning centuries? Now he understood. It turned out, she did not have any feelings for him. He had assumed she would cling to him, but in reality, it was all a misunderstanding. He was merely a stand-in for his cousin, a self-deluded stranger. Moreover, the look in her eyes. Unknowingly, Pei Jinzhao's brows tightened further as he continued. On the day my cousin arrived at the Duke's residence, I, along with my aunt, escorted him inside. On our way, we encountered Miss Su. At that moment, she exhibited a clear and unmistakable reaction, fixating her gaze on Jinzhao. For a moment, he stumbled over his words, unsure how to describe the scene at that time. Huayu dared not interrupt, patiently awaiting his friend's thoughts. After a considerable pause, Pei Jinzhao finally spoke. She was staring intently at Jinzhao, her surprise evident, as if to say, so it was you? Chapter 091. Why does he not feel like a stranger? Pei Jinyan's voice was not loud, his tone calm, even to the point of being devoid of emotion. Yet, Huayu felt a tightening in his chest. Due to his profession, he often had to immerse himself in the mindset of the perpetrator when solving cases, considering the criminal circumstances, deducing their motives, and predicting their subsequent actions under those motives. Moreover, as a result of his occupational habits, he unconsciously placed himself in the shoes of his friend, imagining that his newlywed wife desired not him, but his cousin, casting him glances filled with both longing and sorrow as she gazed at her intended. He could even envision the sentiments reflected in her eyes. Why have you only just arrived? I have waited so long. The bitterness in his heart was far more painful than the humiliation of infidelity. Yet, he knew he had to offer solace. Huayu cleared his throat a couple of times. So was she truly so discomposed at that time? Did you all notice it? Did you inquire about the cause? I asked, Pei Jinyan replied. She refused to admit it, claiming it was her first encounter with Jin Zhu, and when questioned about her surprise, she said it was because Jin Zhu and I bore such a striking resemblance, more so than even her own brothers, who share the same parents, which astonished her. Huayu nodded. There is some truth to that. You and Jin Zhu are indeed like twin brothers, while I, being a cousin of Jin Zhu, bear no resemblance at all, to the point that one could hardly discern any familial connection. Pei Jinyan pressed his lips together. He had never liked his own face, believing that a man should garner respect through virtue and conquer through strength, rather than seek approval through mere appearance. As long as a man's looks were not so unpleasant as to provoke discomfort, that sufficed, yet, due to his visage, many overlooked his capabilities, praising only his handsomeness, which he found utterly detestable. At this moment, his disdain for his own face reached a peak. Seeing his friend's expression grow increasingly cold, Huayu sighed sympathetically. What a mess, that Su Mingzhuang, truly, could she not have inquired properly before marrying? To go ahead and marry, no less, the cousin of the one she loves. Even if she were to part with Jin Yan now, she would still be Jin Zhu's former sister-in-law. How could she ever be with Jin Zhu again? Moreover, what a disgraceful union it was, fabricating tales of Jin Yan's frivolity, only to discover that the truth was a case of mistaken identity. Wasn't that just absurd? What a headache. Suddenly, Huayu recalled another matter. Oh right, what was Jin Zhu's demeanor at that time? Pei Jinyan's expression darkened inexplicably. He recalled the gloomy countenance and the complex emotions etched on Jin Zhu's face upon seeing Su Mingzhuang. His gaze is difficult to describe. Huayu was taken aback. Surely Jin Zhu does not harbor feelings for Miss Su? If he did not, why would he have stepped forward at that time? But then again, if he does like her, why did he not seek her out when she conspired against you? Or at least inform you of the matter? I do not know, Pei Jinyan replied coldly. Huayu felt overwhelmed, his anxiety palpable. Jinyan, please, calm down and do not act impulsively. Pei Jinyan lifted his gaze, his tone nonchalant. I am quite calm. Huayu, indeed, the person involved was remarkably composed, while he, an outsider, was in a frenzy. Alright, what I mean to say is, we cannot be as reckless as Miss Su. We must investigate thoroughly before jumping to conclusions. Is it not possible that there has been a misunderstanding, that Miss Su does not like Jin Zhu, and Jin Zhu does not like her either? Su Mingzhuang likes Jin Zhu, Pei Jinyan asserted firmly. Have you asked her? I have not. Huayu fumed. You haven't asked, yet you are so certain? Are you a mind reader? I must say, seeing your calm demeanor, do refrain from speaking nonsense. Pei Jinyan remained unfazed by his friend's agitation, still measured in his response. In the past, she maintained a respectful distance from my aunt, even daring to retort against her. However, since meeting Jin Zhu, she has been dutifully submissive to my aunt, diligently training in martial arts, all the while inquiring about Jin Zhu. Huayu blinked in surprise. Pei Jinyan recounted verbatim what he had heard from Madame Pei. Both had received training in the Ministry of Justice, and whether it was gathering information, sorting through clues, or analyzing cases, they did so swiftly and accurately. As soon as Pei Jinyan finished speaking, Huayu made a judgment. Su Mingzhuang was indeed fishing for information. She had been trying to extract details about Jin Zhu from her aunt and had repeatedly used Jin Yan as a cover. Pei Jinyan lowered his eyes, reflecting on how his aunt had spoken so highly of him, unaware that the one she favored was not him at all, but rather his cousin. How ironic. The atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly tense, and Huayu felt as though he could hardly breathe. He hastily cleared his throat. Let us not dwell on such matters. It is just a divorce, isn't it? In 11 months, he'll be a free man again. Oh, wait, a single man. Let us eat first. This meal is on me. No need, Pei Jinyan replied, pulling out a silver note of 15 taels from his pocket and placing it on the table. I shall not eat. Order whatever you like. I didn't pay for the last round of drinks either, so consider it settled. With that, he rose to leave. Huayu rushed forward, grabbing Pei Jinyan's arm with one hand while using the other to return the silver note to him. I know you cannot eat, and I cannot eat either. Take the money. Consider the last round of drinks my treat. As for this private room, leave it to me. Not a chance. Pei Jinyan attempted to retrieve his silver again. Huayu quickly pressed down on his other hand. Do not push it with me. About this matter, just take a breath, cool down. As I said, remain calm and do not act rashly. Return home and ask Jin Zhu. Have a good talk with him, and do not act impulsively. Pei Jinyan fixed Huayu with a deep look. You are concerned that I might misplace my anger onto Jin Zhu? Huayu, caught off guard, laughed awkwardly but would not concede. What am I worried about? I am merely his cousin. You are his more immediate relation. Pei Jinyan sighed. You know I dislike owing favors. Take the money. I assure you I will remain calm. Moreover, I have no motive to lose my composure. I do not like Su Mingzhuang, and she does not like me. We are merely strangers brought together by unfortunate circumstances. Fine. I will take the money. Next time, I will treat you to a meal. Huayu released him, pocketing the silver, thinking, strangers? How can he not feel like a stranger? Never mind. It is difficult for an impartial party to resolve familial matters. His own romantic entanglements remain unresolved. Who is he to meddle in others' affairs? At the Duke's residence, in the main courtyard. In the study, the lights flickered brightly. Pei Jinju sat behind a grand desk, a military treatise open before him, yet he remained motionless, as though lost in thought, resembling a statue. Suddenly, voices drifted in from outside the window. Your Grace, you have returned? Why are you so late today? Have you dined? And where is Jin Zhu? The young master is in the study reading. Very well. Footsteps approached the study. Pei Jinju slowly turned his head towards the window, his handsome and captivating face framed by dark, penetrating eyes. His cousin had been preoccupied these past few days, yet they shared meals in quarters, both serving in the palace. He could confidently assert that his cousin's worries were not related to official duties, with a monotonous lifestyle and simple social interactions, and given that his aunt's health was stable, there was only one possibility: his cousin's concerns were undoubtedly tied to Su Mingzhuang. Chapter 092 What role does he play? Pei Jinji rose from his seat and strode towards the study door. Before he could reach it, he encountered his elder cousin. Elder brother. He nodded slightly, then lowered his gaze, avoiding eye contact. Though they had grown up together, an inexplicable understanding passed between them, perhaps due to their striking resemblance, a familiarity that surpassed that of some biological brothers. This peculiar phenomenon had sparked discussions among family members, who speculated that it might stem from the striking similarities between their fathers and the close bond shared by their mothers since childhood. Ultimately, they regarded it as an amusing topic. Without delving deeper, noticing his cousin's reluctance to meet his eyes, Pei Jinyan surmised, "Do you have time?" "Yes." "Can we talk?" "Yes." The flat tone of his cousin's response only confirmed Pei Jinyan's suspicions, leaving him feeling oddly unsettled. "Let us change our location to somewhere more open." In an open space, breathing felt more effortless, a stark contrast to the stifling atmosphere indoors. Pei Jinja lifted his gaze, with a glimmer of light dancing in his dark eyes. "Let us go to the training grounds. I sense you are in a rather somber mood. If, after our conversation, you still feel troubled, I shall accompany you in practice." Pei Jinyan cast a complex glance at his cousin, nodded gently, and then turned to exit the study first. Pei Jinja followed closely behind, and the two cousins made their way to the training grounds in silence. As the night unfurled like ink across the sky, a full moon hung high, its luminous and resplendent light akin to a celestial silver platter, casting countless beams of clarity. A gentle breeze whispered through the air, rustling the treetops. In the spacious training grounds stood two men of similar stature and strikingly similar features, bathed in the moonlight that draped them in a silvery veil. Pei Jinja spoke first. "Elder brother, we are alone here. You need not harbor any reservations or be overly courteous with me. Please, express what you wish to say." Pei Jinyan regarded his cousin intently. "It is not that I have reservations, but rather," after a lengthy pause, when no further words came, Pei Jinji inquired, "But what?" Pei Jinyan let out a bitter laugh. "I apologize. I indeed have reservations. Nevertheless, I shall speak plainly without regard for your feelings. You mentioned having seen Su Mingzhuang recently, in Fuyu City, at an establishment with a storyteller?" Pei Jinja's pupils flickered momentarily before he regained his composure. "You have been investigating me." "I apologize," Pei Jinyan confessed directly, acknowledging that this was part of the reason he had been unsure of how to broach the subject. Between brothers, such calculations felt discordant, undermining the notion of harmony. Pei Jinja pondered for a moment before breaking into a light laugh. "You need not apologize. I was the one who concealed the truth. My reticence stemmed from my own reservations. Indeed, before Su Mingzhuang framed you, I had met her once at the Ganlin Pavilion. Ever since our family relocated from the capital, I have seldom returned, and even in Fuyu City, I rarely ventured out. I had only heard whispers of the twin pearls of the capital, and in my imagination, they were merely two boorish women. However, on that day at Ganlin Pavilion, two young ladies, guarded by attendants, suddenly appeared in the hall. One possessed extraordinary beauty, while the other exuded an air of dignity, instantly becoming the focal point of the patron's attention, myself included. To my astonishment, rumors began to circulate, suggesting that Su Mingzhuang, one of the twin pearls, was of loose morals, and that her very nature was beguiling, destined to seduce men, with countless suitors hidden beneath her skirts. Upon hearing this, Pei Jinyan felt a surge of anger rekindle within him. Fortunately, the surrounding openness and the evening breeze helped him maintain his composure. Pei Jinja continued. The scholar's words grew increasingly disparaging, and the attendants beside the two ladies attempted to intervene, but the scholars seemed bewitched, insisting that they were not speaking of real individuals but rather characters from stories, claiming they had only commented on the beauty of the one and said nothing of the other. Initially, I was perplexed until the dignified lady erupted in fury, standing to confront the scholar. Only then did I realize that the two remarkable women were, in fact, the twin pearls of the capital. The scholar's veiled insults were directed at Su Mingzhuang, who he dared not mention by name, fearing the wrath of Princess Yuxuan. Pei Jinyan clenched his fingers, slowly forming a fist, the pressure mounting. Pei Jinja furrowed his brow, recalling that day's events. Upon discovering their identities, I was secretly astonished, as they were unlike my previous imaginings. I later reflected that they might possess questionable character. Princess Yuxuan, incensed, commanded her attendants to seize the scholar and bring him to the magistrate, but Su Mingzhuang intervened, earnestly explaining to the princess that if these scholars were found to have blemishes on their reputations, even if they managed to gain degrees, they would never be entrusted with important positions. The princess, however, was unwilling to let them off lightly. Seeing that her words could not sway the princess, Su Mingzhuang ultimately dragged her out of the establishment. Pei Jinyan had already heard of the events at Ganlin Pavilion from Huayu, so he was not surprised. Furthermore, he had visited the Su family and experienced their rich scholarly atmosphere. Even having been publicly tested by Su Mingzhuang's elder brother growing up in such an environment, it was understandable that she would be influenced by the struggles faced by scholars. Even when offended by unsuccessful candidates, she could not bear to ruin their futures completely. His thoughts unwittingly drifted back to the time he had seen Su Mingzhuang in the palace, adorned in resplendent garments, her makeup exquisite as she walked through the square. Unlike other women who dressed with care to appear humble and understated, hoping to astonish others with the most unassuming demeanor. Of course, he did not mean to imply that this was wrong. It was merely the natural disposition of ordinary individuals. However, Su Mingzhuang was different, like a proud peacock, seemingly eager to draw every eye upon her, demanding recognition of her beauty, a rarity indeed. Pei Jinyan felt a twinge of frustration. Why had he suddenly recalled Su Mingzhuang's former self? Perhaps it was due to the drastic changes she had undergone, a transformation so profound it could be described as earth-shattering. The girl he once knew was like a crystal in spring, pure and unblemished, openly displaying her joys and sorrows, her whims and extravagance, all without reservation now. However, she seemed to cloak herself in mist, as if she had donned a shroud of fog, carefully concealing herself from prying eyes. Was it because she had meticulously calculated her path, only to discover she had wed the wrong man, too ashamed to be revealed? Or was it because she had not married the one she desired, realizing that even if she corrected this mistake and separated from him, she could never wed Pei Jinja? Thus, her heart lay in desolation. Pei Jinyan gazed at his cousin's face, so akin to his own yet imbued with a more refined elegance, indeed, a striking countenance, and it was not difficult to understand why she might be drawn to him. Yet, why did he feel increasingly stifled? In the grand scheme of things, what role did he play? The villain who disrupts the lovers, a pitiful soul wrongfully accused, with no avenue for redress. Chapter 093 A great accomplishment. Pei Jinju observed his elder brother with a sigh and inquired, "Elder brother, what occupies your thoughts?" Pei Jinyan interrupted his reverie, urging, "Please, continue." "Very well," Pei Jinja conceded, "I had thought this matter would reach a conclusion, but to my surprise, after Su Mingzhuang whisked away Princess Yuxuan, the previously timid scholar, who could only engage in veiled insults, seemingly ashamed, began to berate me again, and his words became increasingly vile. Unable to endure it any longer, I confronted him. The scholar first insulted me as an ignorant ruffian who had never read a book, despite my friend's introduction of me as the top candidate in the martial examination's preliminary test. He further mocked me for being of such an age yet only having taken the preliminary examination. When my friends explained the distinctions between the martial and literary examinations, he refused to listen, escalated his ridicule, and accused me of being a sycophant for the capital's dual pearls, insinuating that I was their minion. In a fit of rage, I considered striking him, but my friends restrained me. After all, should I resort to violence, it would lead to a brawl, jeopardizing my chances in next year's examination. If I were to inadvertently cause someone's death, I would forever be barred from participating in the martial exams. How outrageous! Pei Jinyan could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in anger, "Do you still remember what those individuals looked like?" Pei Jinja was taken aback and hastily replied, "Elder brother, please calm your anger. Let me finish. Those individuals have already faced their retribution." Only then did Pei Jinyan recall that Huayu had mentioned how Princess Yuxuan later returned, commanding her guards to break the hands of those scholars, as they had caused trouble, prompting the emperor and the Su family to intervene. He too had been muddled, his mind swirling with thoughts of Su Mingzhuang's stark contrasts and her astonishing secret. Pei Jinja continued, "My friends, sensing my distress, feared I might act impulsively, and thus, akin to how Su Mingzhuang had pulled Princess Yuxuan away, they dragged me away. Just when I thought the matter was over, I was taken aback to hear rumors circulating in Fucheng. A couple of days later his voice faltered, as if he could not continue. Pei Jinyan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are they related to Su Mingzhuang?" The moonlight illuminated Pei Jinja's face, yet whether it was due to the moon's glow or his pallor, he appeared increasingly ashen. He let out a bitter laugh. "Indeed, I later discovered that barely moments after I left, Princess Yuxuan and her companions returned and broke the hands of those scholars. Following that, I witnessed the power of slander." "What happened?" Pei Jinyan felt an ominous premonition. Pei Jinja's smile grew even more sorrowful. That malicious scholar, having had his hand broken, realizing he could not compete with a royal princess and fearing the Su family, vented his frustrations upon me. He first incited a division between the literary and martial examinations, rousing the anger of the many unsuccessful candidates, then fabricated tales of me as an upstart, even going so far as to suggest I seduced the dual pearls of the capital, using my looks to manipulate them into paving my way. That, however, was not the most insidious aspect. The most deceitful part was their clandestine methods. Initially, they used their left hands to scribble notes, spreading them stealthily, so that even if everyone recognized their involvement, there would be no concrete evidence. And it did not end there. At the time, Ganlin Tower had numerous witnesses who were initially willing to defend me, but this group of deranged scholars claimed they sought to align themselves with wealth and power, insinuating that should they support me, they would gain favor with Princess Yuxuan and the Su family. Those scholars, having been sullied, realized they could not provoke a mad dog and thus chose to safeguard themselves. Pei Jinyan's chest tightened with frustration. "It infuriates me, we martial practitioners risk our lives on the front lines, only to protect such scoundrels." Pei Jinja, equally disheartened, advised, "Elder brother, temper your anger. One must always strive to see the brighter side. Such rabid scoundrels are, after all, in the minority." "Minority?" Pei Jinyan replied, dejected, "Forget it." He understood that his fury would change nothing, only serve to agitate him further. Though he held himself with dignity, he had not grown so naive as to believe that he could single-handedly bring about harmony in the world. What could he do but turn a blind eye and focus on his own conduct? Suddenly, Pei Jinyan caught a glimmer of insight and, puzzled, raised his gaze. "I sent word to summon you to the capital, thinking you might decline, yet you readily agreed. Could it be because of this matter?" Pei Jinja forced a bitter smile. "Elder brother, your brilliance is undeniable. I cannot conceal it from you. My reputation in Fucheng is becoming increasingly tarnished, and I dread the day this news reaches our father's ears. He would not forgive me." Recalling his uncle's harsh and unyielding disposition, Pei Jinyan felt helpless. "Very well, before next year's examination, remain in the capital and do not return to Fucheng. I will handle matters there." Pei Jinja blinked in surprise, then looked at him incredulously. "How do you intend to manage it?" Pei Jinyan clenched his fist, as if grappling with his own inner turmoil. I learned of these matters through your cousin Huayu. The Ministry of Justice has its own channels and means. Since they can gather information, with proper application, they can also seize the opportunity to address some nuisances. As he spoke, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Pei Jinja stammered in astonishment. Brother, are you planning to abuse your power? Pei Jinyan, feeling a pang of guilt, feigned calmness. What else can be done? Should we continue to allow these shameless parasites to fabricate tales against you and assail the innocent? Must we endure in silence because we uphold our integrity? Why should villains act with impunity while virtuous individuals are restrained? Should the good be condemned? Pei Jinja was left speechless, taking a moment to recover before finally chuckling. Of course, the good should not perish. I simply did not expect such words to emerge from you, elder brother. Understand, in my heart, you are hardly more liberal than our father. Someone suffered from ridicule. Pei Jinja joyfully patted his brother's shoulder. Elder brother, do not be angry. I am praising you. Seeing you willing to be flexible brings me great joy as your younger brother. If that wretched scholar's actions could lead to your adaptability, then I would gladly bring him forth to torment me thrice daily, so that you might change even more, and I could claim to have made a significant contribution to the Pei family. Pei Jinyan shrugged off his cousin's hand. The matter at hand remains unresolved. He had violated his principles not only because that scholar had harmed his cousin but also because he had attacked her. Finally voicing the secret, Pei Jinja exhaled in relief, his smile lightening. What else is there to discuss? Haven't I said everything? Elder brother, you may not know, but just a few days ago, I felt as though I might suffocate with worry, fearing that the scandal would reach our father's ears, and fearing the potential entanglement with Su Mingzhuang, unable to articulate my concerns. Before he could finish, his elder brother spoke coolly. The one she wishes to marry is not me, but you. What? Pei Jinja paused, convinced he had misheard. What? Elder brother, what do you mean? Pei Jinyan slowly turned to face his younger brother, his expression grave and serious, devoid of any jest. What I mean is, when I rescued her at Songyue Temple, she did not exhibit any infatuation towards me. Later, upon arriving at Ganlin Tower in Fuching, witnessing your defense of her, and mistaking me for you due to our similar appearances, she concocted tales of me being lewd and forcing her into marriage. As he spoke, his fists unconsciously clenched tightly, the knuckles of his hands appearing almost skeletal against his porcelain skin. From the beginning to the end, the one she has desired to marry has always been you. Chapter 094 Let's make a bet. Pei Jinja, momentarily abandoning his laughter, exclaimed loudly, Brother, stop speaking nonsense. I have never spoken directly to her. How could she possibly like me? Pei Jinyan took a deep breath and replied calmly, because when you stood up for her, she likely did not leave but witnessed everything. Ah, well, even if she saw me defend her, does that prove she likes me? The heart of a woman is not so easily won. He paused, then added, wait a moment. If we are to speak of saving her, I was not the first. You rescued her at Songyue Temple. In comparison, your assistance to her was tangible, while I merely uttered a few words. If gratitude is to be reciprocated with devotion, it should be directed towards you, not me. In stark contrast to the flustered Pei Jinja, Pei Jinyan's tone grew increasingly composed. If she favored me and not you, how do you explain her drastic change in disposition on her wedding day? Ah, this. Pei Jinja was taken aback. Who knows why she changed so suddenly? That is her affair. The Ministry of Justice's case resolution is predicated on logical relationships. Every cause must have its effect, and no change exists without correlation, Pei Jinyan stated coolly. Before she entered the bridal sedan, she was still willful and capricious, yet after the ceremony, when she returned to the bridal chamber, she had transformed entirely, as if she had survived a catastrophe. It seems she realized she had married the wrong person, leaving her in despair. Does her change in temperament alone lead you to conclude she has feelings for me? Isn't that rather hasty? Certainly, this is not the sole instance. Since your arrival, her attitude towards your aunt has also undergone a shift. Pei Jinja was momentarily dumbfounded at Pei Jinyan, feeling increasingly stifled, began to walk slowly in the vast courtyard, attempting to invigorate his circulation for easier breathing. Pei Jinja hastily followed. What change has she shown towards mother? Brother, please do not frighten me. Pei Jinyan's voice was as frigid as ice. Before you arrived at the Duke's residence, she had openly criticized your aunt, wielding her sharp tongue to gain the upper hand. However, since your appearance, she has been excessively obsequious towards her aunt, seizing every opportunity to inquire about you while practicing martial arts together. She must have gathered a plethora of information about you. If you doubt this, you may ask your aunt what they discussed during their recent training sessions. Pei Jinja was rendered speechless by the shock. He understood that his cousin possessed a meticulous mind and exceptional deductive abilities, capable of unraveling long-standing mysteries. How could this situation be any different? No, this cannot be true. He and Su Mingzhuang had never exchanged words. How could she possibly wish to marry him? A faint, mocking smile graced Pei Jinyan's lips. I once wronged her and distanced myself from her. She remained indifferent, as though unaffected by it all. Yes, to her, I am merely a stranger she will part from in a year's time. There is no reason for her to harbor resentment towards me. During this past month at the Duke's residence, she has endured with grace, bearing humiliation without a trace of her emotions. No one knows what she truly thinks, yet, the moment she saw you, disregarding my and your aunt's gazes, she fixated on you with such intensity. Have you forgotten that expression? Recalling that moment, Pei Jinja broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, he had been perplexed as to why Su Mingzhuang had looked at him in such a manner. Could it be merely because he resembled his cousin? That explanation felt tenuous at best, yet he could not shake off the feeling that her expression was not one of surprise but rather one of panic, as if she were on the verge of screaming. Why did she wear such a countenance? How could this be explained? Pei Jinyan smiled faintly, devoid of warmth or emotion. Though we share a resemblance, we are not identical. She may mistake me once, but she would not make the same error twice. Perhaps, we should make a wager. Pei Jinja looked on in confusion. What a wager? Pei Jinyan halted, turning to his younger cousin with keen eyes. Within 2 months at the most, your dreams will come true. What dreams? He was bewildered. Pei Jinyan chuckled self-deprecatingly. She has been persistently inquiring with your aunt about whether you still wish to enlist in the military, repeatedly confirming whether your intent is to join the army or pursue martial examinations. If she harbors feelings for you, she will undoubtedly leverage the Su family's influence to ensure your successful enlistment. Pei Jinja recoiled in shock. This cannot be true. Pei Jinyan replied. Whether it is possible or not does not require our speculation. Time will reveal all truths. Pei Jinja felt on the verge of collapse. Having said that, let us return. Pei Jinyan swiftly cut off the conversation and turned to leave. Wait, do not go. Pei Jinja, fearing he might not be able to stop his cousin, even grasped his arm. Pei Jinyan paused, silently observing his younger cousin. It is late, you should be getting some rest. Pei Jinja's expression was fraught with distress. I am about to go mad, how can I possibly sleep? Brother, please do not frighten me. I have never, Pei Jinyan interrupted. I have said it before, there is no need for speculation, let time reveal the truth. Pei Jinja's heart sank heavily, and he dejectedly released his grip on his cousin's arm. I apologize. Pei Jinyan pondered for a moment before saying, why apologize? Is it because you think I have been cuckolded? There is no need for that. I have no feelings for her, only a transaction. Within this year, she will assist me in restoring Wangjiang Tower, and in return, I will afford her dignity. After 1 year, we shall part ways amicably. But are you worried that if you two were to be together, it might compromise our brotherly bond? Pei Jinja shouted in exasperation. I shall say it once more. I do not know her, nor do I have any feelings for her. I never liked her in the past, do not like her now, and will never like her in the future. It matters not that she has this connection with you, even without it, I could never develop feelings for her. Pei Jinyan contemplated silently for a moment before nodding. I understand, can we return now to rest? What? Pei Jinja was bewildered. Is that all you have to say? What else should I say? Should I advise you to accept her, considering her heartfelt intentions, or should I caution you to be mindful of the Pei family's reputation and avoid any disgraceful actions? In truth, I am indifferent, Pei Jinyan replied nonchalantly. Whether you and she become a couple or drift apart, I have no objections. Pei Jinja fell silent. Indeed, if what his cousin said was true and this had all been a misunderstanding, yet here he stood, what more could be said, his reputation tarnished, and now he found himself inexplicably married to a woman he did not love. How unjust. Had he wronged his cousin? But what had he done wrong? Had he merely meddled in affairs that did not concern him? Was he not innocent in this? Pei Jinyan chuckled as he patted his cousin's shoulder. What is meant to be a blessing will not become a curse. What is meant to be a curse cannot be avoided. We shall simply be ourselves. Now, let us go. Wait, there is something very important. Pei Jinja called out again. Do you truly believe she would use the Su family's influence to help me enlist? Indeed. Should I refuse? Or should I seek her out for a conversation to clarify things and establish boundaries? Chapter 095. No one will mock you. Upon hearing this question, Pei Jinyan fell into a contemplative silence. It has become evident that Su Mingzhuang is not the ignorant and foolish individual that rumors have painted her to be. On the contrary, she possesses a keen intellect and a delicate sensibility. No, it is not merely a matter of being not lacking in intelligence, but rather she is exceptionally astute. Not only is her mind sharp, but her thought processes are also well structured and methodical. When she visited Wangjiang Tower, she gained a general understanding of Manager Sun and the others. When Manager Qian presented his proposal, everyone was led astray by him, yet she calmly pointed out the significance of Wangjiang Tower and the original intentions of the Pei family's ancestors. Though he prided himself on his quick wit after perusing business literature, after several days of reading, he found himself with only a rudimentary grasp of commerce and no concrete direction. In contrast, she, drawing from the initial purpose of Wangjiang Tower and the potential future clientele, devised a plan that not only fulfilled the aspirations of the Pei family's forebears but also promised profitability and enhanced the prestige of the Duke's residence. If he were to approach Su Mingzhuang now, how could someone as clever as she be unaware of his inquiries into her? Their relationship currently operates on an equitable exchange. She has never intruded upon his matters, so what right does he have to speculate on her thoughts or to impose restrictions upon her actions? Moreover, Su Mingzhuang has made it abundantly clear that she rejects outsiders prying into her secrets. If she were to discover his covert investigations, would she not be incensed? Would she not consider terminating their collaboration? In truth, whether or not their partnership would end is of little concern to him. He has changed from the person he once was, less obstinate now, and is able to readily dispose of underperforming ventures, even if it means granting more financial leeway to his former associates, allowing them to forge their own paths. This approach, while indeed contrary to the wishes of the Pei family's ancestors, aligns more closely with his current capabilities. What he fears most is her anger and sorrow. Even though he knows she may be upset and powerless to act against him, he finds himself inexplicably reluctant to witness her sadness. Every time he sees her, burdened with worries and fears, resembling a helpless fawn, he even longs for the proud little peacock she once was, wishing for her to return to that state. Wait, what absurd thoughts is he entertaining? Pei Jinyan reached for his temples, massaging the throbbing pain. Today, he is behaving quite unusually. Pei Jinja observed his cousin's increasingly pained expression and, with concern, asked, Elder brother, do you disagree? If you do, then so be it. Pei Jinyan cast a deep glance at him. She does not wish for others to know her fondness for you and the fact that she has married mistakenly. Pei Jinja was momentarily taken aback, recalling the uproar between Su Mingzhuang and his elder brother, and sighed, indeed, if I were in her position, I too would be humiliated to have it known. Pei Jinyan pondered for a moment before softly imploring, please do not wound her pride, if you would. Pei Jinja looked at his elder brother in astonishment. You. Elder brother, speak to me honestly, do you truly not harbor feelings for her? Why do I sense? Pei Jinyan's countenance darkened, to sympathize with her plight, to admire her abilities, and to wish to aid her. Does that equate to affection? If one does not feel affection, should one disregard her contributions, neglect her feelings, and only pursue matters that benefit oneself? No, that is not what I meant. Pei Jinja struggled to articulate his thoughts. His elder brother, though stubborn, was not one to easily anger. Throughout their lives, whenever they both desired the same thing, his elder brother would yield to him. No matter the trouble he caused, his elder brother would always support him. Despite being only a year his senior, he had cared for him remarkably well. Thus, his respect for his elder brother was akin to that afforded to an elder. In his memory, his elder brother had always been accommodating and never lost his temper, but today, perhaps even his elder brother himself was unaware that he had expressed irritation multiple times. Is it truly a lack of affection, or has he already developed feelings without realizing it? Perhaps he has only just begun to feel, not yet reaching the depths of true affection? Regardless, he must keep a considerable distance from Su Mingzhuang. To avoid suspicion, he must not draw near, yet. Pei Jinja hesitated, elder brother, but what if I do not inquire of her, and if she indeed utilizes the connections of the Su family to assist me in joining the military? Pei Jinyan chuckled softly, I merely made a wager with you. Moreover, I am only speculating that she harbors feelings for you, and have not stated it outright. How would you even broach the subject? Approach her directly and ask, why did you inquire about my information during training? Why did you exhibit such peculiar behavior upon seeing me? Are you certain you can bring yourself to ask? Indeed, such a self-indulgent act is beyond Pei Jinja's capabilities. If he were to act rashly, he would likely wake in the middle of the night, slapping himself for his folly. Should he encounter Su Mingzhuang again, he would rather plunge into the depths of the earth than face her. How could he bear to show his face? Furthermore, it would expose his elder brother, revealing the fact that he has been investigating her in secret. But what if I try to stop it, and he truly insists on sending me to the military? Pei Jinja lamented, nearly beside himself with frustration. Pei Jinyan regarded his younger cousin and suddenly laughed. Pei Jinja was taken aback, looking at him quizzically, elder brother, what is it that amuses you? Pei Jinyan exhaled deeply, then gazed up at the moon, which shone like a silver plate. I laugh because I see my former self in you. When she first wronged me, I too was consumed with rage, yet, in the end, my mother's health improved due to her medicinal contributions. Wangjiang Tower regained its vitality because of her involvement. Ultimately, I found myself without the right to condemn her, and even contemplated whether being wronged by her was a form of divine favor. Have I lost my mind? Pei Jinja, indeed, he has lost his mind. And what of you? You do not wish to squander the most hopeful years of your life on a military examination that is both unappetizing and regrettable. You long to join the military, to achieve merit, to revitalize the Pei family, yet your parents refuse to allow it. This matter has nearly driven you to despair, but if Su Mingzhuang truly possesses a means to facilitate your military aspirations, could you bear to decline? Do not rush to answer me. Consult your own heart, could you truly refuse? The man's voice was calm as water, chilling as ice, and as sharp as a blade, slicing through the facade that Pei Jinja had desperately maintained, revealing his selfish desires within. Indeed, he yearned, that he dreamed of finding a way to join the military without offending his parents, and without being compelled into marriage and fatherhood. If Su Mingzhuang truly aided him, it would fulfill his desires without crossing his parents or forcing him into matrimony, yet. Realizing the baseness of his own motives, Pei Jinja's face flushed crimson. Observing his younger cousin's discomposure, Pei Jinyan self-deprecatingly remarked, it is quite alright, heaven knows, earth knows, I know no one will mock you, for I too am equally despicable and shameless. Pei Jinja gazed at his elder brother with a complex expression, the one he had always admired and respected as a figure of authority. He then realized that the dignity of his elder brother had long since been torn asunder. Elder brother, I do not wish to be entangled with her, nor do I wish to take advantage of her. What should I do? You may refuse now, or you may decline after she has succeeded. Pei Jinyan's voice remained calm and detached. Each approach has its own merits and drawbacks. Refusing now risks exposing my investigation into her, and may also lead to accusations of self-delusion. The advantage is that you will not be tormented by greed. Conversely, if you refuse after she has succeeded, the benefits and drawbacks are precisely reversed. The advantages need not be reiterated. As for the drawbacks, from this moment on, even if everything goes smoothly, you will have at least 7 years to prepare for the military examination. During those 7 years, every time you recall the opportunity to realize your dreams, you will be plagued by struggles, regrets, and unbearable anguish. Chapter 096. The young lady's innate wisdom. Pei Jinja clenched his fist and declared, I choose to refuse after the event. To attend now would be tantamount to betraying his cousin, potentially causing the transformation of Wangjiang Tower to go to waste. Was it not merely a confrontation with his own greed? He could prevail. Time flew swiftly before long. The moment for Mingzhuang Tower's grand opening arrived. Once neglected, it had now blossomed into a bustling hub of the capital, the most magnificent bookstore of them all. How could one not be filled with eager anticipation? From a distance, the storefront was adorned with colorful lanterns, red silk billowing in the breeze, a scene brimming with festivity. Passers-by paused in their tracks, allured by the extraordinary atmosphere. Scholars flocked in droves, some clad in elegant blue robes, others donning square caps, while some gathered in small groups, animatedly discussing the new offerings of Mingzhuang Tower. A few solitary figures arrived merely to fulfill errands, intending to purchase a few pens and depart. Regardless of their purposes, the moment they approached, they were captivated, for at the entrance of the bookstore, the finest and most prestigious opera troupe in the capital, the Jin troupe, had been engaged. This troupe typically catered to the elite, performing directly for noble families or at select theaters, where tickets were hard to come by. They never performed on the street, not only because few could afford their fees, but also due to their belief that performing in public diminished their status. Yet, today was an unprecedented occasion, as the Jin troupe graced the entrance of Mingzhuang Tower with their performance. Whether it was the prestige of the Duke's residence or the prowess of the scholarly estate, the reason mattered little. The scholars had long forgotten their initial intentions, eagerly crowding beneath the makeshift stage. However, this was merely the first layer of surprise. The second revelation was that the Jin troupe was performing Butterfly Lovers today. Most scholars hailed from humble beginnings, exhausting their family's savings on education. Even those from affluent households faced considerable burdens in purchasing books and hiring tutors. Thus, most scholars had little spare coin to indulge in theater, often relegated to watching street performances. Street troupes primarily catered to the common folk, performing well-known operas like Zhaoxin's Daughter and Kai Erlang or Peony Pavilion, rarely showcasing productions centered around scholars, such as Butterfly Lovers. Yet, it was precisely in these narratives that scholars found resonance, and today, the announcement of the Jin troupe performing Butterfly Lovers sent them into a frenzy of joy. The crowd outside Mingzhuang Tower swelled, drawing in spectators from the surrounding areas, leaving even the usually bustling neighboring shops eerily quiet. The shopkeepers and attendants stood at their doors, feigning congratulations while harboring feelings of resentment and envy. On the third floor of Mingzhuang Tower, the maidservants leaned out of the window, enraptured by the performance below. After a moment, Mama Wang returned to the young lady's side, noticing her furrowed brow. "Miss, everything is going splendidly at Mingzhuang Tower. Even the opening exceeds expectations. Why do you still wear a troubled expression? Do you have further concerns?" Mingzhuang thought to herself, her worries did not lie with Mingzhuang Tower, but rather how to facilitate Pei Jinja's enlistment in the army. Alas, if only Princess Yuxuan were here. The princess understood the intricacies of the court far better than she did, though she often devised impractical plans. As long as Mingzhuang remained discerning, she could navigate them wisely. Following the incident where she framed Pei Jinyan, the emperor had sent Princess Yuxuan away as punishment, leaving her uncertain of when she might return. "Miss?" Mama Wang observed the deepening crease in the young lady's brow and called out with concern. "Ah." "Oh," Mingzhuang withdrew her thoughts. "I am indeed somewhat anxious. A successful opening does not guarantee future prosperity. Business has always relied on favorable timing, location, and harmony among people. Moreover, there is another venture to consider." This other venture referred to the sale of imperial gifts. While this matter was meant to be confidential, as a trusted aide who frequently accompanied Mingzhuang, Mama Wang needed to be informed. Suddenly, a knock resounded from outside. Noticing the maidservants engrossed in the performance, Mama Wang hurried to answer the door. Upon opening it, she was met by the sight of Manager Sunday. Mama Wang inquired with confusion, "But today is the grand opening. How is it that you have time to come up?" Manager Sun's face was flushed, as if he were struggling to contain his excitement. He lowered his voice. "You see, just now, a well-dressed gentleman approached me and initiated a conversation. Following the words you previously instructed me to use, I mentioned that our Duke's residence may not have much, but we possess an abundance of imperial gifts. However, I added that the Duke promised me that if I successfully established Mingzhuang Tower, he would find a way to bestow upon me an imperial gift as a family heirloom." The gentleman's eyes lit up immediately, and he pressed silver into my hand. Mingzhuang was taken aback. "General Pei has promised you a family heirloom. Was that the phrasing you were taught by Manager Qian, or was it your own idea?" Manager Sun's face flushed with embarrassment, scratching his head awkwardly. "Actually, it was merely a fantasy of mine. I truly wish to have one, though it was only a thought." Mingzhuang chuckled softly, recalling the treasures piled high in the Duke's underground storeroom. "Then I shall make your wish a reality. As long as you manage Mingzhuang Tower well, I will ensure that you receive an imperial gift. If General Pei is unwilling to part with one, then I shall purchase it myself. The funds shall come from me." Manager Sun was left speechless, his jaw agape. This cannot be, it cannot be. I was merely daydreaming." Mingzhuang waved her hand dismissively. "Do not concern yourself with this matter. Simply heed my words. And now, regarding the gentleman, what happened next?" Manager Sun, unable to contemplate the notion of an imperial gift, still felt a rush of excitement, his heart racing. Then he inquired if I would be willing to part with the imperial gift, no matter the sum of silver he would offer. "Oh, and by the way, he is not from the capital, he hails from Ruifu." Mingzhuang understood. Ruifu City, no wonder. Ruifu City, a renowned prosperous area of the Beiyin Kingdom, was situated at the confluence of the Rui and Fu rivers, hence its name. The Rui and Fu rivers were vital transportation routes for the kingdom, making Ruifu a bustling hub, not far from the capital, a place truly overflowing with fortune. Of course, with every advantage comes a disadvantage. Due to its location at the river confluence, despite the court's substantial investment in maintaining the waterways, occasional natural disasters frequently flooded Ruifu City. Su Mingzhuang mused internally, could it be that Ruifu City suffers frequent floods, causing families to lose their heirlooms, prompting them to seek new treasures? If that were the case, how delightful. Manager's son was somewhat bewildered. Why did his lady's gaze increasingly resemble that of a shrewd merchant? Mama Wang, however, was not surprised. Being a longtime servant of the Su family, she was well aware of her young lady's innate wisdom, which was not merely a matter of photographic memory but rather an ability to draw inferences from one instance to another. It was precisely this intelligence that endeared her to both the scholar and the lady of the house. Little did she know, that before Mama Wang could ponder further, another knock echoed at the door. She wondered, who could it be now? Manager's son assumed it was the waitstaff from the first floor seeking him and hurried to open the door. To his astonishment, he found two tall figures before him. Your Grace, young master, you have arrived? Chapter 97. The sole objective from beginning to end everyone's attention was captivated by two remarkably similar, strikingly handsome gentlemen at the entrance, oblivious to the woman seated at the table, engrossed in her ledger. She not only refrained from casting a glance their way but also lowered her head, discreetly concealing the rigidity of her expression. It had been a month since her awakening from the dream. During this month, while Su Mingzhuang appeared to lead a tranquil life, her heart was engaged in a relentless internal battle, continuously persuading herself that it was merely a prophetic dream, not a reality to be overly burdened by guilt. Furthermore, she had organized her life with engaging and fulfilling activities, which proved to be effective, and now, when facing the elderly Lady Pei, she felt little guilt. She could engage in light-hearted banter with Lady Pei Air. And upon encountering Pei Jinyan, she remained calm, as if he were merely a passerby, unrelated to her existence. However, she found herself unable to maintain composure in front of Pei Jinja. The mere sight of him evoked memories of the night of her mother's funeral, when she returned home, consumed by grief, only to be cast out by her father, severing all ties with her parents. This was the most painful wound buried deep in her heart, unrelated to romantic affections. Upon hearing Pei Jinyan and Pei Jinja enter the room, Su Mingzhuang took a discreet breath, admonishing herself to remain composed, as if nothing had transpired. She rose, lifted her gaze, and adorned her exquisite visage with a smile that was strictly polite. General Pei, you have arrived. Is there no pressing business today? I informed my superiors and arranged for a substitute, so I can take a respite. Pei Jinyan observed Su Mingzhuang's countenance closely, noting her feigned nonchalance, which still bore traces of pallor. He sighed inwardly. The opening ceremony was exceptionally successful. Congratulations are in order. Su Mingzhuang chuckled softly. The Wangjiang Tower belongs to the Pei family. What reason have you to congratulate me? Mr. Sun, who stood nearby, interjected, Madam, you are also a member of the Pei family. The Wangjiang Tower is not solely the Duke's, it is yours as well. Su Mingzhuang's lips twitched slightly. What Mr. Sun says holds merit. Moreover, with 11 months until her divorce, she could consider herself possessing those 11 months. Meanwhile, Pei Jinja was intently observing Su Mingzhuang's demeanor. In truth, he had no obligation to be here today. He had no desire to come, as it was undeniably awkward, yet, he could not accept it. He felt that he and Su Mingzhuang had never exchanged a single word before, so how could she possibly harbor feelings for him? He was acutely aware of his own worth. While he hailed from a respectable lineage, enjoyed a good reputation, and possessed decent looks, his cousin was of even better pedigree, had a superior reputation, and was arguably more handsome. Whenever he and his cousin ventured out, people invariably praised his cousin first, extolling him as a man of martial and literary prowess hailing from a noble family, while the younger cousin was merely commendable in comparison. How could Su Mingzhuang forsake his cousin for him? If he were a woman, he too would choose his cousin. Moreover, let us not speak of heroics, who could overlook the first act of bravery and instead express gratitude for the second. Thus, despite the profound awkwardness of their encounter, Pei Jinja mustered the strength to attend, driven by a desire to discern the true nature of this Miss Su. Yet, he soon realized that from the moment he entered until now, Miss Su had been engrossed in conversation with his cousin, not sparing him a single glance. Apart from her slightly pale complexion, she exhibited no unusual behavior. Su Mingzhuang sensed Pei Jinja's gaze upon her. Beneath the embroidered wide sleeves, she discreetly clenched her fist, channeling her uncontrollable fear, while maintaining an outwardly serene demeanor. Ah, I see. I had thought that court affairs would be rigidly formal, yet it seems there is still a touch of humanity. The imperial grace is indeed vast. Su Mingzhuang spoke with feigned innocence, having been closely acquainted with Princess Yuxuan since childhood and frequently visiting the palace. She was all too familiar with its inner workings. Her intentional remarks were also a subtle invocation of imperial favor. Pei Jinyan paused, a hint of amusement flickering in his heart, although he did not smile. He echoed her words. Indeed, imperial grace is vast. Mr. Sun, patiently awaiting the continuation of their discourse, noticed that the gentlemen had no intention of engaging in genuine conversation but were instead exchanging formal pleasantries. Unable to contain his excitement, he impulsively interjected, Duke, I have urgent matters to report. Su Mingzhuang addressed Wang Mama, Mama, please ask the others to leave. Certainly, Miss. Wang Mama promptly summoned the maids and directed them downstairs to assist, while she stationed herself at the door, vigilant against eavesdroppers. The third floor, being the elegant quarters of the Wangjiang Tower, comprised several individual rooms. Recent renovations had left the third floor not only clean but also refined. Mr. Sun, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Duke, we have a bite. We have a bite. I never expected someone to take the bait on the very first day. Madam is truly remarkable. Pei Jinyan, both amused and exasperated, replied, do restrain your excitement, speak slowly. Of course, Mr. Sun could hardly contain his enthusiasm and proceeded to recount the conversation he had just shared with the madam. The two cousins listened in astonishment. Pei Jinja, bewildered, asked, elder brother, what does Mr. Sun mean? Are you contemplating seizing imperial gifts? Have you lost your senses? Su Mingzhuang settled back into her seat, pouring herself a bowl of warm floral tea, choosing to remain an observer. Pei Jinyan, pressing his lips together, spoke with a grave expression. To be frank, I did not wish to disclose this matter to you, however, since you have stumbled upon it, I shall be forthright. The Duke's residence is in dire need of funds. The losses accumulated over the years have already consumed our mother's dowry, and now even our aunt's dowry is being depleted. Are we men to stand idly by, preserving our pride while our womenfolk deplete their dowries? Upon hearing this, Pei Jinja was struck by a thunderbolt. Deplete dowries? Pei Jinyan forced a bitter smile. What else? Since the establishment of the Duke's residence, we have stationed our former subordinates across various industries. As the saying goes, no merchant is without deceit. Our subordinates are, unfortunately, the most upright and principled, yet the losses in the Duke's enterprises are evident. In the decades following our establishment, with the nation still unstable and wars ongoing, every victory brought substantial rewards from the emperor, which sustained the Duke's household. However, as the nation stabilized, we were left with only fixed salaries, and our businesses have been in a constant state of deficit, gradually consuming our resources. After 2 centuries of this, even mountains of gold and silver can be exhausted, can they not? Pei Jinja fell silent. After a moment, he forced a wry smile. So, it is this severe? I had suspected the situation was critical, but I never imagined it was this dire. Elder brother, do you know why I am so determined to enlist? Pei Jinyan was taken aback. Could it be? Pei Jinja nodded. Indeed, it is to earn money. By sheer chance, I overheard my parents discussing plans to sell 2 shops and send the proceeds to the capital. In families like ours, to avoid suspicion of collusion between officials and merchants, engaging in commerce is taboo. My mother lacks a talent for business. Apart from winning battles, where else can income be derived? Wang Mama, listening to the conversation between the brothers, could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Setting aside personal biases, these 2 cousins were truly good young men. However, Su Mingzhuang was taken aback. She had assumed Pei Jinja's desire to enlist stemmed from a reluctance to waste his youth on martial examinations, yet here he was, motivated by the need to earn money? No wonder, after his leg injury, Pei Jinja had deviated from the lofty ideals and integrity typically associated with the Pei family, choosing instead to place himself in the eye of the storm, becoming a target of public scrutiny, all in pursuit of officialdom. Once in office, he accepted all opportunities, amassing wealth at an alarming rate, provided he maintained his principles. Pei Jinja's singular objective from the outset had been to accumulate wealth. Yet, wait, the Pei Jinja of today seemed rather different from the sinister figure she had encountered in her dreams. Chapter 98 of The Emergence of Smoke, not his domain in her dreams. Su Mingzhuang never had direct contact with Pei Jinja, yet she had heard tales of his deeds. Pei Xiang was known for his sinister nature, his temperament unpredictable, and his penchant for amassing wealth. However, it was widely believed he adhered to a principle: he did not seize the riches of guilty ministers for minor offenses. One might even bribe Pei Xiang to evade the clutches of the law. Yet for serious crimes, he would not intervene. Yet, later emerged an official by the surname Ma, who clandestinely sold positions and framed loyal subjects, accumulating vast fortunes. When the scandal was exposed, he sought Pei Xiang's assistance, offering a considerable sum of silver. Just when everyone assumed Pei Xiang would disregard him, he unexpectedly accepted the money and even insisted that Ma add more to the sum. Yet, when everyone believed the official was safe, Pei Xiang personally investigated the matter, delivering a harsh judgment upon the official, thus breaking his own principle. When someone cautiously inquired why Pei Xiang had violated his principles, he replied, "Principles are meant to be broken." Just when everyone thought Pei Xiang would henceforth collect wealth without principles, he reverted to refusing bribes for serious crimes. Truly, he had embodied the essence of capriciousness to the fullest extent. Su Mingzhuang furrowed her brow. Was there a possibility that the official named Ma had previously harmed the Pei family? She should take the time to learn more about the official, not to mention the current Pei Jinja. He was indeed different from the rumors in her dreams. Could it be that his character had undergone a transformation later on? With the information at hand, Su Mingzhuang began to deduce. Pei Jinja was aware of the family's financial difficulties and wished to enlist in the military to earn silver, but was ruthlessly refused by his parents, who insisted he prepare for the martial examination. In his frustration and resentment, he had no choice but to take the exam, only to inadvertently break his leg while practicing archery. If his leg had indeed been broken during the examination. If she were Pei Jinja, she would have surely gone mad, desiring to earn silver on the front lines, but her parents refused, insisting on the examination, which ultimately led to a broken leg. This left her incapable of serving as an official or engaging in battle, rendering her a useless individual, all while witnessing the decline of her family. Therefore, a change in character could indeed be justified. As Su Mingzhuang lost herself in thought, she suddenly felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. Pulling herself back to the present, she turned to see it was Granny Wang. Granny Wang expressed her concern. "I apologize, Mississippi. I called out to you several times just now, but you did not respond, and I dared to intrude." Su Mingzhuang smiled. "I was lost in thoughts about my maternal family and became quite absorbed. Next time, if you cannot wake me, feel free to give me a gentle push. There is no need for apologies." The lady's beauty was already striking, and her gentle smile added a radiant glow to her face, making it difficult for others to look away. Manager's son secretly marveled, heavens, you have finally done something right by pairing such a stunning beauty with the Duke. Page Jinja hastily diverted his gaze, one must not gaze upon that which is improper. Nevertheless, her transformation was indeed remarkable, setting aside the rumors, merely observing Miss Su now, hailing from the Su family, possessing unparalleled beauty, modest and gentle, as well as astute in accumulating wealth, could such a perfect maiden develop affection for him merely from a few exchanged words? It was beyond reason. Page Jinyan pursed his lips slightly. Was he losing composure in front of Jinja? In the past, he had never exhibited such a lack of decorum. Su Mingzhuang, feeling apologetic, remarked, I was lost in some personal matters just now, so I did not catch what you were discussing. What have you talked about? Page Jinyan nodded. Indeed, I listened to Manager's son's impromptu suggestions and found them feasible. After all, even with a profit-sharing incentive, that individual may not necessarily consent to this absurdity. However, if there are two intermediaries involved, even if targeted, we could find a scapegoat to extricate ourselves. Of course, I do not mean for Manager's son to bear the blame. The court is treacherous, one need not sacrifice a life to shield oneself from blame. However, a problem remains unresolved. What problem? The Duke of Jin has set his sights on the Wangjiang Tower. If he were to acquire incriminating evidence against it, he is unlikely to relent. Su Mingzhuang exclaimed, indeed, I completely overlooked the Duke of Jin. Thankfully you remembered. Pausing for a moment before continuing, you mentioned involving two intermediaries? I believe we can focus on that approach. We should use Wangjiang Tower solely to disseminate information, without involving it directly, and then find a few individuals or shops to operate this matter. Page Jinyan furrowed his brow. I was thinking likewise. I plan to first gauge that individual's intentions. If that individual shows interest, we can strategize further. Suddenly, Su Mingzhuang noticed that Page Jinyan appeared somewhat despondent. He hadn't seemed so when he entered. Never mind, whether he was despondent or not was of no concern to her. Afterward, silence enveloped the room. With neither speaking, Page Jinyan remained silent, and Su Mingzhuang did not seek to break the quiet, both lost in their own thoughts while leaving the others in the background. Ultimately, it was Page Jinyan who first pulled his thoughts back, inquiring, oh, by the way, there is something. Su Mingzhuang interrupted her thoughts, lifting her gaze. Madam mentioned that today is the opening of Wangjiang Tower. Once everyone has finished their tasks, they will return for a reunion dinner, and she hopes you can join. Apologies, I cannot today, Su Mingzhuang gently declined. There are urgent matters at the scholar's residence, and I must return. Page Jinyan was unsure whether she was fabricating an excuse to refuse or if there was indeed an urgent matter. Do you need any assistance? Su Mingzhuang hesitated. No need, thank you. All right. Once again, an awkward atmosphere pervaded the room. Manager's son approached the door and quietly asked, Granny Wang, is it customary for the Duke and his wife to coexist like this? Granny Wang snorted, not providing a direct answer. Are they not on the brink of separation? Su Mingzhuang also sensed the tension in the air and asked, may I inquire if General Pei has any other matters? If not, I shall take my leave. Pei Jinyan, with an impassive expression, nodded slightly. Are you returning to the Duke's residence or the scholar's residence? To the scholar's residence. Returning to the Duke's may be somewhat late. If it is too late, then do not return. Simply stay over. If matters are not resolved, stay a few more days. Su Mingzhuang smiled lightly. Thank you, I will make sure to return. Very well, should you need anything, you may send word to the Duke's residence, and I shall come to fetch you. Thank you for your kind offer, General, but I will have the household servants at the scholar's residence escort me. After exchanging a few more words, Su Mingzhuang left the room with Granny Wang, descending from the third floor. In the private room, only the Pei brothers and Manager's son remained. With events having unfolded thus, Manager's son, even if careless, could perceive that something was amiss. He anxiously glanced towards the door and inquired, Duke, what exactly is the matter between you and your wife? Pei Jinyan replied, I was discussing matters with Jinja. You may return to your duties. Manager's son realized the Duke did not wish to elaborate and could only nod. Understood, I shall excuse myself. He then hurriedly exited. Pei Jinja fixed his gaze firmly on his older brother and asked in a low voice, Brother, could it be that you are fond of her yet remain unaware? Chapter 099. Not coincidence, but revenge. Pei Jinyan lifted his gaze, irritation evident in his eyes. Is it amusing to keep asking the same question? Pei Jinja chuckled softly. You've exhibited more temper towards me in these few days than in the past 18 years, yet you chide me for repeating my inquiries? Brother, have you not noticed the peculiarities in your behavior? Pei Jinyan was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold sneer. I do not harbor any feelings for her, I am merely frustrated. Whom have I offended to be ensnared in such an absurdity? If you were in my position, with your reputation in tatters and then discovering it was all a farce, would you act as though nothing had transpired? Do not ask me the same question again. With that, he strode out of the private room, descending the stairs without waiting for his cousin's response. Watching his elder brother's retreating figure, Pei Jinja felt a surge of irritation. If you are distressed by this farce, what of me? Whom have I provoked? Su Mingzhuang returned to the scholar's residence. Upon hearing that her daughter had unexpectedly returned, Madame Su was taken aback and hurriedly rushed out. Before her daughter could greet her, she anxiously inquired, Why have you returned so suddenly? Have you been bullied? Have you suffered any grievances? What on earth is happening? Su Mingzhuang laughed softly. Mother, what are you saying? Everything is perfectly fine. Who would dare to bully me? She couldn't help but feel a wave of warmth. How wonderful it was to have a mother who feared her daughter might be cold, overheated, or wronged. Her mother would never know that she had developed an astonishing resilience. The experiences from her dreams had stretched her endurance to unfathomable levels. Now, even if someone were to scold her or suddenly strike her, she would not feel anger or grievance. If she could retaliate, she would. If revenge were possible, she would take it. But if neither were feasible, then so be it. What good would anger do? Life must go on, and her enemies would not suffer any loss. Only her heart would bear discomfort. Su Mingzhuang concealed her numbness, deliberately adopting a carefree demeanor, cheerfully taking her mother's hand. Please do not be so alarmed, dear mother. Who am I? I am the daughter of the Su family. Who would dare make me feel wronged? Today marks the opening of Wangjiang Tower, and I finished my tasks before returning to see you. Madame Su scrutinized her daughter for a moment longer, and upon seeing that she bore no signs of grievance, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Silly child, for your mother, never mind, let us go inside and talk. How could Madame Su not know how her daughter had married into that family? How could she not worry? Once inside the room, they settled onto the soft couch. Madame Su asked, "Speak, why have you returned so suddenly?" "Nothing much, really. It was simply that Wangjiang Tower was too lively today, so much so that I felt homesick and wanted to have a reunion dinner with the family," she said, beginning to playfully shake her mother's hand. "Mother, could you please prepare some of my favorite dishes today and invite my brother and sister-in-law as well? I miss you all dearly." Madame Su found herself utterly defenseless against her daughter's call of mother, smiling as she replied, all right, when Miss Su speaks, who would dare disobey?" However, on another note, I have instructed the cook to train a chef for you. You should take her back with you. You've been deprived of good meals for too long and have lost weight. "Let that be," Su Mingzhuang replied. "Training her will take months, and in a few months, I shall be home again." Madame Su was momentarily speechless. While she longed for her daughter's return, as a mother, she still wished for her daughter's marriage to flourish and did not wish for her to consider separation. With a sigh, she conceded perhaps it was best to avoid provoking her daughter while she was in this fragile state. Once her temperament had stabilized, she could offer prudent counsel to discourage any thoughts of leaving. The Duke of Anguo was a fine young man. Objectively speaking, in terms of ability, appearance, and character, he was among the best in the capital, a rare find indeed. After a separation, it would be challenging to find a man superior to the Duke of Anguo. In the evening, at the main courtyard of the scholar's residence, a large round table was set in the center, surrounded by family members. The table was laden with dishes that Su Mingzhuang adored. No one objected, for it was well known that Su Mingzhuang was notoriously picky, and her favored dishes were universally appreciated. To her left sat her mother, and to her right, her sister-in-law. Neither waited for the serving maids to place the dishes before them, they continuously served Su Mingzhuang, urging her to eat more. On numerous occasions, Su Mingzhuang nearly choked back her emotions, but fearing her parents' concern, she could only eat while secretly pondering another matter, using distraction to stave off the tears welling in her eyes. Her return today was not merely out of homesickness, but rather to inquire about Pei Jinja's military enlistment. Suddenly, a piece of information flashed in her mind. Immediately, a premonition emerged, compelling her to take notice. She raised her eyes to her family members, who were engaged in their meal. The Su family was of scholarly heritage, and every action was steeped in etiquette. This informal reunion dinner, while not necessitating silence, was still markedly different from the lively conversations of other families. Their exchanges were sporadic, with most of the time spent in quietude. Even when the sisters-in-law attended to the children, their voices remained subdued. Su Mingzhuang's gaze flickered, and she feigned casualness as she queried, "Father, are you aware of a certain Lord Ma in the court? What position does he hold?" Her question instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Eldest brother Su Jinyan asked, "Why do you suddenly inquire about this?" "Curiosity," Su Mingzhuang replied vaguely. "Curiosity, or is there another reason? How could a woman of the household be privy to matters concerning court officials? Speak plainly, do not let your family worry." Su Jinyan's tone grew serious. Fu Yunji shot her husband a disapproving glance, then softened her voice to soothe, "Mingzhuang, do not take your elder brother's words to heart. He is accustomed to training students at the National Academy. He is merely concerned for you. Of course, if you are uncomfortable discussing it, you need not." Su Mingzhuang found amusement in her family's dynamic. Truly, they were a renowned couple, with one playing the role of the stern voice while the other softened it. "Of course, I am comfortable discussing it," Su Mingzhuang said, nodding obediently. "To elaborate, the last time General Pei visited, we happened to encounter a traffic jam on our way back. While in the carriage, I overheard a conversation outside. They mentioned that Lord Ma is growing increasingly wealthy, perhaps even surpassing our Su family. Since he was compared to us, it might indicate some connection, which is why I asked." As soon as her words fell, she noticed the second brother, Su Moe, abruptly pale. Observing her family's expressions closely, she noted that only her second brother exhibited such a stark change in demeanor, and a heavy weight settled in her heart. She had returned specifically to seek him out. Her second brother held a position in the Ministry of Personnel, serving as a deputy director, primarily responsible for matters concerning nobility and official titles. Due to his position, he was acquainted with many noble families, most of whom were military in origin, thus having numerous connections with military officers. He was one of the few officials within the Su family to have ties with military personnel. The sudden change in her second brother's expression, could it be related to the military? If so, was Pei Jinja's willingness to breach principles and ensnare the Ma family official in financial ruin not mere coincidence, but rather an act of revenge? Chapter 100. The kind of person everyone admires. Scholar Su furrowed his brow and inquired of his second son. There are not many officials with the surname Ma in the capital. The most renowned among them is likely the Vice Minister of War, Ma Kong. Su Moe's expression grew serious as he whispered, "If I am not mistaken, the little sister is referring to Vice Minister Ma." The others were taken aback. The third son, Su Guiwen, exclaimed in astonishment, the Vice Minister of War is a lucrative position, how come I've never heard of this before? Indeed, Su Moe hesitated, noticing the presence of children at the table, and added quietly, I will explain further after dinner. The others understood these matters pertained to the murky dealings of officialdom, unsuitable for young ears. Seeing the somber atmosphere at the dining table, which had arisen because of her, Su Mingzhuang felt compelled to lighten the mood, adhering to the principle that the one who ties the bell must also untie it. She turned to her 8-year-old nephew and asked, Shiyu, what are you currently studying? Let your aunt test your knowledge. The children at the table gasped, was their aunt on some kind of medication today? How could she possibly be quizzing them? Would they now have to hide not only from their elder uncles but also from their aunt? Fu Yunji stifled a laugh, covering her mouth with a handkerchief as her shoulders shook with mirth. The other two sisters-in-law laughed uproariously as well. Su Mingzhuang awkwardly touched her temple and said, but is this topic rather distasteful? Perhaps I should change the subject? Even Scholar Su and Madame Su joined in the laughter, with Madame Su remarking, in the past, outsiders claimed that Mingzhuang did not resemble a member of our Su family. Just look at her now, where is the discrepancy that was merely due to her age? Now that she has matured, she embodies it. Scholar Su chuckled heartily, Mingzhuang, are you also inclined to test knowledge now? Su Mingzhuang candidly replied, well, the last time General Pei answered my elder brother's question, I was curious about how he excelled in his studies and whom he learned from. He mentioned that he studied the 4 books and 5 classics annotated by old Madame Pei, and even lent me a copy. The annotations are written in straightforward language, making them exceptionally accessible for pure reading, even if one does not intend to take the imperial examinations. Su Shiyu, filled with excitement, exclaimed, is that true? Aunt, may I borrow it to read? The other children clamored to see it as well. Su Mingzhuang disapproved, saying, Aunt just mentioned that while the annotations are vivid, they are overly simplistic and not suitable for examination. The boys of the Su family were all about the imperial examinations. They not only had to take them but also excel. Su Shiyu earnestly declared, I appreciate your guidance, Aunt, and will keep it in mind. However, I do not rely solely on that particular set of annotations. Grandfather often instructs us to pursue knowledge broadly, inquire deeply, think carefully, discern clearly, and practice diligently, and also to read extensively, so that writing flows effortlessly. He emphasizes that we should read a diverse range of books and acquire varied knowledge. How can we limit ourselves to just one person's interpretations? Su Mingzhuang's mouth twitched. This cheeky nephew of hers, she merely made one comment, and he retorted with 10. Second sister-in-law Yu Shuyu quickly interjected, Shiyu, do not be argumentative. Seeing victory within reach, Su Shiyu, sensing his mother's reprimand, could only respond with feigned innocence, yes, I understand my mistake. His obedient demeanor made Su Mingzhuang feel both fond and pained. Second sister-in-law, please do not speak so harshly to the child. I was merely teasing him. Shiyu made a valid point, she said with a smile to her nephew, you've bested me, little clever one. However, since the book is annotated by old Madame Pei, I cannot lend it to you without permission. How about this, I will copy it out for you and present the copy. Wonderful. Su Shiyu rejoiced, then added, but how can I trouble my aunt? If you can borrow it, we can copy it ourselves. There are many of us, and we could finish in 2 or 3 days, ensuring the original book remains unharmed. He gestured towards his cousins. The other children eagerly agreed, observing the well-mannered, eager-to-learn children. Su Mingzhuang's heart softened further, and her smile grew even warmer and more benevolent. Very well, I shall inquire with old Madame Pei tomorrow. The children expressed their gratitude to their aunt, which required no further elaboration. The children were elated today. Although their aunt was as beautiful as a fairy, her temperament had previously been quite haughty, never yielding to them and even arguing with them, yet today, their aunt seemed to embody the true essence of an affectionate relative, both lovely and gentle. They longed to remain by her side. At the same time, Su Mingzhuang privately marveled, how could the children of the Su family be so well-behaved and sensible, diligent and eager for knowledge? Surely, the Su family could never decline. She was determined to protect the Su family with all her might. Third sister-in-law Wan Huizhi expressed her surprise. I recall that old Madame Pei hails from the Yin family, does she not? The Yin family is also renowned for their martial lineage, yet, I never imagined old Madame Pei possessed such knowledge. The eldest sister-in-law, Fu Yunji, chuckled, old Madame Pei was a renowned talent in her youth, skilled in both arts and martial pursuits. However, during her time of fame, you were still quite young and perhaps unaware. Of course, I was also not very old then. I heard tales from my elder sisters. They said that the Yin family's young ladies combined the reserved grace of scholars with the forthrightness of warriors, when among other young ladies, they were not petty or calculating, always considerate of others' feelings, which endeared them to everyone. Su Mingzhuang slowly savored a slice of bamboo shoot, reflecting inwardly, possessing the reserved grace of scholars alongside the forthrightness of warriors? It seemed that this was how everyone viewed Gu Lingyu as well. It turned out that the kind of person everyone admired was just like this. With that thought, she could not help but let out a sigh. For she had once dreamt of being well-liked and pursued by all, yet could never find the key to such admiration. Who would have thought that after a single dream, the answer would come so easily? In her dream, she envied Gu Lingyu to the point where her eyes turned blue with jealousy. Upon waking from the dream, she still envied Gu Lingyu and secretly vowed to cultivate a good reputation. And now, while she certainly wished to live well and maintain a good name, she no longer envied Gu Lingyu. Gu Lingyu had her own life, and she had hers. She lived for herself and her family, not for the opinions of outsiders. She raised her eyes to survey her harmonious family. How outsiders perceived her was of no consequence, as long as she could be with her family. After dinner, Scholar Su allowed the children to disperse and brought his 3 sons and 1 daughter to the study to address Su Mingzhuang's inquiries. Of course, it was not that he forbade his daughters-in-law from joining, rather, the Su family was prosperous, and even the eldest daughter-in-law, Fu Yunji, had given birth to a daughter a few years prior. They needed to return to care for the children, and any information could wait until evening to be discussed with their husbands. In the study, the servants served light tea, the fragrance of ink mingling with that of the tea, creating a refreshing aroma. Su Moe began to explain, this matter is confidential, and it is best not to disclose it, lest we attract unnecessary trouble. The others nodded in agreement, promising to keep it secret. Su Moe sighed, you are all aware that some wealthy military nobles are reluctant to let their offspring take risks on the battlefield, preferring instead to secure a title through the military examinations to gain official positions, correct? The Vice Minister Ma is responsible for the military examinations. It remains unclear whether it is Vice Minister Ma's own capability or the orders of the Minister of War, but some nobles are willing to part with silver, you understand. Su Mingzhuang suddenly gasped, was there cheating in the military examinations? So, Pei Jinjai indeed broke his leg during the military examination in the spring of the following year, and the reason was that Vice Minister Ma had tampered with the horses?